Born with physical shortcomings, I regained my limbs due to my grandfather's mysterious encounter, only to find myself ensnared in a sinister realm because of my grandmother's tragic fate. Behind the sequence of bizarre events lies an unexpected connection to a celestial coffin. Chapter 1. The Accompanying Burial. I should not have been brought into this world. According to my family, I was born as a grotesque creature, devoid of all senses, and lacking limbs, a mere fleshly orb, destined to perish within days. My family, upon witnessing my pitiable state, were utterly at a loss. My mother fainted from despair immediately after my birth. Only my grandfather remained composed. His countenance darkened as he uttered a cryptic phrase directed at my newly arrived self. Heavenly coffin, suppress the malevolent, how dare you take away my grandson's senses and limbs, even if I must wrest them back. I shall reclaim what is rightfully his. In the days that followed, my grandfather vanished for 3 whole days, and no one knew his whereabouts. It was said that when he returned, he dragged with him an enormous black coffin, his body battered and bruised, his hair as white as snow. Remarkably, in the days that ensued, I grew limbs and gradually regained my senses. When my family inquired about this miraculous transformation, my grandfather remained enigmatic, unwilling to divulge the details. From that point onward, I grew up like an ordinary child, smoothly traversing the path to my 20th year. However, a seemingly innocuous jest from my grandmother would soon plunge me into a vortex of mystery, drawing me ever closer to the truth. Having spent my childhood in a rural setting, I was raised primarily by my grandparents due to my parents' busy lives, particularly by my grandmother, who showered me with affection. During my high school years, she posed a question that lingered in my mind. Little Sue, if your grandmother were to leave you, what would you do? At that moment, engrossed in a game, I paid little attention to the unusual tone of her inquiry and casually replied, if you were to leave, I would depart with you. The following day, my grandmother unexpectedly prepared 2 coffins, one for herself and one for me. Alarmed, my parents hurriedly sent me back to school that very day, cautioning me never to engage with my grandmother again. From that moment on, my interactions with her diminished significantly, though I still visited her during festive occasions. In my senior year, my grandmother passed away quietly and without warning. Upon receiving the news, I rushed home from school. Her wake was held in the yard, and as I entered, I beheld her black and white portrait. The image depicted her with a pallid complexion and a stern expression, yet an inexplicable unease washed over me, as if she were smiling at me from beyond. According to our local customs, I was obliged to take a final glance at her, to assure the departed of my presence. The moment the coffin was opened, a putrid odor enveloped me. It was summer, and the body could not have been preserved for long. Peering into the coffin, I saw my grandmother lying peacefully, her face ashen and her lips slightly parted, as though she had words yet unspoken. Just as I was about to inquire of my grandfather whether she had any unfinished business, the unimaginable occurred me. Grandmother abruptly opened her eyes and grasped my arm tightly. Fear surged through me, causing my legs to weaken as I nearly lost control of him. Why, grandfather, standing nearby, lamented, had I known, I wouldn't have let you take that final look at your grandmother. This is a disaster. I stood frozen in place, terrified of what might transpire. All the elders in the house gathered around, some bringing warm cloths to place on my grandmother's hands, hoping to ease her tense muscles and release her grip. However, it seemed utterly futile. My mother, in a fit of desperation, cried out, Mother, little Sue is still young. You cannot truly take him with you. Are you intent on endangering our entire family? In that moment, a chilling memory resurfaced from my high school days. My grandmother's words, sending shivers down my spine. Could it be that my grandmother truly intended to take me away? My grandfather, sighing heavily and smoking his pipe, appeared to have made a decision. He approached the coffin and addressed my grandmother's lifeless body, saying, Wife, rest assured, little Sue will be buried alongside you. These words. My mother's face turned as pale as death. Grasping my grandfather's hand, she implored, Father, little Sue is my lifeblood. If you allow him to accompany Mother, then I shall not live any longer. My father hastily pulled my mother away, whispering soothing words in her ear, and she finally ceased her lamentations, dabbing at her tears. Strangely, After my grandfather's pronouncement, my grandmother's grip on my arm gradually loosened, though her eyes remained stubbornly open, fixated upon me. Upon returning home, the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. My mother clutched my hand tightly, weeping softly. Unable to bear the tension, my father confronted my grandfather, saying, "Father, do you truly wish for little Sue to accompany my mother in death?" My grandfather did not respond, continuing to sit at the door, puffing on his pipe. My father, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "Father, I must insist that this cannot happen." Seeing the rising tension, my uncle quickly intervened, attempting to mediate. "Brother, what you say is unfounded. How could father ever allow little Sue to perish? Uncle Air is the most successful among us, having established his own company in the city, and when he speaks, his words flow effortlessly." My grandfather rose from his seat and tapped the ashes from his pipe, declaring, "Let the funeral proceed. Should any issues arise, I shall find a way to address them." Grandmother's coffin had been placed in the yard for 3 days, and on the morning of the 4th day, the funeral would take place. Prior to the funeral, the entire family gathered under the guidance of a feng shui master to bid our final farewell to grandmother. Naturally, I abstained from attending, fearing the emergence of further complications. After the farewell, I overheard the feng shui master proclaiming in the yard, "The old lattice eyes remain unclosed in death. Her grievances are too profound. Should we insist on burial, calamity may ensue." Yet, my grandfather sighed and responded, "Let us proceed with the burial that I end my childhood." I often heard my grandfather recount tales of being a disciple of Longhu Mountain, wandering the world in his youth to vanquish demons and malevolent spirits, only to settle here in his later years. However, throughout my upbringing, I had never witnessed him employ any form of mystical arts. Most days, he simply engaged in assessing feng shui and reading faces. Thus, it seemed he remained composed in the face of such a situation. My father hesitated before stepping forward to inquire, "Father, are you not skilled in the arts? Is this matter beyond your capabilities?" Upon hearing this, my grandfather let out a long sigh, appearing suddenly aged, his murky gaze filled with unusual emotions. "I am unable to resolve this matter. As for the mystical arts, I lost that ability 20 years ago. 20 years ago, that was the very year of my birth." My father still had questions to pose, yet my grandfather had already turned away. Yes, I gazed at my grandfather's desolate figure. An unsettling notion crept into my mind. Perhaps he was concealing something of significance. The funeral proceedings continued, and I stood at the rear of the crowd, prepared to accompany my grandmother on her final journey. The mountain village in the early morning exuded an unusual tranquility, with the occasional chirp of birds echoing through the hills, as if foreshadowing an impending misfortune. The pallbearers were burly men from the village, summoned by the feng shui master after he completed the ceremonial rites, brandishing a peach-wood sword. The master waved it through the air and proclaimed, "Lift the coffin." 8 strong men inhaled deeply, mustering all their strength to raise the coffin. The ropes creaked ominously, yet despite their efforts, the coffin remained unmoved as they squatted in their stances, grunting in exertion. Seeing this, my second uncle grew frustrated. After all, they had been compensated beforehand, yet these individuals appeared to be shirking their duty. He resolved to prepare several red envelopes and thrust them into the hands of the pallbearers. However, to his astonishment, the bearers refused the money, explaining that the coffin was simply too heavy. Even a sum as substantial as 10,000 would not suffice to lift it. My grandfather's countenance darkened to a shade of iron, and in a fit of anger, he struck the coffin and bellowed, "Wife, what are you doing? Do you truly wish for Sue to accompany you? This is sheer folly." Upon hearing this exclamation, my face turned ashen, and an icy dread surged from my soles to the crown of my head. Grandfather sighed deeply, approached me, and whispered in my ear, "Little Sue, your grandmother has always held you in great affection and believes in your words implicitly. You must tell her that you will accompany her. Let us first lay her to rest." I glanced at grandfather with trepidation and replied, "Grandfather, if I say that, I fear grandmother may truly take me with her." It was merely a single utterance in the past that led grandmother to prepare a coffin for me. If I were to speak carelessly again, who knows what might happen? Little Sue, I beg of you to say a word to your grandmother. Once she is interred, all matters will be resolved. That I stared blankly at grandfather ever since grandmother's passing. The cheerful and optimistic man I once knew seemed to have vanished. I could keenly sense his helplessness in the face of this tragedy. Overwhelmed, I sighed deeply. Grandmother had always treated me with such kindness, and witnessing her in this state brought me considerable sorrow. Very well, I shall tell one more lie. I approached grandmother's coffin and softly murmured, "Grandmother, please do not rush. Little Sue will join you in a few days. You may proceed first." With that, I hastily stepped back to a distance. Grandfather summoned the bearers once more, and this time they effortlessly lifted the coffin. I beheld this scene. I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss. Something about this affair felt far too complex. I accompanied them to the cemetery, witnessing with my own eyes as grandmother's coffin was lowered into the earth. At this sight, the family collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, I could find no joy in this moment. Indeed, that very night, a truly terrifying event transpired. Chapter 2. Grandmother emerges from the coffin the following day. My grandfather had matters to attend to. Before departing, he instructed me to secure the doors and windows, informing me that he would not return that night. That evening, I found myself sleeping in the room I once shared with my grandmother. As I gazed around the desolate space, my thoughts were transported back to my childhood. For as long as I could remember, I had lived with my grandmother. Each night, she would gently caress my head, soothing me to sleep until my middle school years when I began boarding school. The mere recollection of those times caused tears to flow uncontrollably down my cheeks. In a haze, I eventually drifted into slumber, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, I heard the door creak open, followed by the sound of steady footsteps. To my astonishment, I saw my grandmother approaching me, just as she had in the past. Lying beside me once more, she reached out, her hand delicately stroking my head. Rubbing my eyes, I turned to look beside me, and in that instant, terror seized me, rendering me paralyzed on the floor. This was no dream. My grandmother truly lay beside me. Fear overwhelmed me, and I let out a piercing scream. Outside, the night was pitch black, likely the latter half of the night, and the pale moonlight streamed through the window, casting an eerie glow upon the bed. A grotesque smile twisted upon my grandmother's rigid face, and my legs turned to jelly as I desperately pleaded, "Grandma, please don't harm me. I am your grandson." My terrified cries summoned my parents, along with my second and third uncles. My father forcefully pushed open the door and flicked on the lights. The harsh glare of the stark white bulb illuminating the entire room. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before them. My third uncle exclaimed in anger, "Which wretch has disturbed our mother's remains?" My mother promptly rushed forward to support my weak legs as we hurriedly exited the room. Moments later, my father and two uncles began to discuss matters in hushed tones within the house. My father proposed that they should bury my grandmother again under the cover of night, but my third uncle interjected, "Father has yet to return. Should we wait for him?" Before departing, my grandfather had instructed us to postpone any decisions until his return, regardless of the circumstances. It seemed he had foreseen that my grandmother would not rest in peace, prompting his urgent search for guidance. My father and uncles found themselves at an impasse, left with no choice but to await my grandfather's return. They laid my grandmother's body upon the bed, draping it with a white cloth for concealment. At noon, my grandfather finally returned, accompanied by a young maiden. She appeared to be of similar age to mine, with a pure and charming visage, gracefully clad in a flowing white gown that accentuated her ethereal presence, reminiscent of a fairy emerging from an ancient tomb. My father recounted the events surrounding my grandmother's situation to my grandfather. Upon hearing this, my grandfather turned to the maiden and inquired, "What do you think of this matter?" His demeanor was notably humble, which piqued my curiosity, for my grandfather was a figure of great respect in our village. Everyone referred to him with the honorific Lu Yi, yet he displayed such deference before this young lady. The maiden's expression remained unchanged as she requested my grandfather to lead her to see my grandmother's body. Two individuals entered the inner room. The young girl extended her delicate hand to lift the white cloth that covered my grandmother. After merely a glance, she replaced the cloth. Since the living could not bear the coffin, let the dead do so. As these words escaped her lips, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. How could the deceased carry a coffin? Was this girl not out of her mind? Preparations were made for 2 coffins, one for the elderly lady and another for. The girl fixed her gaze upon me and slowly articulated, "One for him." I stood frozen in place, stunned. My parents were immediately alarmed, and my mother, unable to contain her emotions, shouted at the girl, "Who are you? How dare you suggest my son should be buried?" Witnessing my mother's rudeness, my grandfather's countenance darkened, and he admonished, "Do not act unreasonably." My mother, in tears, grasped my hand, intending to leave. "You want to see little Sue die? I shall not permit it. Little Sue, come with mother." I was pulled out of the room by my mother when, at that moment, the girl's frigid voice echoed within, "Go ahead. Your entire family shall perish." I halted, turning to my mother. "Mom, please remain calm. Let us inquire about what is truly happening." Seeing my demeanor, my mother's agitation began to wane. I approached the girl once more and inquired, "Why must I be interred? I must inform you. My grandfather may be aged, but that does not imply I am. Money is not so easily deceived." The girl's origins were shrouded in mystery, and her youth was unexpected. I had not anticipated such a girl would seek to swindle my grandfather of his wealth. The young girl cast a fleeting glance in my direction and spoke softly, "Money? I, Su Tianxian, am not lacking in wealth. Were it not for your grandfather's previous kindness towards me, coupled with his beseeching me on his knees, do you think I would be here?" I was astonished to witness my grandfather kneeling before this young woman. I turned to him in disbelief. He sighed deeply and, with earnest gravity, addressed me, "Xiao Su, Master Tianxian would not deceive us. You should heed her words. She will not lead you astray." I felt a surge of defiance. I had never encountered a woman so haughty. I inquired, "Then tell me, why would my grandmother wish to harm me?" The girl parted her crimson lips, her chilling voice reaching my ears. "Logically, your grandmother would not intend to harm you. However, everything you possess is not truly yours. It was seized by your grandfather from the heavenly coffin. Now, it is time for it to be reclaimed. I was born without limbs or senses, and it was my grandfather who restored me to normalcy. Yet, I could scarcely fathom that everything I had was taken by force. I glanced at my grandfather, who remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to her claim. "Prepare 2 coffins, several white candles, and 2 piles of stove ash. Distribute the candles to the villagers before nightfall, and then seal the doors with the ash." After uttering these instructions, the girl rose to depart. My mother hurried forward, grasping the young woman's hand, and implored in a subdued tone, "My dear, the tone in which I spoke earlier may have been unkind. You wouldn't allow my son to perish, would you?" My mother is acutely aware that the situation has become irrevocable. As a single woman, she finds herself powerless to alter the course of events. Nevertheless, she seeks reassurance that I will remain unharmed. Rest assured, his burial serves merely to placate those entities. Once I have successfully deceived them, I will devise a means to retrieve him. Upon hearing this, my mother visibly exhaled in relief, yet she clutched the young girl's hand tightly, her lips poised to speak, but hesitating. My grandfather promptly urged my mother to procure white wax. As twilight descended, 2 coffins were arranged in the courtyard, one crimson, the other ebony, unmistakably indicating that the latter was intended for me. I vehemently opposed the notion of being interred alongside him, yet my grandfather gently persuaded me, cautioning that if I disregarded Su Tianxuan's words, our entire family would face dire consequences. Yielding to my grandfather's insistence, I acquiesced to the arrangement. Su Tianxian beckoned me into a room, where she sat serenely at the table. Every expression and movement of hers emanated an exquisite beauty. "There are several matters I wish to entrust to you." Chapter 3. Buried alive tonight. You and your grandmother shall be interred together. This talisman shall ensure your safety. With these words, Su Tianxian produced a yellow talisman from her pocket. I accepted the talisman and glanced at it, noting the incomprehensible symbols inscribed upon its surface. "You are to be buried at midnight. Prepare yourself mentally, for you shall be exhumed on the morrow. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no harm shall befall you." With that, Su Tianxian departed from the scene. Despite her reassurances, I must confess that trepidation lingered in my heart. After all, being buried alive is no trivial matter. Though the coffin was not a vacuum and air could circulate, the oxygen within was scant. I wondered if I could endure a single night. Soon, night descended, and my mother entered my room, bearing a set of funeral garments. She sat beside me, tears streaming down her cheeks, lamenting the cruelty of fate. "Mother, it's only for one night. Nothing grave will occur. Moreover, grandfather has such faith in that girl. Surely, all will be well." My words only seemed to deepen her sorrow, and it took considerable effort to soothe her before her weeping subsided. I donned the funeral garments and gazed into the mirror, a chill sweeping through me. The dark fabric adorned with intricate golden flowers contrasted starkly with my pallid complexion. My father ascended, enveloping me in a tight embrace. "My son, do not worry. I shall protect you and ensure that no harm comes to you." His tone was resolute, imparting a sense of unwavering determination. If a choice must be made between life and death for either him or me, my father would undoubtedly sacrifice himself for my sake. Su Tianxian approached me from behind and suddenly remarked, "You must keep that talisman safe. It is the key to your survival." I nodded in acknowledgement, having already placed the talisman in my pocket, ensuring it would not be lost. Gazing at Su Tianxuan's delicate visage, I hesitated and finally inquired, "Am I destined to die?" "Perhaps," she replied. "You were never meant to be born. Your grandfather fought for your life at the heavenly coffin, and now it is time to repay that debt. However, do not worry. I and your family will exhaust every means to ensure your survival." In former times, I would have scoffed at such words, but my current perspective had shifted. As I stepped out of the courtyard, Su Tianxian murmured softly behind me, "I hope that when the time comes for you to understand everything, you will have the strength to endure and live up to your family's expectations." My grandfather sat on the steps, smoking his pipe vigorously, the smoke curling around him. In the dim light of the night, he appeared particularly haggard. Upon noticing my presence, he rose and approached me, extending his aged, wrinkled hand to pat my shoulder. His grip remained surprisingly strong. "Xiao Su, I am sorry for you. Regardless of what transpires tonight, you must take care of yourself." Upon hearing these words, a sense of foreboding washed over me. My grandfather's tone seemed to suggest a farewell. "Grandfather, what do you mean by that?" Grandfather ceased his words and instead approached Su Tianxian, engaging her in quiet conversation. I strained to listen, but the sounds eluded me. Before long, the clock struck midnight, and my grandfather and father joined forces to lift the coffin lid. Thus, under the watchful gaze of my family, I found myself entering the coffin. Lying on my back within its confines, I gazed up at the vast expanse of stars above. My mother came to the edge of the coffin, grasped my hand firmly, and said, "Xiao Su, do not be afraid. I am here with you. If you do not return by morning, I shall search for you, even if it means digging you out with my bare hands." I offered her a reassuring smile and replied, "Rest assured, Mother, I shall be safe." As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She looked at me and said, "Yes, I believe in you." My father and my two uncles also approached the coffin, offering their heartfelt admonitions. Finally, Su Tianxian looked at me and said softly, "Do not worry. As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety." Throughout this poignant moment, my grandfather did not come to see me, which left a twinge of sadness in my heart. The coffin lid was lifted and placed atop the coffin, creating a creaking sound as it brushed against the wood. This sound was akin to a nightmare, tightening the strings of my heart. Soon the lid was closed, and the last scene that graced my eyes was the boundless expanse of stars, followed by an engulfing darkness. The coffin space was exceedingly cramped, making even the slightest movement a struggle. In response to the enveloping darkness, I instinctively retrieved my phone from my pocket and activated the flashlight. Suddenly, Su Tianxuan's voice resonated from outside the coffin. "Do not turn on the flashlight. Should you encounter something you ought not to see, do not blame me for not forewarning you." I hastily extinguished my phone's flashlight, and once again enveloped in darkness, my heart raced with mounting anxiety. I extended my hand in an attempt to push the coffin lid, yet with my feeble strength, it remained immovable. From within the coffin, I could still hear the sounds from the outside. Initially, I could discern Su Tianxuan's voice, but after a while, all sounds faded into silence. The boundless darkness devoured my hope for life, and I lost track of time until I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness wash over me. Was the coffin being lifted? Yet, I heard no voices accompanying this action. Then, I recalled Su Tianxuan's earlier words. If the living cannot lift the coffin, then it must be the dead who do. The implication struck me. If it were indeed the deceased lifting the coffin, then surely it was ghosts. A chill spread from the depths of my heart at this revelation. For reasons unknown, the temperature inside the coffin plummeted to freezing, causing my body to tremble with the cold. The coffin moved steadily onward, without a single jolt. Viewed from a third perspective, two coffins advanced along a rural dirt path, suspended in midair. The pallbearers appeared ghostly pale, their expressions vacant, and their movements exceedingly stiff. The cold within the coffin intensified. I longed to turn on the flashlight to illuminate my surroundings and offer a semblance of warmth. Yet I hesitated to provoke any trouble. I resolved to endure this night quietly. Time passed, though I could not tell how long, when suddenly the coffin jolted violently, as if it were plummeting from midair. Soon, I heard a rustling sound emanating from the coffin. It was evident that it was the sound of earth being cast upon it. A chill ran through me. I was being buried alive. An overwhelming dread enveloped my heart, and I felt my limbs grow cold. I extended my hand, desperately pounding on the coffin lid, consumed by regret. Initially, I had underestimated the gravity of the situation, but how could one fathom the terror inherent in such an experience without having endured it? Being buried alive. Shu Tianshuang. Open the coffin, I shouted with all my might. Yet, no matter how fervently I called, the only response was the rustling sound. This sound persisted for 5 agonizing minutes, during which panic loomed over me until it finally faded into silence, and the world returned to tranquility. The air within the coffin grew increasingly sparse, and I found it difficult to breathe, uncertain if this thin air would sustain me until dawn. Time became indeterminate. I sensed a chilling presence around me, as if something had materialized beneath me. Chapter 4. Endless despair. I carefully attuned myself to the sensations beneath me. Soft and undeniably fleshy in texture. As I extended my hand to grasp, it encountered an icy chill that sent a shiver coursing through my body. Wait, this tactile sensation felt decidedly amiss. Elongated and rough, resembling slender twigs. 5 of them, no less. This feeling seemed eerily familiar, as if I had encountered it before. A sudden clarity struck me, as a thought began to swirl ominously in my mind. These are fingers. When I first descended into the coffin, there were none of these. How could they have materialized so suddenly? Simultaneously, a discomforting pressure pressed against the back of my head, prompting me to ponder what lay beneath me. Suddenly, a faint sound of breathing reached my ears. It was a whisper, soft and delicate, yet I could discern it with startling clarity, echoing right beside me. Was there a living person beneath me? Yet the confines of the coffin were so limited. How could it possibly accommodate 2 individuals? My terror escalated, fueled by the proximity of that breath. In such profound darkness, the last vestige of my composure shattered completely. In a frenzy, I fumbled for my phone, having long since forgotten Su Tianxuan's admonitions. The screen emitted a dim, cold glow, yet this feeble light brought a modicum of solace to my frayed nerves. Without even needing to activate the flashlight, I could discern the circumstances within the coffin. The enclosed space, the cramped environment, the mingling sense of paint and wood wafting into my nostrils. The moment the light from my phone flickered to life, the breathing sound vanished into thin air. As I gazed downwards, I found nothingness beneath me. I exhaled deeply, realizing that I must have been experiencing a moment of hysteria. Such illusions can manifest in individuals under extreme stress. At that moment, Su Tianxuan's earlier admonitions echoed in my mind. I hastily turned off my phone, yet it unexpectedly illuminated itself, revealing a text message on the screen. Upon picking it up, I discovered it was from my mother. Opening the message, I found a single, urgent plea. Xiao Su, do not return home. Do not return home. Do not return home. That woman is wicked. You must keep your distance from her. Although it was merely a text, I could vividly envision my mother's anxious expression. I paused momentarily, questioning if Su Tianxian was indeed malevolent. Upon reflection, I realized I knew little of her, relying primarily on my grandfather's assurances. He had insisted that Su Tianxian would not deceive me or bring harm. I composed a reply to my mother, asking, "Mother, what on earth is happening? Please clarify." After sending the message, I received no response. I drafted several more messages, yet still there was silence. A sense of urgency consumed me. What if something had befallen her? Being trapped in this place rendered any attempt to rescue her impossible. An overwhelming despair washed over me when, suddenly, my phone chimed again. I quickly checked, only to find another message, this one unsigned, containing an eerie phrase that sent chills down my spine. "Good grandson, I am right behind you." Suddenly, the screen of my phone went dark, and when I attempted to turn it on again, I found it utterly unresponsive. A faint sound of breathing echoed, causing my senses to heighten in an instant. The recent message sent a chill down my spine. "Good grandson, only my grandparents would refer to me in such a manner. My grandfather possesses a mobile phone, yet he has never sent a text. Any matters of importance are conveyed through direct phone calls. Moreover, my grandfather would never utter such a phrase as 'I am right behind you.' Could it be my grandmother? How could that be possible? Isn't she resting in another coffin? How could she appear behind me?" The breathing grew increasingly distinct, and suddenly a hand grasped my cheek, forcefully turning my head backward. The strength of that hand was immense. If this continued, my neck would surely be broken. I quickly turned around, and at that moment, the phone in my hand illuminated once more. The cold light revealed the scene within the coffin. What lay before me sent my hair standing on end. Grandmother. Beneath me lay my grandmother indeed. How could this be? She appeared tranquil, her eyes tightly shut, but in the next instant her eyes flew open, and her lips curled into a sinister smile. I was instantly paralyzed with terror. My grandmother's mouth slightly parted, emitting a chilling and eerie voice. "Good grandson, why haven't you gonna die yet? Then you could be with me forever." My grandmother's hands tightened around my neck with a vice-like grip, and the sensation of suffocation surged over me, blurring my vision until it appeared as though I were witnessing a carousel of lights. In my memories, she had always treated me with the utmost kindness. When I was young, she would gently lull me to sleep every night. Yet now, it seemed she was intent on taking my life. The immense psychological dissonance was unbearable. Just as my consciousness began to fade, I suddenly recalled the talisman Su Tianxian had entrusted to me. Summoning the last of my strength, I retrieved the talisman. In an instant, it radiated a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire coffin with a brilliance that rivaled daylight. At the moment the golden glow appeared, my grandmother emitted a piercing scream and vanished. I gasped for air, taking several moments to regain my composure. Looking beneath me, there was no trace of my grandmother. Had I been saved? I glanced at my phone. There was still an hour until dawn. I hurriedly attempted to call my mother, but the signal was non-existent, rendering my efforts futile. Wait, if there was no signal, how had those texts been sent? I quickly checked my messages, discovering only a few from my mother, while the one that had purportedly come from my grandmother had vanished without a trace. An overwhelming sense of unease gripped me. Something must have gone awry at home, yet I was unable to leave. All I could do was wait, watching time trickle by, hoping that no further calamity would befall me. After what felt like an eternity, I suddenly heard a rustling sound from above. Someone was coming to rescue me. Soon, I could hear the sound of a shovel striking the coffin. "Save me! Quickly! Save me!" 3 minutes later, the coffin lid was lifted, yet I found myself rooted to the spot. It was 5 o'clock. Logically, dawn should have broken long ago. But outside, darkness still enveloped everything. I spotted a figure standing at the edge of the pit, their silhouette strikingly reminiscent of my grandfather. I called out, "Grandfather, is it you?" Hastily, I climbed out of the coffin, and the figure remained at a distance. No matter how I tried to approach, an insurmountable gap lingered between us. "Xiao Su, do not come closer," a familiar voice echoed in my ears. It was Grandfather. "Grandfather, what are you doing here? Is everything well at home?" His presence offered a modicum of comfort, yet he did not answer my inquiry. Instead, he implored, "Xiao Su, do not return home. Leave the village." "Do not return home?" Leave the village? Why? Chapter 5. The tragedy of the family. Grandfather's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. Xiao Su, I am powerless, unable to protect my family. His words sent a chill through my heart. What did he mean by not being able to protect them? Have my parents met with misfortune? Grandfather, what on earth is happening? I rushed towards him, yet found myself unable to draw any closer, as if an invisible barrier lay between us, preventing my frantic advance. Xiao Su, I have come to bid you a final farewell. Leave the village, seek a new place to live. Do not question, do not investigate, just live well. His voice grew fainter, eventually dissolving into the wind, along with his fading figure. Grandfather, I cried out in anguish, aware that something dire had transpired at home. I collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by sorrow. Glancing at my phone, I was struck dumb by the time displayed. Just moments ago, I had seen it read 5 o'clock in the morning within the coffin, yet now it showed 3 o'clock. Grandfather had warned me not to return home, that danger awaited. But how could I possibly refrain from going back? In a frenzy, I sprinted toward my house. As I approached the village entrance, I slowed my pace, feeling an inexplicable heaviness settle upon my shoulders, as if bearing the weight of another. With every few steps, I gasped for breath, my body growing increasingly cold. Good grandson. Grandmother's voice suddenly resonated from behind me, sending a wave of goosebumps across my skin. The once familiar and comforting voice has now transformed into a haunting specter, urging me toward an ominous fate. I dare not look back, for to do so would surely invite calamity. The elderly often caution that when traversing dark paths, should one hear their name called, it is imperative to resist the temptation to turn around, as the voice may not belong to a living soul. I yearn to hasten my steps towards home, yet my legs feel as though they are encased in lead, heavy and unyielding. Dear grandson, is your grandmother heavy? The voice grows increasingly sinister, and with its utterance, a wave of dread washes over me. Heavy? Does this imply that my grandmother is now lurking behind me? Dear grandson, hurry along. The frigid breath grazes my ear, sending a jolt of terror through my spine, solidifying the horrifying notion that she indeed stands just behind me. This explains the fatigue weighing down my every step. How can one walk normally with a specter looming at their back? Summoning every ounce of strength, I press onward toward home, her voice echoing like an enchanting curse in my ears. Suddenly, a shadow darts ahead, and as the pale moonlight illuminates the scene, I discern that it is a black dog. The creature bares its teeth, fixating its fiery gaze upon me, a fury that feels as though it could consume me whole. Bark, bark, bark. The black dog barks furiously at me, and in that instant, I feel a lightness upon my back, as if a weight has been lifted. I regain my ability to move freely, and without hesitation, I dash towards home, propelled by a frantic urgency. I realize that it was that black dog who saved me. Had it not been for its intervention, I might not have ventured far. Upon arriving home, I found a front door firmly shut, yet through the door, I caught a whiff of a potent metallic scent. An urgency seized my heart, and with a forceful kick, I burst through the door, only to be rendered utterly speechless by the scene that unfolded before me. My mother lay crumpled in the yard, the pale moonlight casting a stark glow upon her, merging hauntingly with the pool of blood beneath her, creating a sight that was painfully vivid. In a frenzied rush, I sprinted to her side, trembling as I reached out to turn her over. The sight of her in that moment left me frozen in disbelief. Tears surged forth, overwhelming my eyes and cascading down my cheeks like a torrential river. My mother had been brutally disemboweled. Her innards lay scattered across the ground, her demise tragically horrific. Mom, my anguished cry echoed through the night sky. Grief clouded my thoughts, and I felt as though I had lost my very soul sitting on the ground, cradling my mother's lifeless form. Just yesterday, she had been speaking to me, reassuring me, yet now, her body lay cold beside me. I held her, feeling the rigidity and chill emanating from her. Who could have done this? Who was responsible? My heart erupted with a torrent of emotions, and once the storm subsided, I rose, hastening to search the house for my father and uncles. I scoured every corner, yet found no trace of them. When I opened my grandfather's door, I was once again struck dumb by the sight before me. Relentless blows to my spirit left me devoid of thought, collapsing in a heap upon the floor. At this moment, my grandfather was inexplicably suspended from the beam of the house, his chest and abdomen hollowed out, with his innards mysteriously vanished, leaving only a gruesome pool of blood in the room. My grandfather was dead. Who, then, had I encountered in the graveyard moments earlier? Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind me, yet I could hardly muster the energy to turn around. Too late, as Su Tianquan's voice pierced through the air. Upon hearing her voice, calmness eluded me. I sprang to my feet and lunged at Su Tianqian. It was you who killed my grandfather and my mother. I shall kill you. Kill you. Shu Tianshuang. Upon witnessing my frenzied state, furrowed her delicate brows and nimbly evaded my attack. I fell to the ground, but quickly regained my footing and continued my relentless pursuit of Su Tianqian. I must end this woman's life. My mother would never have sent me a message without cause. The deaths of my mother and grandfather must be intertwined with her. Su Tianqian dodged my assault once more, then swiftly aimed a knife-hand strike at my neck. Darkness enveloped me, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. When I awoke again, I found myself in my own room, staring at the pristine white ceiling, momentarily bewildered. Could it be that everything that transpired last night was merely a dream? Yet this notion was but a fleeting wishful thinking, as the fatigue in my body confirmed the veracity of the events. My mother and grandfather were gone, and my father and uncles were unaccounted for. Tears streamed from the corners of my eyes. In the span of a single night, I had lost all my family, and I had become an orphan. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Su Tianqian, clad in a flowing white dress, entered. Upon seeing her, I could no longer maintain my composure. Yet, unlike the previous night, I refrained from acting rashly. I coldly inquired, "Why did you take the lives of my family?" Su Tianqian cast a fleeting glance at me and asked, "What makes you say that?" I retrieved my phone, scrolled through to find the last message my mother had sent me, and handed the device to Su Tianqian. She took the phone, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation, but uttered not a single word before returning it to me. I had anticipated that Su Tianqian would offer some form of defense. What more can you possibly say? Chapter 6. The cry at midnight, it's not me. It's your grandmother. Upon hearing Su Tianquan's words, I was instantly filled with indignation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My grandmother would never harm my grandfather. Su Tianqian merely cast a fleeting glance in my direction, but her next utterance left me momentarily speechless. Doesn't your grandmother wish for you to accompany her in death? The grandmother, I remembered, would never inflict harm upon her family. Yet, after the events of last night, I realized everything had irrevocably changed. She had first attempted to strangle me from within the coffin, then returned to the village with me. My grandmother had transformed into a malevolent spirit, having slain my grandfather and now seeking my life. Suddenly, the recollection of my mother and grandfather's lifeless bodies surged into my mind, propelling me into a frenzied dash towards the main hall. Upon entering, I beheld two corpses draped in white cloth. My feet felt as though they were weighed down by lead. Trembling, I extended my hand to slowly unveil the shroud, revealing my mother's gentle visage. Tears streamed silently from the corners of my eyes. The anguish within my heart rendered me breathless. Each inhalation pierced through me like a dagger. My mother and grandfather were gone, but what of my father and my two uncles? Where had they vanished to? Could it be that they too had fallen victim to my grandmother's wrath? Su Tianqian, standing behind me, at that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the next instant, the door swung open to reveal my second and third uncles, standing in stunned silence at the threshold, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. "Father," they cried, collapsing to their knees with a thud, two grown men weeping inconsolably like children. Witnessing this poignant scene, I could no longer hold back my tears and join them in their sorrow. The elder approached my third uncle, gently patting his shoulder and murmuring, "Death is akin to an extinguished lamp. Please accept my condolences." After releasing the pent-up anguish that weighed heavily on our hearts, we settled into the room, the atmosphere thick with despair. It became clear to me what my uncles had been engaged in during this time. They had sought out their elder brother in vain and, deeming Su Tianqian unreliable, had summoned Mr. Pan from the neighboring village. Mr. Pan was a renowned practitioner of the metaphysical arts, often referred to as a living deity, well-versed in divination, fortune-telling, and geomancy. My second uncle rose, retrieving a large red envelope from his pocket, which he presented to Su Tianxian. My dear, we appreciate your assistance regarding my mother's affairs. This is but a token of our gratitude. His intentions were unmistakably clear. He wished for Su Tianxian to withdraw from the matters at hand. Without even glancing at the envelope, Su Tianxuan's voice resonated coolly in my ear. Do I appear to be in need of money? Having promised your father, I shall see this through to the end. The tension in the air thickened once more. Mr. Pan, stroking his white beard with a benevolent smile, rose to diffuse the mounting tension. The most pressing matter at hand is to inter the elder gentleman and resolve issues pertaining to your grandmother. An additional presence may prove to be a valuable ally. Currently, we must confront these two grave concerns. Should they be mishandled, it is likely that your grandmother's spirit will seek retribution. Mr. Pan, what course of action should we undertake? Mr. Pan pondered for a moment, exhaling a heavy sigh, remarking on the persistent spirit of the old matriarch, yearning for her grandson to accompany her in death, having already caused the demise of Brother Longlin. He proposed, therefore, to exhume the graves and inter both individuals together. With the old matriarch having company, she would no longer pose a threat to you. Stealing a glance at Su Tianxian's expression, I noted her face remained impassive, as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to her. My third uncle expressed profound gratitude to Mr. Pan, inquiring about specific precautions. I was to oversee the interment of the elder gentleman this evening. As dusk fell, two coffins were placed at the center of the courtyard. Grandfather and mother had already been prepared for burial, yet only grandfather would be interred tonight. Mother's burial would be postponed for a few days. In the courtyard, several robust men were partaking in food and drink. They were the pallbearers who had previously assisted with grandmother's coffin. Their assistance would again be required this evening. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through, and I turned to find Su Tianxian standing beside me. Come, I have a few words to impart, she said, leading the way into the inner room. After much hesitation, I followed her. Tonight, the burial of your grandfather will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could cost you your life. Every word I speak henceforth must be etched into your memory. In my heart, I remained unconvinced. If anything were to occur, Mr. Pan would surely resolve it. There was no need for your feigned concern. We are capable of handling matters ourselves. Su Tianxuan's expression showed no sign of change. Perhaps she merely regarded me as throwing a childish tantrum. She retrieved the burial garments I wore last night. First, one must don a shroud beneath their clothing. Second, during the funeral procession, regardless of what one hears or sees, they must not look back nor halt their steps. Third, upon reaching the gravesite, the first task is to unearth the grave in which you were interred yesterday and to open the coffin. I cast a glance at the shroud on the table and turned to leave. Although Su Tianxian's talisman had saved my life, I harbored lingering resentment towards her, for she too bore the suspicion of being involved in the demise of my mother and grandfather. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for the funeral. Mr. Pan, wielding a peachwood sword, began the incantation, ultimately striking the altar with great force, exclaiming, "Raise the coffin." Unlike the time with my grandmother, my grandfather's coffin was effortlessly lifted. The coffin ascended, the yellow paper opened the way, the offering altar followed closely, with the spirit banner trailing behind. The funeral procession moved majestically towards the cemetery. The night sky was shrouded in dark clouds, concealing the moon, as if in a final preparation. The entire land was enveloped in darkness. The once menacing trees now bathed in a pallid light, appearing utterly desolate and powerless. As the procession traversed the country path, an inexplicable sense of foreboding settled within my heart. I have an unsettling feeling that something is about to transpire. My thoughts drift to my grandmother. I wonder if she will come to claim her due tonight. Mr. Pan strides ahead, while my second and third uncles follow closely behind. The only sounds that accompany me are the whispers of the night breeze and the labored breaths of the pallbearers. My second uncle scatters paper money along the way, the fluttering notes swirling about us like snowflakes, and in this silent, somber atmosphere, We leave the village and embark upon the path to the cemetery. As we proceed, an inexplicable sense of disquiet washes over me. The surroundings remain unchanged, as if we are ensnared in an infinite loop, traversing the narrow path. A chilling gust sweeps past, causing me to shudder. Faintly, I detect a sound in the air. Straining to listen, my body stiffens in shock. It is the sound of weeping, and not just one person, but many are lamenting. Chapter 7. The Weeping of the 100 Ghosts Who is Crying? I looked around, finding nothing amiss. My uncle remarked that my nerves were too taut and urged me to relax. Could it truly be that my anxiety had taken such a toll? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail echoed again, resonating with profound sorrow. This time, the sound reached my ears with undeniable clarity. It could not be an illusion. Moreover, this voice emanated from directly behind me. At that moment, I was not alone in my apprehension. Everyone heard it. The midnight wailing instilled fear and awe, causing the undertaker's legs to tremble, his countenance one of sheer terror. The underbrush began to stir, producing rustling sounds, as if something were poised to emerge from the darkness. I cast a glance at Mr. Pan, who stood before the coffin, his face ashen and glistening with moisture. The cries intensified, growing ever more mournful. These lamentations, both male and female, old and young, sent chills down the spines of all who listened, raising the hairs on their necks. My uncle shouted for calm, assuring everyone that Mr. Pan was present. The grass parted slowly, revealing a round object protruding from the foliage. What could that be? Ahead, in the next instant, phantoms from all directions surged towards the funeral procession, flanking us as we advanced. The scene before us was utterly chilling, as shadowy figures enveloped us, a multitude of ghastly, pale faces emerging one after another, their eye sockets dark and devoid of whites, silently trailing alongside, their gaze fixed intently upon us. Mr. Pan, upon witnessing the scene before him, was suddenly gripped by an overwhelming terror, letting out a piercing scream that reverberated through the air. His entire body began to tremble violently as he stammered, "The wailing of 100 ghosts. The living must take heed. Should we halt our steps, death is certain. Press onward." No sooner had his words escaped his lips than the figures around him collapsed in sorrow, their hands covering their faces, shoulders heaving in anguish. They wept quietly, their sobs imbued with profound grief, and as time passed, their cries crescendoed into a heart-wrenching wail, ultimately transforming into a primal scream. I stood paralyzed with fear, my legs shaking uncontrollably. I was not alone in my terror. Others were similarly affected. Mr. Pan's voice thundered in our ears, "Do not dawdle. Move forward. Do not look back. Otherwise, we shall all perish here." To survive, we had no choice but to heed Mr. Pan's command. The pallbearers hastened their pace towards the cemetery. The relentless sound of weeping followed us, a haunting echo in the air. Everyone yearned to escape this place, fear propelling our hurried steps. In that moment, I suddenly thought of Su Tianxian, recalling the words she had spoken to me before the funeral. Had she somehow foreseen these events? The cries gradually diminished, an unmistakable calm settling over us, signaling the calm before an impending storm. "Oh, old man, your death was so tragic." My uncles and I involuntarily shuddered in unison. That voice was unmistakable. It was grandmother. "Old man, the depths are lonely and cold. Did you not cherish little Su the most? Then let us take him with us." Indeed, Su Tianxian did not speak in vain. This funeral procession is bound to be fraught with peril. What should we do now? The funeral procession continues its relentless march toward the cemetery, showing no signs of halting. Everyone is immersed in their own thoughts as they move forward, when suddenly, my uncle's hand rests upon my shoulder. Puzzled, I glance at him and inquire, "Uncle, why are you touching me?" He appears taken aback, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. "When did I touch you?" Realizing it was not my uncle's hand, I abruptly turn my head, and a ghastly visage greets my eyes. A face as pale as death, with wrinkled skin and a mole at the corner of the mouth. It is grandmother. Chapter 8. The buried tomb. My grandmother's face rested against my shoulder. Fear overwhelmed me, and I collapsed to the ground as the funeral procession and countless spirits advanced. In that moment of sudden fall, I found myself distanced from my second uncle and the others. Xiao Su, my second uncle called out in a panic. I attempted to rise and return to the procession, but it felt as if a great mountain was pressing down upon me. I glanced around. My eyes met with countless pale and emaciated legs, which surrounded me like trees in a dense forest. Good grandson, grandmother is here. My grandmother's sinister laughter echoed in my ears. No, grandmother, I am your grandson. Your grandson. Please do not harm me. Her withered hands had already reached my neck. I struggled desperately, but it was futile as the sensation of suffocation began to envelop me. Just when I believed my demise was inevitable, a pair of delicate, fair hands lifted me up. I gasped for fresh air, the world around me dimming. When I turned to look at the person beside me, I was momentarily taken aback. Shu Tianshuang. She had come to save me. She thrust a burial garment into my arms and said, "This is clothing worn by the deceased. Once you don it, it will conceal your life force, rendering you indistinguishable from the dead in your grandmother's eyes." I quickly accepted the garment, finally grasping Su Tianshuang's intentions. She had foreseen such an event and had urged me to wear the burial attire to prevent my grandmother from recognizing me. "Remember what I told you," she added. Su Tianxian thrust me aside, confronting my grandmother. Realizing I could offer no assistance here, I scrambled toward the funeral procession. In the midst of my hurried journey, I donned the burial garments. Upon my arrival at the cemetery, I found everyone collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, and the spectral apparitions had vanished. My second uncle rushed to embrace me, exclaiming, "Thank goodness! Xiao Su, you are unharmed." Mr. Pan approached me as well, visibly relieved at my safety. However, upon noticing the burial garments I wore, his expression shifted to one of alarm. "Who permitted you to wear that?" His tone was grave, as if donning the shroud would invoke dire consequences. I recounted the events that had transpired. Mr. Pan inhaled sharply, stating, "Indeed, burial garments can conceal yang energy. That much is true, but what you are wearing is your grandfather's shroud." At this revelation, I stood frozen in shock. My second uncle, realizing the gravity of the situation, rose and approached me, touching the fabric of the shroud and examining it closely. "This is truly my father's burial garment," he exclaimed, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "How could it possibly be on you?" Mr. Pan sighed, remarking, "That girl intends for you to take your grandfather's place in the earth once more. This ruse is indeed cunning. I find it hard to believe that Su Tianxian, who just saved me, could commit such an act. It cannot be. If she intended for my demise, she would not have rescued me in the first place." Mr. Pan shook his head and said, "What she desires is not your life, but something far more significant." "Something else?" Mr. Pan continued, "If I'm not mistaken, your grandfather took something from that entity, and now it seeks the lives of your entire family. The reason that girl is acting in this manner is to obtain that very thing. Does Su Tianxian covet my limbs and senses?" At that moment, my peripheral vision caught sight of my grandmother's grave, and I was momentarily stunned. "What is happening?" "Beside the place where I was buried last night, a small mound has appeared. If my grandfather unearthed me, surely no one would come to fill the grave. Could it be that someone has been buried there instead?" Chapter 9. My father has died? Seeing me frozen in place, Mr. Pan gently tapped my shoulder and said, "Child, quickly remove the funeral garments." Realizing the urgency, I hastily took off the mourning attire. Mr. Pan found a large stone to sit upon, lit his pipe, and began to smoke. As he exhaled a cloud of smoke, the moonlight illuminated his face, casting a somewhat unpredictable shadow. With a deep sigh, Mr. Pan spoke. "I truly did not anticipate that your grandfather's funeral would be accompanied by the wailing of 100 ghosts. This complicates matters significantly." He continued, "Our immediate task is to bury your grandfather. We cannot afford to delay any longer, for dire consequences may ensue." Mr. Pan promptly commanded the pallbearers to excavate my grandmother's grave and simultaneously dig a new burial site for my grandfather. The pallbearers, still shaken by the recent events, wished to flee but were deterred by the fear of encountering spirits again. Thus they complied with Mr. Pan's orders. I pointed towards the grave where I had been buried earlier and said, "Mr. Pan, we should first excavate this grave." This was a directive from Su Tianxian. At this moment, I was uncertain of my feelings towards her. I harbored suspicions that she may have been responsible for the deaths of my grandfather and mother. Yet, she had saved me on multiple occasions. Hence, I resolved to heed her advice once more. The unexpected grave caused Mr. Pan to pause, as he initially believed it to be that of a family member. "Whose grave is this?" he inquired. I proceeded to recount the events of the previous night to Mr. Pan. Upon hearing this, the latter nodded and said, "Let us excavate this. It will save us considerable effort. However, we must also unearth that grave, for I intend to discern what the issue may be." Mr. Pan was, of course, referring to my grandmother's tomb. A few grave bearers assisted nearby, while my second and third uncles joined in the excavation. Soon, the ominous black coffin came into view before my eyes, and the terrifying events of the previous night surged back into my mind. Mr. Pan instructed the bearers to lift the coffin. As they grasped it, they instantly sensed something was amiss. One of the bearers remarked, "Mr. Pan, something is not right. It seems there is someone inside this coffin." Earlier, while recounting last night's occurrences, the bearers had been attentive. Having handled coffins for an extended period, they were well acquainted with their weights. This coffin, evidently, was significantly heavier than an empty one. Upon hearing the word "someone," Mr. Pan's expression darkened instantaneously. "Quick, open the coffin." The group hurriedly began to unveil it. A premonition of dread washed over me, prompting me to rush forward to assist. The moonlight spilled upon the dark coffin, casting a silvery sheen, and as they worked, the lid was gradually pushed aside. A man came into my view. "Elder brother," my second and third uncles exclaimed in unison. The visage was hauntingly familiar to me. It was my father. A resounding buzz echoed in my mind, and tears instantly filled my eyes. My father lay peacefully in the coffin, clad in a shroud, a faint smile gracing his lips. Trembling, I reached out to place my hand beneath his nose. "Dad," I could not help but cry out loudly. Suddenly, I recalled my father's words to me. If he could exchange his life for mine, he would do so without hesitation. The reality indeed proved to be so. My two uncles, having lost their beloved elder brother, were now filled with profound sorrow, their eyes brimming with tears. Mr. Pan, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. The living bury the dead. A scapegoat. Chapter 10. The Wall of Ghosts. Mr. Pan hastily called the coffin bearers to open my grandmother's casket. Once opened, we beheld my grandmother lying peacefully within. It seemed as though Mr. Pan had come to a realization as he abruptly pulled me up from the ground. "Xiao Su, listen to me," he urged. I suppressed my grief and nodded. It appeared my earlier suspicions were indeed correct. Your grandfather had offended a being he should not have, and that entity sought to take your entire family away. The grandmother you have encountered in recent days was not your true grandmother. She has been lying in her coffin all along. If it is not my grandmother seeking our lives, then who could it be? Mr. Pan continued. Initially, your grandfather intended to use your grandmother's death to deceive that entity, but his plan was ultimately uncovered, which is why he dragged you into this predicament. Your grandmother's demise did not confuse that being, nor did my apparent death succeed. During the time I left home and was buried underground, something must have transpired. Su Tianxian must know. Why has she remained silent? And why did my father choose to die in my stead? Who informed him of this method? Your father died in your place. In the eyes of that entity, you have already been deemed dead. You should not have appeared during the weeping of the 100 ghosts. In its perception, I am already deceased, yet I continue to exist in this world. Suddenly, it dawned on me why Su Tianxian insisted I wear the funeral attire. It was to obscure that entity's vision. How could I have failed to heed her advice at that moment? Upon further reflection, it is highly probable that my mother met her demise at the hands of Su Tianxian. It is understandable that disbelief would linger. To resolve this matter conclusively, it is imperative to bring your mother's remains for a joint burial. With 4 lives at stake, that entity should relent. Mr. Pan, feeling somewhat vexed, scratched his head in frustration, lamenting, "Why did I not think to bring your mother's coffin beforehand? This complicates matters." My second uncle quickly interjected, "I will take Xiao Su home immediately to summon people to carry the coffin here." He turned to my third uncle, stating, "Old 3, please wait here for our return." With that, my second uncle and I hurriedly departed. Mr. Pan called after us, "Remember, you must be swift. If you do not return within half an hour, Your grandfather will perish." Upon hearing this, my second uncle and I quickened our pace. The mountain path at night proved exceedingly treacherous. We stumbled and tumbled down the slope. We raced towards the village without pause. The village loomed ahead, eerily silent, sending chills down my spine. To reach it, we had to pass through a desolate graveyard. Under the cover of darkness, with the wind howling ominously, I gazed at the pitch-black path winding through the village, feeling a sense of dread as if countless unseen eyes were fixated upon me. Fear began to envelop me. My second uncle urged me onward, and as we passed the graveyard, glancing at the small mounds on either side, my heart raced with trepidation. The terror was palpable. Just after we rounded a corner, the scene before us left us both utterly stunned. Before me and my second uncle lay a pitch-black rural path, flanked by countless small burial mounds. Had we circled back again? How could that be possible? Yet, the events unfolding before us left no room for disbelief. Suddenly, 3 words surfaced in my mind: ghost wall. I never imagined that we would encounter a ghost wall at such a critical moment. Chapter 11. The morning of family Uncle Air had evidently recognized the gravity of the situation, his countenance transforming into a mask of distress. If we were indeed ensnared by a ghostly wall, it was highly probable that we would be unable to escape throughout the night. In such a scenario, both Uncle Air and I would be in considerable peril. At that moment, I found myself devoid of ideas and, in a state of panic, implored Uncle, "What shall we do?" Uncle Air, possessing a greater understanding than I, first surveyed the heavens. The sky loomed ominously, as dark as a chasm, devouring all traces of light. He endeavored to discern our precise direction by observing the stars, but it was patently futile. Our legs, uneven in length, were further compromised by the spectral deception that shrouded our vision. Regardless of our attempts to walk, we were, in truth, tracing a circular path. This assertion bore scientific merit. Previous experiments had demonstrated that individuals, when blindfolded, would unwittingly navigate in circles rather than straight lines. Uncle Air further elaborated that to extricate ourselves from this predicament, we required a fixed point of reference, and the surrounding mounds of graves were entirely unsuitable. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Xiao Su, I shall remain here. Use me as your reference point as you proceed forward." Alarm surged within me at his words. How could I accept such a risk? What if something were to befall Uncle Air? Sensing my apprehension, he gently placed his hand on my shoulder, urging me to muster my strength. Should no one return home, the 3 of them would be doomed. Acknowledging the severity of our plight, I reluctantly acquiesced. Uncle Air then took a few steps ahead to the corner and called back to me, "Xiao Su, do not gaze at anything around you. Instead, focus solely on me as your guiding reference and walk straight ahead." I gazed at my second uncle and took heavy steps toward him. After just a few paces, I heard a cacophony of wails and cries behind and beside me, as if a multitude were engaged in fervent conversation. Instinctively, I wanted to turn and look, but my uncle's stern voice pierced through the chaos. "Move forward. Do not glance around." I turned my gaze back to him and noticed his eyes were filled with palpable terror, as if he had encountered something profoundly horrifying. From his perspective, it was apparent that the grave mounds on either side were crowded with people, young and old, men and women, each wearing expressions that varied from sorrow to mirth. Some were crouched, others stood, yet all regarded me with malevolent eyes. I quickened my pace and reached my uncle's side, where he offered me a faint smile. "Xiao Su, you should return home and summon the villagers to assist in carrying the coffin to the cemetery." I nodded, rounding the corner and sprinting towards home. This time, I successfully navigated through the chaotic graveyard. The village lay in utter silence, devoid of any sounds. The usual barks and chirps had vanished completely. As I approached my house's entrance, I was met with a heart-wrenching cry, familiar and unmistakable. It was my mother. Could it truly be, as Mr. Pan had said, that something had gone awry at home? I cautiously approached the door, peering through the crack into the courtyard. Inside, the lights blazed brightly, and paper effigies and wreaths were meticulously arranged on either side of the mourning altar. Even the fire pits for burning paper were ablaze with fierce flames. Before the altar knelt 4 figures: my grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother. "My son, how could you bear to leave your mother all alone?" My dear child, my precious grandson, what shall become of your grandmother in your absence? How are we to endure this anguish? The scene before me sends shivers down my spine. Both my grandparents and my parents have long since departed from this world. Who is it that kneels before the altar, weeping and mourning? Chapter 12. The deceased is me. As my gaze settled upon the black and white photograph in the mourning hall, my pupils dilated and contracted in disbelief. The visage captured in the photograph was none other than my own. Could it be true? Had I truly perished? No, this must be an illusion. In a state of panic, I retreated step by step, overwhelmed by the surreal nature of my surroundings. Suddenly, I halted, as if colliding with another presence. I swallowed hard and stiffly turned my head, only to behold the ghastly countenance of a paper figure. Terror coursed through me, and I collapsed onto the ground, my back against the courtyard gate, eyes wide with horror as I stared at the paper figure before me. Was this not the young boy from the mourning hall? Clad in tattered red paper garments, the figure's cheeks were adorned with blood-red blush, and its formerly hollow eyes now glistened with 2 drops of crimson, fixated intently upon me. A slow, eerie smile crept upon its lips, and the paper figure began to advance towards me at a deliberate pace. Desperately, I attempted to distance myself, but suddenly, I felt an emptiness behind me. Caught off guard, I toppled backward. With a thud, I fell heavily to the ground, my vision engulfed by the inky blackness of the sky. At that moment, a face gradually emerged into my line of sight. Blood-red blush, a pallid visage, and 2 paper braids. It was the paper maiden. Like the paper boy, her lips curled into a peculiar smile as she extended her paper hand toward me. I scrambled to my feet, frantically distancing myself from her grasp. However, before my heels could firmly settle, I felt a grip upon my arm. Following the sensation, I turned to see my grandmother. Her complexion was ashen, and her gaze lifeless. Terrified, I struggled desperately, yet her grip felt as unyielding as iron. My dear grandchild, you have returned. Grandfather and my parents soon surrounded me, their faces pallid and their expressions numb, leaving me uncertain whether their feelings leaned towards joy or sorrow. This is the funeral we prepared especially for you. It is getting late. Let us see you on your way. As my grandmother released my arm, I attempted to seize the moment to flee, but 2 young boys and girls seized my hands and feet. In an instant, my body was flipped and lifted by the 2 children. It was then I realized that my limbs were immobilized and darkness enveloped my vision. The sound of the coffin lid scraping against the wood filled my ears, confirming that they had opened the coffin. In the next moment, I felt myself being confined within a cramped space. I was back inside the coffin. The lid slowly descended, and the noise of it grinding against the coffin felt torturous. Suddenly, silence enveloped the outside world, sending a chill through my heart. Without Su Tianchuan's talismans this time, what was I to do? Or rather, would anyone discover that I had been confined within the coffin? A loud bang resonated in my ears, the sound of the door being kicked open. Xiao Su, where are you? Upon hearing this voice, joy surged within me. It was my second uncle. He had arrived. I struggled desperately, yet to no avail. I possessed only consciousness, unable to command my own body. Could it be that this fellow encountered some misfortune? My uncle's voice echoed once more in my ears. Uncle, I am right here in the coffin. Please hasten to open it and take a look. The cacophony of footsteps reached my ears, as it seemed many had gathered in the house. I beg of you, help me carry this coffin to the graveyard. No, I cannot be lifted. I am still within the coffin. Chapter 13. The other side of the underworld. At that moment, I felt the coffin being lifted. A chilling sensation coursed through me, accompanied by trembling, swaying, and jostling. An overwhelming wave of terror and despair surged forth once more. I'm not dead. I truly am not dead. I screamed silently within, striving to produce a sound, yet to no avail. I could faintly hear footsteps outside the coffin and sense its jolting movements. However, I was utterly incapable of speaking or opening my eyes. My uncle must have concluded that I was missing. No one would know that I was trapped within this coffin. What on earth is happening? My grandfather, grandmother, and parents are all deceased, yet I have seen them at home. Coupled with Mr. Pan's words, could it be that I am indeed under the influence of that entity? But what precisely is that entity? Surrounding me, there was an eerie stillness. occasionally interrupted by heavy breathing and the sound of weighty footsteps. I lost track of time until the coffin was finally placed upon the ground. Have we arrived? Where is Xiao Su? Anxious inquiries from my third uncle reached my ears. I have no idea where I am. I am here. I am inside the coffin. Please, I implore you, open the coffin and take a look. Just then, Mr. Pan's voice echoed in my ears. We should first proceed with the burial of the coffin. What is happening outside, I do not know, but I can distinctly feel the coffin being lifted, though I'm unable to move. I can clearly sense the unfolding events around me. Raise the coffin. Bury it. With Mr. Pan's thunderous shout, my heart sank into utter despair. I realized that once buried, I would have no chance of survival. No one knew I was here. I would confront death directly, an irrevocable end. The incessant sound of dirt being thrown onto the coffin relentlessly tormented my mind. I felt a pang of unwillingness. I was merely 20 years old, with a long journey ahead in life. I had yet to build a family or truly explore the world outside. Now, my fleeting existence was about to be punctuated with a finality. Second brother, do you hear any sound from inside the coffin? My third uncle's voice, tinged with fear, echoed in my ears. Upon hearing this indistinct voice, a flicker of hope surged within me. Yes, third uncle, I am still here in the coffin. I implore you to open it and take a look. Don't speak foolishly. ISNT, the situation chaotic enough already. Despair enveloped me completely. No matter how I struggled or shouted, those outside remained oblivious. The sounds from the outside world were entirely muffled by the earth, leaving me only with the rhythm of my heartbeat and breath. Yet my body remained paralyzed, unresponsive. Even if I regained the ability to move now, what difference would it make? I could not escape. Cold, so very cold. I could distinctly feel my breaths growing weaker. Am I to die? I am truly unwilling. Yet I am powerless, my consciousness gradually fading, my heartbeat and breath slowly coming to a halt. Uncertain of how much time has elapsed, I find myself traversing a narrow, secluded path adorned with an abundance of blossoms. The petals glisten with a luscious vibrancy, crimson as blood, revealing only flowers devoid of leaves. Blooms flourish beyond, thriving in death. As leaves fall in silence, unseen. My last recollection is one of frigid cold, an icy chill that penetrates to the bone. How did I arrive in this place? Is this the road to the underworld? A wry smile dances upon my lips, for it seems I cannot escape the inevitability of death. Along this path, a multitude of souls wander, men and women, young and old, clad in garments of vivid red and purple funeral attire, their cheeks adorned with bright rouge. They tread upon the tips of their toes, myself included. This realm is the abode of the departed, the final resting place for the deceased. Ultimately, I have succumbed to death. Now, I find myself at a loss, uncertain of what actions to take or choices to make. As I stand there, paralyzed by indecision, a hauntingly familiar nursery rhyme drifts from afar, echoing in the stillness. Chapter 14. The 9 Dragons Carrying the Coffin. It is grandfather. This nursery rhyme accompanied my childhood, and I am thoroughly familiar with it. Grandfather is guiding me. As I glance around, I find that the people nearby seem oblivious to this voice. They continue to walk forward in a daze. I search for the source of the sound, yet I cannot discern from which direction grandfather's voice emanates. Just as I feel a surge of helplessness, a delicate hand grasps my wrist. Follow me. I turn to see the exquisite visage of Su Tianxian before my eyes. Her attire is strikingly different from before. She has shed her white dress for a vibrant red gown, holding a crimson umbrella. Her hair is elegantly styled in an updo. Her figure is slender and graceful, her features exquisite and flawless, as if descended from the heavens. Suddenly, I realize that there are others around me dressed in a similar fashion. Many individuals adorned like this are traversing the dim pathway. A legend about the road to the underworld springs to mind. When one departs this life, a ferryman guides them between realms. Could it be that these individuals clad in qipao are the ferrymen? Do not speak, do not look around. Stay close to me. I will take you to see your grandfather. Su Tianxian leads me down a side path. We step onto a secluded trail where only she and I walk. I lose track of time as we journey onward, until a great mountain looms before us. It obscures the sky, shrouded in darkness, blocking out the sun. At the foot of the mountain, I behold a familiar figure. It's grandfather. I was overwhelmed with joy to be reunited with my family in such circumstances. It was a tremendous source of comfort for me. Su Tianxian and I made our way toward grandfather, but as we moved forward, he also advanced ahead. Throughout this encounter, an insurmountable distance lingered between us. A sense of urgency washed over me, and I grasped Su Tianxuan's hand, eager to chase after grandfather, yet she held me back firmly. Soon, we followed him to the hillside. Before me appeared a small opening, leading into a narrow passage that could accommodate only one person at a time. I traversed the passage for what felt like an eternity until, suddenly, the scene before me took my breath away. Before my eyes lay a colossal coffin, flanked by the remains of 9 dragons, each positioned at various points around the coffin, embedded within the mountainside. The sight of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin left me gasping in awe. Su Tianxian, upon witnessing this spectacle, exhibited a glimmer of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed 4 small coffins nestled upon the mountain. Why do these coffins seem so familiar? It felt as though I had seen them before, yet the memory eluded me. Grandfather turned to me with a smile, saying, "My dear grandson, I am sorry for the hardships you have endured." Those words sent a shiver through me, and with tear-filled eyes, I gazed at grandfather. "Grandfather," I exclaimed, as I rushed into his embrace, where he affectionately stroked my head. In that moment, all the grievances I had harbored over the past days were released. After expressing my pent-up feelings, I dared to voice my lingering confusion. "Grandfather, what on earth is happening?" As my grandfather began to respond, an overwhelming sensation of being observed enveloped my entire being. I turned my gaze towards the 9 dragon corpses and was instantaneously rendered motionless. The 9 dragon carcasses, colossal in size, were in a state of desiccation. At that moment, one of the dragon's eyes shifted, fixating intently upon me. Chapter 15. The Awakening of the Dragon's Corpse. Grandfather. The dragon's corpse is moving. Upon hearing these words, my grandfather's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the abyss. Within it, the immense coffin swayed gently, as if something within were striving to break free. My grandfather abruptly pivoted, seizing my shoulder with a serious countenance, and earnestly instructed, "Xiao Su, to keep it brief, you must remember what I am about to say." His tone was grave. His face darkened with an intensity that suggested the very essence of despair. "You were never meant to exist in this world. Everything you possess has been taken from the celestial coffin, and now, the truth has come to light. The entities within are emerging." The celestial coffin my grandfather spoke of must refer to the very coffin before us. They will reclaim what rightfully belongs to them one by one. In order to survive, you must take Tianxian as your mentor. The celestial coffin within the abyss began to tremble more violently, while the tails of 9 dragon corpses embedded deeply into the mountainside gradually revealed themselves amid the tumult. As the situation grew increasingly dire, my grandfather's words hastened. "No matter what transpires, do not doubt Tianxian. She is the only one in this world you can trust." Surrounding rocks and boulders began to shift ominously, cascading into the abyss with a thunderous noise, while the enormous celestial coffin emitted a creaking sound. A dense, black mist seeped through the cracks. "The celestial coffin is about to open. Quickly, you and Tianxian must leave this place. It is no longer safe here. At any moment, they may discover us." "Who are they?" Seeing me still in a daze, my grandfather gave me a gentle push and exclaimed urgently, "Hurry, leave this place." Noticing that my grandfather had no intention of departing, I anxiously asked, "But what about you, grandfather? Aren't you coming with us?" The sound of falling boulders filled my ears, and a chilling wind surged forth from the heavenly coffin, mingling with the anguished cries of spirits, creating an eerie atmosphere. My grandfather smiled at me with calm determination as he took steps back, and his gentle voice echoed in my ears once more. "Dear grandson, I shall remain here. The path ahead is long and arduous. I hope you can live on with resilience." His words struck my heart like a thunderclap, and tears cascaded from my eyes like a river breaching its banks. "Grandfather, no, Dad and Mom are gone. Grandma is gone. I cannot bear to lose you too." Memories of the years spent with my grandfather flooded my mind, and the sorrow within me became unbearable as I rushed toward him. I had already lost 3 beloved ones. I could not stand by and watch my grandfather leave me as well. But at that moment, Su Tianxian grasped my arm firmly. "We must go." I struggled, but Su Tianxian resolutely dragged me away from that place. As I turned back for one last glance at my grandfather, he offered me a faint smile before leaping into the abyss below. I successfully escaped the mountain alongside Su Tianxian, when suddenly the entire mountain began to tremble violently, as if it were collapsing towards the ground. I fell to my knees with a thud, bowing 3 times in reverence towards the mountain. Chapter 16. The hungry ghost Su Tianxian stood quietly beside me, waiting until the mountainside had completely calmed before pulling me to my feet. This was not the moment for sorrow. Your task now is to depart from this place and return to your own body. I wiped the tears from my face and inquired, "Return? How am I to go back? Am I not already dead?" Su Tianxian shook her head gently and replied, "Indeed, you have perished, yet if you return to your corporeal form before dawn, you shall be revived." She gestured toward a narrow path before us and instructed, "Follow this road without heeding anything you may see or hear, and above all, do not look back. This journey is one you must undertake alone. When the moment is right, I will provide you with guidance." As I gazed upon the dimly lit path ahead, memories of the souls that once traversed it flooded my mind, sending a chill through my heart. Regardless of the trials that lay ahead, I resolved to press on for the sake of survival. Stealing a glance at Su Tianxian, I took a deep breath and set forth along the winding path. The sides of the trail were overgrown with weeds, a mist curling above them, rendering the scene eerily surreal. As I continued, faint sounds began to emanate from ahead. Straining to listen, I discerned what seemed to be the sound of something being chewed. Unease crept into my heart, quickening my pace. Everything in this place was disconcertingly strange, utterly shattering my perceptions of reality. The more I pondered, the more fear enveloped me, and I broke into a run, propelling myself forward with urgency. A chilling breeze whispered ominously in my ears, and amidst this unsettling sound, an abrupt rustling reached my senses. I distinctly observed the nearby thicket swaying violently, as if some entity were poised to emerge from within. The source of the rustling was indeed there, quickening my pace. I was on the verge of passing the thicket when a shadow sprang forth from the underbrush. Instantly, I felt a chilling grip around my ankle. Something had ensnared me. Off balance, I stumbled to the ground, glancing back as a wave of cold terror surged from my feet to the crown of my head. A ghastly, pallid hand clutched my ankle with an iron grip. Following the hand, I beheld a man, reduced to naught but a torso. His upper body was bare, emaciated, resembling a charred, withered tree, devoid of flesh, the skin hanging loosely as if merely a garment. "Help me, help me. I do not wish to be consumed. I do not wish to be eaten," he wailed in despair. I kicked and struggled desperately with my right foot, but the ghastly hand felt as though it were fused to my ankle, resisting all my efforts to break free. At that moment, the thicket rustled once more. A ghastly visage emerged, followed by its entire form. Its mouth was narrow and minuscule, akin to a tiny pinhole, while its abdomen loomed large like a hill, seemingly capable of devouring anything whole. Deep-set sockets housed decaying eyeballs, yet it still retained the ability to discern its surroundings. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a cavernous black maw from which a foul stench wafted into my nostrils. "What is this? A ghoul?" He lunged towards the half-corpse of a man, sinking his teeth into the man's shoulder. "Ah, help me. I beg you, save me." The ghoul began to devour the man's flesh, forcibly extracting his eyeball and haphazardly pressing it against his own eye socket. The bloodied orb dangled precariously in the ghoul's hollow gaze. I must devise a means of escape, for I am acutely aware that once the man is consumed, I shall be the next victim. Chapter 17. Encountering Mother again, yet the man was half consumed, and he stubbornly clutched my ankle, coupled with the insatiable hands of the hungry ghost dragging him. I found it impossible to break free. "Help me. I beg you, save me. I do not wish to be devoured." I desperately kicked with my right foot. "You do not wish to be eaten. Neither do I." The ravenous specter continued to gnaw at the man's flesh, and I realized I could no longer endure this. My kicks transformed into a frantic tugging as I summoned all my strength to crawl forward. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack, as if something had broken, and my legs regained their mobility in an instant. Struggling to my feet, I sprinted ahead, though the bloodied, ghostly hand still clutched tightly at my ankle. Soon, I found myself on the previously familiar road teeming with wandering souls. I exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that the hungry ghost had satiated its appetite and ceased its pursuit. As for the severed limb of my ankle, I had no time to dwell on it. I continued down the road alongside the spirits, praying fervently for Su Tianxian to provide me with guidance, for who knew what might leap forth next. This path was crowded with wandering souls, and countless ferrymen clad in red kipeos. Without a hint from Su Tianxian, I could only meander aimlessly like the other spirits. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed before my eyes. I paused in astonishment, frantically searching the crowd for that fleeting silhouette. Where had it gone? Where did that figure disappear to? I feel a tremor coursing through my entire being, as a wave of sorrow engulfs my heart in an instant. Tears begin to cascade down my cheeks, rendering my vision increasingly hazy. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of that familiar figure once more. My lips quiver incessantly, and the word nearly escapes my mouth. That well-known silhouette is none other than my mother. Like other wandering souls, she is aimlessly moving forward. I quicken my pace and reach her side, with a sight of her gentle face causes my tears to flow uncontrollably. "Mother," I manage to utter, my voice trembling. In her presence, I completely forget the words of caution imparted by Su Tianxian. Before my mother, I cannot maintain my composure. I yearn for her, truly yearn for her. Ever since learning of her passing, she has occupied my thoughts every moment. I long to see her one last time, even if just for a fleeting glance. Upon hearing my call, a flicker of recognition crosses her dazed eyes as she turns to me. Her gaze shifts from confusion to clarity, then to sorrow, as tears begin to trickle down her cheeks. In silence, we gaze at one another, our hearts heavy with unspoken words. My mother, in a state of panic, starts to look around frantically, grasping my hand and urging me toward the roadside. "Son, hurry. Hurry and leave. This is not a place for you." No sooner has she spoken than a chilling wind sweeps through the air, plunging the temperature to freezing levels. All the wandering souls come to a halt, and in unison, they turn their heads to fixate their piercing stares upon me. In that fleeting moment, I feel as though I am ensnared by countless vengeful eyes. These restless spirits resemble poised, venomous serpents, sending chills down my spine and instilling a profound sense of dread within me. A sinister voice echoed from the surroundings. It was grandmother's voice. An involuntary tremor coursed through my body. I could not pinpoint when it began, but grandmother's gentle tone had transformed into a nightmarish refrain, haunting my thoughts. "Now, I shall see how you escape. Return my hand to me." Chapter 18. The final admonition. Grandmother's voice turned hauntingly piercing, penetrating my eardrums and striking at the very essence of my soul. Simultaneously, the surrounding wails of tormented spirits erupted into chaos, swirling in a frenzied escape. "Son, hurry, run," my mother cried out in a panic. At her frantic call, realization dawned upon me, and I bolted, yet the sinister laughter of my grandmother drew ever closer. In that moment, a narrow path emerged beside the road, and concurrently, Su Tianxuan's voice reached my ears. "Enter the path and run straight ahead. Find your own body. Only then can you return to life." Her voice lingered near, as if she were right beside me. Just as I stepped onto the path, a vice-like grip ensnared my right hand, accompanied by my grandmother's malevolent laughter. "Ha ha ha! At last I've caught you. You took my right hand. Now is the time for you to return to me." I turned my head with difficulty, and there was my grandmother, her ghastly face devoid of color, fixated upon me with malicious intent. I struggled with all my might, but her grip was like iron, unyielding. I pushed forward with all my strength, while she pulled back with equal force, a sharp pain radiating from where my shoulder met my upper body, causing me to gasp. If this continued, my right arm would surely be torn asunder. Just as I feared that my arm would be wrenched from its socket, My mother's piercing scream pierced through the chaos. "I will not allow you to harm my son." I abruptly turned to look back, only to behold my mother in a state of madness, her eyes a vivid crimson. In that moment, she resembled an enraged lioness, fiercely overpowering my grandmother, who had been possessed by malevolent spirits. My grandmother's long, sharp nails left several bloody scratches upon my hands. "Xiao Su, run!" I struggled to rise, my gaze fixed upon the fierce struggle between my mother and grandmother. And in that fleeting moment of distraction, my grandmother ruthlessly pierced my mother's chest with her hand. "Mom, hurry and leave. Xiao Su, run!" Despite the grievous wound, my mother remained steadfast, restraining my grandmother's movements. Tears streamed down my face as my mother continued to shout at me. "Xiao Su, you must go. I cannot be by your side any longer. You must live with strength." The sight of my mother in such torment tore at my heart, and I fiercely wiped my tears, calling out to her, "Mom, I will live well, I promise." Upon hearing my words, a smile graced her face. Yet I could only depart without looking back. I dashed down the narrow path, tears cascading down my cheeks into the wind. I lost track of time as the scenery around me began to shift. A full moon hung high in the sky, and I collapsed to the ground, cradling my head and weeping. My mother had protected me until the very last moment. How could I be so ineffectual? I could not even safeguard my own mother. After weeping for a while, I composed myself. I must not betray my mother's hopes. I must live with determination. I surveyed my surroundings and realized I had arrived at the village entrance. As my mind settled, I was suddenly struck by a chill. My body radiated a faint white light, and to my astonishment, I began to fade away. When my gaze fell upon my right hand, which had been scratched by my grandmother, I was momentarily frozen in place. My hand was a vivid crimson, dripping with scarlet blood. What was happening? There was no time for contemplation, as the cold engulfed my every sense. I made my way toward the cemetery, and with each passing moment, the chill intensified. Upon reaching the graveyard, I beheld a freshly constructed tomb. Standing before the grave was a figure. Chapter 19. The paperman's grasp, the silhouette of the figure appeared somewhat familiar, as if I had encountered it before. I refrained from rushing forward to investigate, instead opting to conceal my presence and observe from a distance. I watched as the individual wielded a shovel, diligently digging at my grave. Through the hazy moonlight, I discerned the person's features. Mr. Pan? Why was he excavating my grave? Since his arrival in my life, Mr. Pan had been a steadfast ally, earning my trust even more than Su Tianxian. Yet, in this moment, I could not fathom his motives for disturbing my resting place. Remaining still, I sought to uncover the true intentions of Mr. Pan. Before long, he had unearthed the grave and leaped into the pit. Responding instinctively, I followed suit. "Mr." Pan gazed at the dark coffin within the grave, displaying no hesitation as he opened it to reveal the corpse. As the coffin creaked open, a palpable excitement enveloped Mr. Pan, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably. The moonlight, dim and mournful, cast a somber glow upon the coffin. There, my lifeless body lay in serene repose, exuding a warmth that beckoned to me. In that moment, I felt akin to a person on the brink of freezing, my corpse resembling a comforting hearth, drawing me closer. Mr. Pan reached out, gently caressing my face within the coffin, his touch tender as though he were reverently handling a masterpiece. The flesh bestowed upon me by the heavens. How exquisitely perfect it appeared. Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable chill coursed through my veins. The night was as dark as ink, and an old man, filled with excitement, was caressing your body in a manner that would repulse anyone. Mr. Pan hoisted my corpse from the coffin. A wave of panic surged within me. If Mr. Pan took my body away, I would be unable to return to life, ultimately succumbing to disintegration. Unable to restrain myself, I shouted, "Mr. Pan, what are you doing?" Immediately after, regret washed over me. I should not have startled the snake in the grass, but rather waited for the opportune moment to reclaim my body. Alas, it was too late for such thoughts. Mr. Pan's expression hardened as he stood and scanned the surroundings, failing to detect my presence. A cold smirk crept onto his lips as he casually produced 2 leaves from his pocket and waved them before his eyes. These were willow leaves for revealing spirits. His previously vacant gaze transformed into one as venomous as a serpent, locking onto me with unwavering intensity. He had seen me. Kid, I never anticipated your life to be so tenacious. You managed to escape from the depths of hell. His tone dripped with contempt, as if he were addressing a mere insect. Mr. Pan, what do you intend to do? Put my corpse down at once. I felt myself gradually fading away. I knew that within 5 minutes, I would completely dissipate. I never expected Lu Linlong's grandson to be so foolish. What do I intend to do? Naturally, I plan to kill you, to fully inhabit your body. Mr. Pan formed a seal with his hands, and beneath the moonlight, 2 diminutive figures approached me, their paper-crafted bodies and pallid faces adorned with 2 blushes as crimson as blood. It was indeed the pair of youthful spirits. At this moment, everything became clear to me. My demise was not a mere coincidence, but an inevitability. All of this was orchestrated by Mr. Pan lurking behind me. The celestial youths before me were also brought to my home by Mr. Pan. I turned, casting a furious gaze upon him, and exclaimed in a roar, "It is you. This entire affair is your doing." Chapter 20. A sinister feeling. Mr. Pan hoisted my lifeless body and rose to his feet, a glimmer of derision flickering in his eyes as he proclaimed, "You are partially correct. Your demise is indeed my doing, but the deaths of others bear no relation to me." His initial objective had always been my corporeal form. Mr. Pan first gained my uncle's trust, only to devise a means to inflict harm upon me. Suddenly, his expression morphed into one of profound malice, and he spat venomously. "If it weren't for that girl, you would have perished long ago, and I wouldn't have to exert such effort. Yet, at this moment, you pose no threat to me. After all, your soul is destined to disperse. Indeed, this is not the time for such discourse. I must reclaim my body, or I shall truly be lost. I must survive. For my mother's sake, I must endure." I lunged at Mr. Pan, but he merely smirked coldly as he waved his hand, and I felt my limbs ensnared. Turning to glance behind me, I saw that the paper figures, the golden boy and jade girl, had inexplicably appeared at my back, their paper-made hands binding my extremities with unyielding grip. The visages of the paper figures loomed dangerously close, sending waves of panic coursing through me. I struggled desperately, yet it was futile. Mr. Pan approached, bearing my body before me. "Do not worry. I shall completely inhabit this vessel and live on in your stead," he assured, before turning away with a booming laugh. As I watched his silhouette recede into the distance, a sense of urgency ignited within me, and I shouted, "Stop! Stand still!" I was toppled to the ground by the paper figure, desperately crawling forward. Helplessness, panic, and dread surged within my heart. Mr. Pan's silhouette vanished into the darkness, and my fury reached its zenith. "Just wait. If I manage to survive today, I shall ensure your dismemberment." The pent-up rage within me was on the brink of eruption, yet I found no outlet for my anguish. The paper boy pinned me down, his frigid hands tightening around my neck. A suffocating sensation enveloped me, and the scattered radiance around me intensified. I was fading away. Hif. The corners of the paper boy's mouth curled into a sinister smile as I exerted every ounce of strength to struggle, but he remained unmoved. Despite being a mere paper construct, how could he possess such formidable strength? Alongside the suffocation, I also experienced an excruciating cold. It was so cold, I felt weary and somewhat numb. Ever since my grandmother's passing, I had been grappling with the will to survive. Yet, I understood that regardless of my struggles, the ultimate outcome would only be an end. Having faced death once, I found myself oddly more composed in the face of it again. After all, at this moment, death seemed to offer me a form of liberation. However, I felt a pang of guilt towards my mother. She had sacrificed her life to ensure my survival. With that thought, I summoned my last reserves of strength to open my eyes, only to behold the paper-faced boy grinning wickedly at me. Suddenly, I felt warmth emanating from the boy's chest. At this moment, my plight is akin to that of the little match girl. The cold envelopes me, while the warmth before me resembles a matchstick, and I am acutely aware that striking it will not grant me life. Yet, the yearning for warmth compels me to extend my hand. My bloodied hand, one scratched by my grandmother, slowly sinks into the chest of the innocent boy, and an extraordinarily eerie sensation begins to spread within me. Chapter 21. He is my disciple. It is an exceedingly peculiar sensation. My body is merging with the paper figure through the bloodied hand. Gradually, I perceive my entire being enveloped within the paper entity. The chilling moment dissipates, replaced by a gentle warmth. I glance at my hands, now transformed into sheets of white paper. Struggling to rise, I feel as though my body has become a marionette, rigid and numb. The paper figure is devoid of soul and spirit, merely a puppet manipulated by Mr. Pan. Yet, why have I found myself within this paper body? Suddenly, I recall the scratches on my right hand inflicted by my grandmother. Could it be that the bloodied hands serve as a conduit for my entry? Although the current situation eludes my understanding, inhabiting the paper figure may not be entirely disadvantageous. At the very least, I shall not vanish, affording me ample time to reclaim my corporeal form. Within the confines of the paper entity, the other maiden has also lost her purpose, standing silently in place. The foremost task now is to locate Mr. Pan, but where could he possibly be? As I ponder this, a faint sound of footsteps reaches my ears. My nerves instantly tense, and I turn to discern the source, only to behold a graceful silhouette approaching from the darkness. As she draws nearer, I am able to ascertain her true identity. It is Su Tianxian. Upon witnessing the two paper figures standing before the graveyard, a glimmer of cold light flashes in her eyes. Fearing an assault from her, I hastily declare, "It is I." The voice emanating from the paper figure is hoarse, akin to the sound of sandpaper scraping against itself. Su Tianxian was momentarily taken aback, a look of perplexity appearing in her beautiful eyes as her cold voice reached my ears. "Lu Su," I nodded, my movements stiff and awkward. At that moment, I gazed at Su Tianxian through the moonlight and noticed her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, though I could not discern whether it was due to the moonlight or her inherent condition. Who did this? Her voice remained icy and calm, yet I could distinctly sense the concealed fury beneath her tranquil demeanor. I recounted the events that had just transpired. After listening, Su Tianxian uttered a mere 3 words. "Follow me." She then directed a powerful strike toward a nearby girl. Boom! The girl was instantly reduced to mere fragments, swirling through the air like confetti. Having completed this, Su Tianxian began to stride forward. I hurriedly followed in her wake, my unfamiliarity with this body causing me to waddle like a penguin. To my surprise, Su Tianxuan's originally hurried pace began to slow, as if she were accommodating my struggles. Soon, we arrived at a house in the neighboring village. Without a word, Su Tianxian delivered a kick to the wooden door, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The courtyard was cluttered with items associated with mourning: paper figures, paper horses, and floral wreaths adorned with colorful lights. Mr. Pan stood in the yard, while my body was positioned in the center, surrounded by white cloths, the dim glow of candlelight illuminating Mr. Pan's somewhat unpredictable visage. Upon seeing Su Tianxian, he gasped, "You are alive." Su Tianxian stepped forward, the hem of her crimson qipao fluttering in the night breeze, accentuating her exquisite figure. Her voice was icy to the core, causing an involuntary shiver to run down my spine. "Do you truly believe that with your meager skills, you can inflict harm upon me?" Mr. Pan retreated step by step, his eyes brimming with terror. "It's impossible. You cannot possibly survive. I have unleashed that entity upon you. How could you endure under its relentless pursuit?" Mr. Pan's gaze was fixated on Su Tianxian when suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, he burst into uproarious laughter. Chapter 22. Reclaiming the body. Ha ha ha. "You are injured. You are injured." At last, I comprehend why Su Tianxuan's complexion appeared so ghastly. It was due to her wounds. No sooner had the words left my lips than the paper figures and horses in the courtyard began to stir, coming to life one after another. "As long as I can delay you, I can seize this corpse. At that moment, you will be utterly powerless." The paper figures and horses surged towards Su Tianxian, yet she remained unperturbed, effortlessly forming a hand seal. With a casual wave, a beam of golden light erupted forth, repelling all the malevolent entities. "What does injury matter?" Su Tianxian advanced steadily towards Mr. Pan, declaring, "Today, I shall reveal to you that Lu Su is my disciple. Should anyone harm him, I will ensure they are torn asunder." Hearing this declaration warmed my heart, yet simultaneously filled me with shame. Recalling my previous unfounded suspicions towards Su Tianxian, even going so far as to show her disdain, I felt a pang of guilt. Mr. Pan, astonished to witness Su Tianxian's remarkable strength despite her injuries, cast a glance at my body. Gritting his teeth, he darted toward a nearby wall and, with a deft maneuver, leaped out of the courtyard. "Reclaim your body. I will return," he uttered, and Su Tianxian pursued him. I hastily approached my own body, yearning to re-enter it but unsure of how to proceed. The reason I had entered the paper figure's body was due to the blood hand serving as a medium. Thus, to reclaim my own body, I required the blood hand once more. I reflected on the sensation I experienced when I first entered the paper figure's form. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through my right hand. I quickly glanced at it, only to find my paper-crafted hand drenched in blood. To re-enter my own body, I must first extricate myself from this paper figure. If the bloodied hand serves as a conduit, then I can indeed pull myself from this corporeal form. Gritting my teeth, I directed the bloodied hand toward my chest. The paper crumbled, and the bloodied hand effortlessly pierced through my ribcage. In the next moment, I felt something aiding my separation. Abruptly, the paper figure collapsed entirely, and I found myself standing before my own body. The bone-chilling sensation enveloped me once more, while my physical form radiated an alluring warmth. I gently placed the bloodied hand upon my body, and that familiar, eerie sensation washed over me again. Unlike the previous occasion, this time I was overwhelmed by dizziness. My vision darkened, and I fell into complete unconsciousness. I cannot ascertain how much time passed before I slowly opened my eyes, greeted by the familiar ceiling of my home. Was I carried back here by someone? I struggled to sit up, climbed out of bed, and made my way outside. As I entered the living room, I spotted Su Tianxian seated in the Eight Immortals chair, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing my movements, she did not lift her gaze, but simply remarked, "You're awake." I nodded and said, "I am awake, thank you. Without your assistance, I fear I might have." Su Tianxian set aside the book she held, her captivating eyes glancing at me with a hint of indifference, and remarked, "There is no need for gratitude. Everything I have done is merely to repay the kindness your grandfather showed me." What kind of kindness could my grandfather have extended to Su Tianxian? This thought left me somewhat perplexed. Yet, I refrained from inquiring further, for I understood that even if I posed a question, she would remain reticent. Suddenly, I recalled Mr. Pan and asked, "What transpired after I fell unconscious last night?" Chapter 23. The malevolent star of 9 evils, Su Tianxian, cast a fleeting glance in my direction and remarked, "I went after that paper craftsman, but he managed to escape. Upon returning, I found you unconscious on the ground and brought you back. Is that all?" I had expected Su Tianxian to capture Mr. Pan. And what of the malevolent spirit that tormented me? Su Tianxian offered no response to my inquiry. Her chilling gaze swept over me, and she uttered 2 words, "Kneel down." Kneel down? Suddenly, I recalled my grandfather's admonition, urging me to pay homage to Su Tianxian as my master upon my return. Last night, she had publicly acknowledged me as her disciple in Mr. Pan's presence. Therefore, to kneel now must signify the initiation of my apprenticeship. With a resounding thud, I knelt before Su Tianxian, bowing my head thrice and calling out, "Master." A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Su Tianxuan's eyes as she instructed, "Rise." I stood up, and she continued, "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I will disclose the knowledge you seek, for it pertains to your very life." Su Tianxian gradually unfolded the entire tale. It all traced back to the entities confined within the heavenly coffin. The coffin harbored the malevolent star of 9 evils. Upon my birth, they seized my limbs and senses, and it was through my grandfather's arduous efforts that he reclaimed what I had lost. I had already encountered the heavenly coffin. It was that enormous casket. Your grandfather could not contain the malevolent star of 9 evils within the heavenly coffin. It has now escaped. Your grandfather originally intended to feign death to deceive others, but his plan was uncovered. Thus, he had no choice but to find someone closely related to you to take your place in death, in order to create a semblance of reality. In a desperate bid for my survival, my father entered the coffin and sacrificed himself in my stead. Su Tianxian recounted the 9 malevolent stars within the celestial coffin: Qing Tian, Tualuo, Mars, Lingxing, Dijie, Dikong, Qisha, Pejuan, and Tanlang. These 9 malevolent stars are the origin of the 9 malevolent fate in the world from which individuals bearing such fates are derived. The 9 malevolent stars in the celestial coffin do not refer to individuals, but signify a destiny, an immense force. Originally, the matter could have concluded here. Yet that wretched entity went on to take the lives of my mother and grandfather. The subsequent events are thus easily comprehensible. Su Tianxian was not trusted by her 2 uncles, and Mr. Pan intervened, forcing me once again into the gaze of that malevolent force. Upon hearing this, a sense of confusion washed over me, prompting me to inquire, what has become of that wretched entity? It has been injured by me and shall not re-emerge for some time. I finally understood the extent of Su Tianxuan's clandestine efforts on my behalf. She had been battling that malevolent entity, which delayed her timely rescue of my family. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of guilt consumed me. Su Tianxian had aided me so selflessly, and yet I had doubted her. I truly felt unworthy. Su Tianxian rose, placing her middle and index fingers lightly upon my forehead, and after a pause, she spoke. The malevolent energy has entered your body. Periodically, you shall endure the pain of its intrusion. I shall quell the malevolent energy within you using the 8 characters blood evil. Bear in mind that the bloodied hand should not be employed unless absolutely necessary, for its usage may exacerbate the malign force circulating within you. With that said, allow me to disrobe, to undress before a beautiful woman. Upon witnessing Su Tianxuan's earnest expression, I had no choice but to comply. As I removed my garments, Su Tianxian pricked her finger, marking the 8 characters blood evil upon my back. Master, whose 8 characters are you using? I inquired. I had heard from my grandfather about the 8 characters blood evil, which serves to subdue malevolent spirits. However, the individual tied to those characters would also be affected. In other words, should I suffer from the pain of malevolence, the person associated with the 8 characters would share in my torment. My heart swelled with profound gratitude for Su Tianxian. At that moment, a sudden thought struck me, and I hastily asked, Master, what about my 2 uncles? Chapter 24. The emergence of the malevolent star. Su Tianxuan's steps faltered, yet she did not turn back. Your 2nd uncle has gone missing. As for your 3rd uncle, I have sent him away for the time being. What? My 2nd uncle is missing. Su Tianxuan's voice echoed once more in my ears. If your 3rd uncle remains by your side, he may be embroiled in this matter, potentially losing his life. As for your 2nd uncle, there is no need to search for him. He cannot be found. After saying this, Su Tianxian retreated into her room. I wished to inquire further, but the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. I refrained from pursuing her for answers, for I understood that if Su Tianxian chose not to divulge certain matters, no amount of questioning would elicit a response. Returning to my own quarters, I pondered the implications of my 2nd uncle's disappearance. Could it be related to Mr. Pan? I retrieved my phone, intending to contact my 3rd uncle. However, my calls went unanswered. Undeterred, I dialed several more times, yet still met with silence. With a long sigh, I silently vowed to uncover the truth behind my 2nd uncle's fate. Lu Su, gather your belongings. We must depart. Su Tianxuan's voice called from outside. Gather my belongings? Depart? Where are we headed? I opened the door to find Su Tianxian waiting at the threshold. Master, where are we going? I inquired. Su Tianxian explained in a calm manner. The emergence of the Qingyang malevolent star pertains to your life. We must urgently locate the individual possessing the fate of the Qingyang malevolent star. Given the gravity of the situation concerning my life, I dared not delay and hurriedly prepared for our departure. Gazing upon the desolate old residence, memories of my days spent within its walls flooded my mind, and a wave of sorrow washed over me. Su Tianxuan's enchanting eyes flickered towards me as she gently remarked, Let us pay tribute to your family, and then we shall depart. I nodded in agreement, secured the door, and made my way towards the ancestral grave. With every few steps, I turned back, reluctant to part from the old abode. Throughout the journey, Su Tianxian remained silent. Upon reaching the burial site and honoring my family, we proceeded to the village entrance. A luxurious car caught my eye, from which emerged a middle-aged man clad in a suit. Master Tianxian, the man addressed with utmost reverence. Su Tianxian nodded in acknowledgement, and soon thereafter, she guided both me and her to the city of Tianfu. I was quite familiar with Tianfu, having attended university there. Su Tianxian led me to the front of a shop that appeared to be a relic from the last century. Two ancient bronze lanterns hung from the doorframe, adorned with intricate, mysterious carvings, while a sturdy sign boldly proclaimed the name, Jian Hall. Su Tianxian opened the shop door, revealing a modest first floor furnished with an ancient table and two grand armchairs, their ornate carvings attesting to their age. She then ascended to the second floor, pushed open a door, and said, "This will be your room." After a moment's thought, she added, "My room is next door. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to knock." I nodded, entered the room, which, though small, was impeccably clean and tidy. I had just organized my belongings when a sudden, excruciating pain pierced through my chest, causing me to collapse onto the floor. The agony swiftly spread throughout my entire body, leaving me breathless and heartbroken. Had the malevolent force manifested? With great difficulty, I called out towards the door, "Master." Su Tianxian seemed to sense something amiss and hurried to the doorway. Upon seeing me sprawled on the ground, without uttering a word, he gathered me into his embrace. Chapter 25, The Outburst of Malevolent Energy Master. It hurt so much. My complexion was pale, my lips trembled, and I curled up in Su Tianxuan's embrace, my body shaking violently, my vision blurred. I clutched tightly to her slender, fair arms. At that moment, I felt as if every cell in my body was quaking madly due to the agony. I gritted my teeth, the pain nearly causing me to lose consciousness. This torment transcended mere physical suffering. It emanated from the depths of my soul. If this continued, I would perish from the anguish. Do not fear. Breathe deeply. Su Tianxuan's calm voice reached my ears, akin to a tranquilizer that gradually soothed my panicked heart. She extended her index and middle fingers, gently tapping my forehead. In an instant, the pain dissipated, replaced by a soothing warmth. The blood malevolence had taken effect. All the suffering I endured was transferred to Su Tianxuan's body. This caused her delicate brows to furrow, her fair face pale, yet she uttered not a word. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before my trembling body gradually settled into calmness. Seeing that I was no longer in distress, Su Tianxian released me, standing up to say, "Rest well." I gazed at her tightly knit brows, concern etched on my face as I inquired, "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine." With that, she exited the room. I lay on the bed, my heart unsettled for a long while. The pain of the blood malevolence is a torment that few can endure. Su Tianxian remarked that every so often, the malevolent energy within me would flare up, and the use of blood magic would only exacerbate its frequency. There were but two remedies to alleviate this predicament. The first was to once again imprison the 9 evil stars within the heavenly coffin. The second was to cultivate virtue through good deeds. Given my current capabilities, it was utterly implausible to contain the 9 evil stars. Thus, apart from the latter option, there seemed to be no means to mitigate the malevolent energy within me. I contemplated asking Su Tianxian if she could assist in locating someone with the auspicious fate of the Qinyang star. However, upon witnessing the deep furrow in her brow, I swallowed the words that perched on the tip of my tongue. Unbeknownst to me, as night descended, Su Tianxian ascended to the rooftop of the shop, gazing up at the vast expanse of twinkling stars. The purple star emerged, the 9 evils manifested, and the Qinyang star shone particularly brilliantly. It appeared that the search for the Qinyang star would hinge upon the coming days. The following morning, I rose early. Recalling Su Tianxian's weary demeanor from the previous night as she endeavored to dispel the malevolent energy, I felt a pang of guilt. I had intended to purchase breakfast for her, yet when I arrived at the first floor, I was taken aback. The 8 immortals table was already laden with an array of breakfast delicacies, and there sat Su Tianxian on the 8 immortals chair, sipping porridge. "Come and eat," she said upon hearing my footsteps. I took a seat opposite her, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Surely, I was an inadequate disciple. It was unreasonable for my master to attend to my needs. After finishing our meal, I resolved to demonstrate my own capabilities. "Master, please refrain from ordering takeout in the future. It is unhealthy. From this moment on, I shall personally prepare meals for you." Su Tianxian was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in silence. After tidying up the meal boxes, Su Tianxian placed the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone upon the table and said, "Liu Su, come here." I hurriedly approached Su Tianxian. She delicately picked up the ink brush, and while grinding the ink, she continued, "In a few days, I will be away for a while, and upon my departure, I entrust the management of Jian Hall to you. Manage Jian Hall." But I possess no skills for such a task. Does Su Tianxian truly have such faith in me? Chapter 26. The ghostly banknote. Do not worry. I shall ensure that everything is arranged before my departure. Su Tianxuan's gesture of grinding ink was exceptionally graceful. She gently set down the stone mortar, unfurled the rice paper, and delicately grasped the brush. "Pay close attention, for this concerns your ability to accumulate merit." I fixated on Su Tianxuan's meticulous painting, her movements gentle and her strokes deliberate, allowing me to discern every detail of her work. As I gazed at her, I found myself lost in thought. It was the first time I observed Su Tianxian with such tranquility. The strange occurrences that had transpired earlier flooded my mind, especially the scene of her saving me, which felt surreal, almost dreamlike. "Have you learned?" Su Tianxuan's inquiry jolted me back to reality, and I felt a tinge of embarrassment as I shook my head and replied, "Not yet." I had been too engrossed in recalling recent events to notice what she had painted. Su Tianxian remained unperturbed, her tone still remarkably calm, as she picked up the brush and continued to create ghostly banknotes before my eyes. This time, she did not pose any questions, and she completed 7 or 8 pieces in succession. "And now," she asked, "have you gained some understanding?" Su Tianxian handed the brush to me. I looked at the ghostly banknotes on the table, eager to replicate them, but Su Tianxian swiftly reclaimed them. "These banknotes are intended for spirits. Should your heart waver during imitation, you shall not acquire merit." I nodded, reflecting on Su Tianxuan's previous actions. As I lifted the brush, an unfamiliar sensation coursed through me. I sensed a subtle stirring of the malevolent energy within. However, I did not experience the same pain as I did last night. Su Tianxian glanced at me, as if she had anticipated this. "The malevolent energy within you is too strong, although I have suppressed it to avoid suffering from its consequences in the long term. You must swiftly master this skill." Upon hearing her words, I felt no hesitation. I quickly focused my thoughts and began to draw from my memory. Su Tianxian was right. Having taken her as my mentor, I could not remain dependent on her forever. My life was a precious gift, exchanged for the lives of my dear ones. How could I easily abandon it over the mere act of drawing ghost money? Just as I began to grasp some insights into the art of drawing ghost money, a middle-aged man entered the Jian Hall. This man, with a rotund figure and a greasy face, adorned with a large gold chain, unmistakably bore the mark of a nouveau riche. The moment he laid eyes on Su Tianxian, who was seated in the 8 Immortals' chair engrossed in a book, he hurried to her side, pleading, "Master Tianxian, you must help me." Su Tianxian appeared entirely unperturbed by the situation, not even raising an eyebrow, and replied in a calm voice, "Please leave, I won't see you." The man attempted to say more, but upon contemplating Su Tianxuan's esteemed position, he could only sigh deeply and exit the Jian Hall. Throughout the afternoon, countless individuals sought her guidance, yet Su Tianxian turned them all away. I couldn't help but wonder why she did not even inquire before dismissing them. Had she sustained injuries while assisting me yesterday? With this sense of guilt weighing on my heart, I dedicated myself even more earnestly to drawing ghost money, presenting each completed piece to Su Tianxian for her review. In the evening twilight, I finally completed a ghostly talisman that met Su Tianxuan's approval. Su Tianxian retrieved 2 charms from his pocket and placed them into my hands. "I shall depart tomorrow, and you must heed my next words carefully, leaving not a single syllable unheard." I nodded earnestly. Previously, in the village, my failure to heed Su Tianquan's counsel had led to the current predicament, and I could not afford to disregard his words this time. Chapter 27. Su Tianquan's departure. The first matter at hand, upon my departure, is that you shall officially manage Jian Hall. Shall I really take charge? I exclaimed, my eyes wide with disbelief as I regarded Su Tianxian. I had assumed she was merely voicing a fleeting thought. I am neither skilled in divination nor adept at fortune-telling. How could I possibly oversee Jian Hall? Do not rush. Allow me to finish, she urged, suppressing my doubts. I acknowledged that Su Tianxian must have her reasons for entrusting me with this responsibility, and I resolved to comply. You will open the doors for business, but refrain from engaging in excessive conversation with anyone who does not bear the surname Su. Should a visitor arrive with the surname Su, listen to their concerns and assist them in finding a resolution. Isn't this akin to divining for others? The matters they seek are related to the supernatural, so you must exercise caution. With that, Su Tianxian handed me a talisman. This is a thunder talisman. Shortly, I will instruct you on how to activate it. I took the talisman, scrutinizing it closely. This thunder talisman was crafted from superior yellow paper adorned with vibrant red cinnabar. The incantations inscribed with bold strokes that seemed to penetrate through the paper. I could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within the talisman. Undoubtedly a creation of Su Tianxian herself. She then presented me with a small length of red cord and continued, the thunder talisman is to be employed against malevolent spirits. But remember, you must never eradicate them completely. My confusion reached its zenith. If I were not to eliminate these spirits, were they to remain and wreak havoc? Unable to restrain myself, I inquired about her reasoning. The moment the words escaped my lips, I regretted my impulsiveness, for I knew that Su Tianxian's nature would not yield an answer. As anticipated, Su Tianxian simply uttered that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed before deftly shifting the topic. The red string must be tied to the hand of the specter. This is the crux of the entire matter. With the talisman in hand, I possess the capability to confront malevolent spirits and the confidence required to accomplish this task. Moreover, should anyone impede you while you navigate the affairs of the supernatural, affix this talisman to their forehead. Then, hasten back to Jian Hall. During these days, do not remain idle. Continue to craft ghostly banknotes. If that individual pursues you, present them with your ghostly notes. Su Tianxian rose and strode towards the entrance. By the way, there's a study on the second floor containing books on divination. You might wish to peruse them. I hurriedly called after Su Tianquan's retreating figure. Master, you haven't had dinner yet. Why not eat before you leave? Su Tianxian paused, silence enveloping the air for a good 10 seconds, before softly responding with an affirmative and turning to sit before the 8 immortals' chair, beginning to leaf through the ancient texts on the table. I had merely ventured a suggestion, not expecting Su Tianxian would actually return. At that moment, my astonishment was palpable. Yet, despite my surprise, I resolved to prepare a delightful meal for Su Tianxian. At that time, my acquaintance with Su Tianxian was still superficial. It was later that I discovered her penchant for food. After dinner, Su Tianxian departed from Jian Hall, leaving me alone in the vast space. I sat at the table, engrossed in illustrating ghostly banknotes. Su Tianquan's revelations regarding these matters must undoubtedly be connected to the Qinyang evil star among the 9 fiends. This concerns my very existence. Thus it is imperative that I remain vigilant. After crafting several ghostly banknotes, I retired to my chamber for the night. The following day, I opened the doors of the Jian Hall and commenced my business. Around midday, a customer arrived at Jian Hall. It was a man. May I inquire if Master Tianxian is present? The man, appearing to be in his 40s, was clad in a sleek black suit, adorned with a tie, and his hair was meticulously slicked back, unmistakably signifying him as a prominent figure. Chapter 28. The Su family. I inquired about his surname, to which he replied that it was Li. Rising to my feet, I addressed the man, stating, "My master instructed me before his departure not to readily reveal fortunes to just anyone. It would be wise for you to seek a more adept practitioner. If he were not of the Su lineage, there was no reason to squander words. What purpose would further dialogue serve? I am not versed in divination." The man parted his lips as if to speak again, yet I did not grant him the opportunity, gesturing for him to leave. Reluctantly, he complied. For several consecutive days, many visitors graced Ji-Yoon Hall, including wealthy heirs, corporate professionals, and even a few notable actresses seeking guidance from Su Tianxian. This influx clearly reflected Su Tianxian's considerable renown. Those who came to seek divination were invariably courteous and respectful. A handful attempted to curry favor with me in hopes of establishing a connection with Su Tianxian, offering lavish red envelopes amounting to tens of thousands, all of which I resolutely declined. In that moment, it became evident to me that money held little significance for Su Tianxian. On a day when the skies wept incessantly, casting a somber pall over the air, I sat at the Eight Immortals table, engrossed in the art of crafting ghost money. Through days of diligent practice, I had nearly mastered this skill. At that juncture, the door of Ji-Yoon Hall swung open, and a woman entered. She first set aside her umbrella, tousling her damp hair, and inquired, "Is Master Tianxian present?" The voice resonated with familiarity. I turned my gaze to behold a young woman standing at my doorstep. Upon recognizing her visage, I found myself momentarily frozen in place. The individual before me was none other than my high school classmate, Su Luo. I could scarcely believe that the person Su Tianxian had been waiting for, bearing the surname Su, was indeed her. There existed a certain history between us. During the first semester of our senior year, she had confessed her feelings for me, only to be met with my rejection. My sole focus at that time was to diligently study and gain admission to a prestigious university. Subsequently, in the second semester, she withdrew from school. The specifics of her departure remained unclear to me, though rumors circulated that it was due to entanglements with some delinquents at school, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. Su Luo, of a similar age to mine, possessed striking beauty, with a pair of deep, clear eyes and soft, full lips. Her delicate, dainty nose graced her lovely, innocent face. "Su," Su Luo exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The umbrella in her hand fell to the ground with a soft thud as her enchanting gaze roamed over me, delight illuminating her features. I promptly invited her to sit down and prepared a pot of tea to warm her. As she lifted the teacup, her peripheral vision darted toward me, causing her to inadvertently scald her lips while sipping. "Su, how is it that you are here?" Su Luo inquired, a blend of surprise and curiosity evident in her tone. I recounted the story of how I had become Su Tianxuan's disciple. Upon concluding my narrative, Su Luo lowered her gaze, took a sip of tea from the cup on the table, and gently set it down, turning her attention to me with a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Su, you remain as remarkable as you were during our school days, managing to become a disciple of Master Tianxian. I cannot help but wonder if it is merely my illusion, but upon revealing that I am a disciple of Su Tianxian, I noticed a palpable shift in Su Luo's demeanor towards me. With a gentle smile, I replied, "Please do not say that. I am not exceptional at all." Su Luo pursed her lips into a smile, her captivating eyes reflecting a hint of admiration as she responded, "How can you say you are not exceptional? You excelled academically and were quite handsome. I was utterly captivated by you back then." While I cannot dispute her claim regarding my academic prowess, I find a notion of being handsome somewhat acceptable, yet I have no recollection of her being enamored to such an extent. Our interactions were rather limited, and I remained perplexed as to why she held such affection for me. However, I must confess that my feelings for her are rather lukewarm, especially since I have heard rumors of her involvement with multiple boys. Alas, I remember confessing my feelings to you, only to be met with rejection, which left me quite heartbroken at the time. As she spoke, a look of sorrow crossed Su Luo's delicate face, and I could even see glistening tears in her eyes. "By the way, Su, do you currently have a girlfriend?" Chapter 29. An eerie smile, Su Luo gazed at me with an expression brimming with anticipation. I was momentarily taken aback. What did my relationship status have to do with her? Could it be that she harbored feelings for me? Such a notion was absurd. I was currently entangled in my own precarious situation. Romance was the least of my concerns. "Not at present," I replied. "Really?" Su Luo exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise. I had no intention of delving further into this matter with her. setting aside the rumors regarding her dropping out and the subsequent scandal. It was unnecessary for us to probe deeper into our connection. Su Luo, did you come here seeking something from my master? I inquired directly. If her request pertained to matters of the supernatural, she was undoubtedly searching for the person of the Su surname. Su Luo hesitated slightly, her gaze lowering as she softly confessed, I do have an urgent matter to discuss with your master. I wonder if you could facilitate a meeting with Master Tianxian. My master is currently away and will not be returning for several days. Please share your concerns with me instead. Her eyes were filled with skepticism as she shook her head, stating, You won't be able to resolve this, Lu Su. Can you please help me contact your master? This matter is truly pressing. It was understandable that she doubted my capabilities. Reflecting on the various overtures she had made towards me moments ago, I suddenly grasped her intentions. She sought to leverage my connection to solicit Su Tianxuan's intervention. This realization stirred a slight discontent within me. In recent days, aside from crafting ghostly talismans, I had also perused the books on divination and fortune-telling located on the second floor. He gazed up on Suluz Delicat Vizik, for she had just been drenched by the rain, causing her light makeup to diminish considerably, rendering her appearance all the more fitting. The corners of Su Luo's eyes were rounded, arching gracefully, with her irises spinning restlessly. Women possessing such a gaze often belong to the category of green tea. However, I perceived a faint aura of darkness swirling around her brows. This indicated that Su Luo had recently been beset by misfortune, haunted by malevolent spirits. If I were not mistaken, you have encountered a vengeful ghost. Su Luo looked at me with wide eyes of astonishment. After a brief moment of hesitation, she suddenly leaned closer, her beautiful gaze fixed intently upon me. She grasped my hand, exclaiming, Lu Su, I never would have imagined you possessed such prowess. This unexpected gesture caught me off guard. The proximity of her charming face and her rosy lips intensified my inner turmoil towards her. Especially the overwhelming scent of her perfume was rather disconcerting. I quickly distanced myself and said, I can resolve this matter. You need only tell me. I mused that had it not been for Su Tianxuan's prior instructions, I would not have engaged with Su Luo at all, were she not of the Su family. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I would have asked her to leave. After a considerable delay, Su Luo began to recount her ordeal. I cannot recall when it started, but I've been dreaming of a woman and a child during the night. One day, after a long and exhausting day at work, I returned home and collapsed in a bed. In a state of semi-consciousness, I detected a faint rustling emanating from the living room. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, I dismissed it without a second thought. After an indeterminate period, the heavy thud of footsteps reverberated outside my bedroom door. I was jolted awake, only to discover myself paralyzed, struggling to breathe and incapable of opening my eyes. The door creaked open. I was instantly enveloped in an icy chill that sent shivers down my spine. The heavy footsteps resumed, drawing nearer until they reached my bedside. As I desperately fought to move, I felt the covers being yanked away, exposing me to a gust of frigid air. A freezing hand then began to caress my body. The icy hand roamed frantically, accompanied by the sound of children's laughter echoing in my ears. Suddenly, the sharp scratch of nails against my skin pierced through the air, and I distinctly heard the sound of flesh tearing. An excruciating pain jolted me back to full awareness. Gasping for air, I frantically surveyed my surroundings but found nothing amiss. However, the throbbing pain in my chest was undeniably real. I glanced down at my chest to find it covered in blood and raw flesh. In that instant, I knew that everything that had just transpired was not a figment of my imagination, but a terrifying reality. Chapter 30. The ominous knock on the door. I hastily rose to my feet, eager to flee this place. The moment my hand brushed against the doorknob, the bedroom door creaked open of its own accord. Instinctively, I glanced down, only to see a pale child's hand slowly extending through the crack, suddenly seizing my ankle. A scream escaped my lips as I collapsed to the floor. A ghastly face squeezed through the opening, grinning at me with an unsettling smile. As Su Luo recounted these harrowing events, her body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes brimming with terror. Lu Su, I understand you may find my words hard to believe, but I assure you, they are the unvarnished truth. That pair of ghostly mother and child resides in my home. Su Luo stood before me, unexpectedly unbuttoning her shirt, revealing a deep ravine that caught my gaze, while her fair skin bore shocking scratches. At that moment, I could not help but admire Su Tianxian's foresight. She had foretold that the desires of the Su family would inevitably pertain to the supernatural, and now, one by one, it was all coming to fruition. She curled up, weeping bitterly, her shoulders shaking. I am merely 20 years old. I do not wish to die, yet Su Luo lifted her head, grasping my hand tightly. Her eyes glistening with tears, her voice choked with emotion, and in that instant, I found myself feeling a strange sense of pity for her. Lu Su, will you help me? Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Su Luo clung to my hand, her body gradually leaning closer to mine, her softness brushing against me in an almost deliberate manner. She lowered her gaze and spoke in a barely audible whisper. Even if you asked me to do that, I would be willing, for despite the passage of so many years, my feelings for you remain unchanged. I hastily pushed Su Luo away, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded me. She could hardly fathom my refusal. Then, as if a thought struck her, she lifted her head and, with a face full of grievance, said, I know you must have heard the unfavorable rumors about me, but they are all false. I left school due to family issues, and even after dropping out, you have always lingered in my heart. To this day, my body remains untouched. Untouched, though I had not ventured into the realm of divination. I could still discern that the current Su Luo was not a maiden. I understood her deceit was a ploy to garner my wholehearted assistance. Yet, whether she was pure or not seemed of little consequence to me. I would certainly aid her, as it pertained to my very existence. However, the series of actions she had undertaken since entering the room left me feeling somewhat resistant. Rest assured, Su Luo, I will help you resolve this matter. As for any form of compensation, there is no need for discussion, for we are classmates after all. Upon hearing my words, Su Luo fell silent. Her head bowed as she appeared lost in thought. Soon, night descended, and with the 2 talismans Su Tianxian had given me in hand, I accompanied Su Luo to her residence. Upon arrival, I was taken aback to discover that Su Luo resided in such an upscale community. Entering her home, I was further astonished by the opulent decor within. It appears that Su Luo has fared quite well over the years. However, at that very moment, the lights in the room began to flicker violently, reminiscent of a candle struggling against the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. A wave of tension washed over me as I surveyed my surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated behind me, the sound of someone knocking at the door. Chapter 31. The eerie bathroom, the once bright lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the room into an oppressive darkness. Outside, the relentless rain fell, and the night sky was an impenetrable void, devoid of stars and moonlight, resembling an immense black hole that devoured everything. A shiver coursed through me as I clutched the talisman Su Tianxian had bestowed upon me. Su Luo, startled by this sudden turn of events, let out a frightened gasp and clung to my right arm. The emotions shared between individuals are profoundly influential. Her panic inevitably heightened my own anxiety. Lu Su, are we gonna die? Su Luo's delicate frame trembled incessantly, her voice laced with terror. I barked, if you wish to survive, then silence yourself. My feelings towards Su Luo had always been fraught with resentment. Had it not been for Su Tianxuan's prior instructions, I would have never offered her assistance. Yet, her presence now exacerbated my fear, igniting my anger. Su Luo promptly fell silent. The living room was vast and lavishly decorated, with exquisite carpets and a grand crystal chandelier, all reflecting the owner's ostentatious taste. Could this truly be Su Luo's residence? Doubts began to creep into my mind. The oppressive sound of knocking reverberated from the bathroom, the most sinister corner of the room. I inhaled deeply, gripping the talisman tightly, and approached the bathroom. This was not my first encounter with malevolent spirits. My previous experience involved lost souls devoid of resentment. Yet, as I had yet to discern the presence of a vengeful spirit, I could already sense the suffocating aura of malevolence and grief. This sensation tightens my skin and sends a chill seeping from my very marrow. "You wait for me outside," I said to Su Luo. At this moment, Su Luo's face was ashen, her entire form trembling. She opened her mouth, her voice quavering as she stammered, but, there is no but. "If you wish to avoid death, wait for me outside." I do not know how Su Luo attracted the attention of that malevolent duo, but my instincts warned me that it could not bode well. Just moments ago, I had glimpsed a photograph on the table in the living room, a snapshot of a woman nestled in the embrace of a man. Yet, the woman in the photograph was not Su Luo. However, such matters are not for me to ponder. My focus must be on how to fulfill the task entrusted to me by Su Tianxian. With this thought, I grasped the thunder talisman in my right hand and extended my left to open the bathroom door. Just as my hand brushed against the doorknob, the dull thuds of knocking ceased abruptly. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open. Inside the bathroom, darkness enveloped me, rendering everything invisible. I retrieved my phone and activated the flashlight. The light, which should have been radiant, appeared dim and muted in this profound obscurity. It became evident that such utter darkness could indeed consume light itself. The bathroom was spacious. Apart from the sink and toilet, a black curtain loomed directly before me, concealing what I presumed to be a bathtub. It was empty, devoid of any presence. This cannot be. The knocking had unmistakably emanated from this very spot. Could it be behind the curtain? With great trepidation, I was about to lift the black curtain when suddenly a chilling atmosphere enveloped the restroom, causing my heart to race as if it were about to leap from my throat. A shiver ran down my spine as an icy hand grasped my arm. There was someone. No, it was a ghost. I clutched the talisman tightly, silently invoking the incantation to activate its power. I whirled around abruptly, only to find myself frozen in place at the sight of the figure behind me. Chapter 32. The dual threat of mother and son. The figure behind me was none other than Su Luo. "Su Luo, are you out of your mind? Did I not instruct you to wait outside?" A surge of anger coursed through me. My shout caused Su Luo to tremble, and large tears cascaded down her cheeks. I was a bit scared, so I came in. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to regain my composure. "My apologies. Any sensible woman would have chosen to wait outside in such a situation. You decided to come in without a sound, leading me to believe I was haunted, nearly prompting me to use my only thunder talisman." Creak! The bathroom door slowly closed. I rushed forward, attempting to grasp the doorknob, but I was a moment too late. Despite my desperate efforts to pull it open, the door felt as though it had been welded shut, impervious to my attempts. Damn it! I was trapped in here. The dim light of the flashlight spilled across the doorframe, and at that moment, a flash of crimson caught my eye. I quickly directed the beam towards the door. My pupils dilated in horror as I beheld the scene before me. The bathroom door was covered in a multitude of bloody handprints. The sheer number and density of the prints, varying in size and direction, resembled barnacles clinging to the body of a whale. A wave of unease washed over me, sending chills down my spine. At that moment, Su Luo's terrified scream pierced through the air. Suddenly, a tightening sensation gripped the skin on my back, as an endless chill enveloped my entire being. I turned abruptly, and a ghastly, pallid visage of a woman materialized before my eyes. Her eyes, devoid of color, were entirely white, and the faint semblance of a smile at the corners of her lips sent a shiver down my spine. My hand trembled, nearly dropping the talisman. When had she appeared? Why had I not perceived the slightest sound? In an instant, cold sweat broke out all over me, and upon glancing at Su Luo, I found her unconscious on the ground, paralyzed by fear. I forced myself to hold my breath and steady my mind. This would hopefully keep the specter from detecting my presence. We were perilously close, and the ghost's sunken eye sockets wept two streams of crimson tears that cascaded down her face. In the depths of her eyes, I discerned a reflection of my own emotions, terror, panic, dread. I felt an unsettling pressure against my abdomen and turned my gaze downward. To my horror, her protruding belly pressed against mine, allowing me to discern the ghastly cracks on her pallid skin, as if something were poised to escape from within her. I dared not exhale. Given the proximity, I was utterly incapable of employing the talisman. The ghost's face drew closer, and she inhaled the air around me. I surmised that she could not see, but was instead relying on her senses to ascertain my location. Once she confirmed my status as a living being, she would undoubtedly launch an attack. A sudden sound shattered the air, akin to something fracturing, and before I could fully comprehend it, I heard the distinct patter of droplets striking the ground beside me. Suddenly, I sensed a droplet at my feet, prompting me to glance downward once more. There, I beheld the abdomen of the female specter gradually fissuring, revealing a gruesome expanse of flesh and blood, a sight both horrific and macabre. It became abundantly clear that the substance trickling onto my instep was none other than the ghost's crimson lifeblood. The cracks in her belly widened, flesh tearing apart, sinews intertwined. As the vivid blood gushed forth uncontrollably, my skin trembled in response, and the ghastly tableau before me stirred a tempest within my stomach. There was something within the specter's belly yearning to escape. No sooner had this thought crossed my mind than a pallid, spectral hand erupted from the bloody mass, reaching out towards me. Chapter 33. The power of thunder talismans. My expression hardened as I staggered backward, losing my balance and falling to the ground. The mother and son of malevolence. Curse it, how could I have forgotten such a crucial matter? When Su Luo recounted this incident, she had repeatedly emphasized that it was the ghost mother and child. Yet, here I was possessing a single thunder talisman, pondering how to confront two vengeful spirits. I must activate the talisman before this little ghost emerges. A sinister smile crept across the lips of the female ghost, a twisted expression brimming with malice that sent shivers down my spine. You will assist her. You are doomed. The ghost's voice was chilling and filled with venom, echoing in my ears like a malevolent chant. Internally, I screamed, I do not wish to aid her, but alas, my master forbids it. The ghost's abdomen had become a gruesome mess, and a bloodied little head began to emerge. This was a child of merely 5 or 6 months. The small ghost was drenched in crimson blood, struggling with all its might to wriggle free from the ghostly mother's belly. Suddenly, the female ghost erupted in wrath, emitting a piercing scream as she lunged at me with her gaping maw. In a moment of desperation, I swiftly rolled aside, clutching the thunder talisman and silently chanting the incantation. Suddenly, the talisman crackled and sparked, emanating brilliant blue arcs of electricity. Having missed her target, the ghost's body lurched forward due to inertia. With determination, I sprang to my feet and hurled the talisman directly at the ghost. Boom! Thunder roared, and the talisman instantly transformed into a torrent of electric arcs that engulfed the female ghost entirely. The ghost's wretched scream reverberated throughout the room. My legs weakened, and I collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the convulsing female specter before me, yet I felt no sense of relief. The thunder talisman bestowed upon me by Su Tianxian would not vanquish the ghostly mother. It could only inflict injury upon her. After all, I needed to bind the red string around her arm. But what if the talisman's power proved insufficient to render her unconscious? What then would I do? The female ghost convulsed for a time before falling still, prompting a long sigh of relief to escape my lips. I extracted the red string from my pocket and approached the specter, poised to bind it to her hand when a voice, laden with malice, pierced the air from behind me. Let go of my mother. I spun around suddenly, only to find Su Luo had somehow risen from the ground. But this was not the Su Luo I knew. Her small face was ashen, her eyes filled with a sinister resentment, bearing the expression of a child consumed by rage. Let go of my mother. Before me stood Su Luo, possessed by the spirit of the child within the ghostly mother. This was dire. I had been compelled to use the thunder talisman. How could I contend with Su Luo, now inhabited by a malevolent spirit? Before I could devise a strategy, Su Luo lunged at me with astonishing speed. I scarcely had time to react before she brought me crashing to the ground. Her hands clutched my throat with an iron grip, and despite my desperate struggles, I found them futile. Though Su Luo was a woman and likely weaker than me, the spirit possessing her rendered her strength formidable enough to subdue even a dozen strong men. I felt as though my neck might snap under her grasp. The sensation of suffocation spread throughout my body, my eyes bulging as my vision blurred into an indistinct haze. I am acutely aware that if this continues, I shall be suffocated by Su Luo Yet, what recourse do I possess at this moment? My consciousness begins to blur. Before me, Su Tianxian materializes, and I fantasize that she might come to my rescue once more. However, this is akin to a fool's errand. At that instant, I feel a searing heat in my right arm, and the bloodied hand reappears. Chapter 34. A critical moment. I was unsure from whence the strength originated. Yet I plunged my bloodied hand through Su Luo's chest, gripping with such force that it felt as if I had seized hold of something tangible. I then lifted my foot and delivered a kick to her abdomen, causing Su Luo to topple backward due to the inertia of the movement. This very action forcibly extracted the small malevolent spirit dwelling within her. Gasping for breath, I clutched the spirit tightly, unwilling to let go. A sound akin to meat sizzling over charcoal filled my ears, accompanied by the anguished, heart-wrenching wails of the spirit. My vision blurred from lack of oxygen, rendering me capable of perceiving only a small outline desperately thrashing about. In that moment, a familiar pain surged through me. The malevolent energy was manifesting. I promptly released my grip on the spirit, collapsing to the ground and curling up like a shrimp. The pain, it was excruciating. Damn, that malevolent energy. Just as I felt myself slipping into unconsciousness, a wave of warmth enveloped me from behind, spreading throughout my body. It was the blood energy of the 8 characters. In an instant, the agony vanished. I gasped for air and turned my gaze toward the spirit, noticing that the area where my bloodied hand had grasped it had turned pitch black. Consequently, the spirit lost its ability to move and fell to the ground. Struggling to regain my footing, I understood the urgency of tying the red string around the ghostly figure's wrist before departing this place. I retrieved the red string and approached the unconscious female ghost, securing it around her wrist. There was no time to linger. I had to leave this place without delay. I gazed at Su Luo, who lay unconscious on the ground, hesitating for a moment before assisting her to her feet and guiding her towards the exit. Regardless of Su Luo's past actions, I was acutely aware that leaving her here would surely lead to her demise. My conscience could not permit such a fate. Just as I opened the bathroom door, a chilling breeze swept in from outside, forcing me to stagger backward. With a resounding bang, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a figure standing silently at the threshold. What was this? Could there possibly be a third malevolent spirit in this abode? Before I could ponder further, the figure stepped inside. As he approached, I discerned his features more clearly. He was a man clad in a black funeral garment, possessing a robust physique and strikingly handsome visage, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Upon witnessing the scene within the bathroom, he paused momentarily, then shifted his gaze to me. Our eyes locked, and the first thought that flashed through my mind was that this man was not among the living. He was a ghost. I instinctively recoiled, maintaining a cautious distance from him. He regarded me coldly, and in that instant, I felt as if I were ensnared by a venomous snake. A sudden chill enveloped me, as an invisible pressure bore down upon me. Who was he? I had initially anticipated that the man would launch an attack, yet unexpectedly, after a fleeting glance in my direction, he diverted his attention to the ghostly mother and child. With a swift motion, he conjured a chain that materialized in his hand, evoking thoughts of the spectral enforcers, the black and white impermanents. Could it be that the man before me is a grim reaper from the underworld, here to collect this pair of ghostly mother and child? The aura emanating from him feels perilous, and every cell in my body resists the urge to engage with him further. Yet suddenly, I recall the words of Su Tianxian. If one encounters any obstruction while dealing with matters of the supernatural, one should simply affix another talisman to the assailant's forehead. The 35th ghostly envoy has arrived. Could it be that this is the very specter before me? I stealthily reached into my pocket, clenching another talisman tightly. It was evident that the ghostly envoy had come to escort this pair of ghostly mother and child away. Previously, Su Tianxian had advised me that, unless absolutely necessary, one should refrain from exterminating them entirely. In other words, I was to release the ghostly mother and child before me. At that moment, the ghostly mother on the ground stirred, and then, with an exceedingly eerie motion, she rose to her feet. The first instinct of the ghostly mother upon regaining mobility was to fix her gaze upon me. Her eyes, as venomous as those of a serpent, bore into me, sending shivers down my spine and instilling a deep sense of dread. With a piercing shriek, the ghostly mother unleashed a chilling wind that swept through the room, rendering it as frigid as an ice cavern. "I will kill you," she cried, soaring into the air, her tone laden with malice, her voice sharp as a blade. In the blink of an eye, a ghastly pale visage loomed before me, and her ghostly hand lunged toward my chest with alarming swiftness. The speed of the ghostly mother was so formidable that I could scarcely react. Just as peril seemed imminent, I suddenly heard a fierce wind whistling past my ear. The mournful staff had come into view. With a resounding thud, the mournful staff struck the ghostly mother on the head with tremendous force, sending her hurtling away. I stiffly turned my head to the side, where I found the ghostly envoy, wielding the mournful staff, coldly observing the ghostly mother sprawled on the ground. As the ghostly mother struggled to rise, the once malevolent and vengeful glint in her eyes vanished, replaced by an overwhelming terror. The ghostly enforcer advanced toward the ghost mother, each step intensifying the formidable aura that enveloped him. Although I did not confront the enforcer directly, I could still perceive the overwhelming pressure he exuded. My hand, clutching the talisman, trembled uncontrollably. The enforcer's might was beyond my imagination. I feared that even before I could approach him, I would be detected, inevitably destined to be taken away by him. With a swift motion, the enforcer removed the chains coiling around his left arm and flung them into the air. A sickening sound echoed as the chains pierced through the ghostly figure's peep of bone, blood splattering in the aftermath. The ghost mother let out a piercing wail, followed by a frenzied struggle. I refuse to leave. I will not accept this. I will kill her. I will kill her." In a desperate attempt, the ghost mother lunged toward the unconscious Su Luo, but the chains thwarted her efforts. The small ghost, witnessing the capture of his mother, let out a shriek and charged at the enforcer. Yet, he was met with the enforcer's mournful staff, which sent him crashing away. I stood in utter disbelief. The once fearsome and powerful ghost mother and her child now found themselves utterly defenseless before the enforcer. This revelation starkly illuminated the chasm between myself and the enforcer. I could not help but question whether I could truly save this pair of ghostly beings from his grasp. Were it not for Su Tianxuan's admonition, I would have long since fled in terror. Who would be foolish enough to attempt to rescue two ghosts? The ghostly enforcer approached the small specter, who cowered in the corner, baring its teeth and emitting a chilling wail. "Your existence disrupts the balance between the realms of yin and yang. Come with me." The enforcer's voice was devoid of emotion, icy and unyielding. I inhaled deeply, softening my steps as I moved closer to the spectral figure. At this moment, I found myself with no alternative. Regardless of the enforcer's formidable power, I was compelled to comply. My life hung in the balance. I stealthily inched towards the enforcer, but at that instant, it seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its gaze upon me with a cold, penetrating stare. Chapter 36. The crossroads. The ghostly officer was remarkably handsome, yet he emanated an aura of chilling foreboding. His sword-like brows knitted together as he regarded me with a frigid gaze. Just as he was about to utter a word, the mother and son duo behind him began to struggle desperately against their chains. The ghostly officer had no choice but to momentarily restrain them. Seizing the opportunity, the moment he turned his head, I swiftly extended my right hand, firmly pressing the talisman against his forehead. The ghostly officer stiffened, then collapsed straight to the ground. In that fleeting instant, the mother and son duo broke free from their chains and vanished from sight. Their escape was anticipated. The ghostly mother had already been severely injured by the lightning talisman and subsequently pierced by the ghostly officer's chains, compounding her wounds. Under such circumstances, she could not possibly continue her assault against me. Gazing at the ghostly officer lying motionless on the ground, I dared not linger. Supporting Su Luo, I prepared to depart. Just as I stepped out of the restroom, the ghostly officer's chilling and enraged voice echoed in my ears. "You impudent wretch! You obstruct the execution of ghostly justice. This is a grave offense." Without hesitation, I continued to guide Su Luo out of the complex. As we walked, Su Luo slowly opened her eyes. "Lu Su, where are we headed?" Seeing her awake, I had no desire for idle chatter and simply released her, saying, "The matter has been resolved. You may leave on your own." With that, I turned my back and made my way toward Jian Hall. Su Luo stared blankly at my departing figure. After a moment of confusion, her gaze transformed into one of elation as she turned to leave in the opposite direction. Everything that transpired this evening was unfolding precisely as Su Tianxian had foretold. My admiration for Su Tianxian had reached its zenith. Now, my foremost task was to hasten back to Jian Hall. To obstruct the enforcement of the ghostly emissary was indeed a grave transgression, and I knew that the specter would not let me off lightly. For the sake of my own survival, I had no choice but to heed Su Tianxuan's counsel. The distance to Jian Hall was not far. I could reach it in 7 or 8 minutes. After a day of incessant rain, the downpour finally ceased at night, with the moon hanging high in the sky. The uneven puddles on the ground reflected the pale moonlight, and the air was infused with the fresh aroma of damp earth. For some reason, the city felt unusually tranquil tonight, devoid of the usual clamor and neon lights, enveloped instead in a profound darkness. I quickened my pace, and just as I approached an intersection, a flash of crimson caught my peripheral vision. Instinctively, I halted, glancing towards the bushes. It appeared to be a $100 bill. I crouched down and retrieved the object I had just spotted from the underbrush. Indeed, it was a $100 bill. It is only natural to pick up money encountered on the road, is it not? Just as I grasped the banknote, a flurry of black, fluffy particles suddenly wafted before my eyes. I reached out to touch it. It seemed to be ashes from burnt yellow paper. Was someone burning paper? I looked around, and a flicker of flames caught my attention. At the crossroads, an elderly woman knelt before a fire, weeping as she offered yellow paper into the flames. This intersection, said to be the boundary between the realms of the living and the dead, serves not only as a thoroughfare for the living, but also as a passage to the underworld when night falls. Consequently, those who wish to honor their departed loved ones set fire to paper money at this juncture, hoping that the spirit guides will ferry their offerings to the afterlife. The sound of the old woman's cries sent chills down my spine, evoking a sense of dread. From my vantage point, her face, illuminated by the flickering firelight, appeared devoid of color, imbued with an indescribable eeriness and terror. A sudden, ominous premonition washed over me, prompting me to swiftly retrieve the 100 yuan bill I had just picked up. My pupils dilated and constricted in shock as I beheld the bold inscription. Heaven and Earth Bank, Chapter 37. Wandering Souls and Restless Spirits, Heaven and Earth Bank. These are spirit coins. My gaze shifted towards the elderly woman at the crossroads, who was burning paper offerings. Wait a moment, it seems I have overlooked something. Today appears to be the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, Ghost Festival. Just as this thought flickered in my mind, an ancient voice suddenly echoed beside me. "Young man, this money is given to me by my late spouse." My hands trembled, causing the spirit coins to tumble to the ground. I stiffly turned around, and a ghastly, pallid face met my eyes. I was so terrified that my soul nearly fled my body, and I staggered backward. Only after creating some distance could I discern the true nature of the entity behind me. It was an old man, clad in a black funeral garment. His complexion ghostly pale, his visage ashen. The wrinkled skin on his face was contorted, and his lifeless eyes radiated an eerie aura. The old man glanced at the spirit coins that had fallen into the puddle and sighed mournfully. "The money is all wet. How can I use it now?" The ghostly elder bent down to retrieve the coins from the water, shaking them off. "I cannot remain here any longer. I must flee." Seizing the opportunity while the ghostly elder was preoccupied, I dashed away. As I sprinted past the elderly woman burning paper offerings, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. Countless spirit coins swirling up from the flames. A wave of horror surged within me, and I quickened my pace towards the Jian Hall. As I ran, I heard whispers in the air, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed shadows densely packed along both sides of the road, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. I am aware that these are wandering souls. A single thought reverberates in my mind. Run. I'm uncertain how long I have been fleeing, but at last I have laid eyes upon the Jian Hall. In a state of panic, I swiftly retrieved my key to unlock the door. With a decisive click, The grand entrance of Jiyun Hall swings open, and I thrust the wooden door aside, hastily stepping inside before turning to securely lock it behind me. Leaning against the door, I gulp down breaths of air, feeling as though every ounce of strength has been instantly drained from my body. My limbs feel weak, and cold sweat pours down my brow. How unfortunate! To encounter a vengeful spirit upon returning home is truly a stroke of bad luck. Once I gather my wits, I realize that this predicament is not merely a matter of misfortune. Su Tianxian had previously informed me that I had attracted the attention of the 9 evil stars. Their malevolent energy entwined with me, sapping the vitality of the yang fire within my being. Consequently, some sinister entities would seek me out, struggling to regain my composure. I understand that this ordeal is far from over. The ghostly messenger will undoubtedly come for me, and I must heed Su Tianxuan's counsel in the tasks that lie ahead. I hastily approach the counter, pulling open the drawer to retrieve a substantial stack of ghostly banknotes. These ghostly notes differ fundamentally from the more common offerings. They are of a higher grade, circulating within the realm of the underworld. Neatly, I arrange the ghostly banknotes I have crafted over the past days upon the 8 immortals table. Then, I proceed to boil water for tea. In the cluttered storeroom on the 2nd floor, I discover a canister of Westlake Longjing tea, its surface long coated in dust. My master is indeed rather carefree, leaving such fine tea to languish in the storeroom. Once the tea is brewed, I carry the teapot downstairs. As I ascended the staircase, an icy chill permeated my entire being. Upon reaching the 1st floor, the wooden door was violently thrust open with a resounding bang, and a chilling wind swept through, as spectral figures emerged from the dense, white mist before me. Chapter 38. Su Tianxian takes the stage. I felt my body stiffen, repeatedly admonishing myself to remain unafraid. As long as I adhered to Su Tianxuan's words, I would surely encounter no misfortune. The ghostly envoy cast a frosty glance in my direction before striding into the Jiyun Hall, during which I dared not even breathe. He passed directly by me and seated himself upon the 8 immortals chair. The corner of his eye fell upon the ghostly banknotes on the table, and his expression shifted dramatically. Taking a deep breath, I hastily approached him with a cup of tea, exclaiming, "My lord, please enjoy some tea. Please have some tea." In my flurry, I nervously prepared the tea for the ghostly envoy. He regarded me with indifference and surveyed the entirety of the Jiyun Hall before inquiring, "What relation do you have with Su Tianxian?" I set down the teacup, bowing respectfully as I replied, "She is my master." "Your master?" The ghostly envoy's brow furrowed in confusion, his icy gaze appraising me from head to toe. Given her disposition, how could she possibly take on a disciple? Upon hearing this, the tension within me began to ease slightly. It appeared that this ghostly envoy was acquainted with my master, and his tone suggested a certain familiarity. "My lord, I truly am her disciple." The ghostly envoy chose not to pursue this line of inquiry further. He reached out, casually picking up the ghostly banknotes on the table, counting and scrutinizing them, his brow knitting in concern. "Did your master not create these banknotes?" I quickly interjected. "These are my creations. I painted them." The ghostly envoy released the banknotes with a smirk of disdain, rising to his feet and seizing my throat with a vice-like grip. The sudden turn of events caught me off guard. I struggled desperately, yet his grip was as unyielding as iron, constricting my throat. "You think a mere handful of ghost notes can bribe me? How naive you are." The tone of the ghostly enforcer turned chillingly cold, and his grip tightened further, lifting me off the ground. In the blink of an eye, I felt dizzy, my ears ringing in temporary deafness. The ghostly enforcer was formidable in his presence. I felt like a mere insect. Yet, should I surrender to such a degree of despair? My life was a precious bargain struck by my parents and grandparents. I cannot perish so easily. Surely, there must be a way to extricate myself from this predicament. Blood hand. Yes, the blood hand can harm even ghosts. Dealing with a ghostly enforcer should be no exception. Just as I was about to unleash the blood hand, a familiar voice suddenly reached my ears. "Release him." It was Su Tianxian, clad in white. She stood quietly at the entrance of Jiyun Hall, her gaze as tranquil as still waters. Upon witnessing Su Tianxuan's unexpected arrival, The ghostly enforcer eased his grip slightly. It was this small reprieve that granted me a moment to breathe. Release him? Are you aware of what your disciple has done? The ghostly enforcer's tone softened, losing its previous harshness. I am aware, Su Tianxian replied, gradually approaching him. I will assist you in recapturing the wandering souls that escaped tonight. And from now on, he can provide you with ghost notes. Does that sound acceptable? The ghostly attendant was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile graced his face as he promptly released me. Indeed, Master Su Tianxian is remarkably straightforward. Thus it is settled. Su Tianxian nodded subtly, while the ghostly attendant cast a glance at the ghostly currency on the table and casually tucked it into his pocket. I truly cannot fathom why you chose to take him as your disciple. The ghostly attendant gazed at me, sprawled on the ground, and continued, with your aura of malevolence entwined around you, it is only a matter of time before he leads you to your demise. Chapter 39. The origin of the matter, this is my affair, Su Tianxian remarked with a calm demeanor. The ghostly messenger, resigned, shrugged, and vanished in an instant. As I witnessed the departure of the spectral figure, I exhaled deeply. The oppressive aura it exuded was overwhelmingly intense. With its presence, I felt as though breathing had become a laborious task. Are you all right? Su Tianxian inquired. I shook my head and responded, I'm fine, quite well, actually. Had Su Tianxian arrived, even a moment later, I might have faced dire consequences. It had been a few days since we last met, and Su Tianxian remained breathtakingly beautiful. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her enchanting eyes shimmered with a glimmer akin to a bottomless pool of azure, evoking an irresistible desire to delve deeper into her essence. However, her complexion was markedly pale, likely a consequence of the backlash from my use of the blood technique. Master, are you okay? I ventured cautiously. Su Tianxian gently shook her head, gazing at me with her alluring lips parting to reveal, I am hungry. I was momentarily taken aback and promptly replied, Please wait, master. I shall prepare a meal for you. In a short while, Su Tianxian sat at the table, ready to dine. Her movements were graceful, and her demeanor impeccably refined. I couldn't help but marvel at the fact that a beauty could make even the act of eating so visually pleasing. Before long, Su Tianxian had devoured the late-night meal I had meticulously prepared for her. A sense of relief washed over me. If she could eat so well, her health should be in no grave jeopardy. Su Tianxian took a tissue from the table to dab at her lips, and I seized the opportunity to inquire, Master. You mentioned earlier about capturing the wandering souls that have escaped. Today marks the 15th of July, the Ghost Festival, a time of utmost busyness for the emissaries of the underworld, as I am certain numerous restless spirits have escaped. How much effort would it take to capture them? Su Tianxian nodded and remarked, Indeed, this is not an insurmountable task. Not an insurmountable task. One must remember, these are indeed wandering souls. You must involve yourself in this matter. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems I'm unable to sever ties with these spectral entities. Although I am uncertain of Su Tianxuan's intentions behind this arrangement, I trust that she means no harm to me. At that moment, a thought struck me, and I inquired, Master, why do you urge me to spare that ghostly mother and child? This was the question that puzzled me the most. Su Tianxian replied calmly, that ghostly mother and child are entangled with the Qingyang malevolent star. Allowing you to release them is to aid in the pursuit of the Qingyang malevolent star. Enlightenment washed over me. The celestial coffin contained the 9 malevolent stars, which had already broken free and were searching for their corresponding destinies. Once they locate their fated counterparts, their first act will be to eliminate me and seize my 5 senses and limbs. Su Tianxian's actions, thus, were truly well-intentioned. Well then, if there are no further matters, you should rest. Tomorrow night, you will accompany me in capturing ghosts. With that, Su Tianxian rose and ascended to the 2nd floor. The mere mention of ghost capturing sent a shiver through me, yet the thought of Su Tianxian being by my side brought me a measure of comfort. The following day, upon rising, I discovered Su Tianxian already seated at the. After a night of rest, her complexion had regained a hint of rosy vitality. Good morning, Master. I greeted, but Su Tianxian merely gazed quietly at her book, seemingly awaiting someone. She did not even lift her brow in response to my salutation. Feeling awkward, I scratched my head and proceeded to prepare breakfast. After we finished our meal, someone arrived at the door. To my astonishment, it was Su Luo. Chapter 40. Su Luo's wedding. Su Luo's appearance today was strikingly different from yesterday. She was adorned with heavy makeup, dressed in high-end designer attire, and her jewelry was undoubtedly of considerable value. What could have prompted her visit? Her arrival was unexpected. As Su Luo approached me, she caught sight of Su Tianxian seated at the Eight Immortals table. There was a momentary pause before she swiftly donned a sycophantic expression and respectfully addressed Su Tianxian, exclaiming, "You must be Master Tianxian. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Su Tianxian remained seated, engrossed in her book, displaying no reaction whatsoever. She appeared entirely disinterested in Su Luo's presence. Su Luo, sensing the awkwardness, recalled the tales of Su Tianxuan's peculiar temperament. Many who sought her assistance returned home disheartened. For Su Tianxuan's willingness to help was solely contingent upon her mood. "Su Luo, the matter has been resolved. What brings you here?" I inquired. The troublesome, ghostly mother and son had been injured and were unlikely to pose any immediate threat. Furthermore, we had plans to take further action against them, ensuring that they were too preoccupied with their own predicament to target Su Luo. Consequently, the threat they posed to her was virtually non-existent. With a faint smile, Su Luo produced an invitation from her bag, saying, "Lu Su, I am here to express my gratitude." I glanced at the invitation in her hand, momentarily taken aback. Was this a wedding invitation? "I am getting married tomorrow, and hope you can attend, so that I may thank you in person." Su Luo's actions at this moment were entirely unsurprising to me. From the very beginning, I discerned Su Luo's subtle intentions. She was willing to curry favor with me in her quest for Su Tianxuan's assistance. Her myriad of hints was merely an attempt to tether me to her. In the past, I was akin to a mere twig, but after taking Su Tianxian as my mentor, my stature has risen significantly. I accepted the invitation card from Su Luo's hand, nodded, and remarked, "Congratulations." Su Luo smiled gently, her joy evident, and stepped closer to whisper in my ear, "Lu Su, although I'm already married, you still hold a place in my heart." Her breath, fragrant like orchids, warmed my ear, sending a tingling discomfort through me. I awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Su Luo, are you joking?" With that, she offered a faint smile and departed. As soon as she left, I discarded the invitation card into the waste bin. Who would attend her wedding? Su Tianxuan's voice broke through my thoughts. "Why are you throwing it away?" I glanced at Su Tianxian, puzzled, and said, "I have no desire to go." Su Tianxian stood up, casting a glance my way, and insisted, "You should attend. You might encounter someone fated with the Qinyang star." I was taken aback. Could it be? Yet, knowing Su Tianxian would not jest about such matters, I retrieved the invitation from the trash. "Close the door and follow me," she commanded. "All right." I casually placed the invitation on the Eight Immortals table, locked the shop, and left with Su Tianxian. Along the way, I inquired, "Master, there has been a question that has puzzled me." "You mentioned it. So how did the mother and son duo ultimately meet their demise?" Su Tianxian paused momentarily and replied, "The secrets of the heavens must not be divulged. It is not yet the time for you to be informed. Tomorrow, you shall discover the truth for yourself." The phrase about the secrets of the heavens is indeed quite versatile. After walking for a while, Su Tianxian came to a halt. I looked up and saw a theater. What could Su Tianxian possibly want from me here? Wasn't it said that we were to capture those wandering souls? Chapter 41. The Fracture Master. What are we doing here? You will know shortly. Su Tianxian gently tapped on the door, and after a moment, it creaked open to reveal a woman standing at the threshold. Her visage resembled that of a peach blossom, adorned with theatrical makeup, her hair embellished with intricate ornaments, and she was draped in a flowing crimson gown. Her figure was graceful, exuding an ethereal elegance and unparalleled charm. "Tianxian Master, what brings you here?" Her voice was melodious, akin to the sweet trill of a lark, resonating through the air. "I have a request." Those four succinct words stirred a tempest within my heart. Su Tianxian actually had a request for someone. Who on earth was this woman? Clearly taken aback, the woman hastily ushered Su Tianxian inside. "Tianxian Master, please come in." I followed closely behind Su Tianxian into the modest theater, where a small stage occupied the center of the room. The courtyard was rather desolate, yet vibrant with the flourishing crimson blossoms of the begonia. Once inside, the woman busied herself with serving tea and pouring water for Su Tianxian. With polite grace, Su Tianxian lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip, while the woman's gaze shifted to me. Tianxian master, who might this be? My disciple. The woman's lips parted slightly in disbelief as she inquired, You have taken on a disciple? Su Tianxian nodded with a calm demeanor. The woman turned her attention to me, extending her hand with poise, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I am Ruo Hong. I reciprocated her handshake. Lu Su. After this brief exchange of pleasantries, Ruo Hong inquired about the purpose of Su Tianxuan's visit. To perform a ghost play. Su Tianxian slowly uttered these 3 words. Regarding ghost plays, I possess a modicum of understanding. As the name suggests, ghost plays are not intended for the living. Could it be that Su Tianxian intends to use the performance to summon those wandering souls back? Ruo Hong paused in mild surprise, yet refrained from inquiring further. Nodding as she replied, All right, I shall prepare. I can perform tonight. It was evident to me that Ruo Hong held genuine trust in her master, as she did not even question the rationale behind the performance. Su Tianxian gently shook her head and said, All you need to do is prepare a set of costumes for me and assist in constructing a stage in the wilderness. Upon hearing this, Ruo Hong gazed at Su Tianxian in astonishment, asking, Master Tianxian, are you going to perform yourself? Indeed, Su Tianxian confirmed, and both Ruo Hong and I were taken aback. The fact that Su Tianxian could perform a ghost play was remarkable. It is well known that ghost plays are not something just anyone can undertake. A moment's carelessness could result in peril. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite natural for someone as formidable as Su Tianxian to engage in such an endeavor. Ruo Hong evidently arrived at the same conclusion. She rose and declared, Very well, Master Tianxian, I shall prepare everything for you at once. Su Tianxian expressed her gratitude, to which Ruo Hong, flustered, replied, Master Tianxian, you are too kind. It is my duty. With that, she hurriedly departed. Master, you can sing plays too? I cannot contain my curiosity and asked aloud. Su Tianxian nodded and replied, I know a bit. She shifted the topic and continued, Tonight's performance is yours to command. You shall host a banquet for the myriad of spirits, preparing incense and paper money. A banquet for the myriad of spirits. Does that mean I must come into contact with malevolent ghosts? Su Tianxian seemed to sense my unease, reassuring me, You need not worry, with me by your side. No harm shall befall you. While I understood this logic, fear still gripped my heart. Despite having encountered these vengeful spirits numerous times, the trepidation lingered within me. Chapter 42. Procuring supplies. Su Tianxian led Ruo Hong to a secluded area, pointing to a relatively flat expanse and announcing, Right there. Understanding her cue, Ruo Hong promptly summoned workers to construct a stage. Su Tianxian beckoned me aside and instructed, Prepare pigs, sheep, and beef in the mountains, along with wine, fruit, and incense. I diligently noted everything, but soon found myself in a predicament. Previously, I had a modest amount of money, but I had spent it all on ingredients to cook for Su Tianxian. Noticing my hesitation, Su Tianxian inquired, Is there a problem? Feeling embarrassed, I scratched my head and replied, Master, I have no money. Su Tianxian appeared momentarily taken aback, and then casually handed me a bank card. You may use the funds within. If it proves insufficient, just let me know. Gratefully accepting the card, I thanked Su Tianxian before setting off to procure the items she had mentioned. Before the ATM, I stood in disbelief, staring at the figure displayed on the screen. 1/10,000, 3 million. A staggering sum of 3 million. Simply like that, 3 million. Is this profession truly so lucrative? After a brief moment of astonishment, I withdrew several thousand yuan to purchase the necessary supplies for Su Tianxian. By the time I returned to her, the stage had been completed, with tables arranged in front. At that moment, Su Tianxian was busy adorning the area around the stage. Master, I have returned. Su Tianxian nodded and said, Arrange the purchased items neatly on the table, ensuring that each type of item is represented on every table. Just as I was organizing, Ruo Hong approached me, her delicate face suddenly came close to mine, her lips and brows curving into a cheerful smile as she gazed at me. Startled by her unexpected proximity, I instinctively stepped back, my face flushing crimson. "Miss Ruohong, is there something you need?" Ruohong perched elegantly before me, her long, fair legs beneath her red attire captivatingly drawing my attention. "Do not address me so formally. Simply call me Ruohong," she replied. I nodded in acknowledgement as Ruohong began to scrutinize me from head to toe. After a moment, she remarked, "I'm quite curious as to why Master Tianxian chose you as a disciple. There are many aspiring students who wish to learn from him, some with far superior innate talent. What is it that led him to select you?" I smiled and replied, "Perhaps it is simply fate. Without my grandfather's urging, Su Tianxian would not have taken me as a student." Ruohong glanced at the industrious Su Tianxian, letting out a soft sigh, her tone laced with disbelief. "I truly cannot fathom that Master Tianxian would personally perform a ghost play for your sake, and moreover, attribute the merits of this performance to you." I was momentarily taken aback. "The merits attributed to me?" Noting my confusion, Ruohong clarified, "Performing a ghost play is indeed a significant act of merit. The primary beneficiary is the host family, yet Master Tianxian has bestowed that role upon you." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Su Tianxian stated that the most effective way to suppress malevolent energy is by performing good deeds to accumulate merit. Participating in a ghost play is undoubtedly the ideal choice. To my astonishment, Su Tianxian personally took to the stage for my sake. Alas, I never anticipated that someone with her temperament would exhibit such genuine devotion. I had never witnessed her treating anyone with such heartfelt sincerity before. Ruohong was lost in her reflections. At that moment, Su Tianxian approached us. Chapter 43. The Ghost Play. "Ruohong, have you brought the costume?" "Indeed, I shall fetch it for you at once." Ruohong rose and departed, while Su Tianxian glanced at me and remarked, "In the evening, you shall hold the joss paper and scatter it along the desolate paths." I nodded, and Su Tianxian continued, "Bear in mind, while I am performing on stage, I may not be able to attend to you. As long as you feign ignorance of those ghostly apparitions, you shall encounter no trouble." Su Tianxian still appeared somewhat apprehensive, further advising, "If you are discovered, do not panic. I shall be by your side." Her assurance instilled in me a modicum of confidence. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I often felt less like a disciple before Su Tianxian and more akin to a child in kindergarten, with her meticulous cautions reflecting a deep concern for my well-being. At present, I indeed lacked the capability to stand on my own. Once this affair is resolved, I must implore Su Tianxian to teach me some skills, such as that breathtaking thunder technique. Before long, dusk descended, the sky a blend of twilight hues, solitary birds soaring toward the setting sun, as the clamor of the world fell into a serene hush. Following Su Tianchuan's instructions, I began to scatter the joss paper in the remote wilderness. Once I had completed the scattering of the yellow paper, I beheld Su Tianxian appearing before me, adorned in a splendid costume. At that moment, a singular word resonated in my mind: beauty. Her flowing skirt and tightly wrapped satin accentuated her alluring figure, the blue butterfly outer garment obscuring her fair skin. Surrounding her were blue stripes, which, upon closer inspection, revealed a subtle gleam of deep blue light. The crystalline earrings and resplendent headdress adorned Su Tianxian, enhancing her unparalleled and breathtaking beauty that captivated the mundane world. As she approached me, lost in a reverie, she inquired, "Do you remember what I told you?" I suddenly regained my senses, nodding vigorously, nearly embarrassing myself. Ruohong, standing nearby, also appeared astonished, her lips slightly parted in surprise. "Master Tianxian, you are so beautiful." Su Tianxian offered a gentle smile, a sight so enchanting that I found myself spellbound, and even Ruohong, a woman herself, stood mesmerized. Soon, nightfall enveloped us. Ruohong chose to remain, sitting at the table beside me, eager to witness Su Tianchuan's performance. In her words, she wished to stay and watch her sing. Su Tianxian gracefully ascended the stage, the silvery moonlight cascading upon her, as if draping her in a delicate gown of shimmering silk. I rose, took the incense offered, placing it in the burner before igniting it. Wisps of smoke soon ascended, creating a dreamlike ambience. After completing this ritual, Ruo Hong beckoned me, exclaiming, "Come, come and see your master perform." Her excitement was palpable, akin to that of an adoring fan. I settled beside her as Su Tianxian began to dance in harmony with the melodious strains of the opera. Her ruby lips parted, and she began to sing in soft, lilting tones. Her voice was ethereal, and her movements were exquisitely graceful, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, untouched by the trivialities of earthly life. Ruo Hong's eyes sparkled with wonder as she murmured to herself, "Master Tianxian sings even better than I do," although Ruo Hong presents herself with a mature and commanding demeanor. My brief interaction with her revealed a playful and endearing side. The fact that someone like Ruo Hong, who has been immersed in the world of opera since childhood, could express such sentiments speaks volumes about Su Tianxuan's professionalism. After approximately 10 minutes, a chilling gust swept through the surroundings, and the cacophony of noise reached my ears. A sense of apprehension gripped my heart. They have arrived. Chapter 44. The Feast of the 100 Ghosts. Ruo Hong also sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding us. Yet she exhibited little reaction. Having performed ghost plays before, such scenes were not unfamiliar to her. I sat upright in my chair, a growing unease gnawing at my heart. At that moment, a shadow glided silently past me, soon followed by a second and a third. These figures shared a common trait. Their faces were ghostly pale, their features ashen, and an icy chill radiated from their very beings. Then, the sound of food being chewed reached my ears, and it was clear that these wandering souls were partaking in a meal. In this eerie and tranquil ambience, 5 minutes slipped by. Suddenly, I felt a chilling breeze brush against me, as if something had taken its place beside me. "Master, there isn't enough meat to eat. Is there any more?" A sinister voice whispered into my ear. Instinctively, I attempted to rise, but Ruo Hong restrained me, her gaze fixed intently on Su Tianxian on the stage. Her grip brought me a measure of comfort. I suppressed my fear, choosing to ignore the presence of the wandering spirit beside me. Before long, the voice faded away, and just as I thought all was well, a chubby, pale hand grasped my thigh. I was struck with terror. I could see nothing. I was blind to it all. I repeatedly reinforced this mental assertion within myself. My master had once told me that as long as I feigned ignorance of their presence, I would be safe. At that moment, I felt the chair beneath me begin to shake violently. I turned my gaze downward, and upon doing so, I nearly cried out. Beneath the chair, a small head emerged. It was a child covered in blood, with sunken eyes devoid of sclera and pupils, presenting a pitch-black visage. This was reminiscent of the malevolent spirit named Juanxiong from the film Juan. The horror was overwhelming, and to my dismay, I recognized this little specter. It was the very same from the notorious duo of mother and child. How could he have sought me out? I feigned ignorance. Yet the little ghost crawled out from beneath the chair and stood before me. His expression was malevolent as he stared silently, sending chills down my spine. I realized that if he were to make any sudden movements, I would likely falter. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the ghost slowly opened his mouth and emitted a piercing scream. I could distinctly see the corners of his mouth splitting, flesh tearing apart as it stretched towards his ears. Ruo Hong, witnessing this horrifying scene, furrowed her brow in evident concern for my safety. The little ghost had transformed into a terrifying figure, his gaping maw dripping with blood. Suddenly, he lunged towards me. At that moment, I could no longer pretend. If I continued to feign calmness, he would surely seize me in his grasp. In this critical instant, Ruo Hong lifted her foot and kicked the ghost away. I sprang to my feet, swiftly distancing myself from the malevolent entity. I instinctively glanced around, and the scene before me sent a chilling shiver down my spine. Countless restless spirits sat at the table, ravenously devouring the meat laid before them, while some even crouched on the ground, greedily absorbing the offerings to the flames. The slightest sound I made caused them to halt, rendering the tableau before me frozen in time. The eyes of all those forlorn spirits slowly turned, collectively fixating upon me. Chapter 45. The ghostly messenger bestows the seal the eyes of the specters, devoid of life, bore an array of emotions, with panic reigning supreme. My presence had startled these wandering souls. Unlike malevolent spirits, these forlorn apparitions were less burdened by resentment and, in contrast to the vengeful, exhibited a greater timidity. Moments later, a frenzy ensued as countless ghosts fled in terror, a tempest of chilling winds spiraling through the space, toppling furniture and scattering incense burners, plunging the scene into utter chaos. The ethereal and melodious voice of Su Tianxian came to an abrupt halt. A small ghost, having been kicked away by Ruo Hong, lunged at me with its gaping maw. I retreated hastily, and just as I felt the weight of impending doom, a graceful figure interposed herself before me. In that instant, flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by the resounding claps of thunder. Su Tianxian, with her fingers poised in a spell-casting gesture, directed her focus towards the small ghost's forehead. In an explosive moment, the creature was forcibly propelled away. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Tianxian's jade-like hands danced through intricate gestures. Suddenly, I beheld 4 beams of golden light emerge from the cardinal directions, ensnaring the fleeing malevolent spirits within a radiant circle of light. I stood, utterly astonished, witnessing her formidable prowess for the first time. To my surprise, it was not only I who was taken aback. Ruo Hong, too, gazed at Su Tianxian with awe, her lips slightly parted and her enchanting eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Tianxian turned to assess my condition, and upon confirming my safety, she uttered no words. All the escaping malevolent spirits found themselves ensnared within her luminous barrier, their attempts to flee utterly futile. At that moment, a figure emerged from the nearby darkness. Upon closer inspection, it was the spectral emissary. Clad in the same somber attire as the previous night, he donned a black funeral shroud, his star-like brows and piercing gaze accentuated by his pallid complexion, exuding an eerie aura. The moment he appeared, the restless malevolent spirits that had yearned to flee became subdued, curling up in corners, trembling in fear. The emissary approached Su Tianxian, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Truly deserving of your reputation. Master Tianxian, you have indeed managed to capture the fleeing spirits in less than a night." Su Tianxian remained unfazed by the emissary's flattery, merely responding with a cool, "I'll leave this to you." The emissary seemed accustomed to her indifference. He then turned his gaze upon me, instructing, "Young man, extend your hand." I froze momentarily. Was I to take action? Hadn't the spirits been apprehended already? Why the insistence? Seeing that I remained unmoved, the emissary reiterated, "Young man, extend your hand." I glanced at Su Tianxian, seeking her guidance. She nodded slightly in affirmation. Understanding her intent, I promptly extended my hand. The emissary seized my wrist. An icy chill coursed through my body. What was he about to do? I watched in horror as he drove his slender nails into my palm, piercing through it entirely. The excruciating pain forced a cry of anguish from my lips. As the nail was extracted, the wound miraculously healed, and a mark emerged on my palm. "You little rascal, you dared to confront me last night. Had it not been for your master, you would have perished. This ghostly imprint shall serve as my punishment for you. From this day forth, you shall be my young Yi's emissary in the mortal realm." An emissary of the ghostly messenger in the human world? It certainly sounded impressive. Yet upon closer reflection, is it not merely a position of servitude? Chapter 46. The Ninefold Thunder Technique. The ghostly envoy, Xiang Yi, harbors quite the grudge. Subsequently, he escorted all the solitary souls and wandering spirits away, which naturally included that little specter. Meanwhile, I, along with Su Tianxian and the others, returned to the Jian Hall. During our journey, I inquired about the ghost seal. Su Tianxian elucidated, "This ghost seal is indeed a boon for you. Your fate is peculiar, and you possess a physique that easily attracts spirits. Assisting him in guiding malevolent ghosts could accrue merit for you, thereby benefiting him as well. Additionally, the frequency of your malevolent energy surges will diminish." Ruo Hong, standing aside, scoffed, "He is merely enlisting your aid to boost his performance." I suddenly comprehended. It turns out Xiang Yi is not a philanthropist. Bestowing upon me the ghost seal serves a distinctly ulterior motive. I had suspected that a ghostly envoy would not grant me such a gift without cause, and now I realize he seeks my assistance for his own gains. Upon returning to the Jian Hall, Ruohong bid me farewell and returned to the theater. An unexpected thought crossed my mind regarding my helplessness in the face of malevolent spirits, and I turned to Su Tianxian, saying, "Master, could you teach me some means of self-preservation? Perhaps the thunder technique?" Presently, I find myself reliant on Su Tianxian for protection in any predicament. I do not wish this dependency to persist for long, as I understand that no one will safeguard you for a lifetime. True strength lies in one's own empowerment. Su Tianxian regarded me thoughtfully and replied, "There is no rush. Rest well tonight, and we shall discuss it further tomorrow." I nodded and retreated to my chamber. I gazed at the ghostly imprint on my palm, letting out a long sigh before surrendering to slumber. The following day unfolded as usual, beginning with the preparation of breakfast for Su Tianxian. After we finished our meal, Su Tianxian addressed me, saying, "Lu Su, come here." Approaching her side, I inquired, "Master, is there something you need?" Instead of responding verbally, Su Tianxian formed a hand seal, and I could distinctly sense the power emanating from her fingertips. I was practicing the ninefold thunder technique. As the name suggests, this technique is divided into 9 levels, each capable of stacking to unleash greater power. I nodded, curiosity piqued, and asked, "Master, to how many levels can you stack?" 7 levels, she replied. At that moment, I was unaware of the true might of the ninefold thunder technique. It was only upon diligent practice that I comprehended the formidable nature of the 7th level. Su Tianxian then proceeded to elaborate on the cultivation essentials of the ninefold thunder technique. Her explanations were thorough, and whenever I encountered confusion, she patiently clarified my doubts. Such a dedicated master is indeed a rarity in this world. After imparting the technique to me, Su Tianxian rose and said, "I have matters to attend to. Aren't you supposed to attend the wedding? Do not be late." It was then that I remembered today was Su Luo's wedding. Initially, I had no desire to attend, but the event held significance for my quest to find the person destined with the Qinyang life fate. Once Su Tianxian departed, I closed the doors of the Jian Hall and took the invitation to the wedding venue. Upon arriving at the hotel, I was momentarily taken aback. A 5-star hotel. It appears that the man whom Su Luo has wed is rather extraordinary. As I entered the hotel, I did not attract much attention. Observing the attire of the wedding guests, it became evident that they were either affluent or noble. How could someone like me possibly capture their notice? The atmosphere was jubilant, with joy radiating from every face. At that moment, I caught sight of a familiar figure. Chapter 47. Old classmates. It turns out to be Ruo Hong. She, like me, was seated in a corner, her table adorned with a veritable mountain of food. At that moment, she was devouring her meal with remarkable enthusiasm. What could possibly bring her here? Just then, Ruo Hong spotted me and waved me over with urgency. As I approached her, before I could utter a word, she offered me a piece of cake. "Would you like to eat?" she inquired, her words somewhat muffled by the food she was chewing. I accepted the cake, but did not consume it, feeling a twinge of curiosity as I asked, "What brings you here?" She swallowed her mouth full, took a sip of water, and responded, "Isn't it customary at the groom's family? They invited me to perform at her hometown and then asked me to join for the meal today. What about you? Why are you here? To perform at a wedding?" I mused, noting the groom's traditional values. "The bride is my classmate." Ruo Hong's face lit up in realization, and she resumed her feast as if eating held the utmost importance in her mind. "Hey, isn't that Lu Su?" Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced through the air from behind me. The tone was sharp and laced with disdain. I turned to see a heavily made-up woman, whom I recognized as Zhao Ying, a high school classmate. Behind her were many familiar faces, all former classmates of mine. Her loud voice drew the attention of everyone present. Zhao Ying and Su Luo were inseparable friends. The bond between the two individuals was remarkably strong. In my recollection, they seemed inseparable at all times, making it entirely natural to encounter her here. I politely greeted Zhao Ying and her classmates behind her. Initially, I anticipated that after the greeting, Zhao Ying would take her leave. To my surprise, however, she seated herself directly opposite me. Crossing her legs nonchalantly, She cast a dismissive glance in my direction and remarked, "I heard from Su Luo that you would come. At first, I didn't believe it, but here you are." Observing this, other classmates began to gather around. Zhao suddenly inquired, "Lu Su, back in school, you were quite the academic star. Where are you working now?" Her words sparked curiosity among the others. "Indeed, someone like Lu Su must be running a big company by now," one classmate chimed in. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying burst into laughter. Her eyes roamed over me, scrutinizingly. "Have you ever seen a CEO dress like this?" Today, I had opted for a more casual attire, as my purpose for being here was not to attend a wedding. Thus, a grand appearance was unnecessary. Yesterday, Su Tianxian hinted that this wedding held some intriguing stories, so I simply tidied myself up and came. I hadn't anticipated that the wedding venue would transform into a reunion of sorts. Their mocking tones did not provoke any resentment within me. Having faced the specter of life and death, the competitive spirit among classmates now seemed to me a rather childish affair. I smiled faintly and remarked, "Indeed, I am not a magnate. I have recently taken on a mentor to learn the art of fortune-telling." Upon hearing this, everyone gazed at me in astonishment, only to burst into peals of laughter moments later. It turned out I had become a charlatan. Our once academically accomplished peer was now a mere quack. It seems that excelling in studies does not necessarily guarantee success. In the face of my classmates' increasingly scornful jeers, I calmly sipped my drink. However, the moment these words reached Ruohong, who was in the midst of eating, her demeanor shifted to one of indignation. Chapter 48. Do you dare call my master a charlatan? In Su Tianquan's heart, she was an idol. How dare they label me a charlatan, thereby indirectly questioning Su Tianxian? Do you know who her master is? Before I could finish my thoughts, I was interrupted. I shook my head at Ruohong, who instantly grasped my meaning and sulked in silence, starting to eat. I understood that these individuals merely sought to ridicule me for their own amusement. Our relationship was merely that of classmates. After graduation, we had no further contact, let alone any ongoing interactions. Once the wedding concluded, we would become strangers, rendering any mention of my master unnecessary. Once this topic was broached, it became inexorable. Their discussions revolved solely around my supposed charlatanism, laden with sarcasm. With my unspoken signal, Ruohong ceased to speak, yet the remarks perturbed her greatly, leaving her to vent her frustrations through her meal. However, a comment from Zhao Ying shattered my composure entirely. "Lu Su, your master isn't also a charlatan, is he?" I lifted my gaze, casting a cold stare at Zhao Ying. I could tolerate all manner of mockery directed at myself, but insults toward my master were intolerable. Taken aback by my reaction, Zhao Ying responded with irritation. "Are you displeased by my mention of your master? Isn't your profession all about deception and trickery? Am I wrong?" Seeing Zhao Ying's outburst, our classmates hastily intervened to smooth over the situation. To claim it was merely an attempt to mediate would be more accurately described as a mockery directed at me. "Lu Su, what has become of you? We are all classmates. Why must we indulge in discord? Indeed, what harm is there in jesting about you? To call you a charlatan is, in fact, a compliment." Just as I was on the verge of losing my temper, a familiar voice resonated in my ear. "You say my disciple is a charlatan?" The tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. I turned towards the source of the voice and beheld Su Tianxian, clad in white, standing behind Zhao Ying. Her sudden appearance captivated the attention of everyone present. In the next moment, a chorus of gasps erupted. "Look, it's Master Tianxian. What brings her here?" Zhao Ying turned around, her gaze shifting to Su Tianxian, confusion evident in her eyes. "Who are you? What business do you have here?" Clearly, Zhao Ying did not recognize Su Tianxian. However, there were others at the table who were well aware of her esteemed reputation. Su Tianxian cast a fleeting glance at her and replied, "I am her master." Initially struck by Su Tianquan's beauty, Zhao Ying soon found herself consumed by jealousy. "So you're the master of this charlatan? I didn't expect you to be a woman." At that moment, a boy seated beside her gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from further comment. "Why are you pulling me? Am I mistaken? Lu Su is a charlatan. Naturally, her master must be one as well." That classmate sighed and hurriedly distanced herself from Zhao Ying. "Master, what brings you here?" I asked, somewhat astonished. Su Tianxian disregarded my inquiry, merely casting a calm gaze upon Zhao Ying. I was momentarily taken aback. Was Su Tianxian intending to stand up for me? That seemed unlikely, given her disposition. How could she possibly concern herself with such a trivial matter? Chapter 49. Apology. Su Tianxian reiterated her previous words with increasing iciness in her tone. You dare to call my disciple a charlatan? This demeanor of hers was unprecedented in my experience. The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers. Isn't that Master Tianxian? They whispered in astonishment. I can't believe President Li has such influence that he managed to invite Master Tianxian. Indeed, it was Master Tianxian. As recognition dawned upon the crowd, murmurs erupted. Zhao Ying, overhearing their chatter, felt a pang of trepidation. Could it be that this woman before her was a figure of considerable stature? Despite her unease, she could not afford to lose face in front of her peers. Indeed, I am referring to him. Su Tianquan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of frost. At that moment, Su Luo, noticing the unfolding situation, hurried over, accompanied by the groom. This was my first encounter with Su Luo's husband, a middle-aged man, portly and balding, his jowls quivering in an unseemly manner, exuding an air of greasiness. My earlier suspicions were confirmed. Su Luo had indeed married into wealth. The middle-aged man quickly stepped in to mediate, addressing Su Tianxian. Master Tianxian, please temper your anger. Although he was unaware of the specifics, Su Tianquan's demeanor provided him with enough clues to ascertain the general situation. It was clear that an unfortunate individual had offended Master Tianxian. Su Tianxian remained silent, her gaze still fixed coldly on Zhao Ying. Ruo Hong, standing nearby, could only shrug in resignation and mutter, "It's over." Master Tianxian was enraged. The middle-aged man glared at Su Luo and exclaimed, "Is this your esteemed classmate?" Perceiving the man's fury, Su Luo quickly pulled Zhao Ying over, urging, "What are you doing? Apologize to Master Tianxian at once." Zhao Ying, taken aback by the scolding, felt a sudden swell of injustice within her. Why should I apologize? I have done nothing wrong. With a resounding slap, the middle-aged man struck Zhao Ying's face, bellowing, "Do you even comprehend who stands before you?" Su Luo, lowering her voice, seethed through clenched teeth. "She is Su Tianxian. Even I cannot provoke her." Zhao Ying, whether dazed from the slap or stunned by the revelation, stood frozen. She covered her left cheek, her gaze towards Su Tianxian filled with trepidation. "Apologize," the middle-aged man commanded sharply, realizing that an apology was now unavoidable. Zhao Ying bowed her head and said to Su Tianxian, "Master Tianxian, I am sorry. I was wrong." Su Tianxian continued to regard her with a frigid stare. "You are not apologizing to me. You must seek forgiveness from my disciple, and only when he is willing to forgive you shall it suffice." Zhao Ying was momentarily rooted in place, and so was I. Su Tianxian actually demanded an apology from Zhao Ying to me. This revelation warmed my heart. Ever since my parents and grandparents departed, I had believed that no one would stand up for me in this world. Yet now, I realized that even in the face of humiliation, there are those who would rise to my defense. That person is Su Tianxian. Upon hearing this, Su Luo quickly interjected. "Lu Su, we are all classmates. There is no need for such a commotion. Moreover, today is my wedding day. Please show me some consideration and do not make things difficult for Zhao Ying, if you would be so kind." I understood that Su Luo intended to use our connection to provide Zhao Ying with an avenue for retreat. However, if I were to grant Zhao Ying such an escape, what would become of Su Tianxian? I cast a glance at Su Luo and then replied, "I will heed my master's wishes." A profound silence enveloped the scene, particularly among my classmates, who could hardly fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. Chapter 50. The deceased ex-wife. Moments ago, they had been gathered around Zhao Ying, engaging in conversation, yet now, upon her misfortune, not a single one offered a word of counsel. They all merely watched the spectacle, some even regretting the remarks they had just made to me. The portly middle-aged man cast a glance at Zhao Ying, his tone still harsh as he commanded, "Apologize to Master Tianquan's disciple at once." Zhao Ying bit her lip, rose from her seat, and bowed deeply before me, uttering, "I am sorry." In that instant, the arrogance that once characterized Zhao Ying vanished entirely, leaving her devoid of the earlier bravado. Observing Zhao Ying, who lingered in her seated position, I chose silence and approached Su Tianxian instead, with Ruo Hong promptly following suit. Zhao Ying lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with malice directed at me. Su Tianxian led me to the VIP area, where only the three of us occupied the table. The middle-aged man approached Su Tianxian, groveling and offering apologies in hushed tones. But Su Tianxian paid him no heed. With no other recourse, the man departed in defeat. Ruo Hong nudged me with her elbow and whispered, "Master Tianxian treats you exceptionally well." I returned her a faint smile and replied, "Indeed, he does." I genuinely had not anticipated that someone as composed as Su Tianxian would stand up for me. Just then, Su Tianxian spoke, "Lu Su, you must always remember that you are my disciple." I was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. Su Tianxian continued, "In the future, should you encounter such situations, do not hesitate. Take action to teach them a lesson. Whatever transpires, you have my support." I found myself momentarily speechless, while Ruo Hong, filled with excitement, grasped my hand and exclaimed, "Master Tianxian is truly formidable." As she uttered these words, her beautiful eyes sparkled like tiny stars. She turned to me and said, "I truly envy you for having a master like Master Tianxian." Since yesterday, Ruo Hong had been unabashedly expressing her admiration for Su Tianxian. I had come to understand my master. Yet I pondered, why have you returned here? Were you not out attending to matters? Su Tianxian replied, "I intended to come here all along." Suddenly, Su Tianxian directed her gaze at Ruo Hong, her brows unknitted, and inquired, "Ruo Hong, have you performed for this family?" Ruo Hong was taken aback and responded, "Yes. This morning, the groom unexpectedly approached me and requested that I sing for him, so I came." Su Tianxian scrutinized Ruo Hong intently and, after a moment, stated, "You have been deceived." Ruo Hong gasped, "What?" Su Tianxian nodded and explained he asked you to sing to alleviate the grievances of his deceased wife. And now you have entangled yourself in karmic repercussions. If not handled properly, it could jeopardize your life. Initially stunned, Ruo Hong soon stood up angrily, exclaiming, "How dare he deceive me? I must confront him and demand an explanation." I quickly restrained Ruo Hong, advising, "Please do not act in haste. Let us first hear my master's solution." After a moment's reflection, Ruo Hong conceded and took her seat once more. I detected a clue in Su Tianxuan's words and asked, "Master, did you just mention the deceased wife?" Su Tianxian cast a glance at me and remarked, "The matters you wish to know will soon be revealed, so there is no need for haste." No sooner had she spoken than the wedding march resonated in the ears of all present. Su Luo and the portly middle-aged man traversed the red carpet and arrived at the wedding stage. Chapter 51. The girl who disrupted the wedding following was the customary progression of the wedding, tedious and monotonous. Just as the officiant sincerely extended his best wishes to the two couples, an unexpected commotion erupted. A girl suddenly emerged from the throng, her presence striking and vibrant. Yet her youthful visage was marred by fury. She pointed at the rotund middle-aged man and shouted, "Wang Lin, you vile creature, in your quest to wed this woman, you and she conspired to murder my sister and the child she carried." This sudden turn of events captivated the attention of all present. I turned my gaze towards the girl, her words resonating in my mind. She claimed that Su Luo and the middle-aged man had slain her sister. Wait, a realization struck me. The specters of that ghastly mother and child flashed before my eyes. The girl bore a striking resemblance to the wretched mother. Could it be that the ghastly mother was the former wife of the middle-aged man? The expression on the man's face transformed instantly, contorting into a visage of profound distress, his flesh quivering with agitation. "You speak nonsense. Your sister succumbed to illness. How could I possibly be responsible?" Upon hearing this, the girl's composure shattered. Tears welled in her eyes as she charged towards Wang Lin like a tempest. "I demand retribution for my sister." "Retribution?" Seeing the girl barreling towards him, Wang Lin bellowed, "Security! Security! Quickly escort her out." Several security personnel surged from the shadows, seizing the girl and dragging her away. "Wang Lin, You shall surely face divine retribution. You shall surely face divine retribution. The young girl wept uncontrollably, crying out to Wang Lin with a heart-wrenching plea. Thus she was taken away, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. Observing this, Wang Lin uttered a few words of apology before the previous jovial atmosphere resumed. I turned to Su Tianxian, anxiously inquiring, Master, the sister that the girl mentioned. Before I could finish my sentence, Su Tianxian nodded and replied, Indeed, that vengeful spirit is Wang Lin's former wife. I pressed on, so, was she also killed by Wang Lin? Su Tianxian clarified. To be precise, it was Su Luo who caused her demise. I stood there, momentarily stunned. It turned out that Su Tianxian had been aware of this matter all along. Yet, upon reflection, it was not surprising given her divinatory abilities. Ruo Hong, fuming at the side, exclaimed, That wretched Wang Lin, how could he commit such a heinous act? I felt a twinge of sympathy for the ghostly mother's plight. Who would have thought that the seemingly ferocious specter was, in fact, a pitiable soul? Even more shocking was the revelation of Su Luo's malevolent heart. To attain a life of luxury, she would stop at nothing. At that moment, my heart was a tumult of emotions. Su Tianxian gazed in the direction the girl had departed, stating, The girl who just left is the key to locating the Qianyang star. I was taken aback and sprang to my feet, eager to pursue her. My purpose for being here was to find the Qianyang star, and with a lead in hand, I could not possibly let it slip away. However, Su Tianxian called out to me, No need to rush. You should remain seated for now. Though I harbored doubts within, I took a seat nonetheless. Su Tianxian's words must possess their own rationale, and I would abide by them. I glanced at Wang Lin on the stage, only to find his complexion quite pallid. Su Luo appeared similarly affected. After exchanging a few hurried words, the two swiftly departed. Following their exit, numerous individuals sought to engage Su Tianxian in conversation, yet they were all dissuaded by her indifferent demeanor. Chapter 52. She has arrived after a brief interval of over 10 minutes. Su Luo, visibly distressed, approached me with an air of urgency. Grasping my arm tightly, she implored, Lu Su, she has come again. Please, save me. I beg you, rescue me. I stood momentarily frozen, taken aback. She? Could it be the vengeful spirit? Observing the panic and fear etched in Su Luo's eyes, I realized my suspicion was indeed correct. Turning my gaze towards Su Tianxian, I sought her counsel. Su Tianxian cast a fleeting glance at Su Luo and remarked, Every grievance has its origin, and for every debt, a rightful owner. You shall reap what you have sown. Depart now. Su Luo stared blankly at Su Tianxian, then turned her pleading gaze towards me, fully aware that there was no hope from Su Tianxian. She continued to beseech, Lu Su, I implore you, save me. I will do anything you ask. Do you remember what I said to you before? If you save me, I will comply without hesitation. I understood what Su Luo meant, the promise of her availability whenever needed. Initially, had it not been for Su Tianxuan's prior admonition, I would not have offered her assistance. Now that Su Tianxian had stated her refusal to aid, I too would not intervene with the vengeful spirit. Leave, I commanded. Upon hearing my words, Su Luo's face drained of color. She stood there, rooted to the spot for several seconds, before directing her gaze back at me. At that moment, her expression morphed from one of desperation to one of malevolence and spite. Lu Su, you will regret this. Even as a spirit, I will not spare you. With that, she departed. I find it rather perplexing. It is not as if I intend to harm you. So what purpose does your animosity serve? Su Tianxian rose to her feet and declared, We must take our leave. With that, she stood and prepared to depart, prompting both Ruo Hong and me to hastily follow in her wake. Upon exiting the hotel, Su Tianxian did not rush back to Jiantang. Instead, she began to survey her surroundings. Ultimately, her gaze settled on a nearby bench. Following Su Tianxuan's line of sight, I beheld a delicate figure seated upon a bench, whose silhouette suggested it was the girl from the wedding. Her shoulders trembled with silent sobs, indicating she was in distress. She is there. Inquire about the strange occurrences in her home, and obtain her contact information, Su Tianxian instructed. I stood frozen in place, taken aback by the request to ask for her contact details. Before I could voice my confusion, Su Tianxian turned to Ruo Hong and said, Come with me. I have matters to discuss. Ruahong nodded, and the two departed under my watchful gaze. I approached the girl, the silvery moonlight bathing her in a gentle glow. In that moment, her hair was disheveled as she quietly wept, and upon sensing my presence, she slowly lifted her head. Beneath the moonlight, her tear-filled eyes appeared pitiful and heart-wrenching, evoking a deep sense of compassion. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" she asked, wiping away her tears. I found myself momentarily speechless. How should I respond? Surely, I could not simply state that I was there to request her contact information. After much contemplation, I concluded that the only appropriate response was, "I believe what you just expressed." The young girl widened her eyes, gazing at me, and then burst into tears. They did not believe me. I reported to the police, stating that I possessed no evidence. Yet I truly witnessed that woman take my sister's life. At the utterance of these words, the girl's wariness toward me lessened somewhat. In this moment, her heart must be filled with profound sorrow and helplessness. To have witnessed her sister being murdered before her very eyes, yearning to seek justice for her sister, yet feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 53. Under the Streetlight. Su Luo, I can profoundly empathize with the emotions the young girl is experiencing at this moment. The anguish of losing a loved one is a pain I have intimately felt. After a brief hesitation, I took a seat beside her. Su Tianxian mentioned that this girl possesses a close connection with the Qinyang star, and to find the Qinyang star, one must delve into the life of this girl. Please accept my condolences. The dead cannot return to life. Every grievance has its origin, and she shall undoubtedly face retribution. Upon hearing this, the girl sniffled and nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for believing in me." As I gazed into her tearful eyes, I inquired, "What kind of person was your sister?" The girl paused, then lowered her head, recounting the story of her sister. Through her narration, I learned that the ghostly mother was once a remarkably kind and virtuous woman, who harbored a deep love for her husband, Wang Lin, the ghostly mother's former spouse. Initially, he was but a destitute youth. However, due to the girl's illustrious family background, he became a son-in-law by marriage. At first, Wang Lin was dutiful and filial. The girl's parents held him in high regard, even entrusting him with the management of their family estate. In a twisted pursuit of rightful inheritance, he conspired with Su Luo to murder the girl's sister. As for how Su Luo and Wang Lin became acquainted, it is not difficult to surmise. Su Luo, driven by vanity, attached herself to Wang Lin, using her youth to entice him, and thus they became inseparable. What remains a mystery is how this girl came to learn of such events. When the young girl approached her parents, stating that it was Wang Lin who had murdered her sister, she was taken aback when her parents chose to believe him instead. This left her in a state of utter despair. I do not blame my parents for their disbelief. I only resent that beast for disguising himself so convincingly. In their eyes, he would never commit such an atrocity. Upon hearing this, I nodded and inquired, "Have there been any peculiar occurrences in your home recently?" "Peculiar occurrences?" The girl looked at me with a hint of confusion, pondering for a moment as if recalling something terrifying. "Now that you mention it, there's something quite strange. It seems my grandfather has come back to life." She recounted the details, explaining that her deceased grandfather had been wandering the old residence every night. He always told us that after his death, we must relocate his grave. Otherwise, calamity would befall our family. Just as I was about to press further, my peripheral vision caught sight of a crimson figure standing across the street. I paused momentarily and focused my gaze. The figure was illuminated by the dim streetlight. As the warm glow fell upon her, I recognized her features. It was Su Luo. How did she come to be here? The girl, noticing my silence, followed my line of sight. Upon realizing it was Su Luo, she could no longer contain her fury and made to rush towards her. I hastily restrained the girl, exclaiming, "Do not go. You mustn't. No, I must avenge my sister." As I spoke, she commenced a frantic struggle to break free from my grasp, but I held her firmly, preventing her from rushing forward. "Compose yourself. Observe carefully." She cast no shadow. Upon hearing these words, the young woman was instantly frozen in place. Suddenly, a series of screams erupted from the hotel behind me. Chapter 54. The death of Su Luo, what transpired within the confines of the hotel. I strained to listen and thought I discerned someone uttering the word dead. Who has perished? My gaze shifted toward Su Luo, who stood beneath the street lamp. Her delicate visage was ashen, and her eyes, filled with venomous resentment, were fixed intently upon me, sending a chill coursing through my veins. Strangely, she cast no shadow under the lamplight. Could it be that Su Luo is indeed the one who has died? With this thought, my heart was engulfed by turmoil. The young woman beside me seemed to sense the eerie atmosphere as well. She trembled uncontrollably, gripped by fear, instinctively clinging to my arm. There was no time to exchange contact information. What could be more pressing than to lead her away from this ominous place? Follow me, I urged, hastily pulling the girl towards Jian Hall. As I departed, I cast one last glance at Su Luo beneath the street lamp. Her crimson bridal gown stood out starkly against the darkness. As our eyes met, a sinister smile crept upon her lips. I swiftly turned away, quickening my pace, fervently hoping that no misfortune would befall us on our journey. Fortunately, upon our arrival at Jian Hall, nothing peculiar had transpired. Pushing open the grand doors of the hall, I was greeted by the sight of Su Tianxian and Ruo Hong seated at the Eight Immortals table. Master, something terrible has happened. It seems Su Luo has died. Upon hearing my words, Su Tianxian's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated this revelation all along. Come inside, and we shall discuss it. I closed the door and stood beside the young woman in front of Su Tianxian. Su Tianxian glanced at the young woman, then looked at me with a puzzled expression. I hurriedly explained, I encountered Su Luo on the way, and fearing for her safety, I brought her back with me. Upon hearing the name, Su Luo, the young woman shuddered, lowered her head, and weakly inquired, Is she truly dead? Su Tianxian softly affirmed. Initially, the young woman could not bring herself to believe it, but recalling the recent events, she fell silent. In that moment, her heart was shattered, and I could empathize with her feelings. Although her sister's vengeance had been avenged, death is irreversible. When Ruo Hong saw the young woman crouching on the ground in tears, she hurriedly approached to offer comfort. Gradually, under Ruo Hong's soothing words, the young woman's emotions calmed. I poured her a glass of water and said, This is my master. You can share your family's troubles with her. The young woman looked at Su Tianxian, momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized her closely. Tentatively, she asked, Are you Master Tianxian? Su Tianxuan, not dead. The young woman appeared somewhat astonished. She was aware of Su Tianxuan's esteemed reputation, yet found it hard to fathom why someone of her caliber would willingly assist her. It seems Su Tianxian could read the young woman's thoughts, as she reassured her, Rest assured, I mean you no harm. The young woman nodded in response and began to recount the haunting occurrences in her home to Su Tianxian. I listened attentively and learned that the young woman's name was Xia Shi. Upon hearing this, Su Tianxian raised her delicate brows and replied, If I am not mistaken, it seems that someone has tampered with your ancestral grave. How about this? I shall accompany you there tomorrow. Summer Shi, upon hearing her words, expressed her surprise, saying, Master Tianxian, are you truly willing to assist me? Chapter 55. The ancestral tomb of the Xia family. Su Tianxian rose to her feet, nodded at Xia Shi, and remarked, Rest assured, I, Su Tianxian, am a woman of my word. With that, she ascended to the second floor. Observing this, Ruo Hong interjected, Well, I shall take my leave as well. Curiously, I turned to Ruo Hong and inquired, What did you discuss with my master? After a moment's contemplation, she smiled gently and replied, I can only reveal that I have also been drawn into this matter. Drawn into this matter? Suddenly, I recalled Ruo Hong's performance for Wang Lin's family. Su Tianxian had mentioned that Ruo Hong's singing was intended to alleviate the vengeful spirit of the ghostly mother. Could it be that this was directly related to the current situation? Ruo Hong remained tight-lipped, and I chose not to press further. After Ruo Hong departed, Xia Shi, having seen Su Luo under the streetlight, was overcome with fear and hesitated to leave alone. I could only accompany her at the entrance until her mother arrived to pick her up. The following day, the first task upon rising was to prepare breakfast. Just as Su Tianxian and I finished our meal, I received the unsettling news that Su Luo had indeed passed away. The memory of her resentful gaze from the previous night sent a shiver through me. At that moment, Xiaxi arrived, accompanied by an elderly man who knocked on the door of Jian Hall. Through Xiaxi's introduction, I learned that this elderly gentleman was her great-uncle, Master Tianxian. "I must trouble you with matters concerning our ancestral tomb," he stated with a demeanor of utmost humility. Su Tianxian nodded, gazing at me as she said, "Hold the compass. This time, I shall personally elucidate the art of feng shui to you." Her teachings extended beyond mere divination. She imparted wisdom from various realms. I retrieved the compass and followed Su Tianxian closely. The vehicle navigated out of the city and into the mountains, traveling for approximately 30 minutes before reaching our destination. Upon arriving at the ancestral grave of the Xia family, I surveyed the surroundings. The landscape was picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters. Though my understanding of feng shui was limited, I could discern that this was indeed a favorable burial site. However, I noticed that Su Tianxuan's elegant brows suddenly furrowed. Xiaxi's great-uncle pointed to a gravestone, saying, "Master Tianxian, that is my brother's grave." Su Tianxian approached the gravestone and instructed me to present the compass, which I promptly handed to her. "Lu Su, come here," she beckoned. I approached her side as she gazed into the distance, inquiring, "Have you also perused the books on feng shui on the second floor?" The second floor of the Jian Hall housed numerous rooms. One room was filled with ancient texts, encompassing topics on feng shui, divination, and, of course, exorcism. What perplexed me most was the presence of the secret techniques of Longhu Mountain among the ancient tomes. Aside from the texts, other rooms contained various enigmatic items that eluded my understanding. One room featured a haunting depiction of the 10 Yama Kings. Each time I beheld that painting, a chill would envelop me. Have you considered the Xia family's ancestral grave? What insights might you offer? I gazed around, then glanced at the compass, pondering before I spoke. The ancestral grave of the Xia family is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, boasting picturesque scenery. With a mountain behind, the azure dragon on the left, and the white tiger on the right, the water flows in winding paths. Such a location undoubtedly constitutes a treasure trove of feng shui. Su Tianxian, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "You are quite right. But you have overlooked one crucial detail." Overlooked a detail? I continued to survey my surroundings, yet I truly could not fathom what I had neglected. Observing my confusion, Su Tianxian addressed me, saying, "You have omitted a point, and this very point is the true reason behind the Xia family's dramatic upheaval." Chapter 56. The ram enters the killing field. A thought nagged at my mind, and I found myself at a loss. Su Tianxian, noticing my perplexity, gently reminded me, "You overlooked the Ming Tang." Suddenly enlightened, I realized that with the presence of a mountain and a Ming Tang, only then could a grave site gather wind and auspicious energy, thereby bestowing fortune and wealth upon the living, leading to unparalleled prosperity. An expansive exterior could accommodate countless steeds, paving the way for future generations to soar to great heights, with blessings and riches enduring through time. Such burial sites are often referred to as the cavern of gathering wealth. Typically, the location of the Ming Tang is adorned with temples or similar edifices, maximizing the efficacy of its wealth-attracting properties. Su Tianxian gestured toward a point in the distance and said, "That is the site of the Ming Tang. Let's go take a look." I nodded in agreement and followed her in the direction she indicated. Upon reaching the Ming Tang, we were greeted not by temples, but by a venerable tree, hundreds of years old. Surrounding it, not a blade of grass dared to grow, while 7 or 8 other trees stood lifeless, stark against the vibrant greenery of this ancient sentinel. "Master, how could it have come to this?" I inquired, bewildered. "This is the ram entering the killing field. It seems we have indeed come to the right place," Su Tianxian replied, turning to Xiaxi. "Your family's been ensnared." Xiaxi's great-uncle expressed disbelief. "Ensnared?" Su Tianxian nodded gravely and continued, "The ram entering the killing field is a fatal trap. Your sister's demise and your father's affliction are inexorably tied to it. The methods employed to ensnare your family are remarkably cunning. Should the perpetrator wish it, your entire family could meet a dire fate." The current circumstance, wherein only your sister has perished, indicates that the perpetrator is still plotting. Summer, she's grandfather, swiftly inquired. Is there a method to unravel this predicament of the Qinyang's deadly trap? Su Tianxian nodded, yet refrained from elaborating on the specifics of the solution. Her gaze then shifted towards Summer Shi, prompting her to ask, "May I pose a question to you?" Summer Shi's second grandfather responded, "Master Tianxian, please proceed." Su Tianxian inquired, did the old man ever encounter any peculiar occurrences during his lifetime? Upon hearing this query, the second elder of the Xia family fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his head and replied, "I am unsure. My brother rarely shared details of his affairs with us." Su Tianxian nodded in understanding and then addressed Summer Shi, "Come with me. I require your assistance." Summer Shi eagerly nodded and followed closely behind Su Tianxian. After departing from the ancestral grave of the Xia family, we did not return to Jian Hall, but instead arrived at Ruohong's theater. Ruohong promptly welcomed us inside. Su Tianxian explained the reason for our visit. To uncover the means of dismantling the Qinyang's deadly trap, it is essential to fundamentally address the matter at hand. Since your grandfather has passed, his spirit likely does not reside in the underworld, thus necessitating the act of soul inquiry to seek his insights. Soul inquiry? Summer, she gazed at Su Tianxian in confusion. Su Tianxian clarified, soul inquiry involves the spirit entering the underworld to question wandering souls about your grandfather. Upon hearing that the spirit must descend into the underworld, Summer Shi's face turned pale. However, do not be alarmed. Ruohong will undertake this descent in your stead. Upon hearing those words, I was momentarily taken aback. Why was Ruohong chosen to accompany Xia Shixia instead of Su Tianxian? I voiced my confusion, and upon hearing my inquiry, Su Tianxian explained, if I were to descend with her, the restless spirits would not dare to approach me at all. Suddenly it dawned on me. Given Su Tianxuan's formidable prowess, those wandering souls would surely flee in sheer terror upon encountering her, thus rendering any conversation impossible. Yet, I remained perplexed. Why had Su Tianxian not opted for my company? Chapter 57. Entering the soul, Su Tianxian seemed to perceive my thoughts and said, I have arranged other matters for you. Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of calm, since there were other tasks for me to undertake. I need not worry about the soul entering process. This procedure would have to wait until nightfall. During the interim, I came to understand why Su Tianxian opted not to carry out these activities at Jian Hall. The reputation of Jian Hall was inextricably linked to Su Tianxian herself, and the malevolent beings dared not approach, thereby rendering the process ineffective. Soon night fell. Su Tianxian instructed Ruohong to prepare an extravagant feast, complete with offerings of incense and wine. Subsequently, she had Xia Shi and Ruohong lie upon the bed, where she proceeded to bind their wrists together with a red cord. Xia Shi appeared visibly anxious as she reclined on the bed. After all, the concept of entering the soul was entirely unfamiliar to her. One often feels trepidation when confronted with the unknown, be it person or phenomenon. I was well aware of the terrors that lay in that place, having ventured there myself. Consequently, my concern began to shift toward Ruohong. Ruohong offered Xia Shi a gentle smile and grasped her hand reassuringly. Sister, do not worry. You are merely going to take a nap. It is nothing to fear. In order to delve into the matters concerning the patriarch of the Xia family, it was essential to have a blood relative present. Xia Shi was undoubtedly the prime candidate, but the kinship role during this process would merely serve as a conduit. The one truly descending would be Ruohong. Su Tianxian extended 3 incense sticks to Ruohong. The presence of 3 incense sticks is pivotal to Ruohong's success, akin to a toll for passage. It is evident that she is somewhat anxious. This is likely her first experience with such a matter. However, her years of performing ghost plays have endowed her with a psychological resilience surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Su Tianxian lit the 3 incense sticks and was about to recite the soul invocation incantation when she noticed Ruohong gazing at her with a pitiful expression, timidly inquiring, Master Tianxian, will you protect me? At this moment, I couldn't help but smile. In one breath, she was offering comfort to others, and in the next, she sought solace for herself. Her demeanor truly belied her striking appearance. Rest assured, Su Tianxian replied. Upon hearing this reassurance, Ruohong finally closed her eyes in peace. Subsequently, Su Tianxian commenced the recitation of the soul invocation spell. The room was enveloped in swirling smoke, and Su Tianxuan's voice emerged softly, lulling me into a drowsy state. Just as I was on the brink of slumber, Su Tianxuan's voice abruptly ceased, jolting me awake. The hypnotic effect of the soul invocation spell was undeniably potent. Glancing at the two women on the bed, I noticed their eyes tightly shut and their breathing steady, clearly ensnared in the realm of dreams. Su Tianxian turned to me and said, Ruohong may not be able to glean any useful information, which is why I have instructed you to remain outside. Inquiring with the wandering spirits about Master Xia, I nodded and asked, Master, how do you know that the wandering spirits will possess knowledge of Master Xia's affairs? Su Tianxian replied, The origin of the Qingyang killing star has already manifested in the world. You possess an intricate and unbreakable connection with the 9 killers. And anything related to the Qingyang killing star will seek you out. That is why I have instructed you to remain vigilant outside. I nodded, instantly grasping Su Tianxuan's meaning. Su Tianxian continued, Now, the subsequent matters must be handled by you alone. I shall only intervene should your life be in jeopardy. Chapter 58. Su Luo's life-threatening encounter. I could comprehend Su Tianxuan's well-intentioned concern. She desired for me to grow. After all, I could not remain sheltered beneath her wings indefinitely. I made my way to the outer room and lit the incense upon the table, awaiting in solemn silence. The surrounding stillness was somewhat unnerving. The doors stood wide open, the night outside as dark as a gaping abyss, devoid of any glimmer of light. Yet, the faint glow emitted by the candle on the table provided me with a modicum of solace. Time slipped away, and suddenly, the sound of jingling bells pierced the silence. I straightened my posture, alertly gazing towards the door. The sound had emanated from the bell hanging on the doorframe. The ringing of the bell signified that something had entered. A chilling wind howled, causing the candle's flame to flicker erratically. After a brief tumult, an eerie calm enveloped the surroundings. Had that entity departed? A wave of perplexity washed over me, accompanied by an unsettling sense of foreboding. At that moment, the candlelight abruptly surged, its dim glow transforming into a vivid crimson at a discernible pace. This hue was as glaring as blood. I fixated on the flame, paralyzed by trepidation. It was then that I discerned the source of my earlier unease. The change in the candlelight signified the profound power of the approaching presence. Suddenly, a flash of crimson swept past me in the darkness. A surge of alarm coursed through me. What was that? In quick succession, the chilling wind rushed in through the doorway, forcing me to squint against the onslaught, while the temperature plummeted sharply, instigating an involuntary tremor within me. As the chilling wind subsided, I slowly opened my eyes, only to be confronted by a sight that rendered me utterly petrified. Before me stood a woman clad in a red wedding gown, her presence eerily tranquil. My gaze gradually ascended, and upon seeing her face, I let out a piercing scream. Ah, it was Su Luo. She still donned the same crimson attire from her wedding day, exuding an aura of haunting terror. Her complexion was ghastly pale, and her eyes, filled with vengeful malice, were fixed upon me with an unyielding intensity. Why? Did you not help me? Su Luo's voice emerged slowly, chilling to the bone, resonating deep within my marrow. I remained silent. Why should I assist her? It was simply a matter of principle. Had it not been for Su Tianxuan's intervention, I still would not have extended my hand. It is only just that debts be repaid and lies accounted for. In that moment, Su Luo vanished from sight, only to reappear right before me. A shiver coursed through me. How could she, having been dead for merely a day, possess such formidable strength? She was the one who had brought harm to Xiaxi's sister, so why was her resentment so profound? Before I could even register my thoughts, Su Luo's icy grip tightened around my throat, lifting me effortlessly into the air. A cruel smile curled at the corners of her lips, and the malevolence in her gaze intensified. I pleaded with you, yet you remain unmoved. Today, I shall ensure your demise. the immense pressure around my neck, just as I felt I was on the brink of surrender. The instinct for survival compelled me to summon every ounce of strength within me, channeling it into the palm of my right hand. An arc of electricity flickered in my palm as I raised my hand and delivered a solid strike to Su Luo's forehead. Ah! Su Luo winced in pain, releasing her grip on me. Seizing this opportunity, I swiftly retreated to one side, creating distance between us while gasping for breath. Indeed, I had now managed to harness the ninefold thunder technique, albeit merely the first tier. Nonetheless, this represented a significant advancement for me. Chapter 59. The emergence of Xiang Yi. From the moment Su Luo appeared before me, I began to silently recite the incantation of a ninefold thunder decision in my heart. As she lifted me effortlessly with one hand, my right hand had already formed the necessary seal. I understood that Su Luo's presence here was solely to bring about my demise. Thus, I refrained from exchanging any meaningless words with her. Su Luo clutched her head, wailing in agony upon the ground, her shrieks piercing and dissonant, sending chills down my spine. She struggled to rise, her entire face charred by the lightning strike of my thunderous decision. The blackened skin, interspersed with crimson blood, presented a gruesome sight. "Lu Su, I will kill you. I will kill you." I retreated repeatedly, for I knew that my ninefold thunder decision was still in its infancy. It was unrealistic to expect to vanquish a malevolent spirit as embittered as Su Luo. At this moment, my only trump cards were the Ghost Seal and the Blood Hand. The Blood Hand, however, would remain unused unless absolutely necessary, as its invocation would bring repercussions upon Su Tianxian. Thus, I was left with no choice but to resort to the Ghost Seal. Just as I was about to summon the Ghost Seal, a chilling wind surged from outside, transforming the candles in the room from a blood-red hue to a deep crimson. Something far more formidable was approaching, originally poised to launch an assault against me. Su Luo abruptly halted, her body trembling uncontrollably, panic evident as she darted her gaze around. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Her disappearance did not grant me relief. Rather, it filled me with dread, for it indicated that she had been frightened away by an even more potent force. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed in my ears, each step constricting my breath further. A foot slowly stepped into the room, and I leaned against the wall, fixated on the doorway. When the entity from outside entered, I was momentarily stunned. The visitor seemed equally taken aback. Our eyes locked in a silent standoff. It was a person. No, it was not quite right to call it a person. It was a ghost. To my astonishment, the ghost was none other than Xiang Yi. Upon seeing my startled expression, Xiang Yi was filled with confusion and inquired, "What mischief are you up to?" I exhaled a long breath of relief, but the next moment my legs weakened, and I collapsed onto the floor. With Xiang Yi here, I felt no fear. After all, I was his agent in the mortal realm. Xiang Yi glanced at the sumptuous dishes on the table, then turned his gaze towards me, asking, "What trouble have you stirred up this time? How is Su Tianxian allowing you to behave like this?" Struggling to rise from the ground, I replied, "Master Xiang, I am not causing trouble. I genuinely have a matter to discuss." Xiang Yi sat down at the table and regarded me coolly. "If it weren't for my watch tonight, you would be in quite a predicament. Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Xiang Yi was right. Had he not appeared, I would indeed have found myself in dire straits, potentially facing the wrath of Su Luo. "What consequences?" I asked. Xiang Yi picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table and responded, "You would attract vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, and it would be a trivial matter for them to tear you apart. In severe cases, they might even consume your soul. Is it truly that grave?" Upon reflection, my actions had indeed been a summons for ghosts, all in an attempt to gather information regarding the elder of the Xia family. Xiang Yi cast a glance at the room behind me, clearly hesitating for a moment. "Pour me some wine," she suddenly instructed. I promptly seized the bottle from the table and filled a glass for her. Subsequently, Xiang Yi grasped a plate of braised chicken and began to indulge voraciously. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. Is it true that the employees of the underworld cannot satisfy their hunger? Is the treatment in the underworld so dismal? Chapter 60. The Monster and the Wine. I hurriedly poured a drink for Xiang Yi. In less than 5 minutes, he had devoured the exquisite dishes on the table. He turned to me and inquired, Speak. What do you wish to know? This was the custom. Once I had provided a meal, I was owed an explanation. I replied, Lord Xiang, I seek information regarding Xia Jingming. Xia Jingming is the name of Xia Shi's grandfather. As a ghostly envoy, Xiang Yi encounters countless malevolent spirits daily. It would be impossible for him to remember each one. However, Xia Jingming is entwined with the formidable Qinyang evil star. If Xiang Yi had truly crossed paths with him, he would undoubtedly recall that encounter. Upon hearing the name Xia Jingming, Xiang Yi paused slightly, looking at me with curiosity. Why do you inquire about him? My heart leaped with joy. This was promising. I responded with excitement. This pertains to my life, and I hope Lord Xiang can enlighten me. Xiang Yi gave me a penetrating gaze, stood up, and said, This involves celestial secrets. I cannot divulge much. Celestial secrets? Could it be that matters concerning the nine-star evil are forbidden to discuss? This would explain why Su Tianxian went to such lengths to learn about Xia Jingming. I can only tell you this. A painted skin and bones cannot depict the heart, Xiang Yi uttered before departing. A painted skin and bones cannot depict the heart? How am I to glean clues about the Qinyang evil star from such an enigmatic statement? At that moment, a sudden scream from Ruo Hong echoed from the inner room, prompting me to rush inside. There I found Ruo Hong sitting on the bed, her face a portrait of terror. She gasped for breath, cold sweat glistening on her pale forehead. Her once vibrant eyes now clouded with fright. Ruo Hong stiffly turned her head to gaze at Su Tianxian, her expression a blend of vulnerability and distress. She reached out with both hands, clutching Su Tianxuan's slender waist tightly. Master Tianxian, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have perished. Su Tianxian gently patted Ruo Hong's back in a gesture of comfort. It was then that Xia Shi slowly opened her eyes, rubbing the sleep from them, gazing at Ruo Hong in a daze. Ruo Hong's momentary grievance dissipated almost as quickly as it had arisen, and within a minute, her usual demeanor returned. Observing Ruo Hong's calm restoration, Su Tianxian inquired, What happened to you? Upon hearing this, Ruo Hong's face paled once more, as if recalling something profoundly terrifying. After I descended, I encountered no wandering spirits. Just as I was aimlessly searching, a grotesque creature with a blue face and vicious fangs suddenly lunged at me. Su Tianxian furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at me with a question. What have you discovered? I recounted the events that had transpired outside to Su Tianxian. Upon learning that I could wield the ninefold thunder technique, she paused for a moment, her gaze towards me imbued with a hint of admiration. It was the first time I had witnessed such an expression in Su Tianxuan's eyes. In the past, Su Tianxuan's gaze resembled a cold, tranquil, and unremarkable pool of water. I continued. Lord Xiang only imparted to me a single phrase. It is difficult to paint the heart beneath the skin and bones. Su Tianxian nodded and replied, I believe I have a grasp of the situation now. You understand the situation? Although curiosity stirred within me, I refrained from inquiring further. For I was aware that if Su Tianxian wished to share, she would do so. If she chose to remain silent, no amount of questioning would elicit her revelation. Chapter 61. The ominous red tide. Ultimately, this matter necessitates your resolution, Su Tianxian remarked as she turned to me. This is your destiny, one that you must unravel yourself. While I can only offer guidance from the sidelines, the reins of fate lie firmly in one's own grasp. To evade a fatal impasse, it is imperative that I confront it myself. I am already deeply appreciative of Su Tianxuan's ability to impart her knowledge to me. At the very least, I am no longer that defenseless individual who trembled before vengeful spirits. Before the relocation of the Xia family's ancestral grave, it is essential to open the coffin and take a look. However, I shall not partake in the process of exhumation. It is a venture you must undertake alone. Upon hearing this, I nodded in agreement. To prevent any unwelcome delays, Su Tianxian resolved to proceed with the exhumation tonight. Xia Shi reached out to her family for assistance. Subsequently, the four of us made our way to the Xia family's ancestral grave. This night, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene light over the quiet mountains and fields, accompanied by the gentle chirping of insects. It all felt hauntingly tranquil. Yet, my heart was heavy with unease, for soon we would pry open the coffin under the cover of darkness. Upon our arrival, the Xia family had already gathered at the site, whispering amongst themselves before falling silent at the sight of Su Tianxian. The attendees from the Xia family were robust young men, evidently hired as pallbearers. Su Tianxian approached the coffin and commanded, "Let us begin the excavation." At her words, the strong young men swiftly retrieved shovels and commenced their task. Soon, the earth was nearly unearthed, and at that moment, a flash of crimson caught my eye. What was that? The coffin? As I gazed intently, I was startled to witness tendrils of crimson mist surging forth from the earth, a sight that sent a chill down my spine. I shouted urgently to the individuals engaged in the grave excavation. "Hurry, get away from there!" The others, having also caught sight of the peculiarity unfolding within the grave pit, scrambled away in a frantic rush. From my vantage point, I could discern the disturbing transformations occurring within the grave. The red mist billowed continuously, resembling boiling water, and the scene was nothing short of horrifying. I understood the nature of this red vapor. Upon death, a person's misfortune manifests as a noxious gas accumulated throughout their life, which becomes trapped in the throat. At a specific moment, this breath escapes, settling in a particular direction. If it clings to flowers and plants, they wither, and if it attaches to a person, it heralds the peril of death. The most common form of this malevolent gas is green, though it may appear in various hues. For instance, the blood-red misfortune now emanating from the coffin intrigued me. Could it be that the patriarch of the Xia family had not dispelled his ill fate upon his demise? Had his final breath remained unexhaled? Su Tianxian approached me, producing a talisman from his pocket, and instructed, "You must seal the misfortune." I stood there, bewildered, staring at Su Tianxian. If I were to catch even the slightest trace of this misfortune, my life would be in jeopardy. Despite the fear that gripped my heart, I accepted the talisman and cautiously advanced towards the grave pit. The malevolent gas had already spread beyond the confines of the pit and was advancing towards us. What Su Tianxian imparted to me was not merely the ninefold thunder technique, but also the intricate methods of utilizing various talismans, which naturally encompass the art of talismanic drawing. In my hand, I hold the suppression talisman. Chapter 62. The old master of the Xia family has returned from the dead. As its name implies, possesses the power to subdue malevolent forces. This talisman can confine all calamity back within the corpse. Clutching it in my hand, I cautiously approached the grave pit. Just as I was about to confront the malevolence, I silently recited the incantation to activate the... Suddenly, the talisman erupted with a dazzling golden light, stunning the onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle. With it firmly in my grasp, I continued my advance toward the grave pit. When the golden radiance emitted by the talisman came into contact with the blood mist, it dispersed like mice fleeing from a cat. I could not help but marvel at the formidable power of the talisman crafted by my master. I pondered whether my own attempts at drawing would yield similar results. Yet, as someone who could only layer the ninefold thunder technique to the first level, how could I possibly compare myself to my master? With the talisman in hand, I leapt into the grave pit. It shone like a beacon, illuminating the darkness that the malevolence represented. Surrounded by this ominous aura, once I descended into the pit, those outside could no longer see me. The golden light alone could not penetrate the sanguine miasma. In the obscurity, I glimpsed the coffin of the old master of the Xia family. The coffin had decayed beyond recognition, and with a firm grip, I pried off a section of it. A surge of joy filled my heart. This was precisely the opportunity one needed. Grasping the talisman of suppression in my hand, I found myself unable to open the coffin. If only I could create a small aperture at the location of the corpse's head. I could extend my hand inside and affix the talisman to the body of the venerable patriarch of the Xia family. Naturally, the malevolent energy would be subdued. With this thought, I hesitated no longer and raised my right hand to strike the coffin lid with considerable force. A sharp crack echoed as I smashed a sizable hole into the coffin. The momentum of my action caused me to topple forward, my right hand plunging deeply into the coffin. A sense of foreboding washed over me, for I was acutely aware that the coffin was opaque. It was undoubtedly filled with ominous energy. However, it was too late to withdraw my hand. I could only shield the talisman of exorcism in my left hand. Losing one hand seemed preferable to losing my life. Surprisingly, the anticipated pain did not radiate from my right arm. A wave of confusion enveloped me. Could it be that the coffin contained no ill energy? Or was it due to the bloodied hand? Just then, I felt something beneath my fingertips, smooth, damp, devoid of angles or features. This was perplexing. This spot should correspond to the head of the Xia family patriarch. What on earth was happening? In the midst of my bewilderment, it felt as if something latched onto my hand. A jolt of terror coursed through me. The patriarch of the Xia family had risen from the dead. I struggled desperately to extricate my right hand from the coffin, but the entity gripping me exerted immense force, rendering me unable to break free. At that very moment, an unforeseen incident transpired. The ancient coffin, unable to withstand my weight, suddenly shattered, collapsing beneath me. As I found myself momentarily suspended in the air, I plummeted into the depths of the coffin. Upon regaining my senses and sitting upright, I felt a persistent biting sensation on my hand. Following the path of my right arm, my gaze descended slowly. To my horror, I discovered that beneath me lay a monstrous creature. Chapter 63. The recoil of malevolent energy. The term monster is exceedingly apt in this context. Beneath me lies a person, flayed and grotesque. His body is drenched in blood, utterly terrifying in its starkness. Yet, what is even more horrifying is his face. Where there should have been features, there exists only an unsettling void. The sides of his eyes, nose, and mouth are now mere gaping, bloody cavities. And it is from this monstrous visage that the bite on my hand originates. The sight before me instills a profound fear, so intense that I momentarily forget to react, until the excruciating pain radiating from my right arm jolts me back to awareness. At that moment, I am struck by the horrifying realization that my right hand has transformed into a bloodied appendage once more. I have not summoned this change. The intense agony swiftly spreads throughout my entire being. The malevolent energy has recoiled against me. Truly, it is a case of calamity upon calamity. The pain causes my body to tremble uncontrollably, and I am compelled to grit my teeth. I cannot afford to lose consciousness now. Should I succumb to the void, death would surely follow. Outside, Su Tianxian, sensing the repercussions of the malevolent energy, furrows her brow in concern. Her eyes reflect a deep worry as she takes a step towards the grave pit. However, after only a few strides, she halts in place. Gazing into the pit, her concern remains unabated. Yet there's a flicker of resoluteness. It seems he too could not withstand the malevolent aura brought forth by the bloodied hand. My vision gradually blurred, yet I clutched the talisman in my left hand with unwavering resolve. Summoning the last vestiges of my strength, I raised my left hand. The forehead of the blood figure lay just within my reach, yet that seemingly minuscule distance appeared extraordinarily vast in my eyes. With every ounce of my remaining energy, I pressed the exorcism talisman against the blood figure's brow. In an instant, all the calamity surged back into the mouth of the blood figure from the surrounding air. Finally, it was resolved. Just as I was on the brink of losing consciousness, I suddenly felt myself yanked powerfully from the coffin. Then, I caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. It was Su Tianxian. She hastily activated the 8 characters blood malevolence, transferring the torment of the malevolent energy onto herself. I felt a warmth radiating from my back, and the pain began to dissipate slowly. Su Tianxuan's once rosy complexion turned ghostly pale in an instant. She extended her hand and gently stroked my head, saying, "You did very well." Upon hearing Su Tianxuan's praise, an overwhelming sense of reassurance washed over me, and with a roll of my eyes, I collapsed into her embrace. When I awoke once more, it was midday the following day. Dragging my weary body out of the room, I descended to the first floor. Su Tianxian sat, as usual, in the 8 Immortals' chair, engrossed in her reading. "You're awake?" Su Tianxian inquired softly. I nodded and, noticing the slight pallor on her face, asked, "Master, are you all right? It is fortunate that your performance in the ghost play has garnered you a modicum of merit. Otherwise, you might have faced dire consequences this time." I was filled with a sense of melancholy, having once again traversed the gates of the underworld. Suddenly, a thought struck me regarding the matter of the bloodied figure, and I inquired, Master, is the one the Coffin Xia Jingming? Su Tianxian set aside his book, gazing at me as he replied, Indeed, it is he. I could scarcely believe it. Xia Jingming, truly. How could someone be so ruthless as to skin him alive? Who could possess such a heart of cruelty to commit such an atrocity? Chapter 64. The corpse transformation. I voiced the doubts that lingered in my heart. Su Tianxian shook her head and replied, I do not know either. A wave of astonishment washed over me. Even Su Tianxian was at a loss. What sort of individuals had the Xia family offended? Suddenly, I recalled the body of Xia Jingming and inquired, Master, where is Xia Jingming's body now? Has it been buried? No, his body is currently resting in the mortuary. Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of foolishness. For Su Tianxian had previously stated that I was required to oversee the relocation of Xia Jingming's grave, and all I had done was extract his body from the coffin. Su Tianxian cast a glance in my direction and remarked, You must handle the grave relocation, and Xia Jingming cannot be buried in the ground again. This left me perplexed. If he could not be interred in the earth, then where should he be placed? Come, let me explain the matters concerning Xia Jingming's relocation to you. Subsequently, Su Tianxian elaborated on the precautions necessary for the grave relocation. At the conclusion of her discourse, Su Tianxian unexpectedly uttered a cryptic statement that left me bewildered. Remember, after nightfall today, remain vigilant, regardless of whom you encounter. I queried, Why, Master? Su Tianxian glanced at me with indifference and said, They may very well not be human. Not human? After uttering this phrase, Su Tianxian rose and ascended the staircase to the second floor. I too decided not to linger in the Jian Hall. I needed to prepare for the grave relocation scheduled for that evening. As Su Tianxian ascended to the second floor, her steps suddenly became somewhat unsteady. Leaning against the wall, she delicately placed her slender, fair hand over her chest. After leaving Jian Hall, I contacted Xia Shi, and we arranged to meet at a tea shop. Upon seeing that I was unharmed, Xia Shi let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming, Thank goodness, you are safe. The events of the previous night had nearly frightened her to death. Fortunately, I had emerged unscathed. With a serious expression, I gazed at Xia Shi and said, You must accompany me to the ancestral hall tonight. Xia Shi was momentarily taken aback, aware that her grandfather was currently at the ancestral hall, and a sense of dread washed over her at the thought that something might have happened to him. Your grandfather will undergo a transformation tonight and will inevitably pose a threat to your family, I cautioned. Xia Shi's mouth fell slightly agape, her face a canvas of disbelief. How could this be? I explained, Your grandfather's tomb has been tampered with, and his remains have been desecrated. When he is exhumed, a heavy aura of calamity will accompany him, leading to his transformation tonight. Furthermore, should he transform, it will be a manifestation of bloodshed, which is not easily dealt with. These revelations were imparted to me by Su Tianxian. In truth, I had my own suspicions, for I was no longer the naive individual I once was. Thus, it was imperative that someone accompany me to the ancestral hall to divert your grandfather's attention. This would ensure he would not target others, granting me the necessary time to subdue him. After a moment of silence, she lifted her head and resolutely stated, I will go with you. Her father is currently in the hospital, and given her great-uncle's advanced age, it is impossible for him to accompany us. I nodded and said, Very well. You shall accompany me tonight. However, before we depart, I must prepare some items. As for how to deal with the blood fiend, Su Tianxian has already informed me. What remains to be gathered are the necessary tools. Chapter 65. The Charity Cemetery. In terms of tools, the Jian Hall possesses everything we need, and we shall retrieve them when the time comes. By the time Xia Shi and I returned to Jian Hall, Su Tianxian had already departed, and I was unaware of her destination. I gathered my belongings and, accompanied by Xia Shi, made our way to the Charity Cemetery. In a broader sense, a charity cemetery is not merely a resting place for the deceased. It represents the ancestral lands owned by ancient clans in China, originating during the Northern Song Dynasty. This unique institution, established by a particular surname, served as a charitable organization in ancient China. The most renowned and earliest charity cemetery is the Fan Family Charity Cemetery. founded by Fan Zhongyan in the Song dynasty. Beyond merely housing the deceased, charity cemeteries also facilitated marriages, funerals, and preparations for the imperial examinations. In this present age, charity cemeteries have become almost extinct. However, I never anticipated that this particular one was funded by the Xia family. The cemetery before me appeared ancient and dilapidated from the outside, with vines climbing up the weathered walls, creating an aura of mystery and eeriness. Upon entering, I was met with a cloud of choking dust, indicating that this place had long been neglected. Inside, several coffins were neatly arranged. Some were in a state of disrepair, with their lids haphazardly strewn across the floor. Others, though not decrepit, were cloaked in a thick layer of dust, a testament to their prolonged stay. One coffin, in particular, caught my attention. It seemed that this new coffin contained none other than Xia Jingming. As Xia extended her hand, gently tugging at the corner of my garment, she uttered, "Lu Su, surely these coffins do not contain." I nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, a proper coffin is filled entirely with the deceased." Xia shuddered slightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with terror, yet she clung to my garment, unwilling to let go. Due to the distinction between genders, she refrained from exhibiting excessive intimacy. I retrieved the incense I had prepared beforehand, inserting it into the incense burner, then ignited it with a lighter. The mortuary has its own customs, and those who tend to it are referred to as the guardians of the dead. Whether this mortuary has such guardians, I cannot say, but regardless of their presence, I must prevent Xia Jingming from transforming into a corpse. At that moment, Xiaxi's piercing scream drew my attention. I hastily turned to see her paralyzed with fear on the ground, trembling as she pointed at a nearby coffin, exclaiming "There's a corpse inside." Logically, it is commonplace for a coffin to contain remains. However, the coffin before Xia, she was devoid of a lid and appeared dilapidated. It seemed implausible that it could house a body. I swiftly approached Xia, assisting her to her feet. Casting a glance into the coffin, the sight that met my eyes sent chills coursing through me. Indeed, there lay a corpse, and not just any corpse, but one that had recently been skinned. It was no wonder Xia, she was startled. Even I struggled to bear the grotesque scene before us. The cadaver lay supine within the coffin, drenched in gore. I scrutinized the body intently, an inexplicable familiarity washing over me. It seemed as though I had encountered this corpse before. My brow furrowed in concentration as I delved into my memory, yet after a prolonged mental excavation, no recollection surfaced. I refocused my gaze upon the deceased, and as my eyes fell upon the jade bracelet adorning the wrist, I was instantly petrified. It was Su Luo. This ghastly remain was none other than Su Luo's. Chapter 66. The talisman's Su Luo had previously adorned her wrist with this jade bracelet, claiming it served as a talisman against evil spirits. The cause of her demise is not difficult to deduce. She was murdered by the sister of Xiaxi. Yet, the appearance of Su Luo's lifeless body in this location raises unsettling questions, particularly given the gruesome manner in which her skin was flayed. This grim revelation inevitably brings Xia Jingming to mind. Could it be that his skin met a similar fate at the hands of Xiaxi's sister? Contemplating this fills me with a growing sense of dread. Preventing Xia Jingming from transforming into a corpse is indeed a formidable challenge. Furthermore, I have an ominous premonition that both Xiaxi's sister and Su Luo will arrive here tonight to wreak havoc. Can I truly navigate this predicament alone? Upon returning to the vehicle, Xiaxi appeared visibly shaken in the back seat, while I retrieved the prepared yellow paper and vermilion ink to commence my talisman drawing. This marks my inaugural attempt at crafting a talisman, specifically the Absolute Destruction Talisman. To thwart Xia Jingming's potential resurrection from the grave, this talisman is essential for containment. Although this is my first foray into talisman crafting, I find myself surprisingly unperturbed, likely due to my prior experience with drawing ghostly banknotes. At this moment, I finally comprehend Su Tianxuan's well-intentioned guidance. Her insistence on having me draw ghostly banknotes was, in fact, a preparation for my foray into talisman crafting. The art of talisman drawing is an endeavor that demands immense concentration. It necessitates complete focus and the infusion of one's spiritual energy into the talisman. Only through this process can the talisman manifest its full potential. The same talisman, when crafted by different hands, can yield varying degrees of power. In comparison to Su Tianxian, the talismans she crafts are beyond my current reach. I have been drawing fervently from noon until dusk, managing to create 5 lethal talismans. Throughout this endeavor, Xiaxi has remained silent in the back seat. Upon my cessation of work, she hastily inquired, "Lu Su, what shall we do next?" I glanced at her and replied shortly, "I will set up a formation at the ancestral hall. Just stay by my side." Xiaxi nodded, her expression notably troubled. I hesitated for a moment before assuring her, "Do not worry, I will ensure your safety." Yet, even as I uttered those words, uncertainty gnawed at my heart. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. However, I cannot appear too cowardly in front of a girl, can I? Moreover, I possess 2 secret weapons. One is the blood hand, and the other is the ghost seal. The blood hand must not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Its malevolent energy not only rebounds upon me, but also affects Su Tianxian, and I certainly do not wish for her to suffer further due to my actions. As for the ghost seal, I have yet to utilize it, and I remain unaware of its true capabilities. After hearing my words, Xiaxi fixed her beautiful gaze upon me, then nodded firmly and said, "I understand." Once again, Xiaxi and I made our way to the ancestral hall. I took out red string to arrange a formation before Xia Jingming's coffin, affixing the lethal talismans onto it. Subsequently, I placed white candles within the formation. These white candles are the key to preventing the transformation of Xia Jingming's corpse. If the candles remain lit past the midnight hour, the array will be able to dispel the malevolent energy within Xia Jingming's body. However, should they extinguish before midnight, we would find ourselves in grave peril. At that point, Xia Jingming would undoubtedly rise from his coffin and eliminate us all. Xiaxi knelt before her grandfather's coffin, fervently whispering prayers. As night approached, just as I intended to ignite the candles within the array, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted the moment. Chapter 67. The eccentric man. Just before I entered, I had securely locked the door of the mortuary, apprehensive that someone might intrude and cause a disturbance. Yet unexpectedly, I was startled by the sound of someone knocking at the door. Xiaxi was equally taken aback, and as I hesitated whether to open the door, a man's voice drifted from outside. "Is anyone inside?" I remained unmoved, carefully listening to the persistent knocking. The rhythm was not erratic, indicating that the one at the door was not a specter, but rather a living being. Contemplating this, I approached the entrance of the mortuary and peered through the crack of the door to observe the situation outside. The moonlight was brilliantly illuminating the ground, casting a mirror-like sheen, allowing me a clear view of the scene beyond the threshold. A man stood before the door of the mortuary. Due to the angle of the moon in the sky, I could not discern his features, but I could distinctly see the shadow he cast upon the ground. Indeed, he was a man. However, I was puzzled as to why he would come to a mortuary at such a late hour. The man's voice resonated once more. "Is anyone there? Could you please open the door? If you don't, I will force my way in." After much deliberation, I ultimately decided to unlock the door. The man's insistence was unwavering. Should he be unable to enter tonight, he would likely not leave. As I opened the door, I finally caught a clear glimpse of the man's face. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a scruffy beard, looking quite haggard. Upon seeing me, a flicker of wariness unmistakably crossed his gaze. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" I cast a fleeting glance at the man and replied, "Paying respects to my ancestors." With that, I turned to leave. The man appeared momentarily taken aback by my words and followed me inside. I approached the coffin of Xia Jingming, retrieving my lighter to ignite all the candles. Throughout the process, I remained acutely aware of the man's actions. He first approached another coffin, then brought over a fire pit containing burning paper, igniting the yellow paper he had brought and casting it into the flames. It was evident that he too was honoring the deceased. However, something about his demeanor struck me as peculiar, as I sensed no trace of sorrow emanating from him. Instead, he exuded an air of distraction. He occasionally glanced in my direction, prompting me to swiftly avert my gaze. The man remained silent, kneeling for approximately half an hour before finally addressing me. "Young brother, it's rather late. Why haven't you returned home?" I replied, I won't be leaving tonight. I wish to keep my elder company. I gazed at Xia Jingming's coffin. Upon hearing my response, the man's expression darkened significantly. And what about you? Why do you linger here at such an hour? He inquired, offering a reply identical to mine. I too wish to spend more time with my mother. After saying this, he returned to the coffin and resumed his kneeling. The man's reaction intrigued me greatly. Visiting the communal burial grounds to pay homage to ancestors is a rather commonplace practice. In some households, financial constraints prevent them from affording a coffin for burial. Thus, they resort to placing the deceased in the communal grounds. This act of honoring ancestors at the burial site is akin to the traditional practice of visiting graves. After paying respects, one typically departs. It is uncommon to linger by the grave throughout the night. The presence of a man remaining there does exert a certain influence on me, albeit a minor one. Our acquaintance is non-existent, and should any predicament arise, my instinct for self-preservation would undoubtedly take precedence. For I am no saint to concern myself with the safety of a stranger. Chapter 68. The pale ghostly hand in the darkness, I ought to focus on my own affairs. Time slipped away, second by second, and soon it was the witching hour. At that moment, a chilling wind rose, and the door of the mortuary creaked open slowly. I turned my gaze towards the sound, and an endless abyss of darkness met my eyes. I hastily rose to my feet and approached the entrance, intending to close the door. However, a thought struck me: the rules of the mortuary. The spirits within would roam at night, only to return at midnight. If I were to close the door now, would I not be violating the sacred custom? With this in mind, I withdrew my hand. As long as we passed the witching hour without extinguishing the candlelight, we could successfully suppress the corpse transformation of Xia Jingming and subsequently render him. Xiaxi remained kneeling before her grandfather's coffin, unwilling to rise. I chose not to say anything. It was evident that her bond with her grandfather was profound. At that moment, apart from the flickering candlelight before Xia Jingming's coffin, all other illumination vanished in an instant. A sense of foreboding crept over me. Xiaxi, too, was startled by this sudden change. Our predicament felt akin to bubbles in the depths of the ocean, where only darkness enveloped us, save for the solitary bubble. Fear not, it shall be well. I spoke softly to reassure her. Xiaxi nodded in response. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps, resonating ominously. I was momentarily taken aback, for the sound of footsteps seemed to emanate from the direction of the man. As this thought crossed my mind, I saw the man peering out from the shadows. At that moment, his eyes were filled with profound fear, indicating that the sudden turn of events had greatly unsettled him. "May I stay with you for a while?" he inquired. Logically, a grown man ought not to fear the dark so intensely. Yet this was no ordinary place. It was a mortuary. Surrounding us were the lifeless bodies of 7 or 8 corpses. Moreover, the darkness enveloping us was so thick it was suffocating, with only the flickering candlelight before the coffins offering any semblance of illumination. I nodded and replied, "You may sit at the periphery, but do not approach the candlelight." The man nodded vigorously in agreement. I settled on the ground, an uneasy sensation gnawing at my mind. Suddenly, I recalled the footsteps I had heard moments ago, and a chill ran down my spine. Those footsteps undoubtedly belonged to the man, yet they bore the weight of more than just a single person. At least 2 individuals must be involved. With that realization, I swiftly rose to my feet, forming the seal of the 9-fold thunder technique with my hands. My gaze fixed intently on the encroaching darkness. Noticing my sudden change in demeanor, Xiaxi promptly stood and took refuge behind me. The footsteps echoed once more, this time distinctly originating from the direction of the mortuary's entrance. I remained vigilant, prepared to unleash the thunder technique at a moment's notice. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps resounded behind me. A sudden shock coursed through my heart. Could this spectral entity truly possess such swiftness? Was it Su Luo, or perhaps the sister of Xiaxi? I abruptly turned, only to behold a ghastly, pale hand emerging slowly from the depths of darkness. Just as I prepared to unleash the 9-fold thunder technique, I realized it was already too late. The ghastly hand had already reached Xiaxi's delicate visage. Should I proceed with the thunderous incantation, Xiaxi would inevitably suffer harm as well. In a mere span of a second, Xiaxi was dragged into the unfathomable abyss by that chilling hand. Chapter 69. The eerie summer evening, a wave of alarm surged within me, compelling me to disregard the candles before the coffin as I hurried into the enveloping darkness. The shadows were dense, rendering the flickering candlelight utterly ineffective. Thus, I found myself in utter blackness, unable to discern anything. Guided solely by instinct, I reached out in the direction where summer evening had vanished. To my astonishment, I grasped something, a hand, smooth and warm. It was summer evening. With all my strength, I pulled her back from the abyss of darkness. The return of light brought me a modicum of solace. Upon looking at summer evening, I noticed she appeared stunned, seated on the ground, motionless. I rushed forward and inquired, "Are you all right?" Summer evening turned her head stiffly and replied, I'm fine." It was not only summer evening who was rendered speechless. The man remained seated, dazed, his expression vacant, eyes filled with dread. I glanced at the candles before the coffin, relieved to find they had not extinguished. Had they gone out, I shuddered to think of the spectral entities I would have to confront that night. The decayed summer Jingming, Su Luo, and the malevolent spirit lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, I recalled that summer evening had seemingly been clawed by that very spirit. I hurried to examine the spot where she had been grasped. Upon seeing her face, I froze in disbelief. The area where the malevolent spirit had clawed her showed no trace of any alteration. This was not how it should be. When a living person is touched by a malevolent spirit, they inevitably absorb some of its sinister energy, resulting in discernible changes to their skin. However, Xiaxi's complexion remained unscathed, devoid of any alterations. If one were to note a change, it would be that her skin appeared paler than before. This pallor was not the previous rosy hue, but rather an ashen whiteness. "Xiaxi, are you all right?" I inquired. She glanced at me, shook her head, and replied, I'm fine, just a bit startled." I nodded in understanding. It was entirely reasonable to be frightened by the earlier events. At that moment, the man had regained his composure after the initial shock. He stood up in a panic, eyes wide with terror as he scanned his surroundings, his body trembling. I need to leave this place." His tone, once a mere whisper, escalated to a frantic cry. "I must get out of here. I must escape." Without hesitation, he turned and dashed into the darkness. I shouted after him, "If you run out there, you will surely meet your demise." Yet, he paid no heed to my warning and continued into the shadows. Watching him depart, I let out a long sigh. I had already cautioned him. If he chose to disregard my advice, he would bear the consequences of his own folly. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more, the flickering candlelight casting a faint glow. I glanced at the time. There was still a while before the witching hour. I could only hope that nothing would go awry during this interval. Xiaxi sat quietly beside the flickering flame, staring blankly into its glow. It seems that the recent events have profoundly impacted her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. At that moment, Xiaxi slowly lifted her gaze and quietly regarded me. Our eyes met, and I found myself deeply entranced by the beauty of her eyes. She gently spoke, "Lu Su, I am afraid. Could you hold me?" I was instantly taken aback, frozen in place. Hold her. To be honest, Xiaxi is indeed beautiful. Yet in such a situation, wouldn't it feel somewhat peculiar to embrace her? Chapter 70. To Xiaxis. Xiaxi spoke again. "Lu Su, I am truly frightened. Could you hold me?" As she uttered these words, tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes, rendering her utterly pitiful. Surely, no man could withstand the sight of a stunning beauty gazing at him with such sorrow. Though I harbored doubts in my heart, I found myself instinctively drawn closer to her. Upon noticing my approach, Xiaxi opened her delicate arms, eager to envelop me in her embrace. However, at that moment, I was suddenly seized by an overwhelming chill emanating from her. I instinctively retreated several steps, sensing something amiss about Xiaxi's current demeanor. Just then, she abruptly sprang to her feet and lunged into my arms. A wave of coldness enveloped me entirely. Before I could comprehend the situation, Xiaxi's crimson lips surged towards mine. My mind was in a state of confusion and haze, yet an instinctive warning echoed within me. Something was amiss with Xiaxi. I quickly turned my head aside, and she missed her target. I forcefully pushed her away and coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Xiaxi bit her lip lightly, appearing forlorn as she wiped her tears and sobbed, You don't like me, but must you treat me this way? This statement unequivocally revealed to me that the Xiaxi before me was undoubtedly not the true Xiaxi. Although my acquaintance with her had been brief, I understood the essence of the woman she truly was, one who concealed her emotions deep within her heart. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to sit alone on the bench, weeping. She would only unleash the tumult of her emotions if there were no other recourse. My certainty is further bolstered by another reason. How could I possibly harbor feelings for Xia when we have only just met? I formed the intricate seal of the ninefold thunder decision. Suddenly, a figure surged forth from the shadows. It was the man who had just fled. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze once more, pointing at Xia in disbelief. How can there be two of you? Two Xia's eyes. He shouted hoarsely. What on earth are you? I want to leave this place. I want to depart. I don't want the burial goods anymore. No more. The moment I heard these words, the purpose of the man's presence became clear to me. His claims of paying homage to his mother were mere fabrications. His true intention lay in the burial items within the coffin. It is well known that even the deceased in the mortuary are accompanied by burial goods, which hold considerable value. As for their origins, there are two possibilities, the first being that the deceased's family left them behind. The mortuary merely serves as a temporary resting place for the deceased, who will ultimately be interred. Thus, the family of the deceased often places burial items within the coffin. The second scenario involves the deceased themselves, who, aware of their impending demise, bequeath their burial goods to the mortuary's caretaker. After death, they entrust the caretaker to place these items in the coffin. The caretaker, however, would never think of pilfering the burial goods. For every profession adheres to its own code of conduct. Should one transgress the established order, divine retribution shall surely follow. Thus, the guardian of the deceased would never dare to appropriate the burial treasures. Moreover, the words spoken by the man have captured my attention profoundly. 2 summer evenings. Is it possible that the figure before me is a specter in disguise? Suddenly, I recalled the caution imparted to me by Su Tianxian. Never trust anyone, for they may not be human at all. When then was summer evening switched? Could it have transpired the very moment she was drawn into darkness by a ghostly hand? Chapter 71. The candle extinguished, the blood fiend emerges. What manner of creature lurks in the shadows, capable of transforming into the likeness of a human in such a brief span? Where then is the true Xiaxi? Heeding the man's words, I clenched the thunder decision and lunged towards Xiaxi. Yet, she deftly evaded my strike with a swift turn. Rising slowly, her expression darkened as she regarded me with a brooding gaze. Do you wish to kill me? I am Xiaxi. A cold smile graced my lips as I replied. In the presence of the true Xiaxi, I would indeed falter. However, before you, this specter, how could I possibly show mercy? The figure before me, resembling Xiaxi, continued to cloud my judgment. Yet, this was of no consequence, for I trusted my instincts. Whether it was the man's words or Xiaxi's recent peculiar actions, I was resolute in my belief that this apparition was not the genuine Xiaxi. Once more, I summoned the ninefold thunder decision and aimed it at her. Xiaxi's countenance twisted into a grotesque snarl, her eyes turning frigid as ice. Just as the thunder decision was about to strike, she suddenly rolled towards the candle. A sense of foreboding gripped me, and I sought to intervene, but it was too late. The candles extinguished, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of darkness and a deathly silence. I stumbled backward, distancing myself from Xia Jingming's coffin. With the candles snuffed out, Xia Jingming would surely undergo a transformation into a blood fiend, and I lacked the strength to confront such a horror. What to do? Should I flee? Yet, with Xiaxi's fate uncertain, could I truly depart? Just as I hesitated on the brink of leaving, a sudden rustling emerged from the darkness. Then came a resounding crash, the splintering of wood echoing in the night. He had emerged. Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning sliced through the sky, illuminating the shadows. The scene before me sent chills down my spine. There sat Xia Jingming, drenched in blood, within the coffin, surrounded by a swirling mist of crimson that entwined with the darkness. He appeared as he did yesterday, devoid of skin and features, but now he seemed to possess a mind of his own. his stiff neck twisted and those hollow, obsidian sockets fixated upon me. Outside the mortuary, thunder rumbled ominously and lightning flickered. Scanning my surroundings, I realized the man and Xia, she had vanished without a trace. What should I do? What should I do now? Fleeing seemed impossible. Should I fight back? Would that not be akin to throwing an egg against a rock? Would Su Tianxian come to my rescue? Could she even arrive? In the midst of my daze, the blood specter leaped directly from the coffin, lunging towards me. I narrowly evaded its grasp. In its wake, the specter collided with the coffin behind me, toppling it over. Run! Regardless of the odds, I had to escape. I dashed towards the entrance of the mortuary. Bursting outside, the tempest raged, the sky crackled with lightning, and the stars were obscured, as if the heavens were brewing a torrential downpour. Just as I emerged from the mortuary, the blood specter reappeared behind me, lunging once more in my direction. I could distinctly sense the malevolent energy emanating from behind me. Instinctively, I leaned to the side as the dark force lunges, yet it misses again. How can this adversary be so swift? I cannot hope to outrun it. Struggling to rise, I form a lightning technique with my hands, standing firm against the encroaching darkness. The entity gazes at me, emitting a low, menacing growl, while I retreat further as it closes in relentlessly. There is no point in fleeing any longer. I might as well embrace the challenge and fight with all my might. Chapter 72. Thunderstorm. With this thought, I hesitated no longer and, channeling the power of the thunder technique, charged toward the blood fiend. Despite the absence of facial features, the creature's teeth remained, and it lunged at me, baring its fangs. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye it was upon me. Startled, I raised my right hand, crackling with electricity, and struck at its forehead. With a thunderous roar, the sky erupted with sound, and the lightning shattered the air. Before I could comprehend the situation, I felt a tremendous force propel me backward. I tumbled several times before crashing into a large tree, finally coming to a halt. A metallic taste filled my mouth as I spat out a mouthful of blood. Gazing at the blood fiend, standing a short distance away, my heart sank further in dread. That last attack had inflicted no damage upon it. The disparity in our strengths was overwhelming. How was I to survive this? Wait! A realization struck me. The blood fiend stood frozen, as if in fear of something. A thunderclap erupted beside me, followed by a deluge of rain cascading from the night sky, soaking my clothes. The storm appeared to intensify beyond its previous ferocity. The terrain of the ancestral hall was slightly elevated, creating the illusion that the thunder and lightning were dangerously close. At last, I understood what the blood fiend feared. It was the wrath of nature's thunder. Suddenly, memories flooded back of the two occasions I had summoned the ninefold thunder technique. The first within the ancestral hall, and the second just moments ago. After forming the ninefold thunder decision, the lightning intensified, and soon it began to rain. Could it be that the ninefold thunder decision could summon heavenly lightning during a torrential downpour? To validate my suspicion, I struggled to rise and once more formed the ninefold thunder decision. The resounding thunder reverberated in my ears again. A surge of joy filled my heart. It seemed my conjecture was indeed correct. If I could harness the celestial lightning, I would surely annihilate the blood fiend. With this thought, I turned my gaze towards the blood fiend, who emitted a feral growl in my direction. I sprinted towards the higher vantage point. If my memory served me right, there should be a peach tree not far from here. Peach wood is a young object. Utilizing it as a medium to invoke the thunder decision would attract heavenly lightning. This would also provide a measure of safety. I felt a flicker of relief that tonight's weather was stormy. Otherwise, I might not have survived this encounter. Although I had not yet escaped peril, a glimmer of hope emerged. The blood fiend relentlessly pursued me, closing in with every step. Logically, upon rising from the coffin, the blood fiend's first target should have been his kin. Yet, summer evening had vanished, and he had shifted his focus to me, intent on draining my blood to restore his strength, enabling him to hunt his family more effectively. I vowed that I had never run so swiftly in my life. In less than a minute, I reached the base of the grand peach tree. Towering and lush, its foliage indicated it had stood for many years. I leaned against the tree, vigilantly watching the blood fiend not far away. As the blood fiend emerged from its coffin, it possessed a rudimentary awareness. Yet its intellect resembled that of a fool, driven solely by its innate thirst for blood. Therefore, confronting the blood fiend necessitates vigilance towards its astonishing swiftness and immense strength. With a ferocious roar, the blood fiend charged toward me once more. My eyes remained unwaveringly fixed upon it. The creature opened its gaping maw, devoid of a jawbone, with crimson teeth that appeared to have sprouted directly from its flesh. In its current form, the blood fiend was truly a sight of unimaginable terror. Chapter 73. Summoning heavenly thunder. As long as I can evade the impending assault of the blood fiend, I can proceed with my next plan. The blood fiend weaves through the tempest, swiftly approaching me. My body tenses, and I dare not allow the slightest lapse in vigilance as the malevolent energy envelopes me. Time seems to stand still in that instant. My pupils dilate and contract as I exert force beneath me, deftly dodging to the side. At that very moment, the blood fiend barely grazes my form. Just as I believe I have succeeded, the blood fiend suddenly extends its sharp claws, viciously lunging towards my chest. Caught off guard, its claws tear through my flesh, and an excruciating pain radiates throughout my body. I collapse to the ground, and the blood fiend, propelled by inertia, crashes into the peach tree. The impact is so tremendous that it leaves a gaping hole in the sturdy trunk, and fortuitously, its head becomes ensnared within. Witnessing this spectacle fills my heart with elation. Ignoring the searing pain in my chest, I struggle to rise. I retrieve the ink line from my pocket, extending it firmly with both hands, and charge toward the blood fiend. I ensnare the creature with the ink line, binding it to the peach tree. In various zombie films, the ink line is depicted as a means to restrain the undead, and ultimately, the blood fiend is but a variant of such. The ink line, steeped in Rooster's blood, is particularly effective in confining the blood fiend's movements. The creature extracts its head from the tree, letting out a thunderous roar. Drawing a deep breath, I summon all my strength to unleash the first tier of the ninefold thunder technique. Lightning flickered in my grasp, radiating brilliantly in the darkness of night. However, the thunderous power I wielded was markedly different from that of nature itself. As I unleashed my thunderous technique, the heavens rumbled above, and the deafening roar of thunder echoed in my ears. To summon such celestial wrath with my current strength was akin to wagering my very life. A moment's carelessness could lead to my utter annihilation. Yet, I found myself bereft of alternatives. In a swift motion, I dashed towards Shueisha, raising my right hand imbued with the essence of thunder, and struck forcefully upon his back. A resounding boom reverberated through the air. Above, the tempestuous lightning swirled, poised to descend. After delivering my blow, I hastily attempted to retreat. However, I had grossly underestimated the speed at which the thunder would fall. The very instant I took my step, the circling lightning crashed down with a deafening roar. My vision was engulfed in blinding white light, and the tumultuous thunderclaps seemed on the verge of shattering my eardrums. A searing heat enveloped me, and I tumbled down a mountainside, rolling uncontrollably, until my shoulder violently collided with a large boulder. The excruciating pain surged once more. The thunder continued to rumble in my ears, and I lost track of time until the cacophony finally faded away. Gasping for breath, I struggled to regain my composure. My skin felt scorched. A haze of white lingered before my eyes, and a persistent buzzing resonated in my ears. Thankfully, I had only been caught in the residual force of the thunder. Had I been a moment late, I would have perished alongside Shueisha. After what felt like an eternity, I finally sensed the strength to move. Leaning against a nearby stone, I painstakingly rose to my feet. The night sky remained illuminated by flickering lightning, albeit with diminished intensity compared to earlier. Supporting myself against the books nestled in the mountains, I made my way towards the grand peach tree. Upon reaching the majestic tree, I exhaled a long sigh of relief. The malevolent spirit had been utterly vanquished, leaving not a trace behind. The peach tree, save for its main trunk, had lost all its branches and foliage. Yet, it still emanated a vibrant vitality, continuing to thrive, and remarkably, the trunk was not charred. I stood before the lightning-stricken peach tree, momentarily entranced. If my memory served me correctly, this was indeed the legendary tree struck by lightning. Chapter 74. One wave after another. The term thunderstruck wood refers to trees that, while growing normally, have been struck by lightning during a storm. Such trees possess the power to ward off evil. The peach tree, inherently associated with the yang element, is a natural nemesis of sinister forces. When blessed by the cleansing power of thunder, a peach tree transformed into a talisman to combat malevolent spirits becomes an extraordinary weapon. I never imagined I would acquire such a treasure. Truly, this is a testament that surviving great adversity brings forth unexpected blessings. However, my joy was swiftly eclipsed by the searing pain radiating from my chest, pulling me back into the harsh reality. My condition was dire. My skin lay shredded, marred by the remnants of the thunder's wrath. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. The injury to my chest was far more severe. I glanced down to find my clothing torn asunder by the claws of bloodthirsty spirits, dark tendrils of malevolence oozing forth as crimson flesh writhed grotesquely before my eyes. The bloodthirsty spirits had been vanquished, and the task entrusted to me by Su Tianxian had been fulfilled. Yet, Xiaxi was nowhere to be found. What should I do? Should I search for her, or return to Jian Hall? Yet, in my current state, even walking felt laborious. How could I possibly seek out Xiaxi? I resolved to first contact Su Tianxian to relay the circumstances here, and then discuss the search for Xiaxi. Casting a glance at the thunderstruck wood, the peach tree, I realized I could not transport it now. It would have to wait until the ordeal concluded. I dragged my weary body towards the ancestral hall, but after only a few steps, a biting cold wind assailed me, mercilessly tearing at my wounds. I inhaled sharply, realizing that my injuries were far from trivial. Just as I gritted my teeth, determined to press on, I suddenly sensed a pair of eyes lurking in the darkness, fixated upon me. I glanced around, yet saw nothing. Rubbing my temples, I wondered if this was merely an illusion born from my heightened tension. At that moment, a chilling woman's voice echoed behind me. Lu Su. I froze in place. That voice, it belonged to Su Luo. Truly, just as one wave subsides, another rises. How could I possibly contend with Su Luo in my current state? Her sinister, vengeful tone lingered in my ears like an ominous chant. This time, you cannot escape. From her voice, I could ascertain that she was perilously close, merely a couple of meters behind me. My body stiffened as my mind raced to devise a strategy. Yet, what could I possibly do now? Suddenly, a frigid gust swept in from behind, and a ghastly, pale hand slowly rested upon my shoulder. The icy grip crawled across my shoulder and traced my cheek. A bone-chilling cold sent shivers down my spine, and I soon felt Su Luo's chin gently resting on my left shoulder. Lu Su, why did you remain so indifferent to my previous hints? Su Luo whispered softly in my ear, her breath sending shivers across my skin. I dared not move or speak. Any action on my part might provoke her to end my life on the spot. The icy claws of Su Luo gently caressed my face, her elongated nails gliding across my skin, instilling a haunting suspicion that she might effortlessly tear apart my cheek and devour my flesh. What am I to do? In my current state, I am utterly incapable of wielding the ninefold thunder decision. Am I to resort to the blood hand? Yet, employing the blood hand would lead to my own demise through the backlash of malevolent energy. At this moment, I find myself devoid of any viable options. Wait, it seems I have overlooked something. The ghost seal. Chapter 75. The symbol of the ghost seal. This ghost seal was bestowed upon me by Xiang Yi, imbued with the power of the ghostly emissary. It is essential to recognize that the ghostly emissary is the nemesis of all malevolent spirits. Furthermore, I have yet to harness its capabilities. The specifics remain a mystery to me. Taking a deep breath, I discreetly invoked the strength of the ghost seal. At that very moment, I felt a searing warmth emanating from my palm, radiating throughout my entire being. Simultaneously, Su Luo seemed to sense something amiss and hastily distanced herself from me. Seizing this opportunity, I pivoted sharply, only to behold the terror etched upon Su Luo's pale, ghostly visage. You are actually a ghostly emissary? Su Luo exclaimed incredulously. To be frank, I too was unaware of the ghost seal's precise powers. However, Xiangyi had informed me that the seal would unlock the gateway to the underworld. Yet, if I were to open the gates to the realm of the dead now, would Su Luo be able to enter? It was evidently impossible. In simpler terms, this ghost seal conferred upon me a new identity as a ghostly emissary. Aside from granting access to the underworld's gates, its utility seemed rather limited, which left me somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, the mere existence of this identity was sufficient to instill fear in the majority of malevolent spirits. To draw an analogy, one might liken ordinary humans to candles. Their feeble flames could hardly instill apprehension in the spirits. The ghostly emissary, however, transforms from a mere candle into a dazzling incandescent bulb. In my current state, I possess the power to blind the ghostly eyes of Su Luo before me. I cast a cold gaze upon Su Luo and spoke with a grave tone. You have brought this upon yourself, meeting a fitting end. Now, your restless spirit lingers in this world, and though I initially wished to overlook your previous transgressions, you have persisted in your defiance. Do not hold me accountable for what follows. My words were not born from any means to confront Su Luo. Rather, I sought to project an illusion of strength, knowing that she feared my identity as an emissary of the underworld. If I maintained an air of unwavering resolve, she would likely flee, allowing me to remain unscathed without lifting a finger. Upon hearing my declaration, the fear in Su Luo's eyes intensified, and she retreated repeatedly, staring at me in silence for a long while. I continued to regard her coldly, maintaining my silence. Though I appeared calm, my insides were in turmoil. For heaven's sake, why does she not leave? What is she doing standing there? At last, Su Luo broke the silence. Why? Why do you wish to take me away? Yet not that woman? She is the one who killed me. She is the one who killed me. The woman? Is she referring to Sister Xiaxi? Su Luo's inquiry was profoundly insightful. Could I possibly escort that ghostly matron away? Clearly, I could not. Not only could I not take the ghostly matron, but I could not even carry Su Luo with me. Su Luo's emotions began to spiral out of control, a chilling wind swirling around her as she screamed at me in a frenzied pitch. Since you wish to take me away, I refuse to comply. Were it not for your lack of assistance, I would not have met my demise. I will kill you. I will kill you. Even if you're a ghostly emissary of the underworld. Su Luo's reaction seemed to diverge from what I had anticipated. I continued to gaze at her coldly and spoke in a stern voice. If that is the case, do not blame me for showing no mercy. I was still probing, attempting to ascertain whether I could intimidate Su Luo into retreating. However, I had underestimated the depth of her animosity towards me. The fear etched on Su Luo's face gradually dissipated, her expression transforming from initial terror to resolute determination, ultimately evolving into a seething resentment. I will kill you. I merely wish to live the life I desire. Am I in the wrong? As soon as the words left her lips, Su Luo charged towards me. Chapter 76. Xiangyi to the rescue. I truly did not anticipate that Su Luo would become enraged. I was merely putting on a facade. Given my current physical condition, even walking was a struggle, let alone confronting Su Luo. What should I do? Am I destined to perish here? Ha ha ha. Today, I shall end your life. End your life. Su Luo's piercing scream shattered my eardrums, making me acutely aware of how close I was to death. I cannot succumb here. At this critical juncture, I had no choice but to resort to blood magic once again. I understood the immense harm this would inflict upon Su Tianxian, yet I was bereft of alternatives. Master, I am truly sorry. As Su Luo charged towards me, her long hair whipped wildly in the wind, and the malevolence etched upon her face sent chills down my spine. I struggled to raise my right hand, intending to subdue Su Luo with the blood magic. Just as the situation grew dire, a figure suddenly stood before me. You are quite mad to invoke heavenly retribution to vanquish the blood fiend. That voice, it was Xiangyi. He had come to my rescue. Su Luo's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. She halted her advance, hastily retreating to distance herself from Xiangyi. She sensed an unprecedented dread emanating from him, a fear that resonated deep within her soul, akin to a mouse's instinctive terror of a cat. Xiang Yi's expression was grave, his gaze icy as he regarded Su Luo. With a swift motion, he conjured a chain in his grasp, and with a Xiang Yi slowly extended her hand, forming a fist directed at Su Luo. Before Su Luo could utter a single cry of agony, she was struck, leaving her utterly disoriented. This scene rendered me speechless. Turning to face me, Xiang Yi remarked, "Young man, are you stunned?" I quickly regained my composure, shaking my head and expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Xiang." She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Spare me the formalities. Should you perish at the hands of this vengeful spirit, it would be a disgrace to my name." What did this statement imply? Xiang Yi continued, "With the ghost mark I bestowed upon you, you are now considered one of my own. If you were to die, would I not become the laughingstock among my peers?" A slight twitch at the corner of my mouth revealed my realization that her concern lay in preserving her own reputation rather than my well-being. Xiang Yi regarded me with evident admiration. However, to my surprise, she added, "You managed to vanquish that blood fiend. It seems I did not choose unwisely." The ghost mark she granted me allowed her to perceive the events unfolding on my end. Had I not harnessed the power of the ghost mark, she would not have arrived here in such a brief span of time. A bitter smile crept across my face as I acknowledged that my victory over the blood fiend was contingent upon an advantageous alignment of circumstances. Had this night not been drenched in torrential rain, I would likely have met my demise by now. After pondering for a moment, I inquired Lady Xiang, "Do you know where Xiaxi has gone?" Xiang Yi paused, momentarily taken aback, and queried with a hint of confusion, "Xiaxi?" I nodded and proceeded to recount the details surrounding Xiaxi's situation. After listening, Xiang Yi fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, she spoke. "The little girl should be fine. As for her whereabouts, I believe your master is aware." Upon hearing that Xiaxi was safe, I let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately thereafter, a wave of fatigue washed over me. Observing my condition, Xiang Yi hurriedly exclaimed, "I must tell you, if you were to faint here, I certainly would not carry you back." Chapter 77. You died, and I lost Fei. Xiang Yi's words momentarily stunned me. I never anticipated that such sentiments could emanate from the formidable and aloof Xiang Yi. "Young man, this is your first time using it. I thought I might offer you a word of caution. The ghostly seal will not bestow upon you power, yet it may grant you an identity. Ultimately, you must enhance your own strength." However, Xiang Yi paused briefly before continuing, "You, my young friend, are my representative in the mortal realm. With this title, you may stride with confidence. Remember to cultivate your strength swiftly. Do not bring disgrace upon me." In conclusion, Xiang Yi uttered a rather cryptic remark. "Only when you grow stronger can you better protect your master." Just as I was about to seek clarification, Xiang Yi vanished without a trace. Protect my master? How could my master, so immensely powerful, require my protection? With a sigh, I made my way towards the ancestral hall. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, I refrained from entering. Instead, I took out my phone and dialed Ruohong. "Hello." Ruohong's voice was somewhat muffled, as if she were still ensnared in slumber. "It's me, Lu Su." "Oh." And then there was silence. The next moment, I was greeted by the faint sound of snoring from the other end. I couldn't help but chuckle at this woman. "Hello, Ruohong. You must come pick me up. Otherwise, I shall be forced to spend the night in the wilderness." I shouted into the phone. Previously, we had exchanged contact information. At present, I can only rely on Ruohong to come and fetch me, as I lack Su Tianchuan's contact information. Ruohong responded with a reluctant acknowledgement. Soon after, I heard the rustling sound of her getting dressed, accompanied by her soft murmurs. It was the dead of night, disturbing my sleep. Do you not realize that poor sleep can lead to unattractiveness? Before long, Ruohong had donned her attire and picked up the phone to inquire, "Where are you?" I relayed my location to her, and she instructed me to wait there, promising she would arrive shortly. Leaning against Xiaxi's car, I felt as if my entire body was no longer my own. Exhaustion and pain had rendered me utterly depleted. After approximately 20 minutes, I heard the roar of an approaching vehicle, followed by a beam of light illuminating me. Ruohong emerged from the car, scolding me as she approached. "Lu Su, why are you out here in the middle of the night? What on earth are you doing in this desolate place?" Upon seeing my current state, Ruo Hong froze momentarily. The reprimands lodged in her throat. Lu Su, what has happened to you? She exclaimed, rushing to support me. I managed a faint smile and replied, It's nothing. Ruo Hong swiftly assisted me into the car. Just wait. I will take you back to Jian Hall to find Master Tianxian. With that, she attempted to start the engine. I promptly halted her, weakly saying, Ruo Hong, could you do me a favor? Ruo Hong looked at me, her expression tinged with curiosity as she asked, What favor? I pointed towards the direction of the lightning-struck tree and said, There lies the tree. Could you kindly fetch it for me? Upon hearing this, Ruo Hong's chest heaved violently, and she pointed at me, struggling to articulate a single word. Lu Su, are you not aware of your own condition? You are still fixated on that wretched piece of wood? I rose in the dead of night for your sake, and now you expect me to go and retrieve it? I cast a remorseful glance at Ruo Hong and replied, I sincerely apologize. That piece of wood holds immense significance for me, and thus I must trouble you. Chapter 78. The true Aries star, the Thunderstrike wood, is of paramount importance. Should one encounter an expert, it would surely be taken away. To safeguard against this possibility, I could only implore Ruo Hong to assist me in retrieving it. Very well, I shall help you fetch it. You wait here for my return, Ruo Hong declared before departing the vehicle. Overwhelmed, I succumbed to a deep slumber. When I next awoke, I found myself in my own chamber. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the window, striking my eyes with an almost painful brilliance. I raised my hand to shield myself from the light and slowly propped myself up. Suddenly, the cool voice of Su Tianxian reached my ears. Awake? I nodded and turned to face Su Tianxian. At that moment, she was seated by the bedside, bathed in the gentle morning glow. Her exquisite visage was rendered even more ethereal by the soft light, a sight to behold. You performed commendably this time, Su Tianxian complimented. A wry smile crept upon my lips. If it were not for the life-and-death struggle, how could I have possibly survived? Moreover, the Xia family merely wished to relocate a grave, yet I, in an unfortunate turn of events, had caused the disappearance of their loved one's remains. What was to be done? Master, the body of Xia Jingming is no longer present. How can we possibly relocate the grave? I inquired. Su Tianxian pondered for a moment before replying, Since the body is gone, we shall construct a symbolic tomb. I nodded in agreement. A symbolic tomb could indeed suffice. As long as the deceased's garments were interred within the coffin and the coffin placed in a site of auspicious feng shui, it would still yield the benefits of such a burial. At that moment, I suddenly recalled Xia Shi, remembering that she remained missing to this day, which filled my heart with a sense of urgency. I hastily exclaimed, Master, Xia Shi has vanished. Su Tianxian nodded, responding, I'm already aware of this matter, and the one possessing the Qingtian fate has emerged. Upon hearing these words, I stood frozen in place. Everything I had been doing was in search of the individual with the Qingtian fate, and now that person had finally appeared. With this thought, my heart raced with excitement. I inquired, Master, who is this person with the Qingtian fate? Su Tianxian slowly uttered two words that made my heart ache. Xia Shi. I could hardly believe it. Xia Shi was the very person I had been desperately seeking. But if Xia Shi is already missing, what should we do now? Su Tianxian explained. Do not be overly anxious about this matter. Xia Shi is currently safe. When the time is right, I will naturally lead you to her. Upon hearing Su Tianchuan's assurance, I let out a faint sigh of relief. Yet another question surged in my mind. If Xia Shi possesses the Qingtian fate, why had Su Tianxian not detected it earlier? With my master's divination abilities, it should have been apparent. I voiced my doubts. Xia Shi's fate is shrouded by the heavenly mechanisms, rendering it imperceptible to me. The Nine Killers' evil star is a matter of destiny, concealed by the celestial secrets. The Qingyang star is indeed one of the 9 malevolent stars, and thus its fate is naturally shrouded by the celestial machinations. At this point, a sudden realization dawned upon me. Master, how did you ascertain that Xia Shi is the individual we seek? Su Tianxian continued to elucidate. Xia Jingming possesses a false Qingyang star fate, and his very existence serves to obscure the true Qingyang star. Consequently, the individual who genuinely embodies the Qingyang fate must be the one closest to Xia Jingming. The subsequent events become clearer. Xiaxi's fate is concealed by the celestial mechanisms, leading us to deduce that the true bearer of the Qinyang fate is indeed Xiaxi. Chapter 79. The painted skin demon Su Tianxian rose to her feet and proclaimed, "The heavenly coffin has been breached, and the 9 fiends have emerged. At present, only the Qinyang fiend remains within our grasp. You must hasten to transfer Xiaxi's fate to yourself before that malevolent entity does. For only then can you truly wield the power of the Blood Hand. Within the heavenly coffin lies the imprisonment of the 9 fiends, with which I share an immense entanglement. If my conjectures hold true, my right hand embodies the strength of the Qinyang fiend. To fully command the Blood Hand, I must integrate the Qinyang fiend into my fate palace." Su Tianquan's assertion that the Qinyang fiend is still under our control is not difficult to comprehend. All 9 fiends have escaped from the coffin. The whereabouts of the other 8 remain uncertain. Perhaps they have discovered their corresponding fates or exist in varied forms within the world. Of course, I cannot ascertain these matters. However, the sole certainty at present is the Qinyang fiend. Once I can master the Blood Hand, my strength will undoubtedly surge. "Master, what shall we do?" Su Tianxian gracefully strode towards the door, her long, fair legs moving with purpose. "I will arrange these matters. I shall inform you of the course of action in due time." Su Tianxian paused momentarily, then shifted her tone, stating, "I find myself rather hungry now." With that, she descended to the first floor without a backward glance. I promptly rose and began preparing breakfast for Su Tianxian. During our meal, I inquired about the demon that had disguised itself as Xiaxi at the mortuary. Upon hearing this, Su Tianxian set down his bowl and chopsticks, pondering for a moment before speaking. "What you encountered must be a painted skin ghost." "A painted skin ghost?" I echoed, intrigued. "This creature is characterized by its blue face and menacing fangs, exuding a fierce and terrifying presence. Such spirits often don the skins of beautiful women they have painted, masquerading as alluring maidens to ensnare their victims. Their nefarious intent is to slay young men, feasting upon their hearts. Could it be that the phrase painting skin and bones, yet failing to depict the heart mentioned by Xiang, refers to this very painted skin ghost? If my intuition serves me right, this ghost likely shares some connection with Xia Jingming. It was the same spirit that Hong encountered during her soul retrieval. Beyond that, I remain uncertain." Having finished her explanation, Su Tianxian did not wait for further inquiries and took up her chopsticks to resume her meal. As Su Tianxian was unaware of the details, I deemed it unnecessary to press further. After our meal, Su Tianxian stood and announced, "I shall step out for a moment." I had intended to inquire about her destination, but she left without a backward glance. I sighed, feeling fortunate that she had at least informed me of her departure. Had she slipped away in silence, I would have been left worrying about her. Once Su Tianxian departed, I ascended to the 2nd floor of Jiyun Hall. As previously mentioned, the 2nd floor houses numerous rooms, one of which contains a collection of various books. These tomes are replete with accounts of arcane techniques. I resolved to continue my studies to enhance my abilities. However, there were several rooms I had yet to explore. Su Tianxian had not specifically warned me against entering any particular chambers, so I decided to push open a door adjacent to the study. The room was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. Upon illuminating the space with the flick of a switch, I was utterly astounded by the sight that unfolded before me. A ceremonial altar stood prominently at the forefront of the room, complete with an incense burner and offerings. To my astonishment, the figure being honored was none other than the illustrious Master Zhang. The painting of Master Zhang was remarkably lifelike, and as I gazed upon it, an uncanny sensation washed over me. I felt as though he was observing me. Chapter 80. The return of Uncle. Why is Zhang Tianshi enshrined within the Jian Hall? This perplexity has left me utterly baffled. I procured some incense, reverently offering 3 sticks to Zhang Tianshi before departing the chamber. As I sought out a book and descended to the 1st floor of Jiyun Hall, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from outside. "Xiao Su." Upon hearing this voice, exhilaration coursed through me, causing my body to tremble. I swiftly turned to gaze toward the entrance of Jiyun Hall. It was Uncle. "Uncle, I set the book aside and rushed toward him, throwing myself into his embrace, prompting a hearty laugh from him. "Why are you still so reckless, you rascal?" I lifted my gaze to meet Uncle's eyes. After a period of absence, he appeared considerably aged. "Uncle, where have you been during this time? Your nephew has missed you dearly." Throughout this period, I had not ceased my search for Uncle. Occasionally, I would call third uncle to inquire about his whereabouts. Yet, whenever I broached the subject, third uncle would become evasive. It's a long story," I said, grasping Uncle's hand. "Please, come in and share it with me." However, Uncle remained rooted to the spot, unwilling to budge an inch. "Xiao Su, I came today merely to see you, and there is an important matter I must entrust to you." At this revelation, I paused, slightly taken aback. "Uncle, please do come in." Yet Uncle shook his head, steadfastly refusing to step inside. My second uncle's expression turned somewhat serious. He glanced around and whispered in my ear, "Xiao Su, heed my advice and refrain from staying close to Su Tianxian. She is perilous." My heart swelled with confusion, and I inquired, "Why, uncle?" He sighed, ruffled my hair, and replied, "I cannot divulge too much, but you must understand that Su Tianxian is indeed dangerous. Keep your wits about you when you are near her." I was well aware of Su Tianxuan's disposition towards me. How could she possibly wish me harm? There must be some misunderstanding here. "Uncle, what are you trying to say?" Had it not been for my master's intervention, I might have met my demise. My uncle shook his head and continued, "You have a penchant for trusting others too readily. I can only tell you that during my absence, I have been investigating matters concerning our family. Su Tianxuan's approach towards you is not without intent. You must remain vigilant." He cast a glance at Jian Hall and earnestly advised, "Remember, never disclose the fact that you have seen me to anyone, including third uncle." With that, he prepared to turn away, but I urgently grasped his hand, saying, "Uncle, there must be some misunderstanding. How could my master ever wish me harm?" Seeing my insistence, a flicker of anger crossed my uncle's face. "You rascal, I am your second uncle. You are my nephew. Would I deceive you? Everything I say is for your own good. If you acknowledge me as your second uncle, you must follow my counsel." Upon witnessing my uncle's demeanor, I realized that he was genuinely angry. In my memory, my uncle has always possessed a gentle temperament, rarely displaying any signs of anger. I nodded and said, "Uncle, I understand." He offered a slight smile, reached out his hand, and affectionately tousled my hair, saying, "Now, this is my good nephew." As he spoke, my uncle retrieved a small piece of paper from his pocket and placed it into my hands. Chapter 81. Caution regarding Su Tianxian. Upon opening the note, I discovered a string of addresses accompanied by a telephone number. My uncle remarked, "This is where I reside now. If you need anything, feel free to find me." With that, he departed. As I watched his retreating figure, an indescribable feeling welled up within me. His words lingered in my mind, striking a chord of concern. I could not bring myself to believe that Su Tianxian would wish me harm, nor could I dismiss my uncle's words as mere fabrications. Clearly, some misunderstanding lay between them. One was a cherished elder who had watched me grow, while the other was a revered mentor who had treated me with utmost kindness. I found it impossible to doubt either of them, nor could I reject their sentiments. Thus, I resolved to conduct a discreet investigation into the matter, seeking to uncover the nature of their misunderstanding. I picked up the books on the table and began to peruse them intently. At noon, Ruo Hong arrived at the shop. Upon seeing me unscathed, she let out a long sigh of relief, though a look of surprise flickered in her eyes. "Lu Su, I never expected you to recover so swiftly from such a grave injury. I thought you would be bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month." I offered a faint smile and replied, "It's simply due to my good physical condition." Ruo Hong rolled her eyes and began to munch on the fruit from the table. "What do you mean by good physical condition?" "It's undoubtedly the result of Master Tianxuan's efforts." I could not deny this. After all, recovering from such a severe injury in such a short span of time was surely attributable to some special means employed by Su Tianxian. A sudden thought struck me, and I inquired, "Ruo Hong, you have known my master for quite some time, haven't you?" Ruo Hong nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "It has been several years." "Why do you ask?" My curiosity piqued, I pressed on, "Could you share some stories about my master from the past?" Ruo Hong cast a glance my way, lost in contemplation, before finally raising her head to say, To be honest, I don't know much about the past of Master Tianxian. All I can say is that she is truly a wonderful person, although she is a doer and not one for words. Even if you misunderstand her, she will not engage in argument. Her words resonated with me, reminding me of the time I misjudged Su Tianxian following my grandfather's passing. She had offered no defense, simply continuing with her own matters. Ruo Hong then rose, exclaiming, "You must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of good fortune to be able to take Master Tianxian as your teacher." At her remark, I smiled subtly, choosing not to respond further. Perhaps she was right. I truly must have been blessed to learn from Su Tianxian. If that were the case, why should I harbor doubts about my master? Oh, by the way, that piece of Thunderstruck would have been taken by Master Tianxian. Taken by my master? Ruo Hong sighed deeply, her tone tinged with envy. It seems Master Tianxian intends to craft a magical artifact for you using that piece of wood. How enviable. I was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Su Tianxian's departure today was solely to create a magical artifact for me? Upon this thought, a warm sensation enveloped my heart. Ruo Hong waved her hand at me and said, "Lu Su, I must take my leave. In a few days, I shall return to seek you out, and together we shall address the remaining matters." With that, Ruo Hong departed without a backward glance. Previously, she had performed a ghostly play for Xia Shi's sister, thereby entangling herself in a web of causality that could only be unraveled through her own intervention. Chapter 82. Awe-inspiring sky. After Ruo Hong departed, I continued to peruse the tome in my possession. Time slipped away, and soon darkness enveloped the world. Yet Su Tianxian had yet to return. Just as I began to resign myself to the notion that she would not grace us with her presence that evening, the doors of Jian Hall swung open, revealing Su Tianxian, clad in a flowing white dress. In her hands, she cradled a long, rectangular object wrapped in crimson fabric. "Master, you have returned," I exclaimed, my heart swelling with joy. Su Tianxian nodded and placed the elongated item upon the table. Eagerly, I inquired, "Master, are you hungry? Allow me to prepare a late-night snack for you." Su Tianxian cast a mild glance in my direction and replied, "No need. Eating late at night will only lead to weight gain." I stood momentarily frozen, astonished by my master's dedication to maintaining her figure. She then unveiled the crimson cloth, revealing a wooden sword. The peachwood sword, measuring over 1 meter in length, emanated a subtle crimson glow under the soft light, strikingly beautiful. "This is a gift for you," she declared, lifting the peachwood sword and placing it into my hands. The sword felt warm and smooth, a delightful sensation, and I could distinctly sense the sword's unwavering spirit radiating from its blade. It was indeed true what Ruo Hong had foreseen. Su Tianxian had crafted a magical artifact from the thunderstruck wood for me. Observing my elation, Su Tianxian remarked, "This peach wood, cleansed by the heaven's lightning over a century, has truly become a treasure." I recall the magnificent peach tree from last night, which, astonishingly, has a history spanning a century. As this remarkable entity is intertwined with your destiny, I have crafted it into a peach wood sword, with the hope that it may serve you in some capacity in the future. As I gazed at the sword in my hand, my admiration for it only deepened. Su Tianxian had even adorned the hilt with a red cord. With a hint of delight, I inquired, "Master, did you make this peachwood sword by hand?" Su Tianxian nodded, but chose not to elaborate. I pressed further, "What name does this peachwood sword bear?" "Name?" Su Tianxian looked at me, momentarily taken aback. She had crafted a sword, but had not contemplated its nomenclature. Then, "Master, please bestow a name upon this peachwood sword." Su Tianxian regarded the sword in my hand, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, she lifted her head and proclaimed, "Let it be called Jingxiao." Jingxiao? That is indeed a fine name. Initially, I assumed that Su Tianxian had chosen it at random, but years later, I came to understand that this name encapsulated her hopes for me. Jingxiao, a name that echoes through the heavens. After she spoke, Su Tianxian cast a glance in my direction and asked, "Is anyone coming today?" I was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Su Tianxian had discerned that my second uncle was seeking me. Recalling my uncle's earlier admonitions, I nodded and replied, "If Hong is coming today, Su Tianxian acknowledged my words with a nod and ascended the stairs, with me following closely behind. As we passed the room dedicated to Zhang Tianshi, I asked Master, "Why you enshrine Zhang Tianshi in Jian Hall?" Su Tianxian replied, "You will come to know in due time." She paused momentarily, suddenly recalling something, and added, "By the way, there are certain items in some rooms that you may observe, but must not touch." I nodded, filled with a myriad of questions. Before departing, Su Tianxian reiterated, "There are certain things that are not yet for your use. When the time is ripe, I shall naturally inform you how to utilize them." Chapter 83. Is the treatment in the underworld poor? Upon finishing her words, Su Tianxian retreated into her room. Her statement prompted me to ponder if the treasures within the Jian Hall were indeed precious, though at present, I found myself unable to utilize them. Once back in my chamber, I carefully examined the Jingxiao, a sword crafted from a century-old peach tree. The vitality it radiated was astonishing and beyond this life force. I could faintly perceive the power of thunder contained within. I placed the Jingxiao upon a nightstand and succumbed to slumber. However, as I drifted into sleep, an abrupt chill swept through the room, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. Startled, I jolted awake. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed a figure silently standing at the door. A cold sweat broke out on my brow as I swiftly grasped the peachwood sword from the table, eyeing the silhouette warily. "Do not be so tense, it's me." The voice bore a hint of familiarity. It was Xiang. I placed a hand on my forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, "Lord Xiang, could you not inform me of your arrival beforehand? You are quite terrifying like this." Emerging from the shadows, Xiang retained his usual attire reminiscent of a funeral garment, his starry eyes glinting with mockery. "Then I can only say you are excessively timid. You ought to cultivate some courage." I set the peachwood sword back on the table and inquired, "Lord Xiang, is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour?" Xiang pulled out a chair at the table, nonchalantly sitting down and crossing his legs as he regarded me. "Of course, there is something. Otherwise, why would I seek you out?" I gazed at Xiang and inquired, "Sir Xiang, please feel free to express any concerns you may have." No longer did I harbor the initial trepidation in his presence. After all, he had once saved my life, and I currently stood as his proxy. Xiang pinched his thumb and forefinger together, and in an instant, I comprehended his intention. It was a request for money. "Sir Xiang, concerning the ghostly notes, I possess but a meager sum at present," I replied, as I opened the drawer and presented the few ghostly notes I had previously drawn. Xiang glanced at the notes, accepted them with ease, and remarked, "Having something is better than having nothing." He then rose and addressed me, "Do not forget that you promised to provide me with ghostly notes each month." I hastily replied, "I shall not forget. I shall not forget." Summoning my courage, I posed the question that lingered most in my mind. "Sir Xiang, may I timidly inquire, is the treatment in your realm truly so dismal?" I recalled the last instance when Xiang had devoured offerings with ravenous zeal. He sighed deeply and replied, "Performance below, standard results in deductions from my superior." As he spoke, he seemed to realize something, shooting me a fierce glare. "What does this matter to you? Some things are best left undiscovered. It is not in your interest." My lips twitched slightly. What did he mean by not in my interest? It was evident to me that he feared losing face. Xiang waved me off, saying I must take my leave. I quickly called after him, "Sir Xiang, you were aware of the matter concerning the skin-wearing ghost long ago, were you not?" Xiang paused momentarily, nodding her head before speaking. "Indeed, I have known for some time that he shares a certain connection with Xia Jingming. If you wish to uncover this matter, you must investigate it yourself. However, be cautious. That painted skin demon is both treacherous and cunning, and it has now set its sights upon you." I nodded in understanding as Xiang turned away, counting the ghostly banknotes in her hand before delightfully tucking them into her pocket. Thus, under my watchful gaze, Xiang vanished from sight. Chapter 84. The whereabouts of Xia, regardless of the circumstances, the existence of the skinning demon poses a formidable threat to me. The recollection of its insidious deception, when it morphed into Xia's likeness to extinguish the candle, truly illustrates its treacherous nature. I reclined back on my bed, surrendering to slumber once more. The following day, I arose as usual to prepare breakfast. After the meal, I began to draw the ghostly currency, for I had promised Yang Yi that I would undertake this task. Su Tianxian, upon witnessing my endeavor, chose to remain silent, engrossed in her reading nearby. The process of creating ghostly currency demands immense concentration, and through this practice, I could enhance my talismanic skills. Unbeknownst to me, time slipped away quietly, and when I finally lifted my gaze, evening had arrived. I stood, stretching lazily, and glanced at Su Tianxian, who was still immersed in her book. Noticing my pause, she beckoned me with a wave, saying, "Lu Su, come here." I approached her side, and her captivating eyes fixed intently upon me. "Tonight, you must rescue Xiaxi." "Rescue Xiaxi? Where is she now?" I inquired. Su Tianxian continued. "Though she is currently safe, it is only a temporary reprieve. To avoid detection by that demonic entity, you must undertake her rescue tonight." She then recounted Xiaxi's current predicament. After being substituted by the skinning demon, she had been captured by her sister. It was precisely for this reason that Xiaxi had thus far escaped harm from the demon, while her sister would not inflict immediate injury upon her. Prolonged exposure to a spirit, even under benign circumstances, would inevitably have consequences. Thus, what remains is to rescue Xiaxi and subsequently devise a means to restore the Qinyang star to my life palace. "Master, may I inquire about Xiaxi's current whereabouts?" Su Tianxian presented me with a small length of red string, stating, "By employing the soul-chasing technique, this red string will naturally guide you to the destined location." Upon receiving the string, a sudden clarity dawned upon me. It became evident that Su Tianxian had instructed me to bind the red string to the wrist of the ghost mother for this very moment. I couldn't help but admire Su Tianxuan's astute foresight. Su Tianxian rose to her feet and remarked, "This evening, I shall not accompany you, as I have matters to attend to. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not harbor murderous intent. The ghost mother is also a pitiable being. Should you take her life, the sins shall inevitably fall upon you. The most prudent course of action would be to send her to the underworld for reincarnation." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiaxi's sister is a wretched soul. As for the means to transport her to the underworld for rebirth, it poses no challenge for me, particularly since I possess the ghost seal. However, persuading Xiaxi's sister to willingly venture to the underworld remains a formidable task. At that moment, the door of Jiyun Hall creaked open slightly, and a small head peeked inside, scanning the surroundings. "Master Tianxian, I have arrived." In a vibrant red garment, Ruohong bounded joyfully to Su Tianxuan's side. Su Tianxian nodded slightly and instructed, "I entrust Lu Su to your care this evening." Upon hearing this, Ruohong patted her ample chest and confidently assured, "Master Tianxian, rest assured, with my presence, there is no room for unforeseen events." As I listened to the conversation between two individuals, a sense of perplexity washed over me. Could it be that Ruohong intends to accompany me? As fate would have it, Ruohong approached me and said, "Let us go." I responded to her, "Please wait for me a moment. I need to retrieve something." With that, I hurriedly ascended the staircase to the second floor. Chapter 85. The Villa District. I fetched the surprise only to find Su Tianxian making her way to the rooftop. Curiosity piqued, I followed her, observing as she gazed at the myriad stars, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, it seemed as though she sensed something. She murmured to herself, "Has it been discovered? Discovered? Discovered what?" Su Tianxian cast a glance in my direction, prompting me to quickly conceal myself before hastily departing. What did her words truly signify? This intrigued me greatly. Who has been uncovered? I sat on a park bench alongside Ruohong. She tilted her fair chin towards me and said, "Show me that peachwood sword." I handed the sword to her, and she examined it closely. The evening was still young, and the park was bustling with numerous visitors. Brandishing a peachwood sword in public did not seem out of place, especially with a group of elderly folks nearby dancing to music. Some are even practicing Tai Chi with their swords. "Wow, this peachwood sword is exquisitely crafted," Ruohong exclaimed, her voice rising with excitement. "And it's made from a 100-year-old peach tree." She was utterly captivated by the sword, reluctantly returning it to me after a moment of admiration. "I envy you for possessing a peachwood sword personally crafted by Master Tianxian." If only Master Tianxian could gift me one, I would dream of holding it while I sleep. Ruo Hong's admiration for Su Tianxian had reached its zenith. At times, she would cast a murderous glare at me while I conversed with Su Tianxian, her eyes brimming with a venomous hatred that seemed to wish for my utter demise. I produced the red string from my grasp and addressed Ruo Hong, suggesting we devise a means to locate Xia Shi. Ruo Hong nodded, her gaze filled with intrigue as she remarked, "Come now, the esteemed disciple of Master Tianxian. Let me witness your abilities." I offered a faint shake of my head, accompanied by a wry smile. I tied a knot in the red string and placed it in the palm of my right hand, while my left hand formed a gesture, silently reciting the incantation for the soul pursuit technique. A wisp of white light emerged from the tip of my left index finger, subsequently merging with the red string. In the next moment, the string emanated a gentle crimson glow floating up from my palm. The knotted end pointed resolutely in one direction, prompting me to rise and declare to Ruo Hong, "Let us proceed." Ruo Hong nodded in agreement, and we followed the direction indicated by the red string for an extended period, even venturing beyond the city limits. The pedestrians along the streets grew increasingly sparse until we could no longer discern a single soul. The dimly lit street lamps elongated our shadows as the night breeze swept in, cool and silent. We halted at a villa district located on the outskirts of the city, where the scenery was exquisite and the environment splendid, inhabited by the affluent and elite. Just as we intended to enter, we were intercepted by the security guard. Exchanging glances, Ruo Hong signaled me with a look that conveyed her intent to handle the situation. She approached the guard, who was rendered speechless by the sight of such a stunning beauty before him. It remains a mystery what Ruo Hong conversed about with the security guard, yet he welcomed us in with a beaming smile. Curiously, I inquired, "What did you discuss with him?" Ruo Hong offered a gentle smile and replied, "I have visited this community before, and the security guard recognizes me, which is why he allowed us entry." I was taken aback and asked, "You've been here?" Ruo Hong nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, I have been here. It was during my last visit when that corpulent man invited me to perform a ghost play." The corpulent man must surely refer to Wang Lin, the husband of the ghostly matron. Chapter 86. Xiaxi's mother upon the mention of Wang Lin. Ruo Hong seethed with rage. That insufferable fat fool deceived me. It infuriates me to no end. She began to vent her frustrations to me regarding the previous incident. To be candid, when I first encountered Ruo Hong, I mistakenly perceived her as a poised and aloof lady. Her appearance, figure, and demeanor all exuded an air of high elegance. However, as I spent more time with her, I realized that beneath her sophisticated exterior lay a playful girl at heart. Ruo Hong and I arrived at a villa. Glancing at the red string in my hand, I noticed that the knotted end pointed directly at the villa before us. At that moment, Ruo Hong's voice reached my ears. "This is Wang Lin's residence." Wang Lin's home? Why would Xiaxi be brought here? I pondered, but before I could voice my thoughts, a woman's dark inquiry abruptly cut through the air behind me. I turned around, stunned into silence. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, her expression grim, with a faint aura of shadow lingering around her brow. What astonished me was not merely her demeanor, but her striking resemblance to Xiaxi. Ruo Hong quickly interjected, "We're here looking for someone." "Excuse me, ma'am, do you happen to know?" My eyes widened in alarm, urging her to refrain from uttering Xiaxi's name. The woman and this house were undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. "Do you know Lu Su?" Ruo Hong continued. Upon hearing this, I exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if Ruo Hong's intellect is astute, she sensed the peculiarity of the situation. Unfamiliar with the woman, Ruo Hong cast an apologetic glance her way and politely bowed, saying, "I am sorry, Annie, we have come to the wrong place." As she spoke, she grasped my hand and we departed. The woman watched us retreating, her gaze filled with suspicion. Upon reaching the corner, we concealed ourselves in the shadows. "Goodness, you nearly frightened me to death. I thought you might slip up," Ruo Hong remarked with a hint of pride. "I am not foolish. That person was clearly bewitched." To my surprise, Ruo Hong's perception was remarkably sharp. Yet, upon reflection, it was no wonder. After all, she navigated the realms of both the living and the dead. If she lacked such discernment, how could she possibly perform in the ghostly theater? I gazed towards the villa and pondered for a moment before stating, if my intuition serves me right, that woman is likely Xiaxi's mother. With my reminder, Ruo Hong began to recall the woman's features. Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance to Xiaxi. I continued, moreover, that ghostly mother is currently inside the villa. But why has Xiaxi's mother not noticed? This is the aspect that perplexes me the most. If her daughter were a ghost, it should be readily apparent. Yet, why has Xiaxi's mother failed to perceive it? Ruo Hong pondered for a moment before stating, most ghosts that linger in the mortal realm do so due to their own obsessions. And that woman is undoubtedly bewitched by a spirit. I suspect it is the malevolent ghost that clings to the warmth of human affection. I find great wisdom in Ruo Hong's words. It is surprising that despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, her thoughts are so profound and meticulous. Shall we sneak into the villa later to investigate? Ruo Hong nodded in agreement. Our purpose for this venture is to rescue Xiaxi and to send the vengeful mother into the afterlife for rebirth. But given the current circumstances, we can only wait a while before entering the villa to assess the situation. Chapter 87. The deceased as the clock struck midnight. The other residents of the villa district had long extinguished their lights and retreated into slumber, enveloping the entire area in an eerie darkness akin to a ghostly realm. A glance exchanged between Ruo Hong and me revealed our unspoken thoughts. We stealthily approached the villa of Xiaxi, scaling the wall to gain entry. The courtyard of Xiaxi's home was expansive, adorned with well-tended greenery. However, the villa itself, bathed in moonlight, emanated a chilling aura. What heavy malevolence, Ruo Hong murmured. We quietly positioned ourselves before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor, affording us a clear view of the villa's grand hall. The moonlight penetrated the glass, casting a soft glow within, where the outlines of the furnishings appeared hazy and indistinct. Just as I contemplated whether I could push open the window, Ruo Hong suddenly pressed me down to the ground, sending a jolt of alarm through me. Had she seen something? Following her gaze, I beheld a ghastly, pallid foot emerging at the junction of the living room and the staircase leading to the second floor. With deliberate steps, the foot advanced toward the grand hall. Thud, 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 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The owner of the foot finally revealed herself. It was the ghostly mother. Her complexion was ashen, her expression vacant, and her bewildered eyes seemed to search for something. Slowly, she parted her lips, whispering softly, "Child, where are you?" Her voice was imbued with profound sorrow and dread. After several days of absence, the vengeful spirit of the ghostly mother has grown exceedingly powerful, far surpassing even Su Luo. This predicament is troubling. I am uncertain if merely the two of us, Ruo Hong and I, can vanquish her. I glanced at Ruo Hong beside me and noticed her expression mirrored my own distress. It seems she is grappling with the same concerns as I. My child, the ghostly mother's voice grew increasingly sorrowful, gradually dissolving into soft sobs. Her child had long been taken by Xiang Yi, and I am unaware if he has been reincarnated in the underworld. At that moment, the door to a room on the first floor creaked open. A man stepped into view, startling both Ruo Hong and me. To my astonishment, it was him. The man was rotund, his flesh quivering with each step, sporting a classic receding hairline. However, his hair was now in disarray. Wang Lin was supposed to be dead. How could he possibly be here? My confusion deepened. Wang Lin approached the ghostly mother, whispering, "Darling, isn't our son in the room?" His voice was barely audible, yet I could distinctly hear the trepidation lacing his words. The ghostly mother turned her head stiffly, her malevolent eyes fixated on Wang Lin. Instinctively, he took a step back, forcing a smile that could not conceal the fear within him. Suddenly, the ghostly mother lunged forward, gripping Wang Lin's neck with a vice-like hold. "That is not my son. That is not my son. I implore you to seek out my true son." With that, Wang Lin exerted force, resulting in a sharp crack as his neck was swiftly severed. His round head rolled a few times before coming to rest beside the sofa. "My dear wife, I was wrong. I shall go find our son at once." The dismembered Wang Lin continued to wail on the floor, yet the spectral mother showed no inclination to heed him. She extended her right hand to grasp Wang Lin's right leg, while her left hand clutched his head, and proceeded toward a room in the living area. Chapter 88. The dull sound of breathing in the living room fell silent once more. I murmured softly, "I never expected you to be right. This ghostly mother is lost in her delusions of familial bonds." The ghostly mother had abducted Xia Shi, then blinded her mother, showing no mercy even to the husband who had betrayed her. Ruo Hong glanced at me and inquired, "Are you confident in dealing with her?" I shook my head and replied, "It seems rather precarious." The ghostly mother's resentment was overwhelming. Even with the thunderbolt and the peachwood sword in my possession, I was uncertain of my ability to confront her. In the presence of such a formidable spirit, I could only resort to using Blood Hand to subdue her. However, the Blood Hand could not be employed carelessly. Facing a backlash from malevolent energy would spell disaster. Ruo Hong cast a disdainful glance my way and quietly remarked, "You truly are weak. You can't even handle her?" I retorted, "What about you? Do you possess the ability to confront her?" Ruo Hong, with a serious demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement and uttered the most cowardly words, "I cannot defeat her." Rolling my eyes, I questioned her motives for mockery if she herself could not prevail. "Let us devise a plan to rescue Xia Shi first, and then reconsider our next steps." Ruo Hong expressed her agreement. I rose to my feet, placing my hand against the window frame, exerting a slight force. The window indeed lifted effortlessly. Fortunately, the window was not fitted with a security grill. Had it been, entering the villa would have posed a significant challenge. I turned to Ruo Hong and advised, "We should act together. It will provide us both with some protection." Ruo Hong delicately pressed her slender, fair hand against her temple, offering me a respectful salute as she earnestly declared, "Understood, Commander." Witnessing her demeanor, a smile involuntarily crept upon my lips. Truly, she is a lively spirit, managing to enact such a humorous gesture in this dire environment. Together, Ruo Hong and I slipped into the villa. We stealthily approached the staircase, my intention being to search the second floor in hopes of locating Xia Shi. Given the presence of the malevolent mother on the ground floor, I preferred to avoid any confrontation unless absolutely necessary, as it seemed unlikely that anyone would escape unscathed. Upon reaching the second floor, we encountered 3 rooms, uncertain which one belonged to Xia Shi. Ruo Hong paused, contemplating for a moment before pointing to one of the rooms and stating, "This is the one." I gazed at her, puzzled, and inquired, "How do you know?" She softly explained, "Trust in a woman's intuition. Xia Shi must be in this room." Nodding in agreement, I realized that lacking any direction, I was better off following Ruo Hong's lead than hesitating at the threshold. Approaching the door she indicated, I gently grasped the handle and slowly pressed down. A surge of joy washed over me as I discovered it was not locked. The door creaked open, revealing a dim interior where only the moonlight filtering through the curtain seams illuminated the darkness with a striking glow. A solitary beam of moonlight cascaded onto the bed, allowing me to discern the faint outline of a figure lying there. I hesitated for a moment before stepping inside, only to be greeted by a series of muffled gasps. The sound was heavy and sporadic, reminiscent of a terminally ill individual struggling for breath. My brow furrowed instantly. Su Tianxian had previously assured me that Xia Shiping was safe and sound, incapable of producing such noises. Turned to look at Ruo Hong behind me. I caught her sticking out her tongue. A silent sigh escaped my lips. Indeed, this woman's intuition proved to be quite unreliable. Chapter 89. A mother's strength. Having realized that the person on the bed was not Xia Shi, there seemed little reason to linger any longer. Just as we were about to depart, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. I exchanged a glance with Ruo Hong, who grasped the doorknob and gently closed the door without a sound. I took her hand and quickly concealed ourselves behind the curtain. At that very moment, the door swung open, and I held my breath, striving to remain as quiet as possible, while Ruo Hong appeared remarkably composed. We were so close that I could see the delicate contours of her face, and the subtle fragrance emanating from her was causing my heart to race. Ruo Hong shot me a fierce glare before extending her fair finger and giving me a pointed jab. How could I not understand her intentions? She was warning me against harboring any inappropriate thoughts. I managed an awkward smile, but just then, the footsteps within the room drew nearer, causing my heart to quicken. What could it be outside? A person or a ghost? The footsteps halted before the bed, followed by a long, drawn-out sigh. "Oh, dear husband, I have brought you back, and I hope you do not hold it against me." Husband? In an instant, I deduced the identity of the person on the bed. It was none other than Xia, Shi's gravely ill father, while the figure seated before the bed was undoubtedly Xia, Shi's mother. Yin Yin was indeed unfortunate. It was all our fault for so easily believing the vile words of that scoundrel, Wang Lin. Had we not insisted on Yin Yin marrying him, she would not have ended up in such a state. As the conversation unfolded, Xiaxi's mother unexpectedly began to weep softly. Little she said that Yin Yin is already dead. The current Yin Yin is but a ghost. A shiver ran through me. It was evident that Xiaxi's mother was aware of her eldest daughter's demise. Yet, why did she choose to remain beside the specter? At this moment, Xia's mother was inconsolable, her voice choked with sorrow as she confided in her paralyzed husband. Yet, I was already privy to these matters. How could I be unaware of Yin Yan's passing? It was not that I refused to believe. It was merely that I could vividly feel the depth of Xia's mother's grief and anguish. However, as a mother, how could I possibly push away my own daughter who stood before me? Upon hearing these words, thoughts of my deceased mother surfaced, and an involuntary sadness enveloped my heart. Xia's mother's words lingered in my mind. For her to call me mom once more would be a blessing from the heavens, regardless of what the future held. All I wished for was to remain by her side, even if it meant death. I gently drew aside the curtain, peering through a single eye at Xia's mother, who was weeping by the bedside. Her shoulders trembled with each sob, her hands constantly wiping away tears. She rose and declared, "I know this thought is selfish, but for Yin Yin, I am willing to do so. Should anyone dare to disrupt our family, I shall fight with all my might." With that, Xia's mother stood and exited the room. Upon witnessing the departure of Mother Xia, Ruohong and I emerged from behind the curtain. Approaching the bedside, we beheld the frail form of Father Xia, our hearts laden with an indescribable mix of emotions. Just as we were about to take our leave, Father Xia, in a weak voice, implored us, wait a moment." I halted in my tracks and turned to gaze upon Father Xia, who lay there on the bed. Chapter 90. Father's request. Ruohong grasped my arm, shaking her head at me with caution. "It's all right," I reassured her as I approached the bedside. "Uncle, is there something you wish to tell me?" Father Xia turned to face me, his expression strained as he implored, "Please, save Xiaoxi, save my wife." For a fleeting moment, I was taken aback. Saving Xia, she was imperative. Yet how could I rescue Mother Xia? Her recent obstinacy made it clear she would not be persuaded to leave with us. My wife cannot accept Yin Yan's passing, and that is why she has become this way. You must help her. Take them both away from here. Seeing Father Xia's desperate plea stirred my compassion. I nodded, saying, "I will do my best." Rising to my feet, I was filled with an indescribable mix of emotions as I contemplated Mother Xia's actions. Death extinguishes life like a candle's flame, yet the lingering spirits can torment the living. In her quest to atone for her lost daughter, Mother Xia had imprisoned her husband and youngest daughter within the confines of the villa. Such conduct is truly appalling. Moreover, from Mother Xia's words, I gathered that Xiaxi was aware of her sister's ghostly existence, which led her to caution their mother. Yet, it seemed to have had little effect on Mother Xia. Father Xia nodded slowly, then said to me, "Xiaxi is in the room adjacent to mine. I hope you can bring her out." "Understood," I replied. Together with Ruohong, we departed the bedroom and approached the door of the neighboring room. I gently grasped the doorknob, intending to open the door, only to discover that it was locked. I glanced around, feeling relatively secure for the moment. I extended my hand and softly knocked on the door, calling out in a hushed tone, "Xiaxi, open the door, it's me." Ruohong vigilantly fixed her gaze on the staircase, fearful of the sudden appearance of the ghostly mother. After a brief moment, the door creaked open just a crack, revealing Xiaxi's haggard visage. "Lu Su," she exclaimed with excitement. "It's me. I'm here to take you away." At that instant, Ruohong suddenly seized my hand, her expression tense as she anxiously urged, "She's coming." A jolt of alarm shot through me as I grasped Xiaxi's hand, insisting, "Come with me." Xia, she hesitated, stumbling over her words, but my parents. My heart raced as I replied, "There's no time. We must leave now and then devise a plan to rescue your parents." Ruo Hong cast a glance at the staircase, then at me, and with a swift motion, pushed me into the room. Confused, I looked at Ruo Hong and asked, "What are you doing?" In an urgent tone, she urged, "You and Xia jump out the window. I'll distract her." However, it was now my turn to hesitate. Ruo Hong rolled her eyes and said, "First, get Xia out, then come back for me. If you want me to die, keep stalling." I was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and replied, "Wait for me." Since Ruo Hong has expressed herself so clearly, if I continue to hesitate and refuse to leave, it would truly betray her heartfelt intentions. With a resounding bang, Ruo Hong shut the door behind her. I no longer wavered. I approached the window and glanced outside. From a height of 7 to 8 meters, a leap would undoubtedly result in injury. Yet at this moment, I found myself devoid of any other options. Chapter 91. No one can take her away. I surveyed the room and swiftly tore down the curtains. The fabric, spanning 2 to 3 meters, required no knots. It was the perfect length. "Hurry, escape down the curtains," I urged. "Then what about you?" Xiaxi asked anxiously. I waved my hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourself with me for now. Our primary objective is to ensure your safety. If you are secure, this endeavor will not be in vain." Xiaxi, being no fool, understood the gravity of the situation. She realized that lingering could place us both in jeopardy. Grasping my hand, she implored, "Lu Su, you must survive. Together, we will seek Master Tianxian to rescue my parents." I nodded, casting the curtains outwards. As Xiaxi began her descent, the door behind us suddenly flew open with a violent kick. I turned sharply, only to find Xia's mother wielding a fruit knife, her expression dark and foreboding. A jolt of fear coursed through me as I shouted to Xia, "She, climb faster." Xiaxi hastened her movements, while her mother, with a voice hoarse from rage, screamed, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Her demeanor had taken on a frenzied quality as she lunged at me, knife raised. My heart raced with urgency, praying Xia she would reach the ground quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xia's mother was upon me, raising the knife to stab my back. Just as the moment became critical, she finally touched the ground. I relinquished my grip on the curtains and swiftly dodged to the side. The sharp fruit knife emitted a chilling gleam as it rushed towards me. Caught off guard, I felt a sudden chill in my waist, followed by a sharp pain radiating throughout my body. Clutching my waist, which had been slashed by Summer's mother, I was filled with trepidation. Had I been even a second later, I would have been grievously wounded. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial injury. Summer's mother gazed at me with a frenzied expression, the knife in her hand stained with my blood, a terrifying amalgamation of cold steel and crimson. "Why did you disturb us? Why?" I took a deep breath and addressed her. "Annie Summer, your daughter is already gone. Remaining by her side will only bring you harm, and harm to Xiaxi as well." She brandished the fruit knife, her emotions escalating as she shouted at me, "I don't care. I don't care. None of you can take Yin away from me. No one can." I pressed on. "Yin is your daughter, but what of Xiaxi? Is she not also your child?" Summer's mother hesitated for a moment, but then a thought seemed to strike her, and she yelled back, "Yin is dead, but Xiaxi is still alive. I will ensure she stays with Yin. Once I am gone, she can leave." Observing the madness in her eyes, I realized that reasoning would have no effect on her. It was time to take action. I lunged forward, and before she could react, I kicked her to the ground. Seizing the knife from her grasp, I delivered a swift strike, rendering her unconscious. Sighing deeply as I looked at the unconscious form of Summer's mother, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. At this moment, it seems this is the only course of action. If Mother Xia were to awaken, it would only lead to further complications. I hastily dashed out of the bedroom, scanning the surroundings in search of Ruo Hong's figure. Just then, I heard the sounds of struggle emanating from the first floor. Drawing the peach wood sword from my back, I hurriedly made my way downstairs. The once pristine and orderly hall on the first floor had now descended into utter chaos. Chapter 92. Encounter with the ghost. Mother Ruo Hong was engaged in a fierce struggle with the ghostly matron. Her figure was agile, and the long whip in her hand danced through the air with a fierce vigor, undoubtedly her talisman. My understanding of the performing arts is limited, and I'm even less acquainted with their methods of exorcism. Although Ruahong's attacks were formidable, it was evident that the Ghost Mother held the upper hand. Summoning the ghostly seal, I emanated the aura of a ghostly envoy and shouted at the Ghost Mother, "Cease your actions." Upon sensing the power of the ghostly envoy radiating from me, the Ghost Mother halted her movements. Ruahong quickly distanced herself and joined me. The Ghost Mother turned her gaze towards me, momentarily taken aback, but her eyes soon filled with a venomous hatred. "It is you. I did not expect you to be a ghostly envoy." I positioned Ruahong behind me, wielding a peachwood sword, and coldly regarded the Ghost Mother, declaring, "You disturb the order between the realms of yin and yang. Out of pity, I offer you a chance to accompany me away from here. Should you refuse, I shall ensure your utter obliteration." By summoning the ghostly seal, I could harness the power of the ghostly envoy, albeit this strength served primarily as a deterrent. Nevertheless, it instilled within me a profound courage. Such is the merit of the ghostly seal. The Ghost Mother glared at me with palpable resentment, enunciating each word with venom. "It is you who killed my child. I shall slay you in vengeance for my offspring." The resentment emanating from the Ghost Mother was even more intense than when I first encountered her, likely a result of her separation from her child. "Your child is not dead. They have merely crossed to the underworld." The Ghost Mother let out a deafening cry. "I do not care." In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the living room, overturning the furniture with ferocity. "You are the reason my child and I are separated. I will kill you. I will kill you." I sighed inwardly, pondering how my identity as a ghostly envoy seemed to serve merely as an ornament in this moment. How could my opponent exhibit such a lack of fear? It must be due to my own limited strength. The ghostly mother's jet black hair surged wildly, resembling a tidal wave rushing towards me. Ruahong pulled me back, saying, "Your wounds have yet to heal. Allow me to take this on." I shook my head and replied, "Let me give it a try." To be honest, I held no absolute confidence. The ghostly mother's resentment was far too potent, significantly overshadowing my own capabilities. My previous victory over the Blood Fiend had been sheer luck, and today there would be no divine thunder to aid me again. Nevertheless, the weapon in my hand, the Jingshao, offered me a semblance of reassurance. The tide of black hair swiftly advanced toward me. I swung the Jingshao, severing the strands with precision. I was momentarily taken aback by its formidable power. It was indeed worthy of its century-old origin. Yet, the severed hair continued to grow uncontrollably, proving to be quite the nuisance. I certainly could not afford to keep cutting through this hair while simultaneously confronting the ghostly mother. It would deplete my energy far too quickly. Thus, I began to circle around the ghostly mother, wielding the Jingshao with determination. It was impossible for me to eliminate her outright, as I lacked the necessary strength. I needed to find an opportunity to unleash my thunderous technique, inflicting severe damage upon her before devising a plan. Like a tidal wave, hair surged towards me in a frenzied assault, and I could only draw my sword in defense. However, there was an overwhelming abundance of hair, rendering my attempts futile. "Lu Su!" Ruahong suddenly called out to me. Following the sound, I noticed her gesturing subtly in my direction, and I understood her intent. I sheathed my sword and, with my right hand forming a seal, silently recited the ninefold thunder technique. Blue lightning flickered in the palm of my hand as I recklessly charged toward the Ghost Mother. Chapter 93. The severely wounded Ghost Mother in this perilous situation, charging forward would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, my conviction remains unwavering, solely because of my faith in Ruahong. The inky tresses, resembling a surging tide, surged towards me. But I paid them no heed as I continued my reckless advance towards the Ghost Mother. Just as the dark strands were about to ensnare my ankle, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. In the next instant, the obsidian hair halted, unable to advance any further. I knew Ruahong had intervened. The Ghost Mother, momentarily distracted by this unforeseen turn of events, provided me with an opportunity. I gathered the first layer of the ninefold thunder technique, my palm crackling with electric energy, the sound of thunder resonating in my ears. The principle behind the ninefold thunder technique is akin to that of the palm thunder. Yet the former allows for the amplification of power, whereas the latter does not. Sensing the impending danger, the ghost mother whirled around, intent on resisting. But it was far too late. The ninefold thunder technique struck her squarely. With a deafening roar, the thunder erupted, and blue arcs of electricity surged wildly across her form. A chilling scream escaped the ghost mother's lips as she was propelled away by the force of my attack. Ruahong retracted the whip that had ensnared the ghost mother's hair. It was she who had utilized the whip to bind the ghost mother's flowing locks. Otherwise, I would not have been able to land a hit. Though the strike may not have vanquished the ghost mother, it certainly inflicted some significant suffering upon her. Now, however, I faced another dilemma, having unleashed the ninefold thunder technique. I felt utterly drained. This was a consequence of my inadequate stamina. If only I were a bit stronger, I would not feel so fatigued. As Hong looked at my pale lips, she asked with concern, "Are you all right?" I waved my hand dismissively and replied, "I am fine." The ghostly mother's anguished wails echoed through the desolate villa as she struggled to rise, her gaze filled with venom directed at me. In that moment, the ghostly mother appeared utterly disheveled, her body ravaged by the lightning strike, her skin torn and exposed, the blood not a vivid crimson, but rather an ominous black, charred and grotesque. I will kill you. I will kill you." I gripped the sword, Jing Shao, coldly regarding the ghostly mother. She lunged at me once more, claws bared, but just as I prepared to meet her assault, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, plunging into the ghostly mother's embrace. "Child, enough, enough. Mother does not wish to see you hurt any longer." The newcomer was none other than Xia's mother, whom I had rendered unconscious. Xia's mother clung tightly to the ghostly mother, tears welling in her eyes. The ghostly mother's expression momentarily faltered as she looked at her own mother, confusion and bewilderment flickering in her gaze. Xia's mother continued to weep. "Child, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. If it were not for your mother, you would not have become like this." The ghostly mother turned to Xia's mother, her voice trembling with inquiry. "Mother, when did you know that I—" Xia's mother lifted her head, reaching out to gently caress the ghostly mother's cheek, saying, "From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were already gone." The ghostly mother gazed at Xia's mother in disbelief. She could not comprehend why she had blinded her own mother, yet her mother could still perceive the truth of the matter. Xia's mother bit her lip gently and said, "Yin Yin, I understand your yearning for familial affection and the desire for a home. During your lifetime, I failed to provide you with all of this. It is my fault. If it is only through death that you can relinquish your hatred, then I would willingly embrace that fate." Chapter 94. The past of the ghost mother at present. I find myself perplexed by Xia Yan's profound yearning for familial affection. However, later on, Xiaxi elucidated everything to me. Xia Yan's desire for kinship is exceedingly intense. Throughout her childhood, her parents, Xia Mu and Xia Fu, were perpetually occupied with work, leaving her to be raised by her grandmother. Thus, her parents were absent for her entire formative years. The reason behind her parents' relentless busyness was the decline of the Xia family's business that commenced shortly after Xia Yan's birth. This period marked the pinnacle of the Xia family's misfortunes. To sustain the family's enterprise, both parents had to labor tirelessly. The revival of the Xia business occurred after the birth of Xia Shi, which is why her parents were present during her childhood, alongside a sister who dotes on her immensely. Subsequently, under her parents' arrangement, Xia Yan was married off to Wang Lin. However, Xia Yan harbored no affection for Wang Lin. Her agreement stemmed solely from parental pressure. She had once longed for a passionate romance, yet reality prevailed. Due to the absence of male heirs in the Xia family, only a son-in-law could continue the family lineage. Thus, they wed, and over time, Xia Yan began to accept Wang Lin. The bond between them cannot be termed love. It is merely a gradual accumulation of familial affection. Yet, no one could have anticipated that Wang Lin was merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. To seize the family fortune, he conspired with Su Luo to murder her and the child she carried. At times, Xia Yan, as the elder sister, feels an envious pang towards her younger sibling. For her sister enjoyed the affection of their parents from a young age and, upon growing up, was free from the burdens of familial obligations. Envy may linger in the heart, yet Xia Yan has never harbored jealousy towards her sister. Her love for Xia, she is profound and unwavering. Xia Yin reciprocates the world's kindness with her own benevolence. Yet the world has returned her only with tragedy. Xia's mother, with tears glistening in her eyes, gazes sorrowfully at her daughter. Yin Yin, it is I who have wronged you. If only I had discerned Wang Lin's true nature sooner, you would not have met such a fate. Xia Yin observes her mother, and the resentment within her gradually dissipates. Witnessing this scene, I feel a surge of joy. The fading of Xia Yan's bitterness signifies her potential rebirth. Mother, I do not blame you. If blame must be assigned, it is to my unfortunate destiny. Xia's mother reaches out, gently caressing Xia Yan's pallid face, saying, My child, let go of your attachments and embrace rebirth. I will accompany you. With that, she produces a fruit knife, plunging it towards her own chest without hesitation. Just as the sharp blade is about to pierce her heart, Xia Yin intervenes. Mother, what are you doing? Xia Yin exclaims in alarm. I simply do not wish for you to depart this world alone. Mother, cannot bear to part with you. Xia's mother sobs, her voice choked with grief. I cannot bear to lose you. I have missed your entire childhood. At the very least, I wish to be with you after you leave this world, so you need not feel so lonely. As the resentment within Xia Yin continues to fade, her appearance begins to transform. Moments later, the fearsome visage of the vengeful mother vanishes, replaced by that of a gentle and gracious woman. Mother, the daughter cannot bear to part with you, just as I cannot relinquish my own child. She is not only bound by familial affection, but also by her own offspring. The transformation of Xia Yin into her current state is entirely due to her separation from her child. A mother and her offspring are inseparable. Should they be torn apart, the mother's spirit would be filled with relentless resentment and cruelty. However, Xia Yin has not resorted to annihilating her family. Chapter 95. The gates of the underworld for Xia Yin. It is highly likely that her only adversaries are Wang Lin and Su Luo. Regardless of the depth of her grievances, she consistently harbors thoughts of her family. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to imprison everyone in this manner. Perhaps after Xia Yin has avenged herself by eliminating Wang Lin and Su Luo, the weight of her resentment may lessen. The sole source of her anguish remains her child. Child, you mother Xia gazed blankly at her daughter. Xia Yin bestowed a gentle smile upon her mother, saying, Mom, while you may find it hard to part with me, little she cannot be without you. Rest assured, I shall be reborn. She turned her gaze towards me, approaching with reverence, and said, Lord Ghost Messenger, I wish to depart. However, I have a request before I leave. A request? What might it be? I surmised it pertained to her child. As anticipated, Xia Yin addressed me. I wish to see my child once more. Regarding Xia Yin's request, I was uncertain whether I could fulfill it. After all, that ghostly infant had already been taken to the underworld by Xiang Yi. I replied to Xia Yin, I cannot ascertain whether your child still resides in the underworld. It is quite possible that he has already been reborn. Upon hearing my words, a look of despondency crossed Xia Yan's face. I swiftly altered my tone, adding, however, I can inquire on your behalf. If the ghostly infant, like Xia Yin, clings to the memory of his mother and refuses to be reborn, there remains a chance for the two to reunite. Xia Yin hurriedly expressed her gratitude to me, and I activated the ghost seal, hoping to summon Xiang Yi. However, after a while, Xiang Yi did not appear. Instead, a dark, ominous door emerged at my call. A jolt of surprise coursed through me. Was this the gateway to the underworld? I had previously heard Xiang Yi mention that it could be summoned through the power of the ghost seal. Xia Yin looked at me in confusion as the door to the underworld manifested. I cleared my throat awkwardly, unsure of how to explain. Just then, a chilling wind surged from the door, and Xiang Yi slowly stepped out. Upon seeing me, his first words were, Are you really that bored to summon me? Today I SNT my shift, and yet you've pulled me in for overtime? I felt a slight twitch at the corner of my mouth. My actions were indeed somewhat bothersome. After expressing his grievances, Xiang Yi turned his attention to Xia Yin, whose resentment had already dissipated. He inquired, What is going on? I recounted the events that had just transpired, including Xia Yin's request, without omitting a single detail. After listening, he nodded and remarked, That little ghost is still lingering in the underworld, refusing to leave. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of joy, since it was unwilling to depart. It was the perfect opportunity for the mother and child to meet and subsequently reincarnate together. Xiangyi cast a glance at Xia Yan, who instinctively shrank back in fright. This was the disparity in our presence. Though I was an acting ghost officer, the pressure I exerted on malevolent spirits was far inferior to that of Xiangyi. "Wait here for me," he instructed before stepping through the gateway to the underworld. Approximately 5 minutes later, Xiangyi returned, accompanied by a small boy. The ghostly infant had grown considerably since our last encounter. Yet, the malice emanating from him had not diminished in the slightest. Upon seeing me, his gaze remained as venomous as ever. Upon the sight of the ghostly infant, Xia Yan's expression turned somewhat agitated, and disregarding her trepidation towards Xiangyi, she rushed forward to embrace the ghostly child. Chapter 96. The conclusion. While the ghostly infant still resided within Xia Yan's womb, he fell victim to the treacherous designs of Su Luo and Wang Lin. Consequently, the mother and child never had the opportunity to meet. Yet, the bond forged by blood is inextinguishable, destined to entwine them ever more tightly as time flows onward. "Child!" Xia Yan cried out with fervor as she embraced the ghostly infant. Upon laying eyes on her, the malevolent aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. He parted his lips and, with a faltering voice, uttered "Mother." Xia Yan responded with a joyous affirmation, lifting the ghostly infant into her arms. Casting a glance at her mother, she said, "Mother, I am departing. You must take care of yourself. Perhaps in our next life, we shall meet again, and I will bring him back to be by your side." With tear-filled eyes, her mother gazed upon her daughter, also beholding her grandchild. If only both of them could have lived, how splendid that would be. "Very well, I shall await your return." Xia Yan bestowed a gentle smile upon her mother and then turned to me, bowing deeply as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." I waved my hand dismissively, remaining silent. Xia Yan cast one final lingering glance at her mother, her heart heavy with reluctance. Yet, despite the sorrow, departure was inevitable. Embracing the ghostly infant, she stepped through the gates of the underworld. Xiangyi approached me, remarking, "Considering the effort you've put forth for my achievements, I shall overlook your summoning of me." I smiled awkwardly, and Xiangyi let out a cold snort, saying, "Remember, the matter of the ghostly banknotes cannot be delayed. In a few days, I shall come to collect them from you." Could it be that Xiangyi is truly obsessed with money? Each time we meet, she insists on bringing up this issue. "All right, I understand," I replied. Just as Xiangyi intended to leave, I intercepted her at the threshold of the underworld. "Sir Xiang, there is still a ghost within this villa." Xiangyi paused, beginning to sense the atmosphere, and indeed, beneath a table, she detected the presence of a spirit. She stepped forward, effortlessly grasping Wang Lin and unceremoniously tossing him into the portal of the underworld. Her actions were both brusque and callous. For someone as heinous as Wang Lin, how could I possibly forget? "Very well, I shall take my leave now." With that, she stepped into the portal, which gradually closed behind her, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. I gazed at the sorrowful Xia Mu on the ground and said, "Aunt Xia, it is all over now." Xia Mu rose, approaching me with a look of deep regret. "Young man, I am truly sorry." I shook my head and replied, "Aunt Xia, I understand. There is no right or wrong in this matter. You should take Uncle Xia back to the hospital." Upon hearing this, Xia Mu nodded repeatedly and took out her phone to call for an ambulance. With the situation resolved, it was time for us to depart. As Ruo Hong and I exited the villa, she stretched languidly and remarked, "Ah, finally, it has come to an end. Let's go home, take a shower, and sleep." Indeed, this evening was fraught with danger. Had Xia Yan's resentment not dissipated, it is likely that both Ruo Hong and I would have met our demise here. Fortunately, at a pivotal moment, Mother Xia emerged and alleviated Xia Yan's grievances. At that instant, Ruo Hong suddenly pondered a question and inquired, "What about Xia Shi?" I was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Xia Shi must have gone to Jian Hall to seek guidance from my master. We need not worry." However, I soon recognized another concern. Would Xia Shi be targeted by malevolent spirits while venturing out at such a late hour? Particularly that wretched entity from the heavenly Coffin. With this thought in mind, I grasped Ruo Hong's hand and dashed out of the villa area. Chapter 97. Late night taxi. There remained a considerable distance to Jian Hall, and to reach it with utmost haste, we had no choice but to hail a taxi. However, given the late hour, where could we possibly find one? Thus, Ruo Hong and I quickened our pace towards Jian Hall, hoping to encounter a taxi along the way. Perhaps fortune smiled upon us, for we unexpectedly spotted a cab. Not far off, a taxi stood quietly under the streetlight, its dim glow casting a solitary ambience over the vehicle. Exchanging a glance with Ruo Hong, we hastened towards the taxi. Without a moment's hesitation, I opened the rear door and settled inside, with Ruo Hong following closely behind. "Driver, to Jian Hall," I exclaimed. The driver responded with a soft acknowledgement before starting the engine and merging into the flow of traffic. At that moment, my heart raced with anxiety. I regretted allowing Xiaxi to depart alone. What if she encountered danger on the way? The thought filled me with guilt. My agitation stemmed from two primary concerns. First and foremost was my genuine worry for Xiaxi's safety. Furthermore, Xiaxi was the Aries star. She embodied the very essence of the Aries star I had tirelessly sought. If anything were to befall her, I would be equally tormented. Through the car window, I gazed at the streets outside, where the streetlights gradually receded behind us. "Driver, could you possibly drive a bit faster? I'm quite anxious," I pleaded. Yet, the taxi driver remained focused on the road, seemingly unperturbed by my urgency. I sighed, pondering how I had encountered such a composed driver. The street was devoid of pedestrians and vehicles in the late hours. What difference would it make to drive faster? Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly swifter than my own walking pace. Soon, we arrived in the city center. Ruo Hong peered out the window, her delicate brow furrowed. Observing her expression, I inquired, "Ruo Hong, what troubles you?" She continued to gaze outside, and after a moment, she let out a soft exclamation. That's rather peculiar." Her reaction left me perplexed, so I followed her gaze to the window. Outside, an expanse of darkness enveloped us, illuminated only by the faint glow of streetlights lining the road. What was so strange? Wait, I seem to have overlooked something. We had entered the city, and although it was already past midnight, it could not possibly be this quiet. The shops along the way should be open 24 hours, and apart from them, there should be vending machines casting a subtle, cold light. Yet, why was it that besides the glow of the streetlights, I could see no other illumination? How odd, truly odd. Ruo Hong glanced at me, and then our eyes simultaneously shifted to the driver. In my previous haste, I had failed to scrutinize him closely, but now, upon closer inspection, an indescribable sensation began to stir within me. From my vantage point, I could not see the driver's full visage, but I could catch a glimpse of his profile in the rearview mirror. The driver, clad in a cap, possessed a profile as pale as marble, and beyond this, he exuded an unsettling aura. Ruo Hong extended her hand, grasping the rear of the passenger seat, attempting to rise for a clearer view. Yet, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. Her elongated nails became ensnared in the fabric of the passenger seat. Ruo Hong paused, extracting her nails, and upon witnessing this scene, I was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. Chapter 98. The paper-made car. Ruo Hong's seemingly careless action had inadvertently created a hole in the passenger seat. Through the small aperture, I could faintly discern an array of scattered straw within. I had never encountered a car seat with an internal structure crafted from straw. As I extended my hand to feel the area surrounding the hole, an unsettling familiarity washed over me. Gently pinching the edge of the opening, I applied slight pressure, and to my astonishment, a piece of the seat tore away with a distinct ripping sound. In that moment, realization dawned upon me. This was paper. The very seat before me was fashioned from paper. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ruo Hong again thrust her elongated fingernail toward the seat. Predictably, her long nail penetrated the paper seat once more. Our eyes met, and an identical thought surged through our minds. This was indeed a paper car. How could this be possible? A paper vehicle could never take to the roads. Ruo Hong glanced at the driver, parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. However, I deciphered her silent words. She uttered 3 characters: the paper artisan. A sudden clarity enveloped my mind, and I instantly understood the situation. The vehicle we occupied was the creation of a paper artisan. I had previously witnessed the remarkable skills of such an artisan, Mr. Pan, who had crafted two golden children. These figures were not only animated, but possessed extraordinary strength. I had narrowly escaped death at the hands of that youthful male. Could it be that Mr. Pan was once again behind this extraordinary occurrence? This is quite unexpected. Wasn't Mr. Pan injured by Su Tianxian? How has he managed to stage a comeback so swiftly? Before I could fully grasp the implications of the situation, Ruo Hong tapped my shoulder, gesturing a throat-slitting motion. Her intent was to strike first and subdue the driver. I must admit, I truly admire Ruo Hong. She remains remarkably composed in any circumstance and possesses an exceptionally meticulous mind, enabling her to make decisions with utmost speed. I nodded, clutching the peachwood sword in my hand. Whether the driver was human or spectral, I couldn't ascertain. However, I was certain of one thing. This driver was no ordinary individual. How else could a normal person operate a paper-crafted vehicle? Employing the full force of the Jingxiao within the confined space of the car was imprudent, yet it was the most direct course of action. Regardless of his nature, a single strike would reveal his true form. I abruptly raised the Jingxiao in my hand, aiming for the driver's head. With a soft thud, the Jingxiao pierced the driver's skull, yet he didn't even utter a cry. My brow furrowed. This driver was merely a paper effigy. The pure yang energy of the Jingxiao instantly ignited the driver's head. Witnessing this, I quickly withdrew the Jingxiao. The driver slowly turned his head, half of his face engulfed in flames, his remaining eye gazing coldly at me. His mouth was reduced to a mere fragment, and he curled his lips into a sinister smile. A chill coursed through my heart, an ominous premonition whispering that something dreadful was about to unfold. Indeed, the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. My heart raced with alarm. Where was he taking us? The searing flames ruthlessly engulfed the paper effigy of the driver, igniting the seats in a blaze. Ruo Hong, in a moment of desperation, kicked open the car door, intending to leap out. I swiftly restrained her, exclaiming, "No, the speed is too great. Jumping out would result in a terrible fall." Chapter 99. Leap from a vehicle. The speed of the car was undeniably excessive, and the road lay deserted, devoid of any vehicles or pedestrians. The vehicle surged forward like a wild stallion, unbridled and reckless. "What shall we do?" Ruo Hong inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. I was at a loss, uncertain of how to halt the out-of-control automobile. The direst concern was the flames engulfing the driver, which had already spread to the front seats. It would not be long before the fire reached the rear, sealing our fates. Either we would perish in the crash or succumb to the flames. My gaze shifted to the bushes lining the roadside, and a plan formed in my mind. "Jump! Dive into the bushes," I urged, realizing this was our only recourse. The foliage should cushion our fall and mitigate any potential injuries. Ruo Hong nodded earnestly, but her next words shattered my composure. "You jump, I jump." My lips twitched in disbelief, unable to suppress my exasperation. "Sister, what time is it for jokes? Leap now." Ruo Hong playfully stuck out her tongue, revealing a surprisingly whimsical side. With determination, she straightened her body and leapt out, plunging into the nearby bushes. I could only hope she was unharmed. As I prepared to follow suit, poised to jump, I suddenly felt a tight grip around my ankle. Turning back, I was taken aback by the sight that met my eyes. It was not another but the driver, nearly consumed by flames, who clutched me tightly. His entire being was engulfed in fire, save for his right hand, which he used to grasp my ankle with an iron grip. I felt a surge of panic. Kicking fiercely, yet the paper figure of the driver maintained its hold. Drawing forth my peachwood sword, I severed his arm, but when I glanced again at the roadside, the thicket had vanished. This was disastrous. In merely a moment's delay, I had forfeited the optimal opportunity to leap from a vehicle. As the paper car glided onto the bridge, I beheld the tumultuous river ahead and steeled myself, bending low to launch into the air. I vowed that this leap would exhaust every ounce of my strength. I vaulted over the railing, plunging swiftly toward the icy waters below. Instinctively, I shut my eyes, and with a resounding splash, I plunged into the frigid embrace of the river, the world around me fading into silence. Regaining my composure, I swam toward the surface. With arduous effort, my head finally broke the water, and I gasped for breath, the cold river stimulating my senses. Drawing in a deep breath, I swam toward the shore. Fortunately, I was proficient in swimming. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Once ashore, I collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Raising my gaze to the bridge's railing, a wave of trepidation washed over me. Had I exerted less strength, I might have collided with the railing, unaware of my demise. I then noticed that the paper car had vanished without a trace. After resting for a moment, I stood up and began to walk toward the road. Drenched to the bone and beset by the biting night wind, I found myself trembling uncontrollably. After but a short distance, I heard someone in front calling my name. I halted, momentarily taken aback, straining to discern the voice that beckoned me. It was Ruo Hong. Rushing forth from the shadows, Ruo Hong appeared in haste. Upon seeing her safe and sound, I let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 100. The Painted-Skin Demon Lu Su, are you all right? Ruo Hong asked anxiously as she approached. I shook my head and replied, I'm fine. How about you? Ruo Hong also shook her head and answered, I'm all right too. As long as Ruo Hong was unharmed, that was a relief. We were now quite close to Jian Hall, and if we quicken our pace, we should reach it in no more than 5 minutes. Let us hasten our steps, I suggested to Ruo Hong. She nodded and followed closely behind me. We entered a thicket, realizing that to return to the road, we must traverse through this grove. As we walked, I slowed my pace to match Ruo Hong side by side. I glanced at her and casually remarked, that was truly perilous. Had we delayed even a moment longer, we might have perished in that car. Ruo Hong nodded in agreement. Due to the biting cold, my legs trembled uncontrollably, causing my pace to lag significantly. Soon, I found myself falling behind Ruo Hong. Noticing my slow progress, Ruo Hong halted and said, Lu Su, what's wrong? Please walk faster. We still need to rescue Xia Shi. A wry smile crept across my lips as I replied, You should move ahead. My legs are somewhat numb. Ruo Hong paused for a moment, then nodded and continued onward. I maintained a certain distance from her, watching as she gradually moved further away, prompting me to quicken my steps. Ruo Hong, in turn, slowed down to accommodate my physical condition. Just as I was about to catch up with Ruo Hong, I suddenly drew the Jing Shao from behind me and struck down toward her fair neck. It seemed as though she sensed something, swiftly evading my advance and creating distance between us. Caught off guard by my unexpected move, she asked, somewhat angrily, Lu Su, what do you intend to do? I regarded her coldly and replied, You are not Ruo Hong. Who exactly are you? Ruo Hong paused, then laughed, Lu Su, have you lost your mind? How could I possibly not be Ruo Hong? I continued to gaze at her with unyielding coldness, repeating, You are not Ruo Hong. Who are you really? The figure before me could not possibly be Ruo Hong. She had leapt from the vehicle into the thicket. Her attire could not be this immaculate. Moreover, the distance between us had widened considerably. It was impossible for Ruo Hong to have reached me in such a brief span of time. Thus, the person before me was unequivocally not Ruo Hong. As she attempted to explain, I raised the Jing Shao once more and struck at her again. Her expression turned frosty, and she dodged with another swift movement. She regarded me with a cold stare, her eyes filled with resentment. How did you discover my true identity? I recounted my recent deductions to her. Upon hearing this, Ruo Hong burst into laughter. Lu Su, I never expected you to be so cautious, maintaining a safe distance. I looked at her and declared, There is no need for you to disguise yourself any longer. I know who you truly are. Ruoang let out a soft exclamation. Her gaze filled with curiosity as she asked, So, who do you think I am? I slowly uttered 3 words. The skinning demon. Ruoang burst into hearty laughter, her skin beginning to peel away as her form underwent a dramatic transformation. Moments later, a terrifying monster with a blue face and menacing fangs confronted me. Impressive, aren't you? The skinning demon remarked, shifting the tone of the conversation. But now that you know my identity, what does it matter? Chapter 101. Predicament. The words of the skinning demon ring true. Even now that I have discerned his true identity, it serves no purpose. My strength pales in comparison to this formidable entity. The aura of the skinning demon is exponentially more powerful than that of Su Luo or Xia Yan. Given my current capabilities, Escaping his clutches seems an insurmountable challenge. Initially, I contemplated a surprise attack on the skinning demon, yet his vigilance thwarted my efforts twice. What should I do now? Should I bide my time, waiting for Ruo Hong to arrive so that we might confront the skinning demon together? However, even with Ruo Hong's assistance, do we possess the strength to contend with him? I fix my gaze upon the skinning demon, inquiring, "What is it that you truly desire? I bear no grudge against you. Why do you relentlessly pursue me?" This is the aspect I find most perplexing. It appears that there exists no animosity between us. Does it not? A mocking expression spreads across the grotesque visage of the skinning demon as he opens his mouth, releasing a chilling laughter. Ha ha ha. No grudge, no enmity? You have destroyed Xia Jingming's corporeal form, and you dare speak of no grudge? Suddenly, I recall the words spoken by Xiang Yi. The skinning demon shares a profound connection with Xia Jingming. The nature of this connection remains for me to unravel. Yet at this moment, nothing else matters. For the skinning demon is approaching me. Gripping my weapon, I swing the Jingxiao once more at the skinning demon. He evades my strike with a swift movement, his massive frame surprisingly agile. However, he seemed to harbor a certain trepidation towards the Jingxiao in my grasp, approaching cautiously yet refraining from launching an attack. The painted-skinned fiend cast a glance at the Jingxiao, then remarked, "It is indeed a fine sword, yet in your hands it is utterly wasted." I could not deny the truth in his words. The Jingxiao was truly an exceptional blade, but in my possession it failed to realize its potential. Had it been wielded by Su Tianxian, it would undoubtedly cleave through gods and demons alike. I refrained from responding to the painted skin fiend, my mind consumed with thoughts of how to extricate myself. He continued to advance towards me, and I retreated step by step. Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, his expression twisting into a grotesque snarl as he vanished in an instant. I remained vigilant, scanning my surroundings in fear of his sudden reappearance to deliver a fatal blow. Abruptly, a fierce gust of wind whipped past me from behind, and I instinctively turned, only to behold the painted skin fiend lunging at me with his gaping maw. I raised the Jingxiao before me, yet his monstrous jaws did not descend. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I felt a sharp blow to my wrist, causing the Jingxiao to clatter to the ground. Alarm surged through me. The fiend's initial aim was not directed at me, but rather at the Jingxiao in my possession. Clutching my right wrist, I stumbled backward. As anticipated, the painted skin fiend was indeed as treacherous and cunning as Xiang Yi had described. I maintained a cautious distance from him, forming the 9-layered thunder technique with my fingers, my heart silently reciting the incantation as the air crackled with the sound of thunder, and arcs of lightning flickered within my palm. Upon encountering the painted skin demon, I unleashed the 9-fold thunder technique, provoking a raucous laughter from him. "Ha ha! You truly believe that the mere trinket in your grasp could inflict harm upon me? How utterly naive you are!" I regarded the painted skin demon with a cold stare, choosing silence. It was evident that escape was no longer an option. I could only resort to a confrontation. However, mere confrontation equated to a desperate struggle, for I was entirely incapable of overcoming the painted skin demon. A sinister grin spread across the demon's grotesque visage, and an ominous wind surged around him as he charged towards me. Chapter 102. The power of the blood hand. The painted skin demon extended its ghastly, pallid hand towards my heart. A chill coursed through me. It aimed to seize my very essence. I raised my right hand, clutching the thunder decision, and thrust it towards the demon's chest. Lightning crackled and thunder reverberated, causing the air to tremble under the weight of my power. The painted skin demon did not flinch. Instead, it charged directly into my oncoming attack. The thunder exploded, yet it inflicted not a single scratch upon the creature. Could it truly be composed of iron and steel? You are far too weak. My expression hardened as blood rushed from my right arm, swiftly enveloping it. Indeed, I had resorted to the blood hand. The urgency of the situation left me with no alternative. Failure to wield this power would result in certain demise. Though the blood hand would bring about a backlash of malevolent energy, I could discern the priority between my life and the consequences. The blood hand plunged into the demon's form. The painted-skinned demon was taken aback, its face a mask of horror as it cried out, "What is this thing?" A cold smile graced my lips as I replied, "The very thing that seeks your life." My right hand delved deep within the demon's being, as though grasping something intangible. With a fierce squeeze, the painted-skinned demon let out a wretched scream. I began to yank that which I had seized. It was likely the essence of its soul, the very core of its being, the 3 souls and 7 spirits. I had come to understand the capabilities of the blood hand. It allowed me to grasp the ethereal 3 souls and 7 spirits directly, inflicting tremendous harm upon them. The ability to extract a soul directly from its corporeal form is indeed formidable. However, I find myself unable to wield such power. To truly master it, I must align the constellation of the Qinyang star with my own destiny. The haunting wails of the painted-skinned demon echo in my ears as I summon every ounce of strength to extract its spirit before vanquishing it. Yet, a searing pain radiates throughout my entire being, the backlash of malevolent energy. Cursed be this fate. Even so, I refuse to relinquish my grip. The painted-skinned demon, sensing my distress, opens its gaping maw and lunges towards my head. I narrowly evade, but it still manages to sink its teeth into my shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, it kicks me to the ground, and my bloodied hand is wrenched from its body. I roll on the ground, trembling, gasping for breath. This surge of malevolence is exceptionally potent, the excruciating agony nearly rendering me unconscious. The blood seal on my back remains unresponsive. Ordinarily, whenever I am beset by such dark energy, Su Tianxian would share my burden. Yet this time, there is no reaction. The painted-skinned demon presses forward, clutching its chest, advancing upon me step by step. In my current state, I am powerless, left to await my doom. At that moment, a woman's voice resonates in my ear. "Liu Su, it is Ruo Hong." I yearn to respond, but the dark energy has robbed me of the ability to speak. The painted-skinned demon stands before me, its hand poised over my face. A surge of dread courses through me. What does it intend to do? As his hand withdrew, the visage of the skin-wearing demon underwent a remarkable transformation. He had assumed my appearance. A wave of horror surged through me. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he mockingly declared, "You shall wait here for your demise." The very timbre of his voice mirrored my own. This time, he had learned well, drenching his garments to match my own. He bellowed into the depths of the forest. "I am here." Thus, I beheld the skin-wearing demon, clad in my likeness, striding into the shadows. Chapter 103. The Rebellious Disciple. I gazed at the retreating figure of the painted-skinned demon, and my heart felt as though it had plummeted to the depths of the ocean. I yearned to call out, yet no sound escaped my lips. Can one truly fathom the sensation of a malevolent spirit assuming your form, living on in your stead? It is an experience akin to being forsaken by the world, yet still existing within it. Only now the life that endures is no longer your own. The excruciating pain coursing through my body swiftly rendered me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, it was already the following morning. I slowly opened my eyes and surveyed my surroundings, realizing I was still amidst the woods, struggling to rise. I found it hard to believe that I was still alive. Surely, Su Tianxian must have activated the 8-character blood seal to alleviate some of the malevolent energy for me. I picked up the fallen Jingxiao and made my way toward the road. I needed to return to Jian Hall as swiftly as possible to ascertain what the painted-skinned demon had done while using my face. Upon reaching the road, I hailed a taxi and directed the driver to Jian Hall. Throughout the journey, the taxi driver frequently glanced at me through the rearview mirror. I must have appeared utterly disheveled. My body was covered in dirt, my hair resembled a bird's nest, and most distressing of all, my complexion was ghastly pale. The injuries I'd sustained days earlier had yet to heal, and now I bore a fresh bite from the painted-skinned demon, truly a wound upon a wound. Before long, I arrived at Jian Hall. After paying the fare, I pushed open the grand door. The first floor was devoid of any presence, leaving me with a sense of unease. Where had Su Tianxian gone? Could she possibly be upstairs? I had just intended to ascend the staircase to the second floor when I heard someone descending. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Ruo Hong. She was momentarily stunned upon seeing me, and then her beautiful eyes flashed with fury. She drew her long whip and lashed out at me. I recoiled in fear, exclaiming, Ruo Hong, what do you think you're doing? Ruo Hong's expression was frosty as she pointed at me and said icily, Lu Su, I was mistaken about you. How dare you harm Master Tianxian? Harm Su Tianxian? How could that be? It must have been the work of that painted skin ghost. Ruo Hong, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Ruo Hong bit her crimson lips and raised her whip to strike me. Explain. What is there to explain? I must avenge Master Tianxian today. Already hampered by my injuries and impaired mobility, Ruo Hong's whip landed squarely on my face. Ruo Hong, it's not like that. Listen to my explanation. Ruo Hong leapt down the stairs, shouting at me, Explain? Go explain to the King of Hell. With that, she once again brandished her whip, lashing out at me. I could only evade, but I was still struck by several blows. Just then, Su Tianchuan's voice echoed from the second floor, Stop. Ruo Hong's movements faltered, and she turned to see Su Tianxian descending the stairs. Upon seeing Su Tianxian, my pupils dilated and contracted instantly. Never had I seen Su Tianxian looking so haggard. Su Tianchuan's complexion was ashen, her formerly rosy lips now pale as death. Master, I called out anxiously to Su Tianxian. She glanced at me with a faint expression before nodding slightly. Ruo Hong, pointing at me, indignantly exclaimed to Su Tianxian, Master Tianxian, today I shall teach this ungrateful disciple a lesson. With that, Ruo Hong charged toward me once more. Chapter 104. Guilt. Su Tianxian extended her hand to stop Ruo Hong. Ruo Hong, you have misunderstood. It was not him last night. Ruo Hong stood frozen in place, momentarily taken aback. Su Tianxian seated herself at the 8 immortals table and continued her explanation. The Lu Su from last night was merely a guise, a demon in disguise. Ruo Hong cast an incredulous glance at me, then turned her gaze to Su Tianxian. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, Master, what truly transpired last night? Su Tianxian glanced at Ruo Hong, signaling her to recount the events. Ruo Hong began to narrate the occurrences of the previous night. After I found you in the woods, we returned together to Jian Hall. Upon arriving at Jian Hall, Ruo Hong and the demon had not yet entered when they witnessed Su Tianxian engaged in a struggle with an elderly man. Xiaxi was shielded behind Su Tianxian. Logically speaking, given Su Tianchuan's prowess, dealing with the old man should have posed no challenge. Yet, Ruo Hong noticed that Su Tianxian appeared exceedingly weak, her hand trembling as she formed the spell seal. At this moment, I comprehended the situation entirely. Su Tianchuan's frailty was a consequence of my actions. If my assumptions were correct, she must have encountered that old man earlier. It was highly likely that the old man was Mr. Pan, the paper craftsman. My use of a blood hand had unleashed a backlash of malevolent energy, resulting in a significant decline in Su Tianchuan's strength. Ruo Hong continued, stating that upon witnessing the scene, she felt compelled to assist. However, the demon was quicker, reaching Su Tianchuan's side first. Su Tianxian, fully engaged in battling the old man, was caught off guard. At that very moment, the painted skin demon launched a sudden attack, injuring Su Tianxian. Seizing the opportunity, the old man abducted Xiaxi. This was the events of last night. Hearing this, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. I turned to Su Tianxian and said, Master, I am so sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt. Su Tianxian glanced at me, her expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, and replied, This is not your fault. It was my negligence. Though she said this, my heart remained heavy with remorse. Noticing my distress, Su Tianxian stood up and approached me, gently placing her delicate hand on my head. Her previously plain tone softened considerably. This matter is not your fault. Do not dwell on it. My nose tinged with emotion, and I nearly broke into tears. How could it not be my fault? If it weren't for me, my own master would not have sustained such severe injuries. Su Tianxian continued, Xiaxi has been taken by that paper artisan, so we must expedite the relocation of Xia Jingming's grave. Xiaxi is the true embodiment of the Qinyang star. Mr. Pan's abduction of Xia, she is likely to acquire the fortune of the Qinyang star. I nodded vigorously. Su Tianxian, observing my battered state, said, You should rest today. I will inform you of the next steps tomorrow. With that, Su Tianxian turned and ascended the stairs. Upon seeing her leave, Ruo Hong reached out and tugged at the hem of my garment. I must apologize. I didn't mean to strike you. I glanced at Ruo Hong, who lowered her eyebrows, her face etched with remorse. It's quite all right. This is not your fault. Ruo Hong lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes intently upon my face. I could still feel the sting from where she had struck me. Wait here. I shall fetch some medicine for you. With that, Ruo Hong hurried away. Sighing, I settled into the 8 Immortals chair. Chapter 105. The Dark Alley. The entire situation was growing increasingly convoluted. The struggle for the Qinyang star was intensifying. To my utter astonishment, Mr. Pan, the paper effigy maker, had returned once more. His involvement made the matter all the more difficult to manage. One ghostly figure had already left me in a state of utter disarray. The addition of another paper artisan was overwhelming. However, regardless of how the situation unfolded, I was determined to reclaim the Qinyang star for my own destiny, as it was a matter of life and death for me. Ruo Hong returned with a plaster to tend to my wound. It was evident that she still felt quite guilty. Lu Su, I am truly sorry. I waved my hand dismissively and replied, It's nothing. I completely understand. If I were in your position, I would likely have done the same. After Ruo Hong had finished treating my injury, she took her leave. Su Tianxian had remained in her bedroom all day, not emerging. I carried the dinner I had prepared to her door. Gently, I knocked on the door and called out, Master, it's time for dinner. Soon after, I heard faint footsteps from within. The next moment, with a creak, the door swung open, revealing the exquisite visage of Su Tianxian. Her complexion remained strikingly pale, indicating that her injuries from the previous night were indeed severe. Su Tianxian took the dinner and said to me, Rest well. You have matters to attend to tomorrow. I nodded, and she closed the door behind her. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, I noticed it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, I chose to answer the call. Immediately, a familiar voice came through the line. Xiao Su, someone is trying to kill me. You must come to rescue me. My uncle's voice was low, laced with an unmistakable panic. What has happened? I inquired. This is not something that can be explained in a few words. You must hurry to save me. Someone is after my life. His tone grew increasingly frantic. Do not inform Su Tianxian. I suspect she is involved. Xiao Su, hurry. Otherwise, you may never see me again. With that, he abruptly ended the call. A wave of anxiety washed over me. What on earth had transpired with my uncle? How could Su Tianxian possibly be implicated? She was right there in the bedroom, was she not? Though my mind was clouded with doubt, the urgency in my uncle's voice compelled me to investigate. I donned my clothes and was just about to leave Jian Hall when Su Tianxuan's cold voice pierced the air. Where are you going? I was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Su Tianxian and said, I'll go find Ruo Hong. Su Tianxian regarded me with a profound gaze, then nodded silently, refraining from uttering another word. After leaving Jian Hall, I stood by the roadside, contemplating hailing a taxi to my uncle's residence. Truth be told, I had no desire to deceive Su Tianxian. However, one was my uncle and the other my master. Each choice presented a formidable dilemma. I found myself caught in the middle, seeking to mediate the relationship between the two and resolve their misunderstandings, ensuring they would not stand in opposition to one another. Before long, a taxi came to a halt before me. I opened the door and, in a state of agitation, instructed the driver, Sir, to Wooding Lane, please. Upon hearing the name Wooding Lane, the driver visibly shuddered and, with a quivering tone, cautioned me, Young man, where are you headed? It's rather unsafe there lately. Chapter 106. The Screw Cap. Not safe at Wooding Lane? I inquired, eager to understand the driver's apprehension. He slowly uttered 4 words, is haunted there. A wave of unease washed over me. It seemed my uncle was indeed in peril. I had to reach him swiftly. Please, driver, hasten your pace. I am in urgent need. The driver cast a hesitant glance my way and replied, Young man, I truly dare not go to Wooding Lane. You might want to seek another means of transport. Without further ado, I produced 200 yuan notes and pressed them into the driver's hand. The driver was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with a smile as he drove away with haste. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the Street of Darkness. The driver dropped me off at the roadside and, with a swift press of the accelerator, fled the scene. As I stood before the pitch-black street, My heart gradually sank. It seemed that the name Street of Darkness was not without reason. The entire thoroughfare was devoid of any illumination, not even the faintest glimmer from the surrounding residential buildings or shops. This narrow alleyway evoked a particular term in my mind, screw knot top. This phrase is a homophone for piling corpses to the roof. The screw knot top is a narrow lane in a town in southern China, reputedly a vast slaughterhouse where corpses were stacked layer upon layer until reaching the rooftop. I recalled having read a post about screw knot top, in which the author claimed that streetlights could not be installed in the Street of Darkness. Whenever they were, they would mysteriously extinguish by the following day, not from vandalism, but inexplicably. The bulbs, seemingly intact, would have broken filaments within, and subsequently, no one dared to replace them. Walking through the alley, my flashlight would inexplicably go out. Any electrical device would fail to operate in this lane after dark. Motorcycles and electric scooters had to be pushed. Was it possible that this alley shared a similar principle with Screw Knot Top? This place indeed felt ominous. Nevertheless, for the sake of my uncle, I steeled myself and ventured into the Street of Darkness. The alley meanders and twists, extending for several hundred meters, its ground laid with cobblestones. I took out my phone, intending to illuminate the path with its flashlight, but strangely, as soon as I switched it on, the screen went black. A wave of unease washed over me. Could it be that I had truly entered the fabled realm of the spiral's apex? Fortunately, a solitary full moon hung in the sky, providing me with some semblance of light. However, the moonlight filtering into the unlit alley seemed to diminish, far less radiant than it appeared outside. I sighed. Any light was better than none. The entire lane was eerily silent, and my footsteps echoed sharply in the stillness. My uncle had given me the address of the unlit alley, Building 4, 4th floor, room 4. Upon seeing this address, I was filled with profound doubt. Why would my uncle choose to reside in such an ominous place? In my recollection, he was rather superstitious. Logically, he would not opt for such an ill-fated location. Yet here he was. Contemplating this was futile. My immediate goal was to locate my uncle as swiftly as possible. As I walked, suddenly, I faintly heard the sound of a door hinge creaking. I halted, straining to discern the precise direction from which the sound emanated. As I listened, my brow instinctively furrowed. This did not resemble the sound of a door hinge at all. It was the sound of weeping. Chapter 107. Grandfather's letter in the stillness of the dark alley. The sound of weeping pierced the silence. A chill ran through me, compelling me to refrain from lingering in this place. The enveloping darkness rendered the feeble moonlight almost inconsequential. I hastened my steps through the alley, ever vigilant of the buildings flanking me. Suddenly, a numeral in the distance captured my attention. As I approached, I discerned it was the number 4 inscribed in red paint. The paint had begun to flake away, revealing the weathered wall beneath. A surge of joy coursed through me. I had found it. Without hesitation, I entered building number 4. The architectural style within was strikingly vintage, reminiscent of the old structures from the 1970s and 1980s. The stairwell was exceedingly narrow, with iron railings that had long lost their pristine green paint. The interior was shrouded in darkness, save for the faint, pallid moonlight seeping through the window at the stairway's entrance. I ascended the stairs, 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. Before long, I arrived at the 4th floor. Standing before the door of room 4, I hesitated momentarily before knocking. The sound of my knocks echoed distinctly in the silence, reverberating softly in the stillness. With a creak, the door opened a crack, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, I was pulled inside by a pair of hands. Startled, I regained my senses only to find myself within the confines of the room. Upon focusing my gaze, I realized it was none other than my second uncle who had drawn me in. He swiftly locked the door behind us and turned to me, whispering, "He hasn't discovered you, has he?" Who has discovered me?" Seeing my bewilderment, my second uncle let out a long sigh of relief. "It's good that there is nothing," he murmured. I glanced around the room, which was in disarray, suggesting it had not been cleaned in quite some time. In my memory, my second uncle was a person of great tidiness, always ensuring that his home was immaculate. Yet now, noticing my dazed expression, he hurriedly took my hand and led me into the bedroom. His hand was cold, almost icy. "Uncle, what has happened? Why do you say someone wants to kill you?" He locked the bedroom door and looked at me, taking a deep breath before saying, "It's a long story." He then recounted the events that had transpired. After our last meeting, I kept a close watch on Su Tianquan's movement from the shadows. I discovered her secret. She intends to place the star Qingyang within your destiny and seize your fate. My brows furrowed, and I quickly sensed something was amiss. "Uncle, how do you know about the Qingyang star?" I inquired. He pulled a yellowed piece of paper from his pocket. "This was given to me by your grandfather before he passed away. Take a look for yourself." I took the aged paper and glanced at the handwriting. It was indeed my grandfather's script. It read, "Second, after my death, you must take care of little Su and do not let anyone with ulterior motives approach him. His destiny is peculiar. If he wishes to survive, he must locate the Qingyang star and align it with his life palace, thus enabling him to thrive." The contents of the letter pertain entirely to me, detailing how to bring the Qingyang star into my life palace. I was taken aback, realizing that my grandfather had imparted this knowledge to my second uncle during his lifetime. This revelation clarifies why my second uncle possesses information regarding the Qingyang star. I returned the letter to my second uncle and inquired, "Are you suggesting that Su Tianquan's assistance ultimately serves to harm me?" Chapter 108. The Enigma uncle nodded gravely, expressing, "Indeed, I understand that this matter may be difficult for you to accept in a short span of time, yet the truth remains as such." Upon hearing his words, I was momentarily taken aback. Could Su Tianxian truly wish me harm? This was a notion I had never contemplated. However, the letter from grandfather and uncle's assertions laid bare before me caused my previously unwavering beliefs to waver. Uncle continued, "Last night, I witnessed everything that transpired before the Jian Hall. I gazed at him in astonishment. He was privy to the events of the previous night. For days, I had shadowed Su Tianxian, thoroughly acquainted with her actions. Yesterday, a young girl had rushed to the Jian Hall, only to be rendered unconscious by Su Tianxian. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Pan appeared, engaging in a fierce struggle with Su Tianxian, which persisted until your arrival with a woman clad in red, breaking the confrontation. The young girl uncle spoke of must be Xiaxi. Yet, why would Su Tianxian incapacitate Xiaxi? My understanding of last night's occurrences was limited. Ruohong had merely provided a vague account, omitting certain details. I inquired, "Uncle, wasn't Xiaxi abducted by Mr. Pan?" Upon hearing my question, Uncle S' countenance darkened with indignation, and he erupted in anger. "That scoundrel Pan is no virtuous individual either. His designs on you as well. While it may have appeared that Su Tianxian abducted Xiaxi, in reality, she had long since employed a ruse to ensnare the gaze of all present. Mr. Pan did not take the little girl at all." My brow furrowed in confusion. My second uncle continued, "I believe Su Tianquan's initial intention was to captivate your attention and claim the Qingyang star for herself, but she never anticipated that the person who arrived was not you." My head began to spin. The weight of his revelations was overwhelming, leaving me dizzy. "Then where is Xiaxi now?" I inquired. My uncle guided me to the window, where darkness enveloped the outside world. He pointed in a particular direction and said, "It is over there." However, his gesture seemed futile in such obscurity. How could I discern a specific location? "I reside here for the convenience of monitoring Su Tianxian. I have observed that she frequently comes here, and the Xiaxi you mentioned is concealed in that very place." As I absorbed my uncle's words, a complex mix of emotions surged within me. I yearned to confront Su Tianxian directly and ascertain the truth behind all of this. Noticing my expression, my uncle added, "If you doubt my words, you may accompany me to rescue the little girl, and you can ask her yourself." After hearing this, I rubbed my throbbing head. If anyone possessed knowledge of this matter, it would undoubtedly be Xiaxi. It seemed imperative for me to join my uncle in rescuing her, not only to uncover the truth, but also to bring Xiaxi to safety. "All right, uncle, let's go save Xiaxi at once." My uncle nodded in agreement, and then opened the door. As I lowered my hand, I suddenly realized that it seemed to be tainted with some sort of grime. Through the pale, ghostly light of the moon, I scrutinized my palm. There appeared to be streaks of dark stains on my skin, resembling ink. Hesitating for a moment, I extended my tongue to taste it. Indeed, the dark marks on my hand were ink, but I could not fathom how such stains had come to be on my skin. Chapter 109. The sound of weeping and the strumming of strings. Logically speaking, I should not have had the opportunity to encounter ink. Wait, it seems I have overlooked something. Did not my second uncle's letter just now happen to be penned in ink? I meticulously recalled the events that had just transpired. The yellowed stationery, the inky black script, each, when considered separately, bears no peculiarities. Yet, when these two elements are combined, an unsettling oddity emerges, as though it were a deliberate act. Noticing my momentary stupor, my second uncle expressed his displeasure. "Xiao Su, what are you waiting for?" I snapped back to reality and turned my gaze toward him. He appeared exactly as I remembered. Yet if I were to pinpoint a discrepancy, it would lie in his usual habits. My second uncle would never allow his dwelling to descend into chaos. A wave of doubt washed over me. Was this truly my second uncle standing before me? "Ah, here it comes." I replied affirmatively and followed him downstairs. As I once again set foot onto the dimly lit alley, a chill surged through my being. This place seemed altered since my arrival, not in its architecture, but in the oppressive atmosphere that had grown increasingly sinister. Even the temperature had plummeted a few degrees. I shivered involuntarily. The full moon hung high above, seemingly stripped of its luster, casting a feeble and wan light. As my second uncle and I traversed the flagstone path, the dull thuds of our footsteps echoed ominously, each stride sending tremors through my heart. My uncle's movements were slow and gentle, and his expression bore an unusual caution. He seemed to be apprehensive of something. The unlit alley stretched several hundred meters in length and was less than 2 meters wide, flanked by ancient, rustic buildings. Although street lamps were present, their bulbs had long since vanished. Some lamps had been vandalized, their shades shattered and glass strewn across the ground. An unsettling sensation enveloped me, as if countless eyes were fixated upon me, akin to the feeling of being watched while asleep. A wave of anxiety, fear, and unease washed over me. This place was undeniably peculiar. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept past me, accompanied by a haunting wail. Something lurked behind me. I whirled around, only to confront the empty, dark alley. Rubbing my head, I wondered if my nerves had gotten the better of me, leading to an auditory hallucination. Yet, the cry resonated again, this time strikingly vivid. I had heard this sound upon my initial entry into the unlit alley. The weeping echoed, pervasive and inescapable. Upon closer inspection, it almost resembled the creaking of a door hinge. I sought to discern the source of the sound, but regardless of how intently I focused, it seemed to emanate directly from my ear. I glanced at my uncle, only to find his complexion ashen. It was evident he too had heard the sound. "Hurry," he urged. I nodded in agreement and followed closely behind him. The sound of weeping lingered like a shadow. No matter how far I ventured, it remained unwavering, growing ever more resounding. Suddenly, a new sound reached my ears. It was the gentle strumming of a zither. Someone was playing in the alley. How could this be? Who would dare to play such an instrument in this eerie, foreboding place at such a late hour? Unless, of course, the individual was utterly deranged. Dismissing the possibility of a mere human presence, only one explanation remained: a ghostly apparition. As I continued my path, I unexpectedly collided with my uncle's back. "Uncle, we must leave at once." At that moment, my uncle stood frozen, his eyes brimming with terror. Following his gaze, I was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. Chapter 110. The mountain of corpses. The path ahead has been irrevocably obstructed, and the sight that blocks my way fills me with dread. Under the pale, feeble moonlight, corpses lie in layers, forming a grotesque mound. Among the deceased are men, women, and children, each met with a harrowing end. Some are missing limbs, others have severed heads, and some bear gaping, bloody wounds in their chests. The stench of decay is overwhelming, with maggots writhing in the putrid remains, and dark blood pooling upon the ground, permeating the air with a nauseating odor. This is the true essence of the cursed place. This is the original visage of the no-light alley. It appears the legends of the cursed site are indeed true. This signifies that the alley is steeped in resentment, teeming with restless spirits and vengeful phantoms. Should we linger here any longer, the consequences would be unimaginable. The sound of the guillotine reverberates from afar, drawing nearer. I turn to look, instantly frozen in place. The entirety of No Light Alley has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The walls on either side are worn and weathered, covered in moss, streaked with crimson stains. In addition to this, countless bodies lie strewn about haphazardly. The blood that has seeped from the corpses has pooled into small depressions, glimmering faintly red under the pale moonlight. I gaze into the depths of the darkness, sensing an ominous presence drawing closer. I cannot afford to delay any longer. Just as I intend to suggest to my uncle that we devise an escape plan, I see him approaching the side of the corpse mound, beginning to remove the bodies from the structure. I was momentarily taken aback. Was my uncle truly intending to carve a passage through this mountain of corpses? This method, while unconventional, was not without merit. The buildings flanking the dimly lit alley boasted long eaves, and the mountain of corpses obstructed the roadway, with relatively few bodies piled near the edges. As such, transporting them would not risk a collapse of the mound. My uncle glanced back at me, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and start digging." Instantly, I regained my composure and hurried to his side. It was only as I approached that I fully grasped the grotesqueness of the heap before us. These cadavers had long succumbed to decay. A mere touch would cause them to crumble. The putrid flesh mingled with congealed blood, creating a texture akin to that of mud. I cast aside my revulsion, joining my uncle in the grim task of moving the bodies. In the face of peril, what did such discomfort matter? We worked swiftly, managing to clear a passage in less than a minute. My uncle was the first to ascend from the morass. I followed closely behind, but just as I was about to emerge, I felt something clasp my ankle. Turning in shock, I discovered a ghastly, emaciated hand. Panic surged through me, and I instinctively kicked out, but at that moment, I heard a faint rustling sound beside me. Alarm bells rang in my mind. These corpses were stirring. There was no time to ponder the bizarre nature of this predicament. I reached out, attempting to pry the skeletal hand away with sheer force. Yet, as I extended my arm, the adjacent bodies cascaded down upon me, engulfing me entirely. At this moment, a singular thought pervades my mind. I am entombed alive among the corpses. The putrid stench of decay incessantly assaults my senses, overwhelming my brain and rendering my eyes heavy-lidded. These lifeless bodies press against me from all sides, and the confined space, coupled with the immense pressure, leaves me gasping for breath. What am I to do? My sole hope rests upon my uncle outside, and I fervently wish for him to unearth me from this grim fate. Chapter 111. Burial. The reaction of my second uncle has intensified my suspicions about him. He has always shown me great affection. Under normal circumstances, he would have allowed me to proceed first, following closely behind. Yet, at that moment, he disregarded my presence entirely and left on his own accord. Such behavior indicates that something is amiss with him. However, this is not the time for contemplation. I must devise a means to escape from this place. If I linger too long, I risk being suffocated beneath these corpses. I attempted to move my limbs, only to discover that only my right hand retained any mobility. As I focused intently on this limited movement, I suddenly felt a hand grasping my thigh. Instantly, a second, third, and fourth hand followed suit. Countless skeletal hands roamed over my body, sending a chilling wave of terror coursing through me. The darkness enveloped me, rendering my senses the sole informants of my dire circumstances. A sudden rush of air brushed past my ear. Someone was blowing softly beside me. No, it should not be termed a person. It must be these corpses. Soon after, a sinister laughter echoed in my ears. Initially, it was a solitary voice, but it was quickly joined by another, then a third. I am now certain of one harrowing truth. These corpses have all come to life. This revelation renders my situation increasingly perilous. Ghostly hands, laughter, and the sound of labored breathing. All of these are tormenting me to the brink of madness. I force myself to regain composure and think clearly about a means of escape. The corpses remain immobile. Since these corpses can move, it indicates that there is a soul within them. This realization sparked a glimmer of hope within me. I had found a way to escape. However, before I could revel in my newfound optimism, I felt a tightening around my neck, an intense sensation of suffocation engulfing me. I could scarcely recall how many times I'd been throttled at this point, certainly more than I could count. I could not remain passive, waiting for death to claim me. I had already conceived a plan for my escape. With my only functional hand, I formed the intricate seal of the ninefold thunder technique. I silently intoned the incantation, and with a resounding boom, thunder erupted, illuminating my right hand with crackling lightning. At last, through the radiant flashes, I was able to discern my surroundings. What I beheld sent a chill down my spine. The scene before me nearly caused the newly formed seal to disperse in shock. Within the bounds of my vision lay a multitude of ghastly, pallid faces, some male, some female, some young, and some old. Despite their varied appearances, they shared a singular trait, the expressions and gazes they bore. Their eyes were fixed upon me, brimming with avarice, their countenances alight with longing. It was as if, in their eyes, I was a delectable morsel. If there is a soul within the corpse, then surely it must also fear the thunder technique. My strategy was to unleash this technique to shatter their hold. I tightened my grip on the seal and summoned my strength once more. The power of the lightning surged, ultimately culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. This strike of thunder obliterated the mountain of corpses, granting me the precious opportunity to escape. I gazed at the scattered corpses before me, a sense of astonishment washing over me. When did my thunderous prowess become so formidable? No, it is not my power that has grown. Rather, these specters are pathetically weak. Mere wandering souls. The bodies I had just dispatched began to rise slowly, one by one. The avaricious gleam in their eyes had vanished, replaced by a malevolent expression. They emitted a series of piercing shrieks and charged toward me with fervor. Chapter 112. The eerie uncle. A single corpse may not evoke fear. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from a multitude of bodies is undeniably lethal. As I gazed upon the tide of corpses surging towards me, I felt no trace of panic within. I summoned the ghostly seal, and a chilling presence radiated from my being. I addressed the dark mass of bodies with a commanding voice. "How dare you?" In response, the power of the ghostly emissary manifested, and all the corpses ceased their movements. They stood still, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. These were not mere corpses, but rather wandering souls, restless spirits. These forlorn entities lingered here, shackled by the grievances that plagued their hearts. The myriad rumors surrounding the no-light alley were undoubtedly instigated by their presence. A peculiar thought crossed my mind. With so many restless spirits inhabiting no-light alley, why had no ghostly emissaries come to subdue them? Was there some form of taboo in this place? As I surveyed the lingering souls before me, an idea suddenly struck me. What if I could escort these wandering spirits to the netherworld? Such an act might yield immense merit. With this thought in mind, I inquired of the spirits, "Why do you remain here, unwilling to depart?" Upon hearing my question, the spirits exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, an elderly figure stepped forward. Clad in attire reminiscent of ancient times, he did not appear to belong to the modern era. "Honorable one," he began, "it is not that we wish to stay, but rather that we cannot leave." Upon hearing these words, my brow furrowed in curiosity as I pressed further. "Why is that?" "Because this alley confines us, preventing our escape, and you, dear adult, are the sole emissary from the underworld to have entered here in centuries." "Can emissaries not enter? Then why am I able to?" Upon reflection, I realized I am not an emissary. I can merely be considered an agent, a laborer of sorts. Nodding, I declared, "All right, I understand. I shall escort you all to safety." At these words, joy illuminated the faces of the wandering spirits. I opened the grand portal to the underworld, and the spirits before me glimmered with hope, lining up to enter one by one. Each spirit that crossed the threshold expressed their gratitude with a heartfelt thank you. In less than a minute, all the wandering souls in the alley had passed through. I exhaled a long sigh of relief, having finally resolved the matter. Turning to look at my uncle, I noticed he remained quietly standing in place. As I approached him, he instinctively took a step back. This subtle gesture caught my attention. I stepped forward once more, and he continued to retreat. My gaze shifted as I concealed the ghostly mark. This time, As I moved towards him, he did not flinch. Ha ha ha. Little Sue, after just a few days apart, you've grown so formidable. My uncle stepped forward and patted my shoulder, embarrassed by his praise. I scratched my head and replied, one must always grow after all. My uncle laughed heartily and said, let us hasten to rescue that little girl. I nodded and followed closely behind him. The smile on my face vanished in an instant. The man before me, my second uncle, undoubtedly harbored some secrets. To validate my suspicions, I discreetly retrieved my phone and sent a message to my third uncle. Initially, due to the lingering resentment of restless spirits, my phone was inoperative. However, once the spirits were dispatched, normalcy returned to this place. The message was sent. I could only hope that my third uncle was not asleep at this hour. Chapter 113, Summer Evening. I followed my second uncle to the entrance of an ancient residence. He cautiously pushed open the dilapidated door and stepped inside. The architecture of this dimly lit alley exuded an air of antiquity, and it was not surprising to find an old mansion here. My uncle moved with utmost care, his demeanor decidedly cautious, yet his behavior struck me as somewhat contrived. In my recollection, he was a man of remarkable composure, always unflappable in the face of adversity. However, at this moment, he seemed a stranger to me. Additionally, having banished all the restless spirits from the alley, how could any specters still linger? The wooden door of the ancient house was in a state of disrepair, marred by numerous cracks and punctuated by tiny insect holes. Together, my uncle and I entered the mansion. Upon crossing the threshold, we were greeted by a massive stone screen adorned with an intricately carved landscape painting. The artistry of the painting was exquisite, yet it bore the scars of deliberate damage, with many areas in a state of disarray. As we navigated around the screen, we were met by an overgrown courtyard. Amidst the withered yellow grass were patches of tender green, and the pale moonlight cascaded down, casting a silvery sheen over the scene. At the heart of the courtyard stood a towering locust tree. I was taken aback by the sight of such a grand tree hidden within this small yard. Why was such a magnificent locust tree invisible from the outside? Just then, I was abruptly alerted by a soft, mournful sound echoing through the air. I was momentarily taken aback. It seemed as though the sound emanated from a mouth that had been silenced. Moreover, the noise originated from the direction of the locust tree. My second uncle and I exchanged glances and cautiously approached the tree. Upon rounding the back of the locust tree, I was utterly stunned. It was indeed Xiaxi. She was bound to the tree, her mouth sealed with tape. Tears welled in her eyes, and her face was etched with a profound sense of injustice. Upon seeing me, her distress intensified. I hastened to untie her and tore the tape from her mouth. Xiaxi collapsed into my embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Lu Su, I gently patted her back, murmuring, do not cry, do not cry. It is all right, it is all right. The experiences she had endured in recent days had cast a significant shadow over her. First, she had been imprisoned by her deceased sister, and then she was bound here. She had never before encountered such harrowing events. After a while of sobbing in my arms, she gradually ceased her tears. I reached out to wipe away the remnants glistening at the corners of her eyes. Still, she clung to me tightly, unwilling to let go. Lu Su, I am truly frightened, so very frightened. She buried her head in my chest and choked out. I could only offer her words of comfort. Once Xiaxi's emotions had stabilized, my second uncle inquired, little girl, who bound you? At this question, Xiaxi trembled, glanced at me, and then lowered her gaze. I'm uncertain. Upon witnessing Xiaxi's current state, the answer had already dawned upon me. My second uncle, growing increasingly anxious, exclaimed, little girl, do not be afraid. Who is it that has bound you? Yet, Xiaxi remained resolute in her silence. With a sigh, I inquired, was it my master who captured you? Xiaxi lifted her gaze, staring at me in bewilderment, eager to refute my claim. But upon meeting my eyes, she gently nodded in affirmation. Chapter 114. Was it truly Su Tianxian who orchestrated all of this? The reason Xia was reluctant to speak was rather simple. She was concerned for my feelings. She feared that once the truth was revealed, I would be heartbroken and distressed, as she was aware of the deep respect I held for Su Tianxian. Now, the very mentor I revered had committed such an act. Xiaxi worried that I might find it unbearable. What exactly transpired? Please enlighten me. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoxi began. That night, after I left my home, I arrived at Jian Hall. The account she provided mirrored that of my second uncle perfectly. However, Xiaoxi shared with me the events that unfolded after her abduction. At that time, I had already lost consciousness, and upon regaining awareness, I found myself bound in this place. Then, Master Tanxian appeared. I called out for her help, yet she disregarded me, merely casting a glance before departing, never to return. Xiaoxi had been held captive here for a full day and night. This poor girl had truly suffered. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's tale, my second uncle, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Xiao Su, now you understand, don't you? Your master is a despicable and shameless villain. Remaining in her presence only invites danger." I assisted Xiaoxi to her feet and nodded at my second uncle, acknowledging the truth of his words. Just then, my phone emitted a sudden notification. A chill ran through me. Was it a message from my third uncle? However, I did not rush to check it. Turning to my second uncle, I said, "Let us depart." Uncle Air nodded and spoke to me. "Xiao Su, Su Tianxian can no longer be trusted. I will assist you." Can Su Tianxian truly be deemed untrustworthy? I thought otherwise. I nodded at Uncle Air and replied, "Thank you, Uncle." He waved his hand dismissively, saying, as my nephew, "It is only natural for me to help you." With that, he turned and walked toward the entrance of the ancient residence. With one hand supporting Xiaoxi, I discreetly retrieved my phone with the other. Indeed, it was a message from Uncle San. As I opened the message and read the first line, I was instantly frozen in place. A profound sorrow surged within me, leaving my mind in a state of disarray. How could this be? How could this happen? Before I could gather my thoughts, Uncle Air's voice suddenly pierced through my reverie. "Xiao Su, what are you looking at?" I swiftly turned my head to see Uncle Air's face close to mine, his gaze icy and penetrating. A chill ran through me, and I hastily tucked my phone away, saying, "It's nothing, I was just checking the time." "Uncle, let's go." Uncle Air gave me a long, scrutinizing glance, but remained silent. This time, he did not walk ahead, but instead matched my pace. After reading Uncle San's message, I felt as though my legs were unsteady beneath me. I struggled to suppress the turmoil within, taking one cautious step after another. Xiaoxi, perceptive as ever, sensed my distress and gently began to rub my hand. Her movements were gentle, soothing my emotions slightly. Just as the three of us were about to exit the ancient residence, a figure suddenly appeared, obstructing our path. The night was dark, rendering the stranger's features indistinguishable. However, from the silhouette, I could discern his identity. It was none other than my master, Su Tianxian. His cold voice resonated in my ear. "Who permitted you to come here?" Chapter 115. The wrath of Su Tianxian. The dark clouds drifted slowly across the night sky, as the moonlight once again poured into the dimly lit alley. Su Tianxuan's figure gradually emerged from the shadows. She stood still, her eyes ablaze with fury. I was momentarily taken aback. In my memory, Su Tianxian had always been as placid as still water, seemingly impervious to the tides of emotion. Yet now, she was undeniably enraged. My uncle's expression shifted, his gaze towards Su Tianxian heavy with concern. It was I who had provoked her. "Silence. Do you think you have a place to speak here?" The icy aura emanating from Su Tianxian was palpable, suffocating in its intensity. "Lu Su, I shall ask you once more. Why have you come here?" Su Tianxuan's voice was chilling, instilling a sense of dread in those who heard it. Xiaoxi trembled, clutching my arm tightly. I stepped forward, inhaling deeply before responding. "I came of my own volition." Su Tianxuan's expression grew, even more frigid. She retorted, "Do you comprehend the peril that lurks here? And you have even sent away the restless spirits that inhabit this place." Indeed, the alley was fraught with danger. However, Su Tianxuan's final statement left me bewildered. Could it be that these restless spirits were bound to remain here? She intended to continue her reprimand, but I interjected. "If I had not come here, how would I have learned of your actions?" Upon hearing my words, Su Tianxian momentarily faltered. She inquired, "What actions have I taken?" A cold smile crept across my lips as I replied, "You have taken Xiaoxi captive." As soon as the words escaped my lips, Su Tianxian narrowed her beautiful eyes and began to scrutinize me from head to toe. I quickly winked at her. Su Tianxian paused for a moment upon noticing, then directed her gaze towards my second uncle, instantly grasping my intention. She ceased speaking and simply observed me in silence. What? Do you have anything else to say? Su Tianxian appeared to ponder the significance of my actions, thus remaining unresponsive. Your silence is an implicit agreement. After a prolonged moment, the corners of Su Tianxuan's mouth curled slightly upward, her tone laced with mockery. So what if I did it? What difference does it make if I didn't tea? She shifted her gaze to my second uncle, the coldness in her eyes replaced by an overwhelming bloodlust. Su Tianxian suddenly made her move, her right palm crackling with lightning. A chill ran down my spine. Su Tianxian was remarkably powerful. I hadn't even noticed her forming the incantation. I hastily positioned myself in front of Su Tianxian, shielding my uncle behind me. Su Tianxuan's movement faltered, and the electric force in her hand dissipated in an instant. I addressed her. If you wish to kill my second uncle, then you must first take my life. Su Tianxian remained silent, prompting me to continue. Do you not desire my fortune and destiny? If I perish, you shall gain nothing. To seize my fortune, you must act while I still breathe. Otherwise, my destiny and fortune will vanish. Su Tianxian cast a faint glance upon witnessing Su Tianxuan's departure. The tension that had once gripped my uncle's face dissipated entirely. He had just experienced a genuine fear of death. Had I not stood in his way, he likely would have been utterly devastated by Su Tianxuan's formidable ninefold thunderstrike. My uncle patted my shoulder and expressed his gratitude, saying, Xiao Su, I am truly thankful for your intervention. Without your timely assistance, I might have met my demise. I smiled gently at him and replied, It is only natural for a nephew to save his uncle, is it not? Chapter 116. The true second uncle. With a hearty laugh, my second uncle's face radiated joy. He addressed me, saying, Xiao Su, we must not delay the matter of returning the Qinyang star to its palace. It is imperative that we proceed swiftly. I nodded in agreement, and he continued, Your grandfather has made it abundantly clear how we can facilitate the return of the Qinyang star. Indeed, the letter from my grandfather had elucidated the requirements with precision. To ensure the return of the Qinyang star, it is essential to locate a century-old tomb and conduct a triple burial. The concept of a triple burial is quite straightforward. 2 coffins are to be prepared for myself and Xia Shi, while the third is designated for the spirit entombed within the celestial coffin. As long as the 3 of us are interred within this ancient sepulchre, the Qinyang star can be returned to its rightful place. However, accomplishing this task poses significant challenges. Where could one possibly find a century-old tomb? It seemed my second uncle could read my thoughts, for he interjected, You need not concern yourself with the search for the century-old tomb. I have already located it. What remains is to find a coffin bearer. He had indeed found the tomb so swiftly. My second uncle produced a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to me. It contained the address of the coffin bearer. You must visit them in person tomorrow and persuade them to carry the coffin for you. If they are resistant, simply mention the name of the old gentleman, and they will surely acquiesce. I unfolded the paper and glanced at the address. The Wu family of coffin bearers, the second to last house on Funeral Street. The Street of Funerals. Could it be that very district where Jianhao resides? Uncle, what about you? Will you not accompany me? My uncle shook his head and replied, I cannot join you. I must remain in the shadows to monitor Su Tianxian. I nodded in understanding as he repeatedly urged me to seek the assistance of the coffin bearer, the Wu family. If I failed to secure their help, complications would surely arise. I readily agreed, and together with Xia Shi, we exited the dimly lit alley and arrived at a location where taxis were easily hailed. A cab slowly approached, and like a soulless specter, I numbly entered the vehicle. As we drove, I gazed out at the ever-changing streetscape, unable to suppress the sorrow swelling within me. I took out my phone and read the message sent by my third uncle, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face. Xiao Su, I had intended to inform you of this later, but since you have already sensed it, I must tell you now. Indeed, your second uncle has not merely gone missing. He has passed away. He died while in the village. The one responsible for his death is Mr. Pan. I refrained from telling you earlier, both to spare you heartache and to prevent you from seeking revenge. The vendetta against your uncle will be avenged by me, his younger brother. You should focus on staying by Su Tianchuan's side and honing your skills. Our Lu family is dwindling, and you cannot afford any more misfortunes. Xiao Su, please remember, do not seek revenge on Mr. Pan. You cannot contend with him. He is backed by the entire paper crafting community. The message ended there. My second uncle has truly passed away. I can no longer suppress the emotions that dwell within me, and I find myself weeping uncontrollably. Summer Shi, witnessing my distress, hurriedly envelopes me in her embrace. I cling tightly to Summer Shi, allowing my heartache to spill forth without restraint. That beloved second uncle of mine has truly departed this world. I have envisioned countless times the moment of our reunion. I imagined he would gently pat my head as he always did, yet now. Chapter 117. A deceptive scheme in recent days. I have relentlessly pursued the whereabouts of my second uncle. However, I was ultimately met with the devastating news of his passing. I once possessed a blissful family, yet within a mere month, it has been irrevocably shattered, leaving no hope for reconciliation. The anguish within my heart has rendered my breathing labored. Xiaoxi holds me tightly, her hand gently caressing my head, offering me a modicum of solace. When my second uncle first visited me at Jian Hall, I was filled with joy, relieved that he was alive and well in this world. Yet, the events of this evening have been exceedingly difficult for me to process. Upon seeing him, I sensed something amiss. However, I was unwilling to accept that the individual standing before me was an impostor. The ink stains on his hands and his peculiar behavior aroused my suspicions. To confirm my unsettling thoughts, I sent a simple message to my third uncle. Is my second uncle no longer with us? As I dispatched this message, my heart raced with trepidation, for I dreaded the revelation of a truth I most feared. The more I wished to remain ignorant, the more merciless the outcome seemed. The reply from my third uncle confirmed my worst fears. The man I had just encountered was indeed a counterfeit, a creation of the skin-wearing specter. It dawned on me that the second uncle I had first met at Jian Hall must have been a similar apparition. Yet, the painted skin ghost's ability to traverse under the sun perplexes me greatly. Why must I sever ties with Su Tianxian? The reason is rather straightforward. Both the painted skin ghost and Mr. Pan share a common objective, namely, the acquisition of the monstrous celestial goat. More crucially, I possess knowledge of their intentions while they operate in the shadows. Should we act without caution, I would undoubtedly fall victim to their schemes. Furthermore, Su Tianxian has sustained grave injuries. Her current physical condition is far from the formidable state she once enjoyed. Engaging in conflict with Mr. Pan and the painted skin ghost at this juncture would surely yield unimaginable consequences. I cannot bear to see Su Tianxian suffer on my behalf. The events of this evening, without a doubt, were orchestrated by the painted skin ghost and Mr. Pan, aiming to sow discord between Su Tianxian and myself, thereby compelling me to abandon her as my shield. If they seek to incite a rift between us, I shall play into their hands and feign a falling out with Su Tianxian, leading the painted skin ghost and Mr. Pan to believe I have indeed distanced myself from her. Fortunately, Su Tianxian has just deciphered my intent through my gaze and has consented to this plan. My only hope now is that she does not resent my unilateral decision to proceed without prior consultation. Yet, in such circumstances, what room is there for discussion? The vehicle glides slowly along the road as my emotions begin to settle. Xiaoxi reaches out, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of my eyes. She said apologetically, I am sorry. If it weren't for me, you would not have had a falling out with your master. Had you not severed ties with him, you wouldn't be crying so sorrowfully. Gazing at Xiaoxi's delicate visage, I inwardly sighed. This kind-hearted girl still believed that everything was her fault. It is not your fault. The situation is far more complex than you can imagine. I will explain everything to you in due time. Xiaoxi nodded in acknowledgement. Instead of returning to Jian Hall, the two of us made our way to Xiaoxi's home. Chapter 118. The troubles of Lanternless Alley. The Jian Hall is no longer a safe haven. None can ascertain whether that painted skin specter is lurking in the shadows, tracking my every move. Upon arriving at Xiaoxi's residence, I discovered the living room had been meticulously tidied, with new furnishings adorning the space. Xiao's mother was absent, presumably attending to Lin's father at the hospital. Xiaoxi appeared remarkably haggard, undoubtedly wearied by recent tribulations. A sudden thought struck me. Xiaoxi had not eaten for a day and a night. I turned to her and proposed, "Allow me to prepare a meal for you." Xiaoxi stared at me in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment as she queried, "You can cook?" I nodded affirmatively and replied, "I have learned a bit. Initially, I had no such skills, but during my time with Su Tianxian, I found myself compelled to devise various culinary delights for her. Over time, I gradually acquired the knack." Xiaoxi nodded, her hunger evident as her eyes glazed with fatigue. Struggling to maintain her footing, I proceeded to the kitchen and prepared a simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles for her. Presenting the steaming dish before her, I encouraged, "Please, enjoy your meal." Xiaoxi's delicate nose twitched as she inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting from the bowl, her eyes lighting up with delight as she exclaimed, "It smells divine." Grasping her chopsticks with her right hand and cradling the bowl in her left, she began to devour the meal ravenously. Observing her fervent appetite, I chuckled. "Take your time. There is no one here to snatch it away from you." She had truly been starved these past few days. Had I not intervened to rescue her from this plight, she might have succumbed to hunger. As I contemplated this, my hatred for the painted-skinned demon intensified. The demon, relying on its peculiar abilities, relentlessly toyed with me as if I were but a puppet in its grasp. What I found most intolerable was its audacity to conspire with Mr. Pan, deceitfully assuming the identity of my second uncle to mislead me. I was resolute in ensuring that both this man and demon would face repercussions for their treachery. Soon, Xiaoxi had finished her bowl of noodles. She let out a satisfied burp and set the bowl down on the table. "Thank you, Lu Su." I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "What need is there for gratitude between us? If you are still hungry, I shall prepare another bowl for you." Her eyes brightened. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently. I couldn't help but chuckle and shake my head. This young lady was rather profound. I made my way to the kitchen, intending to prepare another bowl of tomato and egg noodles for Xiaoxi. As I turned on the gas valve, the blue flames flickered erratically. At that moment, I felt a sudden drop in temperature around me. The blue flames extinguished instantaneously, sending a chill down my spine. Could there be other malevolent entities lurking within this villa? As I remained alert, scanning my surroundings, a frigid voice emerged from behind me. "Liu Su." I turned to see Xiang Yi standing there. I was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Lady Xiang, what brings you here? Have you come to express your gratitude for my efforts?" I had anticipated a compliment from her. Instead, to my astonishment, Xiang Yi delivered a sharp slap to my head. The unexpected slap left me momentarily bewildered. With a sense of confusion, I inquired, "Master Xiang, have I erred in some way?" Xiang Yi glared at me, her finger jabbing at my nose as she vehemently chastised, "Lu Su, oh Lu Su, you truly are a source of endless trouble. Do you have any idea the chaos you have caused me this evening?" My bewilderment deepened. "Master Xiang, what are you talking about? I assisted you in sending away those restless spirits from Wuding Alley. You ought to be pleased." Chapter 119. The consequences are grave. Xiang Yi was already seething with anger, and my words only intensified her fury. "Lu Su, has your head been kicked by a donkey? You dare to send the restless spirits of Wuding Lane? Do you have a death wish?" She berated me vehemently. Her reaction mirrored that of Su Tianxian upon encountering me in Wuding Lane. My brow furrowed instantly. Is it truly impossible to guide the restless spirits of Wuding Lane to peace? "Lord Xiang, what on earth is happening?" I asked, gazing at her with feigned innocence. With a deep sigh, she replied, "The restless spirits of Wuding Lane cannot be guided. This is a strict prohibition from above. Otherwise, why would no emissaries of the underworld venture into Wuding Lane?" Previously, the spirits of Wuding Lane had voiced similar sentiments, revealing their confinement to that cursed place. Moreover, emissaries were barred from entering. Though I had harbored some doubts then, they had not truly troubled me. However, witnessing Xiang Yi's reaction now made it abundantly clear that I had unwittingly stirred a serious predicament. With a hint of trepidation, I inquired, "Are the consequences truly severe?" Upon hearing my question, Xiang Yi's suppressed wrath erupted anew, and she delivered a sharp slap to my head. "You dare to ask about the consequences? Let me be unequivocal. They are indeed grave. Her demeanor suggested she was not jesting, yet I found myself too intimidated to press further. Wouldn't additional inquiries only result in further punishment? Do you have any notion of the lengths I went to conceal this matter? I had emptied my small treasury to forge connections and smooth over the situation. Observing the pained expression on Xiang Yi's face, I felt a slight twitch at the corners of my mouth. After all this time, it was still a matter of his own money causing him distress. Xiang Yi let out a sigh, then glared at me with fierce intensity, declaring, "My little treasury is gone. My little ghostly companions have abandoned me. You must take responsibility for this." I shook my head and replied, "I am unaware of the specifics, but I do know that those specters who left you for monetary reasons could never have been sincere." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yi was left in a state of both laughter and tears. He took a deep breath, his anger gradually fading, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. "Lu Su, this matter is truly grave, grave enough that it could lead to my own demise." Furrowing my brows, I inquired, "What exactly is the nature of Wuding Alley?" Xiang Yi gazed at me intently and said, "The affairs of Wuding Alley are not for you to know just yet. Being privy to too much information could be detrimental to your well-being. Just understand that you've stirred up significant trouble." I pressed further, "Is there any way to remedy this situation?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Yi replied, "There are indeed solutions, but I have yet to devise them. The depths of Wuding Alley are profound, and I dare not tread too far. Because of you, I find myself deeply ensnared. Thankfully, those in authority remain unaware of this predicament. I must swiftly devise a plan to rectify it." I looked at Xiang Yi with sincere remorse and said, "I'm truly sorry." Xiang Yi waved her hand and said, "The matters concerning the lanternless alley are far too intricate. They could even disrupt the balance between the underworld and the mortal realm. However, there are remedial measures. If I can resolve it myself, I shall. If not, I will require your assistance." I promptly replied, "Master Xiang, should you need my help, do not hesitate to ask." Xiang Yi shot me a fierce glare before extending her hand. I looked at her in confusion, pondering the significance of this gesture. Chapter 120. The Wu family's coffin shop seeing me frozen in place. Xiang Yi exclaimed with a hint of irritation, "Ghost money. Hurry up and give me some. I need to win back Xiaohong." A subtle twitch tugged at the corners of my mouth. Trouble had already knocked on my door, yet she was still preoccupied with wooing a female ghost. "I don't have any on me," I replied. "No." Xiang Yi's composure shattered in an instant as she pointed at me, demanding, "You must procure some immediately." I explained, "I don't have any in my pockets, but there are some at Jian Hall. All the ghost money I drew previously is stored there. I can't access it right now." Xiang Yi insisted, "Then go get it." I let out a sigh, my expression shifting to one of melancholy. Noticing my demeanor, Xiang Yi curiously asked, "What happened?" After a moment's hesitation, I recounted the events of that evening to her. Upon hearing my tale, she fell silent for a moment, her brow furrowing deeply. "The identity of that painted-skin ghost is not simple. Be cautious. I cannot intervene too much with the matter of Qinyang Star. You must rely on yourself." I nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Xiang Yi, inquiring, "My Lord Xiang, is my second uncle still in the underworld? If so, could you arrange for me to see him? Given that my uncle had passed away, his soul would undoubtedly reside in the underworld, if he had not yet been reincarnated. Our relationship should allow for a meeting." I had anticipated that Xiang Yi would take this matter to heart, but to my dismay, her subsequent words extinguished my hope of seeing my uncle once more. Death extinguishes life like a snuff candle, leaving all aspirations reduced to ash. Your uncle has long since been reincarnated, so you should continue to live your life well. I nodded, my heart a tumult of emotions. After casting a deep glance in my direction, Xiang Yi vanished without a trace. I sighed and resumed preparing tomato and egg noodles for Xiaxi. Once she finished her meal, she retreated to her room and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, I lay awake in the guest room of the villa, tossing and turning. Not only had I yet to resolve my own dilemmas, but I had also entangled myself in the considerable troubles of Wuding Alley. Although Xiang Yi could be quite irreverent at times, her initial anger was genuine. Clearly, this matter was far more complex than I had anticipated. As my thoughts spiraled, Fatigue overtook me, and I drifted into sleep. The following day, Xiaxi and I made our way to the funeral street, intending to visit the coffin maker, the Wu family. Earlier that morning, I had explained to Xiaxi the reasons behind her abduction and the identity of her captors, along with the pressing matter of Qianyang's star. With Qianyang's star not belonging to the palace, Xiaxi would also be in peril. Therefore, for the sake of our lives, we must act in concert. Xiaxi wholeheartedly agreed to my explanations. As I passed by Jian Hall, my steps faltered before the tightly shut doors, and I let out a long sigh, pondering the fate of Su Tianxian. Following the address provided by the ghost with the painted skin, I arrived at a coffin shop. The door was firmly closed, so I gently knocked on the wooden door. Moments later, it creaked open, revealing a woman before me. When I beheld the woman's appearance, I was momentarily taken aback. The reason for my astonishment lay in her attire and physique. The individual before me possessed delicate features, yet she was clad in men's clothing, which imparted an exceedingly peculiar impression. Whom were you seeking? I found myself frozen in place once more. The woman's voice was remarkably coarse, akin to that of a rusty bell. Goodness, this is a man, not a woman. Chapter 121. The strange man. I stood there, mesmerized by the man before me. His eyes, imbued with the essence of the heavens, were untainted and crystal clear, yet unfathomably deep, framed by elegant brows that resembled distant mountains. His skin gleamed as if carved from jade. Despite his delicate appearance, his raspy voice and prominent Adam's apple betrayed his true nature. Xiaxi also gazed at the man with a look of bewilderment. Noticing my unwavering stare, he snapped, "What are you looking at? There's nothing worth your attention." His temperament seemed rather volatile. With a forced smile, I replied, "I am here to conduct business." He scrutinized me with evident displeasure and retorted, "Come inside." Following him, he continued, "The coffins are right here. You may choose whichever you like and pay to take it away." The coffin shop was modest, containing only 3 coffins neatly arranged within. However, I did not heed his words, for my purpose today was not to purchase a coffin, but to seek their services for carrying one. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over me, as if I were being watched. This feeling was profoundly discomforting, akin to a thorn in my back, rendering me restless. My brows furrowed as my gaze swept through the coffin shop, ultimately resting on the wall directly ahead. 3 black and white photographs adorned the wall, each depicting elderly gentlemen. As my eyes locked onto the man in the center, an icy dread coursed through me, for he was staring directly at me. Not only was the man in the center staring intently at me, but the elderly figures in the photographs flanking him were also gazing unblinkingly in my direction. Regardless of how I shifted my position, the sensation of being scrutinized clung to me like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. Observing my gaze, the man expressed his displeasure further, asking sharply, "Are you even listening to me?" I quickly regained my composure and responded earnestly, "Yes, I am listening." The man regarded me momentarily before inquiring, "Which coffin have you taken a fancy to?" After a brief hesitation, I divulged the purpose of my visit. "Carrying the coffin? That decision is not mine to make. I must consult my grandfather first." With that, the man bellowed towards the inner room, "Grandpa, someone is looking to have us carry a coffin." The suddenness of his shout nearly pierced my eardrums. The volume was astonishingly high. The juxtaposition of the woman's appearance and the man's booming voice was rather jarring. As I pondered this, an aged voice arose from within. "What are you shouting about? Are you trying to scare your grandfather to death?" The curtain to the inner room was drawn aside, revealing a frail, wrinkled elder with graying hair who shuffled out slowly, hunched over, clutching an old pipe. The man approached the elder and pointed at me, saying, "Grandpa, he wants us to carry a coffin." Upon hearing this, the elder scrutinized me from head to toe. "Ah, come, have a seat. Let us converse at our leisure." I nodded and followed the elder to a table beneath the photographs, taking a seat. The elder gestured for his grandson to prepare a pot of tea for me. The man lifted the teapot and walked into the inner room. The elderly gentleman did not rush to speak. Instead, he lit his pipe and began to smoke with a rhythmic puffing sound. With the other party remaining silent, I felt hesitant to break the stillness, as it might appear somewhat impolite. After a few puffs, the elder inquired, "Young lad, what is your name?" I respectfully responded, "Sir, My name is Lu Su. Upon hearing this name, the elder paused momentarily, and a glimmer of clarity flickered in his murky gaze. Chapter 122. Su Tianchuan's heartfelt intentions. The old gentleman took a puff from his pipe and inquired, "Who is Lu Linlong to you?" I paused momentarily, responding, "He is my grandfather." To my surprise, I was taken aback. It was unexpected that this elder was indeed acquainted with my grandfather. If he knew my grandfather, then the matter of lifting the coffin would be much simpler. The corners of the old gentleman's mouth curled upward, revealing a warm smile. "No wonder," he remarked. "You bear a striking resemblance to your grandfather in his youth." "Do you truly know my grandfather?" I asked. The old gentleman nodded, saying, "Not just acquainted. I would say we were quite familiar." My grandfather had never shared the details of his past with me, so I remained unaware of his endeavors in his younger days. "Young man, how is your grandfather faring now? Is he still in good health?" I sighed deeply and replied, "My grandfather has passed away." "What?" The old gentleman gazed at me in disbelief. "This cannot be. Brother Linlong is so formidable. How could he possibly have departed?" His words revealed the depth of his affection for my grandfather. However, I found myself pondering his statements. Was my grandfather truly remarkable? In my memory, he merely had some knowledge of feng shui and, like other elderly villagers, enjoyed basking in the sun on a rocking chair in the yard. "Old sir, my grandfather has indeed passed away," I reiterated, unable to convey the weight of my words further. The old gentleman regarded my earnest expression and ultimately chose to believe me. He let out a long sigh, his entire demeanor appearing to age considerably in that fleeting moment. Alas, who would have thought? Who would have imagined that a person of Linlong's caliber would depart from this world? As he sighed and lamented, he seemed utterly despondent. After a while, he cast a glance in my direction and inquired, "Have you come here today, seeking our assistance in carrying Coffin?" I nodded and replied, "Indeed. I find myself in need of your help." The old man gestured for me to continue. I recounted the matter of the triple coffin burial in meticulous detail. However, I remained cautious. Despite the acquaintance between this man and my grandfather, I could not wholly entrust him with my confidence. After all, it was the painted-skinned ghost who had referred me here, thus I had to maintain my guard. Upon finishing my account, the old man narrowed his eyes and scrutinized me intently. "Young man, you are concealing something from me." A jolt of surprise coursed through me. I had thought my narration revealed no inconsistencies. How could this elder discern that I was withholding information? He rose to his feet, a smile gracing his features, and retreated into the inner room to retrieve several items. While I beheld what the old gentleman held in his hands, I was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed the Jingshao. How could this peachwood sword be his possession? The old man placed the Jingshao upon the table, accompanying it with 3 talismans arranged beside it. "Young man, having seen these items, it's time you spoke the truth to me, isn't it?" The elderly gentleman gazed at me with a gentle smile. Surprised, I inquired, "Do you know my master?" The old man nodded and explained. "Master Tianxian sought my assistance long ago, wishing for my help in carrying a coffin, just as you have requested, for a joint burial of 3 coffins. Last night, Master Tianxian visited the coffin shop in the dead of night, entrusted these items to me, and earnestly instructed me to assist you." Chapter 123. The city god temple and the soul rescue coffin. Su Tianxian had given prior notice, hadn't she? This development had taken me by surprise. Yet, why would she anticipate my arrival here? Upon reflection, it makes sense. Given Su Tianchuan's capabilities, she likely conceived the idea of the 3 coffins being interred together long ago. However, she and T had the opportunity to inform me before the incident that transpired last night. The thought of Su Tianxian visiting old Master Wu late at night on my behalf warmed my heart. I had never doubted Su Tianxian. Just as my grandfather had stated, in this world, I could distrust anyone, but not Su Tianxian. Old Master Wu, noticing my momentary daze, chuckled heartily. "You're just like your grandfather, always cautious in your endeavors." In response to his remark, I could only manage an awkward laugh to alleviate my embarrassment. "Now, young man, you could disclose everything to me, can't you?" With the conversation reaching this point, I had little left to conceal. I recounted the entire matter regarding the Qinyang star to old Master Wu. Upon hearing the name Qinyang star, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. He turned his gaze towards Xia Shi and inquired, "Is this young girl the Qinyang star?" I nodded in affirmation. Old Master Wu took a deep puff from his pipe and remarked, "This situation is rather complicated. This young girl is the Qinyang star, and furthermore, the essence of the Qinyang star has manifested. Only one of them can survive. The Nine Fiends' essence is confined within the heavenly coffin. All the 9 killers in the world originate from the 9 killers that proliferate within the heavenly coffin. Now that the 9 killers have emerged, those malevolent fates will also manifest in the world. As time progresses, the 9 killers will inevitably find their corresponding host to seize. Thus, I must cultivate my strength to confront the impending events." Old Master Wu continued, "Such matters are beyond even my grasp. The burial of 3 coffins together, entombed in a century-old mausoleum, constitutes an act of theft. Theft is a most fitting term. The century-old mausoleum is exceedingly perilous. Who knows what kind of entity resides within? To invade another's tomb and inter oneself therein invites divine retribution. Yet, I find myself with no alternative." Rising to his feet, Old Master Wu proclaimed, "If you wish for our assistance in carrying the coffin, it is not out of the question." A spark of hope ignited within me. If Old Master Wu were to agree, we would have succeeded halfway. However, he shifted the conversation, saying, "But you must assist me with a task." Eagerly, I inquired, "What task?" "Go to the city god temple and fetch a coffin for me." Without a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced. As long as Old Master Wu was willing to help carry the coffin, I would comply with any request. After all, if the star Qinyang does not enter my fate palace, I too cannot survive. Wu Shi, is that the name of Old Master Wu's grandson? I must say, he possesses an elegant appearance, and his name carries a somewhat feminine quality. Wu Shi emerged from the inner room, asking, "What is it, Grandpa?" Old Master Wu turned to Wu Shi and said, "This evening, take your companions and accompany Lu Su to the city god temple to retrieve the soul-guarding coffin." Upon hearing the phrase soul-guarding coffin, Wu Shi was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth? Have you lost your mind, old man?" With a resounding thud, Old Master Wu raised his pipe and struck Wu Shi's head firmly. "If you continue to speak so disrespectfully, I shall give you a good beating." Chapter 124. The city god Wu Shi clutched his head, indignantly exclaiming, "Grandfather, are you out of your mind to dare snatch something from the hands of the city god?" The city god temple and the earth god temple, as depicted in folklore, represent the bureaucratic roles of the underworld manifesting in the mortal realm. Logically, the city god serves as the county magistrate or mayor, while the earth god functions akin to a village chief, all tasked with maintaining order between the realms and preventing malevolent spirits from wreaking havoc. Typically, the role of the city god is assumed by esteemed officials or heroes who have rendered significant service to the local populace. They are revered in Chinese folk beliefs and Taoism as the guardians of the city. In the past, I would have scoffed at the notion of a city god existing in this world, yet now I am utterly convinced. Acquiring a coffin from the city god temple is tantamount to stealing from the jaws of tiger. Legends speak of the black and white impermanents, as well as the ox head and horse face, who are said to serve the city god. Such entities are beyond my capacity to provoke. However, for the sake of my own life, I must proceed. Old Master Wu cast a glance at his grandson and remarked, "If you cannot even handle such a matter, how can I entrust the coffin shop to you?" Upon hearing this, Wu Shi was instantly incited and retorted, "Isn't it merely retrieving the soul-retrieving coffin from the city god temple? I shall fetch it tonight." Old Master Wu chuckled heartily, saying, "Since you are so determined, I shall await your return at home." Wu Shi pounded his chest, resolutely declaring, "Just you wait and see." Witnessing this unfold, I could not help but marvel at the wisdom of age. Old Master Wu had deftly discerned his grandson's intentions. Wu Shi then turned to me and said, "You, young man, tonight you shall accompany me." With that, she stormed into the inner room, visibly upset. Soon, night descended upon us. Old Master Wu summoned both Wu Shi and me before him. The city god is the deity who vanquishes evil and protects the nation. He possesses the power to summon rain, alleviate floods, and oversees the souls of the departed. Should you have the fortune to meet the city god, you may directly express your intentions. Perhaps he will acquiesce to your requests. Old Master Wu's tone shifted as he continued. However, you must remain vigilant. The city god temple houses the spirits of the deceased. While they cannot leave the temple grounds, it does not imply they are unable to move about within. Thus, this venture is fraught with peril. You must prioritize your safety. I nodded in acknowledgement. The city god temple is likely to be teeming with malevolent spirits, and I can only hope to avoid any encounters. Wu Shi, with his grating voice, interjected, "Grandfather, you are such a worrywart. Watch me retrieve the soul-guarding coffin." With that, he hastily exited. Old Master Wu sighed deeply as he observed Wu Shi's departing figure. He turned to me and said, "Xiao Su, my grandson is far too reckless. Please keep a close eye on him to prevent any mishaps." "Understood," I replied. Summer Shi approached me, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Lu Su, you must be cautious." I offered her a reassuring smile and said, "Rest assured, I shall return safely." With that, I too departed from the coffin shop, considering Summer Shi's safety. She would remain at the shop this evening. With the esteemed Mr. Wu present, that malevolent entity would not dare to approach easily. As I emerged, Wu Shi awaited me outside and said, "Wait, if any danger arises, stay behind me. I shall protect you." I smiled and replied, "All right." Thus, we proceeded towards the direction of the city god temple. Chapter 125. Wu Shi's troubles. The city god temple in my city is quite grand, and it is regarded as a notable attraction. The deity worshipped here, known simply by the surname Zhang, has his illustrious deeds shrouded in ambiguity. Nevertheless, anyone elevated to the status of city god must undoubtedly possess remarkable qualities. Before long, Wu Shi and I arrived at the city god temple. Stepping onto the street leading to the temple felt akin to entering a different realm. On either side of the street, quaint and charming shops exuded an ancient allure. The temple's entrance was firmly locked, and the only way to gain entry was to scale the wall. However, this posed no challenge for Wu Shi and me. Just as we were about to make our ascent, a woman's voice resonated from behind us. "Excuse me, could you please assist me?" Wu Shi and I froze, turning to find a strikingly beautiful woman. Her exquisite face complemented a figure that could only be described as alluring. Dressed in a flowing red garment, she subtly revealed her long, graceful legs, captivating the eye. Particularly enchanting were her expressive eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters. Startled by the woman's sudden appearance, Wu Shi displayed an irritable demeanor, disregarding her gender as she stepped forward and exclaimed, "Do you realize that frightening someone can be deadly?" The woman stood frozen in response to Wu Shi's outburst, taking a step back with a look of slight indignation. Observing this scene, I could not help but smirk. Wu Shi's temperament was indeed explosively fierce. "My apologies, miss," I said. I nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the woman's words. "Miss?" Wu Shi's lips twitched slightly as he continued to shout at her. "I am a man. A real man. Do you understand?" It was not surprising that the woman mistook him. I had also initially perceived Wu Shi as a woman when I first encountered him. Furthermore, given the inky darkness of the night, it was entirely understandable that visibility was compromised. "A man?" the woman asked incredulously. Wu Shi nodded earnestly and replied, "Indeed, a genuine man, utterly authentic." Throughout their exchange, my gaze remained fixed on the woman. Though she was undeniably beautiful, there was something peculiar emanating from her. I glanced at her shadow, momentarily taken aback, my brow furrowing as I reached out to pull Wu Shi closer to me. He looked at me in confusion. I signaled him with my eyes, and his bewilderment only deepened. Following my gaze, he abruptly froze in place. The woman cast no shadow. This meant she was a ghost. The woman cocked her head curiously as she observed Wu Shi and me, asking, "What is wrong with you two?" I sensed that the ghost's resentment was not intense, implying she was not a vengeful spirit, but rather a wandering soul. "What do you wish for us to assist you with?" I inquired. The ghost responded, "I want to go home, but I can no longer remember where my home is." Go home? Could it be that the ghostly figure before me is unaware of her own demise? Wu Shi discreetly gestured to me, and I instantly comprehended his intent. He was urging me to refrain from unnecessary dialogue and to take decisive action against this specter. I shook my head in response and summoned the power of the ghostly seal. In an instant, a chilling aura emanated from my being. The woman instinctively sensed the rising dread and took a step back, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why have you suddenly become so terrifying?" From her words, I could ascertain that her death had occurred not long ago, to the extent that she had never encountered a ghostly emissary. Chapter 126. The eccentric female, ghost upon sensing the shift in my aura, Wuxi gazed at me in astonishment. He exclaimed, "You are an emissary of the underworld?" At the mention of the term emissary, the female ghost recoiled in fear, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. You are not human." She shrieked at me. I shook my head and replied, "I am human, but you are not." The female ghost trembled uncontrollably, shaking her head fervently. "No, you are not human. You are an emissary. You are a ghost." With a resigned sigh, I realized that this female spirit had yet to grasp the reality of her own demise. I extended my hand and said, "Allow me to assist you in recalling how you perished." Suddenly, I stepped forward, extending my index finger to touch her forehead. A cool, luminous energy surged from my fingertip into her brow. Instantly, the female ghost stood frozen, her expression becoming vacant. As an emissary of the underworld, it was a simple task for me to help lost souls recollect their past lives. Her gaze shifted through a spectrum of emotions: astonishment, confusion, fear, and ultimately despair. She reached out, gazing blankly at her own palm. I'm already dead?" It seemed she had begun to remember the events leading to her death. I nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, you have passed on." Upon hearing this, the female ghost crumpled to the ground, cradling her head in anguish. I'm only 20 years old. How could it be that I have perished? There remain countless matters I have yet to attend to." With a sigh, I turned to the spirit and said, "Death is an inevitable fate for all. It does not signify an end, but rather a new beginning. Reincarnation awaits." The ghost crouched on the ground, releasing the anguish that burdened her heart. I refrained from intervening, and after a moment, she rose and inquired, "Will I be reborn as a pig in my next life?" A subtle twitch at the corner of my mouth betrayed my amusement. This was indeed an intriguing question, one I had no answer to. I shook my head. The ghost pressed on, "Will I be able to see my parents once more?" I shook my head again. She continued, "Can I return home?" I persisted in my silent negation. The ghost posed several questions, all concerning the impossibilities intrinsic to her spectral existence. This was only natural, as one has thoughts after death often gravitate towards family and loved ones. Perhaps she recognized the futility of her inquiries. Yet her subsequent questions left me utterly astonished. "May I save her hot pot one last time? Can I bring my cosmetics with me? Is it possible to take my dreadful boss along?" She posed a plethora of such unique queries, while I remained silent, utterly perplexed by the thoughts that occupied her mind. Noticing my continued silence, she grew somewhat displeased and asked, "Then what is it that I can do now?" I slowly uttered 4 words: "Reincarnation awaits." The ghost sighed and said, "Then take me with you." I cannot help but admire the temperament of the female ghost. One moment she is wailing inconsolably, and the next she transforms into a figure of fortitude. I conjured the gates of the underworld. The female ghost hesitated for a moment before stepping toward the ominous portal. However, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. She was unable to pass through the gates of the underworld. Instead, an invisible force repelled her from entry. Witnessing the scene, my brows furrowed in an instant. To be unable to enter the gates of the underworld implies that her mortal life has not yet reached its conclusion. Thus, the realm of the dead refuses her passage. Chapter 127. One person cannot enter the temple upon realizing her inability to enter. The female ghost expressed her surprise, saying, "Does this mean I can stay?" I remained silent and inquired, "How did you meet your demise?" 10 minutes ago. I was struck by a vehicle," she replied. 10 minutes. This indicated that her spirit was currently detached from her body, possibly due to unforeseen circumstances during her rescue. If we could promptly return her soul to her physical form, she would have a chance at survival. Wuxi, standing beside me, evidently grasped this notion as well. He remarked, "We must return her to her body." I concurred, for saving a life is indeed more meritorious than constructing a grand pagoda. However, we could not delay matters concerning the city god temple. After a moment's contemplation, I proposed, "Let us first return her, and then we shall return here." Wu Shi immediately rejected this course of action. No. Afternoon, the city god will return to the temple. It will be difficult to retrieve the coffin then. I queried, did your grandfather not say we can negotiate with the city god? Wu Shi looked at me as if I were a fool and exclaimed, you think you can negotiate with the city god? You must be out of your mind. The soul-conserving coffin houses the corporeal form of the city god. Do you truly believe he would allow you access to his sanctuary? The realization that the soul-conserving coffin contained the city god's physical body indeed complicated matters. Negotiation was out of the question. We would have to resort to theft. Logically speaking, the city god temple merely serves as a place of worship for the city god, and his corporeal remains should not be stored beneath it. Yet, there are exceptions. In certain temples dedicated to the city god, the physical forms of some deities reside within, though their exact locations remain a mystery. Wu Shi pondered for a moment and proposed, let us do this. I shall take this female ghost back, while you enter the city god temple to seek out the location of the soul-receiving coffin. I nodded, realizing that this was the only course of action available. With his raspy voice, Wu Shi commanded, follow me. I shall guide you back to life. The female ghost promptly trailed behind him. Once Wu Shi departed, I found myself alone on the street. An inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over me as I gazed at the grand entrance of the temple, hesitating on whether to enter. A proverb echoed in my mind. 1 should not enter a temple alone, 2 should not gaze into a well, 3 should not embrace a tree, and 1 should refrain from leaning on the railing when alone. In essence, it cautioned against harboring malicious intent while remaining vigilant against potential threats. However, upon reflection, I realized that my entry was not through the front door, but rather by scaling the wall, thus rendering the proverb inapplicable to my situation. Just as I was about to make my way over the wall, a voice emerged from behind me. Young man, what are you doing? It was the voice of an elderly man. I turned to see an old man clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence, standing behind me. A jolt of alarm surged through me. Could this be the head priest of the city god temple? I was in trouble. I had been discovered. What should I do? In a moment of inspiration, I replied, I encountered a minor issue at home and ventured out for some fresh air, only to find myself here at the city god temple without realizing it. I wish to enter and make a prayer, but the main gate is barred. Thus, I can only breach the barrier and deposit my offerings into the mirror box. As for this assertion, I am uncertain whether I can place my trust in the Taoist priest. Should he doubt my intentions, there would be naught I could do. The Taoist regarded me intently and said, since you sincerely wish to seek the blessings of the city god, you may enter with me through the main gate. Upon hearing these words, a heavy weight settled in my heart. Chapter 128. The statue before me stood a Taoist priest, whose outward appearance exuded an air of solemnity, yet his true nature remained a mystery to me. The adage about one not entering a temple is not without merit. In the Tang dynasty, a wealthy individual spent a night in a temple, and upon noticing his considerable wealth, the temple's abbot, driven by greed, took his life. This incident, once uncovered by the authorities and the perpetrator apprehended, has since circulated among the populace, enduring to this day. It serves as a cautionary tale for posterity, warning against entering temples, as many monks may harbor ill intentions, driven by avarice or desire, potentially leading to one's demise. The Taoist, noticing my momentary stupor, inquired, what troubles you? I quickly replied, nothing, nothing at all. I had been contemplating whether to refuse this priest's invitation, to feign departure, and then stealthily return by scaling the walls. However, upon further reflection, such an action seemed devoid of purpose. For the priest resided within the city god temple. Regardless of the approach, the risk of encountering him remained. Should I decline now, it might arouse his suspicion. Thus, I found myself compelled to follow the Taoist into the city god temple. Crossing its threshold felt akin to transcending time and space, transporting me to an ancient era. The architecture within was steeped in antiquity. The temple featured apricot yellow courtyard walls, slate gray eaves, and towering verdant trees, while 9 vividly colored mountains resembled a peacock displaying its resplendent tail, enveloping its head in a captivating embrace. It is not without reason that this place stands as a notable attraction in the city. The scenery here remains enchanting. As the Taoist walked, he remarked, with a sincere heart, all your desires can be fulfilled by the city god. However, I scarcely paid attention to his words, my mind preoccupied with the peculiarities of the city god temple. The soul-settling coffin is enshrined within the temple, and to discover it, one must be vigilant to the temple's oddities, for the coffin would never be displayed openly. My gaze fell upon an ancient well not far away, and I found myself momentarily taken aback, sensing a faint chill emanating from it. Could it be that the soul-settling coffin lies there? Are you even listening to me? The Taoist's voice suddenly broke through my thoughts. I quickly regained my composure and replied, I'm listening. The Taoist led me into the area dedicated to the city god. The temple was vast, and wandering through it would likely consume a considerable amount of time. Upon entering the sanctum, my eyes were immediately drawn to an imposing statue. This statue, though similar to those found in other Taoist temples, was exquisitely crafted to portray the city god. His visage exuded righteousness, with a countenance filled with an aura of integrity that instilled a sense of awe and intimidation. The Taoist procured 3 incense sticks and handed them to me, saying, Pray sincerely, and you shall receive a response from the city god. I accepted the incense, ignited it, and placed it in the incense burner. Kneeling before the statue of the city god, I bowed my head 3 times in reverence, though my purpose for being here was not to beseech the deity. It was not merely for the purpose of the soul-restraining coffin, yet the Taoist stood vigilantly nearby, leaving me with no choice but to proceed in this manner. I must devise a way to remain here, for only then can I continue my quest for the soul-restraining coffin. However, what justification could I possibly present to stay? Suddenly, I felt the piercing gaze of a pair of eyes fixed upon me, sending a shiver down my spine. I slowly raised my head, my pupils dilating and contracting in an instant, for I beheld the eyes of the divine statue shifting. Chapter 129, A Deluge from the Heavens, the City God. He lives. I hastily rubbed my eyes, yet the statue of the city god had resumed its normal state. Could it be that I had merely imagined it? At that moment, a bolt of blue lightning cleaved through the tranquil night sky, illuminating the entire city god temple in a brilliant light, followed by a cacophony of thunder. Rising to my feet, I furrowed my brow. Was it raining? The Taoist priest lightly waved his whisk and approached the entrance of the main hall, where the gentle patter of raindrops began to descend from the heavens. Within mere seconds, the rain intensified into a torrential downpour. This rain, it arrived too abruptly and too peculiarly. I had observed the weather earlier. The night was adorned with countless stars, and the sky was devoid of clouds. How could it possibly rain so suddenly? The Taoist turned to me and said, with such a deluge from the heavens, you cannot leave. It would be better for you to stay here for the night. I had been lamenting my inability to remain, so I found it serendipitous that the heavens had provided me with an excuse. I replied to the Taoist, Thank you, esteemed Taoist. He flicked his whisk and smiled. No need for thanks. Subsequently, the Taoist led me to a room. You may rest here, he said. I nodded, and as he prepared to leave, he suddenly halted, turning to me with a grave expression. Do not venture outside tonight. The night is fraught with unrest. Having uttered these words, he departed without a backward glance. Once the Taoist had left, I surveyed my surroundings, taking in the room. It was modest in size, yet exuded an antique charm, with a bed reminiscent of those found in the homes of affluent families from ancient times. I had not given it much thought. Rather, I began to contemplate the predicament in which I currently found myself. I took out my phone and glanced at the time, 10:30. I had an hour and a half until the return of the city god at midnight. Within this fleeting window, I must locate the spirit-reviving coffin and reach out to Wu Shi, urging him to summon his grandfather to bring forth the coffin bearers. The task of carrying a coffin cannot be undertaken by a solitary individual, at the very least for our required. The Venerable Wu had instructed both Wu Shi and me to come here specifically to uncover the whereabouts of the spirit-reviving coffin. I needed to expedite my efforts. For reasons unbeknownst to me, upon entering the room, the sound of the rain outside had vanished entirely. Could it be that the soundproofing here was exceptionally effective? With this thought in mind, I approached the window. The window was adorned with paper, exuding an ancient charm. I cautiously opened a crack, But the scene outside left me utterly astonished. The cold moonlight bathed the courtyard, devoid of any trace of rain. The thunderous storm that had just rumbled had inexplicably dissipated into thin air. Slowly, I closed the window and returned to my bed, my heart gradually sinking. The current situation could not have been clearer. The recent tempest had undoubtedly been a ruse conjured by the Taoist priest. The purpose behind such deception was, without a doubt, to take my life. I found myself somewhat taken aback. I had not anticipated that the priest would dare to act so boldly beneath the watchful gaze of the city god. Did he not fear the retribution that might follow? Thankfully, I had remained vigilant and observed the circumstances outside. Otherwise, I would still be ensnared in the priest's web of deception. I must devise a means of self-preservation. I cannot allow the scheming machinations of the Taoist to succeed. With this thought in mind, I cast a glance at the quilt upon the bed. I took the quilt, arranged it carefully, and tucked the pillow within, creating the illusion that someone was slumbering beneath its warmth. Meanwhile, I concealed myself at the doorway, shrouding my presence. This Taoist is certain to make his move against me. I must strike preemptively before he can act. Chapter 130. The Ambush. I quietly conceal myself behind the door, grasping the leg of the stool that I had previously disassembled. I dared not make a sound, suppressing even the slightest whisper of my breath. As moments trickled by, approximately 10 minutes elapsed, during which I faintly discerned the soft sound of footsteps outside. The steps were light and almost imperceptible. Without careful attention, they would have gone unnoticed. The Taoist indeed approached. The footsteps drew nearer, soon halting at the threshold. The door gently creaked open, revealing a pair of cold, malevolent eyes that met my gaze. From my vantage point, I could observe him, yet he remained oblivious to my presence. Those piercing eyes scanned the room incessantly, as he sought confirmation that I had not succumbed to slumber. The Taoist exhibited utmost caution, remaining outside for a good 2 minutes. Upon ascertaining that all was well, he gradually pushed the door ajar. He first stepped in with one foot, then cautiously leaned his body forward. At that precise moment, a glint of cold steel erupted from the Taoist's hand, momentarily blinding me. To my astonishment, he wielded a gleaming machete. Witnessing this scene, I could not help but feel a surge of relief for having hidden in advance. Otherwise, I would surely have met my demise at his hands. The Taoist fully entered the room, and with a firm grip on the stool leg. I raised it high and struck fiercely at the back. However, the Taoist slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Realizing that my initial strike had failed to incapacitate him, I delivered another blow. With a resounding thud, blood gushed from the Taoist's head as he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Not daring to linger, I discarded the leg of the stool and fled outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, I looked up at the sky, which was indeed adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars, and the moonlight shone brilliantly. This Taoist was truly treacherous. He had employed a diversionary tactic to deceive me into staying. Little did he know that he would fall victim to my ambush. This Taoist must possess some magical abilities. But what of it? His powers could not thwart my stealthy assault. Glancing at the time, I noted it was 11 o'clock. I needed to hasten my search for the soul-requiting coffin. But where could it possibly be? Suddenly, I remembered the ancient well I had seen upon entering this place. I decided to investigate there first. The well was situated beneath a towering tree. Approaching its edge, I peered into the dark abyss. But it was too murky to discern anything unusual. Suddenly, I felt a cold droplet of liquid land on my hand. I paused momentarily and glanced at my wrist. Due to the night's darkness, I could not clearly identify the substance. Could it be dew? Gently, I wiped the liquid with my right hand and brought it to my nose. The moment I inhaled, a chill ran down my spine. This was not dew. It was blood. How could there be blood here? Drip, drip. Just as I pondered this, the sound of water droplets falling suddenly reached my ears. Instinctively, I looked up. Under the moonlight, a woman's lifeless body hung from a white silk noose on a grand tree. Her complexion was ghastly pale, her eyes tightly shut, and her long tongue dangled grotesquely outside her mouth, a sight most chilling. I was so taken aback by this scene that I stumbled backward. How could there be a hanged woman in the city god temple? My gaze remained fixated on the woman's face. However, The next occurrence nearly caused me to scream in terror. The woman's eyes languidly unsealed, her eyeballs bulging as if on the verge of explosion. I hastily distanced myself from her. A nocturnal breeze swept through, eliciting a rustling symphony from the foliage. The woman's form swayed precariously in the wind. Yet, within my line of sight, I espied yet another human foot. My brow furrowed in consternation as I surveyed the entirety of the arboreal giant. I was instantly petrified. As far as the eye could perceive, the entire tree was densely populated with suspended cadavers, and these corpses were suspended by the slender branches of the great willow. These deceased individuals encompassed a diverse demographic, irrespective of gender or age, their demise rendered in the most gruesome manner. However, their souls remained tethered to their corporeal forms. All the hanged specters stared fixedly at me. As the wind gusted, these bodies swayed in unison, their friction against the leaves orchestrating a mournful dirge. What was the meaning of this macabre spectacle? How could such a multitude of hanged ghosts manifest within the city god temple? Should not the city god temple be a bastion of righteousness? In the woman's gaze, I discerned a plea, an entreaty for deliverance. After a moment of deliberation, I released the hanged female ghost. The first action of the hanged ghost upon being released was to prostrate herself and kowtow before me. I inquired, "Why were you hanged here?" The hanged ghost raised her head, her speech somewhat garbled due to her elongated tongue. "Seeking, city god, murdered, assassinated." My brow furrowed in consternation. To seek the city god and be murdered in the process? Could it be that this city god is a hypocrite? On the surface, the revered deity of the city god appears to be a figure of respect, yet behind the facade, he engages in the sinister act of murder to absorb the essence of the deceased. I continued my inquiry. "Are you aware of the whereabouts of the corporeal form of the city god?" The hanged ghost, uncertain of how long she had been suspended here, might possess knowledge of the city god's physical body. If we could locate the city goddess remains, we would also uncover the soul-restraining coffin. The hanged ghost cast a fearful glance at the statue within the city god's hall, her eyes brimming with trepidation. She stammered, unable to utter a single word, paralyzed by fear and dread. "Do not be afraid. Shortly, I shall facilitate your reincarnation." As I activated the ghostly seal, the hanged ghost's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon realizing my identity as a ghostly envoy. Not only her, but all the hanged souls upon the tree began to exhibit signs of agitation. The hanged ghost glanced once more at the city god's hall. Just as she was about to speak, a white noose materialized from thin air, ensnaring her once again upon the tree. I could distinctly sense the great tree absorbing the ghostly essence from her being. Gazing at this towering willow, I finally comprehended the reason for its luxuriant growth. The locust tree belongs to the realm of shadows, and the ghostly energy serves as a bountiful sustenance for it. No one would ever anticipate that a place bustling with life during the day could transform into such a horrifying scene by night. I attempted once more to release the hanged ghost, yet the moment she touched the ground, slender willow branches ensnared her anew. Despite numerous attempts, I could not extricate the hanged ghost from her torment. I gazed at the trees adorned with hanged spirits, releasing a long sigh. It seemed I could not bid farewell to these tormented souls. However, I did uncover the information I sought. The soul-restraining coffin resides within the grand hall of the city god. Although the female ghost did not divulge the whereabouts of the coffin, her gaze spoke volumes. Just as I contemplated departing from this place, an eerie weeping emanated from the ancient well. My steps faltered momentarily, and after a brief hesitation, I bent down once more to peer into the depths of the well. The 132nd head well within the ancient well, the water churned tumultuously, as if some entity were about to emerge from its depths. My brow furrowed in trepidation. What could possibly lie within this well? The water surged more violently, resembling boiling liquid, bubbling and frothing. Suddenly, a rotund object began to rise from the depths. As I focused my gaze, a wave of shock washed over me. The grotesque object was none other than a decayed human head. The water continued to seethe, and soon a second, a third, a fourth head followed. Countless heads emerged from the abyss, a sight both dense and harrowing. My fear intensified. Was this truly the city god temple? It felt more like a hell on earth. The weeping emanated from the mouths of these severed heads. As they surfaced from the well, their cries grew increasingly haunting, steeped in despair and sorrow. Their lamentations conveyed deep-seated resentment and grief. This temple of the city god was undoubtedly shrouded in malevolence. Moreover, the deity presiding here was no benevolent spirit. Suddenly, a dull thud of footsteps resonated behind me, sending a jolt of alarm through my heart. I recalled the saying, "Two shall not gaze into the well." Now I was alone, my guard somewhat lowered. Yet, I must not forget that another person lingered within this temple, the Taoist priest whom I had rendered unconscious. I whirled around in haste, only to find the priest had already approached me, his hands outstretched menacingly. My expression hardened, and I swiftly darted to the side to evade him. Yet, I was unexpectedly pushed by the Taoist, nearly tumbling into the depths of the well. I hastily regained my balance and distanced myself from him. He chuckled ominously, a sinister smile adorning his face. It had been quite a while since he encountered such an intriguing little creature. I remained silent, my right hand concealed behind me, forming the incantation for the thunder technique. "Your life is quite special. I shall take it. Your soul will be offered to the city god. He will surely appreciate it." With this declaration, I had confirmed my suspicion. The city god was nothing but a false deity. Exuding an air of righteousness, he secretly directed the Taoist to slay innocent souls, seizing their lives to consume their spirits. The Taoist advanced steadily towards me, while I retreated step by step. A dark mist emanated from him, a practitioner of the sinister arts. This was dire. I was uncertain whether I could defeat him without resorting to underhanded tactics. A moment's carelessness could cost me my life. With a casual wave of his hand, the nearby large willow tree rustled incessantly, and one by one, the hanging spirits were released. "Attack! Kill him!" The spirits rushed towards me without hesitation. Witnessing the scene, I too ceased my hesitation, my right hand gripping the thunder technique, and I struck fiercely towards the Taoist. Lightning flashed, and the crackling sound reverberated through the air. The Taoist, caught off guard by my sudden assault, coral the dust whisk approached, colliding with my right hand lightning strike. With a resounding boom, I was instantly propelled backward. Struggling to rise, I realized that this malevolent elder was indeed formidable. In my current state, I was no match for him. "Hikeklet, hiv. This time you cannot escape, boy." I contemplated whether to employ the blood hand technique to extract his soul from his corporeal form, only to crush it afterward. Just then, I heard a furious roar. "Your grandfather Wu has arrived." Chapter 133. The appearance of the soul-requiting Coffin Wu, Shi's shout resonated like thunder, shaking the very earth beneath us. I was taken aback by the sheer intensity of his voice. The old Taoist was equally startled. By the time he turned around, Wu Shi's fist was already hurtling towards his face. Caught off guard, the old man was struck squarely in the face by Wu Shi's punch. With a sickening crack, the bridge of his nose collapsed instantaneously, blood gushing forth. This scene was nothing short of shocking. Wu Shi's speed and strength were nothing short of extraordinary. Who would have thought that beneath his seemingly delicate exterior lay such remarkable prowess? The Taoist, clutching his nose, struggled to rise, blood trickling between his fingers. A pitiful sight indeed. "You scoundrel! You lack martial virtue. How dare you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Shi raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the Taoist's abdomen. Unsurprisingly, this blow sent the old man flying once more. Without missing a beat, Wu Shi charged forward, shouting, "Do you think this is a fair duel? How dare you?" Wu Shi mounted the Taoist, unleashing a barrage of punches. The Taoist was utterly defenseless, attempting to conjure his mystical arts, only to find himself unable to do so. Seeing me frozen in place, Wu Shi yelled, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and find the soul-requiting Coffin." Suddenly awakened, I dashed towards the grand hall of the city god temple. Upon arriving, I began to scan my surroundings. Where could this soul-requiting Coffin be hidden? I gazed at the statue of the city god, refocusing my attention on the eyes of the deity. As I was paying my respects to the deity Chang Huang Yi, an eerie sensation enveloped me. as if the statue's eyes were fixated upon my being. Initially, I dismissed this as mere illusion. However, upon reflection, I cannot shake the notion that there is something amiss. Now, standing before the statue, I no longer feel that unsettling gaze. With a moment's hesitation, I approached the figure once more, kneeling and offering a few respectful bows. Just as I was about to lift my head, the sensation of being scrutinized returned with a vengeance. A jolt of alarm coursed through me. If the first instance was a coincidence, what of this second occurrence? I raised my gaze to the statue. Its eyes had shifted. Where they once looked straight ahead, they now seemed to be locked onto me. Wait a moment. It appeared that the statue was not observing me at all, following its line of sight. I was taken aback to discover that it was focused on a brick right in front of me. In that instant, clarity dawned upon me regarding the location of the spirit-restraining coffin. I extended my hand and pressed firmly on the spot the statue was gazing at. The stone brick slowly descended, accompanied by the creaking sounds of mechanisms at work. The center of the great hall began to sink, and soon, a pitch-black coffin was revealed. The coffin, entirely obsidian, emanated a palpable chill that was visible to the naked eye. I was astonished to find that this grand temple indeed concealed a coffin. Overcome with joy, I realized I had finally discovered it. A glance at the time revealed that only 10 minutes remained until midnight. This span was sufficient to extract the spirit-restraining coffin. I hastily retrieved my phone and dialed the esteemed Mr. Wu. He had already arranged for the pallbearers to be stationed near the city god temple, facilitating the transport of the coffin, as the combined strength of Wu Shi and myself would not suffice to carry it out. Within the soul-requiting coffin presumably lay the physical form of the city god. However, this was not the moment to open the coffin. All matters concerning it were to be handled by Mr. Wu. Once the call connected, I promptly relayed the situation on my end. Without any superfluous words, Mr. Wu acknowledged my account with a simple "I understand," and then promptly ended the call. Chapter 134. The head of the corpse, the hanged ghost Wu Shi remained engaged in a fierce struggle with the old Taoist. Having freed himself from Wu Shi's grasp, the Taoist began to wield his mystical arts. Yet, Wu Shi remained unperturbed, responding with remarkable composure. The moves he executed were peculiar, likely belonging to the exclusive secret techniques of the coffin bearers. Each profession, whether it be the paper effigy maker, coffin bearer, or the spirit medium, possesses its unique esoteric skills. Naturally, these are closely guarded secrets, inaccessible to outsiders. Furthermore, as Wu Shi fought, his mouth was unrelenting, spewing forth an array of curses. Derogatory remarks about the Taoist and threats to his life flowed effortlessly from his lips. Initially, I contemplated rushing to his aid, but witnessing Wu Shi's calm demeanor quelled that impulse. With Wu Shi preoccupying the Taoist, I could concentrate on the transportation of the soul-restraining coffin. I retrieved my mobile phone and glanced at the time. 3 minutes had elapsed from the 10-minute countdown, leaving 7 minutes remaining. Where are these people? Another 3 minutes passed, and at last, I spotted the coffin bearers dispatched by the venerable Wu. 4 robust men arrived, each wielding the necessary tools for their task. Upon seeing reinforcements, the Taoist hastily ceased his actions. However, as his gaze fell upon the tools in the coffin bearer's hands, his expression shifted dramatically, quickly darting towards the city god temple. "You dare to meddle with the soul-restraining coffin?" Wu Shi retorted defiantly. "Indeed, I have. What will you do about it?" As he spoke, he launched an assault against the Taoist priest, who could only respond hastily. At that moment, the Taoist found himself overwhelmed, attempting to thwart my actions, but was intercepted by Wu Shi. I urgently summoned the coffin bearers to my side. Without waiting for my command, they began to work, binding ropes around the soul-restraining coffin. The 4 of them exerted their strength, yet a perplexing occurrence unfolded. Their faces turned crimson, yet they could not budge the coffin an inch. Suddenly, one of the men retrieved a talisman from his pocket and affixed it to the coffin. The chilling aura emanating from the coffin visibly dissipated. 1, 2, 3. The man who had just placed the talisman called out the counts, and the other 4 exerted their strength in unison. This time, the soul-restraining coffin was effortlessly lifted. The 4 men carried the coffin toward the entrance of the city god's temple, and I hastily followed in their wake. The Taoist watched helplessly as the coffin passed before him, unable to intervene. Freeing one hand, he began to form a seal with his fingers, and with a loud shout, a chilling wind surged within the temple. The massive willow tree swayed violently, and one by one, the hanged ghost descended from its branches. The ancient well exuded a thick, sanguine aura, and rotting heads rose into the air. Heads and hanged ghosts surged toward me. Witnessing this scene, I was taken aback and swiftly formed the ninefold thunder seal. The Taoist, upon seeing this, erupted in laughter. Your time is running out. The city god is about to return. None of you will escape. Indeed, the Taoist's words ring true. My time is running short. I cannot allow these malevolent spirits to disrupt the pallbearers who are diligently carrying the coffin. Otherwise, upon the return of the city god, none shall escape. The speed of the decapitated spirits surpasses that of the hanged. In the blink of an eye, they appear before me. I unleashed a ninefold thunderstrike, and with a resounding crash, a portion of the heads was obliterated by the thunderous explosion. Chapter 135. The power of the gates of the underworld. The scene before me resembled a mountain of corpses in the dimly lit alley, perhaps even more perilous than before. The hanged spirits and severed heads had lost their consciousness, reduced to mere puppets at the mercy of external forces. Even if I wished to send them away, they could not pass through the gates of the underworld. However, the ninefold thunder technique alone would prove insufficient to vanquish these spectral beings. I once again summoned the thunderous energy and directed it towards the nearest hanged ghost. At this moment, I could not afford to feel pity for these unfortunate souls. Should my compassion overwhelm me, I would find myself with no place to rest in death. Compassion has its place, yet it must be tempered by circumstance. Regrettably, I found myself wishing I had brought Jingxiao along. Had I done so, dealing with these hanged spirits would have presented no challenge. I employed the thunder technique to repel a number of the spirits and heads, but the sheer volume of adversaries was overwhelming. Even ants can bring down an elephant, let alone malevolent entities. Gradually, I began to feel the strain. Some of the hanged spirits had breached my defenses, intent on disrupting the coffin bearers. The bearers themselves exhibited remarkable fortitude. Regardless of the disturbances from these malevolent beings, they remained steadfast in their duty to carry the coffin. After all, they had witnessed far worse spectacles. The true catastrophe would be if the sacred coffin were to touch the ground. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Suddenly, a conversation with Xiang Yi from the past resurfaced in my mind. The potency of the ghost seal far surpasses your expectations, particularly concerning the Netherworld Gate. With this realization, I hesitated no longer and promptly summoned the Netherworld Gate. The ebony portal materialized from thin air, resembling an immense abyss. I galvanized the ghost seal once more, channeling all my mental fortitude into manipulating the Netherworld Gate. Suddenly, the Netherworld Gate generated a formidable suction, devouring all malevolent entities. The hanged ghosts and severed heads were irresistibly drawn into the Netherworld Gate. I was overjoyed, never imagining the Netherworld Gate could be utilized in such a manner. The Taoist, witnessing the spectacle, was aghast. He hastily intensified his control over the hanged ghosts and severed heads. The hanged ghosts writhed frantically within the Netherworld Gate, but to no avail. At that instant, I was overcome by a sense of debilitating fatigue, and an overwhelming dizziness assailed me. Could this be a side effect of wielding the ghost seal? No. It must be that my mental reserves were too meager to sustain the Netherworld Gate for an extended duration. Yet, to relinquish control now would doom us all. I glanced at the procession bearing the coffin. They were nearing the entrance of the city god temple. I persevered, gritting my teeth. I must not yield. I absolutely cannot yield. Wu Shi, discerning my distress, promptly repelled his assailant and positioned himself before me, shielding me. His fists danced with ferocious energy, repelling the hanged ghosts. The Taoist, struggling to his feet, cast a venomous glare in my direction. None of you shall escape today. You shall all perish here. Your souls, your flesh. We shall be confined here, just like these fellows. The Taoist shouted at me, and Wu Shi. No sooner had his words left his lips than the surroundings underwent a sudden transformation. The night deepened, and the thunder rumbled ominously, as if something was drawing near. Upon witnessing this scene, The Taoist erupted into unrestrained laughter. Ah, ah, you are finished. You are finished. The city god has returned. A jolt of alarm coursed through me. I beheld a beam of golden light streaking across the night sky, descending directly upon the Grand Hall. Chapter 136. The city god of brilliant light suddenly erupted, blinding me momentarily. In that instant of distraction, the gate to the underworld vanished with a resounding roar. As it dissipated, my legs weakened, and darkness enveloped my vision as I began to collapse. Wu Shi, with remarkable quickness, supported me. Struggling to open my eyes, I turned my gaze toward the grand hall of the city god. There stood a middle-aged man clad in ancient official robes, positioned beneath the deity's statue. His appearance was an exact replica of the statue, without the slightest deviation. Could this be the city god? An aura of righteousness emanated from the city god's brows, as if he possessed the power to dispel all malevolence from the world. He slowly shifted his gaze, ultimately resting it upon the soul-requiting coffin. A solemn expression crossed his face, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from him, instilling a profound sense of fear within me. My legs trembled uncontrollably, and Wu Shi appeared no better, his fair visage devoid of color. Startled, Wu Shi shouted urgently to the bearers of the coffin, "Hurry and lower the coffin." Upon hearing his command, the bearers hastily placed the coffin down. The city god flickered and appeared instantaneously before them. Witnessing this, Wu Shi fell to his knees with a thud. "City god, it is my fault. I was coveting this soul-requiting coffin," he exclaimed. The city god slowly turned his head, his expression cold and chilling to the core. At that moment, his reaction was entirely justifiable. Although the city god was the guardian deity of the city, one would expect him to treat the citizens with utmost benevolence. However, at this moment, my own coffin has been carried away, akin to having one's home invaded. Anyone would inevitably feel anger in such a situation. "You." The city god began to speak slowly. His voice resonated in the expansive environment, producing echoes. "Why have you disturbed my coffin?" Wu Shi opened his mouth, about to explain. When I interjected, "City god, all these actions are mine. They bear no responsibility." In such circumstances, I could hardly allow Wu Shi to shoulder the blame. He had come to assist me. If anything were to go awry here, how would I face old Master Wu? The city god turned his gaze upon me. He momentarily paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, though it vanished almost instantly, yet I caught it with precision. The formidable aura surrounding the city god gradually dissipated. He addressed me. "You shall speak in the main hall." Wu Shi and I exchanged glances. Wu Shi stood up, supporting me as we made our way to the main hall. At that moment, the Taoist hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "City god, you must punish them severely. They have plotted against the soul-receiving coffin and sent the hanged ghost and severed heads into the underworld, disrupting your plans." Upon hearing this, the city god's expression hardened as he turned to the Taoist. The Taoist, startled by the city god's demeanor, quickly lowered his head. The city god spoke slowly. "What do you mean by my plans? If it were not for these two, would I have been aware of your schemes?" The Taoist paused momentarily, disbelief evident as he lifted his gaze. "Lord City God, did you not instruct me to?" Before he could finish his sentence, the city god waved his hand casually, and the Taoist's head was severed from his body, leaving him lifeless upon the ground. Witnessing this scene, a profound terror enveloped my heart. The city god's brutality was beyond measure, although the Taoist deserved punishment. One would think he might allow the man to complete his words. This act of the city god led me to suspect that he was silencing the Taoist for good. Chapter 137. The pseudo-deity, the city god, remarked that had it not been for Wu Shi and myself, he would have been unaware of the Taoist's nefarious deeds. However, this assertion is evidently illogical. A murder and soul-snatching incident occurring within the city god temple. How could a deity presiding over a city remain oblivious to such occurrences? To my mind, the city god not only possesses knowledge of these events, but may indeed be the very instigator behind the Taoist's actions. Yet, the motive for such a deadly silence eludes my understanding. At that moment, the city god stood quietly before Wu Shi and me. He cast a glance in our direction and said, "I sincerely apologize for the occurrence of such an incident on my territory. I am deeply remorseful." His demeanor left both Wu Shi and me momentarily taken aback. We certainly did not anticipate an apology from him. No. After a brief moment of astonishment, I astutely discerned the subtlety in his words. He was not expressing genuine regret. Rather, he was probing us to ascertain whether we believed that the Taoist alone was responsible for the hanging ghost and severed heads. The smile upon the city god's face sent a shiver down my spine. I was taken aback to find that this ostensibly righteous deity was, in fact, a hypocrite. I hastily seized the opportunity to respond. City god, this matter is not your fault. It is solely the doing of that Taoist and has nothing to do with you. Wu Shi chimed in, affirming, Indeed, all of this is the fault of that Taoist. The smile on the city god's face only grew more pronounced, leaving us uncertain whether it was genuine or feigned. Regardless, my oversight has been inadequate, and I shall provide an explanation to those who have unjustly perished. Whether I can deliver this explanation remains uncertain, yet I am acutely aware that my current predicament is perilous. A single misstep in my words could bind me to this place indefinitely. The city god continued, inquiring, What do you require the soul-requiting coffin for? Wu Shi instinctively sought to respond, but I quickly signaled him to remain silent. The matter of the Azure Dragon Star must not be divulged to the city god, as I am still oblivious to the reason behind his decision not to take my life. After all, the 9 fiends' evil stars coveted by both mortals and deities alike, each eyeing it with avarice, eager to possess it for themselves. Wu Shi, understanding my intent, sealed his lips and ceased to speak. I turned my gaze to the city god, took a deep breath, and respectfully stated, City god, I seek the soul-requiting coffin to save a life. The city god fixated on me, his gaze filled with scrutiny and imposing authority. Under such a penetrating stare, I felt as though my thoughts were laid bare before him. Oh, he replied, leisurely and unhurried, save a life? Whose life requires the use of a soul-requiting coffin? I lifted my head, responding with dignity and fortitude, to save my grandfather's life. After his death, he harbored deep resentment, and his lingering yang energy has begun to wane, nearing the point of becoming a zombie. Only the soul-requiting coffin can allow him to rest in peace and be reborn. As its name suggests, the soul-requiting coffin possesses the power to pacify souls, regardless of whether they be zombies, vengeful spirits, or malevolent ghosts. As long as one is confined within the soul-sealing coffin, their grievances shall be suppressed, and over time, the resentment will completely dissipate. In the present circumstances, I cannot speak the truth. Yet, I find myself at a loss for alternative justifications. In my heart, I silently apologize to my grandfather. The city god remains silent, merely observing me with a steady gaze. After a prolonged silence, a formidable pressure emanates from the city god, and he intones sternly, You are lying. At this proclamation, a chill envelopes my heart, and cold sweat immediately breaks forth along my spine. Chapter 138. The inheritance of the city god. Upon hearing those words, my initial reaction was that the deception had been unveiled. I forced myself to remain composed. There was no room for panic at this moment. The city god could not possibly be aware of the matter concerning the Qinyang star, for it was a celestial secret. Even Su Tianxian, during her divination, had been unable to discern its essence. Additionally, my fate was not easily perceivable. Could it be that this city god was attempting to extract information from me? With this thought in mind, my gaze hardened with unwavering resolve, and I declared with utmost certainty, I did not deceive you. The city god and I maintained eye contact for an extended period. Throughout this exchange, my expression remained unchanged. A misstep at this critical juncture could lead to dire consequences. After a brief moment, the corners of the city god's mouth lifted slightly in a smile, and he remarked, Then I must have misjudged you. A sigh of relief washed over me. I had successfully convinced this pretentious deity. The city god stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke slowly. I can lend you the soul-suppressing coffin. No, I shall gift it to you. A surge of joy filled my heart. If the city god were to bestow the soul-suppressing coffin upon me, the challenges I faced would be effortlessly resolved. However, the city god then shifted his tone, stating, But I have a condition. A condition? I scoffed internally. I had suspected that this city god was not so benevolent. Please, speak your mind. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall exert every effort to fulfill it. The city god laughed heartily and said, "This is something you will undoubtedly be able to accomplish." Undoubtedly be able to accomplish? A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped me. The task I require of you is rather straightforward. To become my successor, inheriting the mantle of the city god of Tianfu. Upon hearing this, Wu Shi stood frozen in disbelief, then turned to me, astonished, as though she had encountered something utterly unfathomable. The inheritance of the city god? What on earth could that entail? As my mind swirled with questions, the city god continued, "What is this? Do you dare to refuse?" Wu Shi hastily tugged at my sleeve, whispering urgently, "You must agree. The inheritance of the city god is an immense opportunity." An immense opportunity? It was evident that this city god was nothing more than a charlatan, cloaking malevolence beneath the guise of divinity. Could such an inheritance truly be a boon? To me, it appeared to be nothing short of a trap. I gazed at the city god, took a deep breath, and replied, "Honorable city god, to speak frankly, I already have a master, hence I cannot accept your inheritance." A flicker of surprise crossed the city god's face as he inquired, "Your master? Who is your master?" Without a moment's hesitation, I answered, "Su Tianxian." The smile on the city god's face gradually faded, replaced by an unsettling chill. Observing the shift in his expression, I realized I had misspoken. Yet, having uttered the words, there was no turning back. The city god's demeanor altered once more. The coldness receded, giving way to a cryptic, enigmatic smile. I was utterly bewildered. What indeed was the city god scheming? "Ah, that young girl, Tianxian. I am acquainted with her, and we share some connections. However, your role as her disciple does not conflict with inheriting the title of the city god of Tianfu. As long as you consent to take on the mantle of the city god, the sole restraining coffin shall be yours. Should you refuse to inherit it?" The fleeting glint of murderous intent in the city god's gaze has already conveyed everything. Disagreement would lead only to a path of demise. I truly fail to comprehend why the city god is so insistent on my inheriting the title. Is there some hidden truth behind this demand? Chapter 139. The city god of Tianfu, whether there exists a conspiracy, I cannot ascertain. In any case, it is impossible for me to depart from this place without agreeing to inherit the position of the city god. Taking a deep breath, I addressed the city god, saying, "Very well, I shall comply. Regardless of the city god's intentions, my immediate priority is to secure the soul requiting coffin. Only by surviving can I contemplate the matters that lie ahead. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise later, I am confident that solutions will present themselves when faced with challenges. Moreover, acquiring the legacy of the city god may prove to be a fortuitous opportunity. At the very least, I would gain the powers of the city god, which could be seen as a means of fortifying my own strength." The city god laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Excellent." With that, he extended his hand, and with a snap of his fingers, a beam of golden light entered my forehead. A shudder coursed through my body, as if my head were on the verge of splitting open. An overwhelming pain radiated throughout me. Cold sweat instantaneously dripped from my brow. This torment persisted for a minute. After that duration, I returned to normal. Yet, I felt no change in my physical form. The city god then instructed me, "You may resume your endeavors. I shall seek you out when the time is right." I nodded in acknowledgement as the city god transformed into a stream of golden light, merging into the statue. Witnessing this, I hastily called to Wu Shi to depart swiftly. We could not linger here. One could never tell if the city god might alter his mind. Wu Shi promptly directed our fellow disciples to leave the area without delay. On the way to the coffin shop, Wu Shi suddenly remarked, "Lu Su, your luck is simply extraordinary. You have actually caught the attention of the city god." I shook my head and turned to Wu Shi, saying, "You can't truly believe this is a fortunate turn of events, can you?" Wu Shi paused momentarily, inquiring, "How could this not be a good thing?" "It is the legacy of the city god. Do you have any idea how many ghostly soldiers and generals inhabit a city?" The city god, revered both as a county official and a current overseer, embodies the principle that good and evil ultimately receive their due recompense. Right and wrong will inevitably be distinguished. As a deity overseeing the realms of life and death, the city god safeguards every individual, every city, and every tale. Surely, he commands an army of countless specters, though the precise number eludes me. Seeing my perplexed expression, Wu Shi continued, the city god of Tianfu commands an immense legion, including the day patrol and night watch deities, 6 generals, and a multitude of ghostly officials and officers, with the spectral soldiers numbering at least 100,000. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. So many? Wu Shi pressed on, you are now the heir to the city god of Tianfu. Once the current city god relinquishes his position, those ghostly soldiers and generals will all be yours. Although you are not yet a true city god, you still possess the ability to summon a portion of the spectral army. Wu Shi, growing increasingly animated, clapped me on the shoulder. Brother, I said, when you achieve great success, do not forget about me. When I pass, let us see who dares to challenge me. I can only offer a bitter smile, my mood growing ever heavier. Is it truly a blessing to inherit the legacy of the city god of Tianfu? Will the city god genuinely bestow upon me the esteemed position of deity? I harbor my doubts. The identity of Lord Wei speaks volumes. He cannot possibly be wholly devoted to the well-being of humanity, for all his actions are driven by his own motives. This includes the endeavor to pass on his mantle to me. I believe the city god has chosen me for this inheritance due to the uniqueness of my fate. Chapter 140. The purpose of Old Master Wu. Before long, our group returned to the coffin shop. Old Master Wu stepped outside to greet us, and then carried the soul-requiting coffin into the shop. Upon seeing our return, Xiaxi hurriedly approached me, her beautiful eyes scanning my figure with concern. Her lips parted slightly as she asked softly, "Are you all right?" I shook my head and replied, "Everything went smoothly." Once Xiaxi confirmed that I was unharmed, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and she let out a long sigh of relief, murmuring, "That's good, that's good." I smiled gently at Xiaxi. During my time at the city god temple, she must have been quite worried about me. Old Master Wu stood before the soul-requiting coffin, extending his hand to gently caress its surface, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. It was truly a masterwork. What kind of person could create such a flawless coffin? As a coffin bearer, Old Master Wu possessed a keen sensitivity towards coffins, viewing them as exquisite pieces of art. After expressing his admiration, he turned his gaze to me, his murky eyes brimming with appreciation. "Lu Su, you have indeed upheld your grandfather's honor." Upon hearing this, I smiled modestly and replied, "Old Master, please do not praise me too highly. If it weren't for Wu Shi, I would not have been able to acquire this soul-requiting coffin. Without Wu Shi, I might have very well faced death at the hands of that Taoist, and there would have been no talk of carrying a coffin. I must admit, Wu Shi's combat prowess is truly remarkable. She appeared delicate and fragile, reminiscent of a timid woman. Yet when provoked, she unleashed a torrent of fierce and lethal words. Is this what one refers to as a contrast in character? Wu Shi remarked, "Grandfather, are you not aware that Lu Su has already inherited the legacy of the city god of Tianfu?" Upon hearing this, Old Master Wu was momentarily taken aback. "You have received the inheritance of the city god of Tianfu?" he inquired, astonished. I nodded in affirmation. Old Master Wu gasped in surprise and asked, "This is an extraordinary opportunity. Your fortune is indeed enviable. It seems the city god Zhang has successfully managed his public image. In the eyes of the world, he is revered as the city god of Tianfu, a figure of respect and admiration. Yet in truth, he takes lives and siphons souls to enhance his own power. Upon reflection, who would believe that a righteous city god would engage in such despicable acts? Even if spoken aloud, few would accept it. As for the true nature of the city god, I believe it is a secret best kept within my heart. If I must confide in someone, it would undoubtedly be Su Tianxian." Old Master Wu patted my shoulder and said, "Young man, serve diligently under the city god, and you shall become the next city god of Tianfu." I nodded and asked, "Grandfather, what purpose do you have for this soul-restraining coffin?" A lingering curiosity resided within me regarding Old Master Wu's intentions for the coffin. He replied, "This coffin holds no significance for me, but is essential for you. What I need Old Master Wu observed the look of perplexity on my face and elucidated. The primordial essence of the Qingyang star can only be subdued by the soul-settling coffin. Only then can it safely reach its destination. I had always assumed that Old Master Wu sought the soul-settling coffin for his own purposes. However, I never anticipated that his request for me to retrieve it was, in fact, for my own sake. Chapter 141. The dual coffin. Old Master Wu turned to Wu Shi and said, "Prepare to open the coffin." Wu Shi nodded, retrieving the tools for the task. Under Old Master Wu's guidance, she carefully lifted the lid of the soul-suppressing coffin. A chilling aura surged forth from within, and a white mist swiftly enveloped the entire coffin chamber, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Old Master Wu stepped closer to inspect the interior of the coffin. He uttered a soft exclamation, murmuring to himself, "What is this?" Unable to suppress my curiosity, I hastened forward to observe, and upon glimpsing the contents of the coffin, I was momentarily frozen in disbelief. For within the coffin lay emptiness. I had anticipated the presence of the city god as physical form, but it appeared I had overestimated the situation. Yet, if the city goddess body is not here, then where could it possibly be? After a brief moment of astonishment, Old Master Wu regained his composure. It seemed the rumors were unfounded. The body of the city god was indeed not contained within the soul-suppressing coffin. After all, such significant relics are not easily uncovered. Old Master Wu continued, "It is fortunate there is no body. Had there been, it would have posed considerable complications. The intricacies of this matter eluded my understanding. Thus, I left it in the capable hands of Old Master Wu. He motioned for me to step aside and said, 'Young man, to truly allow the Qingyang star to enter your life palace, you must first summon its essence and then seal it within the soul-suppressing coffin. The purpose of this coffin is to suppress souls, making it the most suitable vessel for containing the essence of the Qingyang malevolent star. However, how to seal the Qingyang star in the soul-guarding coffin remains a formidable challenge.' It seemed that Old Master Wu discerned my thoughts and explained, 'As for how to confine the Qingyang star within the soul-guarding coffin, Master Tianxian has already made the necessary arrangements.' Old Master Wu then stepped into the inner chamber and returned holding a ceremonial tablet. He handed it to me, and upon reading the inscription, I was momentarily rendered speechless. The tablet bore my name. Observing my astonishment, Old Master Wu remarked, 'This spirit tablet serves as your substitute, inscribed with your birth details and essence. Placing this tablet within the soul-guarding coffin will naturally attract the essence of the malevolent star.' In that instant, I comprehended that Su Tianxian had procured a stand-in to draw the attention of the malevolent star's essence. Once the essence entered the soul-guarding coffin, escape would become impossible. To be honest, I felt a lingering desire to meet Su Tianxian. Although I had feigned a rift with her due to certain events, I yearned to explain myself in person. Yet, the painted-skinned ghost could be lurking nearby, making a reckless meeting potentially perilous. Old Master Wu beckoned to Xia Shi, saying, 'Child, come here.' Xia Shi approached him and inquired, 'Grandpa Wu, is there something you need?' Old Master Wu glanced at Xia Shi and then at me, stating, 'The notion of a combined burial in 3 coffins seems rather impractical.' Huh? I looked at Old Master Wu in confusion. Old Master Wu chuckled heartily and said, 'In my coffin shop, there aren't many coffins. At present, there is only one double coffin, which will suffice for the 2 of you.' I sighed deeply, realizing it was merely a false alarm. A double coffin would indeed be suitable, as it would spare Xiaxi the dread of being alone in a coffin. Chapter 142. Su Tianquan's entrustment. From this point onward, I need not intervene. Old Master will take care of everything. I can no longer return to Jian Hall and must reside at the Wu family's funeral parlor. Behind the parlor lies a small courtyard, replete with numerous vacant rooms. I may choose any one of them for my stay. As I lay on the bed, gazing at the time-worn ceiling, I fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, my thoughts were predominantly occupied with the matter of becoming the heir to the Tianqing city god. Is this a blessing or a curse? I find myself unable to ascertain. For now, I can only navigate one step at a time. When faced with soldiers, I shall wield my sword. When confronted with water, I shall build a dam. There will always be a solution. Lost in thought, a wave of fatigue washed over me, and I succumbed to a profound slumber. In my dreams, I beheld Su Tianxian, standing silently beside my bed, gazing at me. She remained as beautiful as ever, clad in a flowing white garment that accentuated her graceful figure. Her skin was delicate, her proportions harmonious, and her eyes held a subtle elegance. Truly, her beauty eclipsed the ages, like a lotus shyly revealing its exquisite petals. Lu Su. Su Tianxian softly called my name. What? Why does this dream feel so vivid? It felt as though she were genuinely at my bedside. Slowly, I propped myself up, dazedly observing Su Tianxian illuminated by the moonlight. Master? I tentatively inquired. She nodded gently. I pinched myself. How painful. This is no dream. I felt a surge of excitement as I sat upright in bed, hastily asking, Master, you have come. Su Tianxian nodded slightly. I gazed upon her delicate visage, lowering my head as a wave of guilt washed over me. In a hushed tone, I confessed, Master, I am truly sorry for that night. I have been burdened with remorse over my impulsive decision to act without prior consultation with you. To my surprise, Su Tianxian bore no resentment. Instead, she remarked, You handled this matter exceptionally well. I cannot continually dictate the course of your life or make decisions on your behalf, and your choice has indeed spared me considerable effort. I raised my head, uncertainty clouding my voice as I inquired, Master, you do not hold it against me? Su Tianxian shook her head and replied, Not at all. A sense of solace washed over me upon hearing her words, akin to the profound joy felt when a child you have nurtured suddenly demonstrates maturity. Yet, the irony lingered. Su Tianxian and I were of a similar age. With a shift in her tone, Su Tianxian continued, You have retrieved the soul-summoning coffin, but the journey ahead is fraught with peril. I shall protect you from the shadows, so there is no need for you to worry. Her reassurance provided me with immense comfort. Indeed, it was only in Su Tianxuan's presence that I felt a true sense of security. I recounted to her in meticulous detail the events I had encountered at the city god temple. Upon hearing my tale, her expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated every occurrence. This matter presents both an opportunity and a challenge for you. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. However, should you succeed in resolving it, the rewards you reap are immense. I nodded, and suddenly, Su Tianxuan's demeanor turned icy. She declared, If this false deity dares to harbor ill intentions towards you, I, Su Tianxian, shall spare no effort to ensure he pays the price he deserves. Her words carried a formidable weight. I could not help but be astonished. Could it be that my master truly possesses the strength to contend with the city god? Chapter 143. 3 Talismans. Yet, why did I find myself at a disadvantage when facing the paper craftsman, Mr. Pan? Su Tianxian herself is an enigma. I know nothing of her, be it her strength, lineage, or background. In my recollection, Su Tianxian has always maintained a demeanor of calmness, unperturbed by circumstances, as if everything were under her control. Lu Su, I entrust you with these talismans. Keep them safe. Suddenly, I recalled the talismans Su Tianxian had instructed old Master Wu to pass on to me. I retrieved the 3 talismans from my pocket, 1 yellow, 1 red, and 1 black. Talismans come in 5 colors: green, yellow, red, white, and black. Green symbolizes wood and corresponds to the east. Yellow represents earth and is associated with the center. Red signifies fire and is linked to the south. White denotes metal and relates to the west, while black embodies water is connected to the north. Each color of talisman embodies distinct functionalities, with yellow being the most commonly used due to its ease of depiction and versatility. As for the thunder talisman, it can be applied to any color of talisman, yielding similar effects. The potency of the thunder talisman, however, depends on the skill of the individual who crafts the talisman. Master, what purpose do these 3 talismans serve? Su Tianxian extended her delicate hand, indicating the yellow talisman as she spoke. This talisman is a life-concealing talisman, which can obscure an individual's fate. You should give this talisman to Xia Shi. Thus, her fate will be concealed. I nodded in understanding. Xia Shi is the embodiment of the charioteer star, while her grandfather is a false charioteer star. Now, The essence of the malevolent star believes that the true charioteer star is Xia Jingming. If the essence of the malevolent star discovers that Xia Shi is the genuine charioteer star, it would lead to considerable complications. Su Tianxian pointed to the red talisman and remarked, "This talisman is the Fire of Departure talisman, which possesses the ability to vanquish evil spirits." The Fire of Departure talisman. I had previously encountered such a talisman in a book. It is a superior talisman from Longhu Mountain, one that ordinary individuals cannot replicate. Suddenly, I recalled the statue of Zhang Tianshi worshipped on the second floor of Jian Hall. Could it be that Su Tianxian hails from Longhu Mountain? However, her subsequent words completely dispelled this notion. The black talisman is the corpse-controlling talisman, which, as one might surmise, allows for the manipulation of corpses. Most users of the corpse-controlling talisman are corpse drivers, and this talisman is also a closely guarded secret among them. How Su Tianxian acquired it remains a mystery to me. Su Tianxian gazed at me, and her voice suddenly softened, catching me off guard. "Lu Su, with your intellect, you should know when to utilize these 3 talismans." Is she praising my intelligence? After Su Tianxian made this remark, she turned to leave. As she reached the doorway, her steps faltered, and she suddenly said, "The matter of the city god of Tianfu is not particularly troublesome. However, the real predicament lies with Wuding Alley. After a while, I will contact Xiang Yi to discuss how to resolve this issue." Wuding Alley again. Xiang Yi also mentioned that this matter is quite troublesome. Now, with Su Tianxian echoing the same sentiment, I cannot help but question what kind of entity I have entangled myself with. After Su Tianxian uttered these words, she departed. I gazed at her retreating figure and let out a long sigh. The unlit alley. The unlit alley. What manner of existence is it, truly? Though I visited it once, I felt as if I had merely lifted a veil, leaving its true form still shrouded in ambiguity and mystery. I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling, and once again drifted into the realm of dreams. Chapter 144. The sharp-tongued Wu Shi. When I awoke once more, it was already midday the following day. However, neither Old Master Wu nor Wu Shi had made their appearance. I surmised they were occupied with preparations for the dual coffin. As anticipated, by evening, Old Master Wu summoned both me and Xia Shi to the main hall. Before us lay a rather large coffin. Old Master Wu gestured towards it and declared, "This coffin has been prepared for the 2 of you." Having steeled myself for this moment, I nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, for Xia Shi, it was her first encounter with such a sight. Her delicate frame quivered as she instinctively reached out her slender right hand, clutching my left arm tightly. I gently caressed her smooth hand, offering reassurance, "Do not be afraid." Xiaoxi bit her lip and nodded emphatically. I suggested, "You two should refrain from looking. Just lie down and see if it fits." Wu Shi's raucous voice echoed from within the room. Shortly thereafter, he parted the curtains and emerged, approaching us with a playful demeanor. He patted the coffin and exclaimed, "I crafted this with my own hands. You two should lie down quickly." In an instant, Xia Shi and I were rendered speechless. Old Master Wu chuckled heartily beside us. "Little Shi is correct. You two ought to try lying down. If it proves too small, we still have time for adjustments." While there was merit to Old Master Wu's words, the question remained, how exactly were we to lie down? Were we to embrace one another in the process? Well, it wasn't entirely out of the question. Exchanging glances with Xia Shi, I proposed, "Shall we get a try?" Xia Shi lightly bit her crimson lips, her expression tinged with hesitation. It felt rather ominous to have a living person lying in a coffin. Well, very well. I took the initiative to step into the coffin and reclined within. This was not my first experience of entering a coffin. My inaugural encounter was when I was buried alive. Gazing at the fractured ceiling, I felt a wave of disorientation wash over me, and the terror of that night surged back into my heart. My body began to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted into my nostrils, and Xiaxi lay beside me. I slowly turned my head, and her delicate face came into view. Xiaxi's skin was fair, her body tense. She appeared somewhat anxious, desperately suppressing her breath. We were exceedingly close, our shoulders touching, both able to feel each other's heartbeat and warmth. Xiaxi glanced at the coffin wall, her delicate frame shivering, and then quickly turned her head to me whispering, "Lu Su, I'm a bit scared." I smiled gently at her, taking her hand in mine, and reassured, "Do not fear, for I am here." Xiaxi nodded, and just then, Wu Shi unexpectedly poked her head out from beside the coffin, and upon seeing our hands intertwined, she chuckled, "You two truly are something. Even in a coffin, you can still engage in sweet nothings." I was left speechless. Wu Shi's tongue was indeed sharp. At her words, Xiaxi's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly sat up. I too rose and exited the coffin, the color on Xiaxi's face still lingering from Wu Shi's teasing. Old Master Wu nodded in approval and remarked, "Not bad at all. The dimensions are just right, and I see no need for alterations." Wu Shi concurred, "Indeed, it is quite fitting." As the grandfather and grandson deliberated over the size of the coffin, Xiaxi and I could do little more than stand by and listen. It was evident that the coffin would not be carried out tonight, for the painted skin ghost had yet to make its appearance. I needed to ascertain the location of the grave. Chapter 145. Dance only for one. The location of the tomb, known solely to the skinning ghost, loomed ahead. I surmised that this evening, the skinning ghost would indeed seek me out. As the clock struck 10, the esteemed Mr. Wu and his companions retired to their chambers, while I remained in the coffin shop, awaiting the arrival of the skinning ghost. Around 11 o'clock, a heavy knocking resonated from outside the door. The rhythm of the knocks, 3 short followed by 1 long, indicated that it was no living soul. Rising to my feet, I approached the entrance and pulled open the grand door of the coffin shop. The moonlight poured down like liquid silver, illuminating the night sky adorned with twinkling stars, casting a brilliant glow upon the street of mourning. There stood my second uncle quietly at the threshold of the coffin shop. Yet, it was inaccurate to refer to him as my uncle. He was, in truth, the skinning ghost. Upon my appearance, the skinning ghost broke into a grin and inquired, "My dear nephew, how have matters progressed?" I nodded in acknowledgement, but an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within me at his tone. The skinning ghost, cloaked in my uncle's visage, uttered such words. I yearned to rip away his hypocritical facade at that very moment, yet I refrained from doing so. To expose his true nature now would jeopardize the entire plan. The skinning ghost's countenance brightened with delight, and he laughed heartily. "Indeed, you are my good nephew. Since the matter has been resolved, we shall set forth tomorrow night." This proclamation resonated well with my intentions. I inquired, "Uncle, where are we headed?" The skinning ghost chuckled slyly, feigning an air of mystery as he replied, "You shall find out tomorrow night." It appeared that he had no intention of revealing the burial site to me. However, this was, in truth, within my expectations. "Very well, Uncle, then we shall meet tomorrow." The painted demon nodded and then turned to leave. Watching the retreating figure of the painted demon, a heavy weight settled deeper in my heart. The journey ahead was bound to be fraught with peril. I returned to my room, unable to find rest for a long while. The challenges awaiting me were not solely posed by the painted demon, but also by Mr. Pan. The most formidable threat, however, lay in the essence of the malevolent star. No, I must seek another ally. Suddenly, the thought of Ruo Hong sprang to mind. Her temperament and skills are both exceptional. Most importantly, an unspoken understanding binds us. Often, a mere glance suffices to convey our intentions. If she could lend her assistance, it would be truly fortuitous. With this in mind, I resolved to visit Ruo Hong the following day and inquire if she would accompany me. On the morrow, I arrived at the theater, and just as I was about to push open the grand doors, I heard the melodious strains of singing emanating from within the courtyard. The voices soared and dipped, rich and resonant, creating an ethereal harmony that lingered in the air, truly a sublime performance. I stepped through the theater's entrance and into the enchanting atmosphere. On stage, Ruo Hong, adorned in a flowing red gown, danced gracefully to the rhythm of her performance. Her movements were as light as a swallow in flight, and each expression was perfectly poised. A breathtaking sight to behold. Ruo Hong remained blissfully unaware of my presence, wholly engrossed in her art. As the performance concluded, she took her final bow and descended from the stage, approaching me with a radiant smile, asking, "Did you enjoy the show?" I was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Ruo Hong had been aware of my arrival all along, yet chose not to pause. She looked exquisite. With a slight smile, Ruo Hong inquired, "Would you like to witness another performance?" This time, It shall be solely for your enjoyment. I nodded vigorously. To be truthful, watching Ruo Hong perform was indeed a delightful experience. Upon hearing this, Ruo Hong rolled her eyes and remarked, "How delightful it sounds. I, Ruo Hong, have vowed that only one person shall be permitted to witness my solo dance." Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Who might that be?" Ruo Hong, with a delicate lift of her nose, huffed and replied, "Why, that would undoubtedly be my future husband." Chapter 146. Your Endeavor. "My assistants didn't I just witnessed your solo dance?" Ruo Hong rolled her eyes and replied, "That was merely my daily practice. What does it have to do with solo performances?" Indeed, there was little connection. Ruo Hong invited me into the room, then picked up a bag of chips from the table and began to munch on them. Recalling her earlier theatrical performance, I inquired, "Do you sing every day?" While chewing her chips, Ruo Hong nodded and mumbled, "Yes." I opened my mouth to sing every day. "Do you sing every piece in its entirety?" I asked. Ruo Hong nodded again, responding, "Once the performance begins, all come to listen. 1 for humanity, 3 for spirits, and 4 for deities. Therefore, regardless of the audience's presence, I must complete my song." Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at me, playfully blinking. "Lu Su, you must have come to me with a request today, haven't you?" I had to admit, Ruo Hong's intuition was remarkably accurate. Indeed, I did have a favor to ask. Ruo Hong tilted her fair chin, encouraging me to continue. I disclosed my intention to attend a funeral that evening. After listening, Ruo Hong nodded, stood up, and gently tapped my forehead with her delicate hand, flashing a playful smile. "Lu Su, have you ever heard the saying, 'If you wish the horse to run, you must feed it grass'?" With a twinkle in her eye, she winked at me, and I immediately grasped her meaning, responding, "Of course, I've heard it. Tell me, how can you assist me?" Ruo Hong gently caressed her abdomen and casually remarked, "Alas, I haven't had anything delicious lately. My little belly feels so flat." I stood up, chuckling heartily, and replied, "Is that a problem? Gulme, I shall take you to enjoy some delectable food." Ruo Hong, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Ah, a promising pupil indeed." Thus, I led Ruo Hong to the most opulent restaurant in Tianfu City for a splendid meal. The payment, of course, was made using the bank card bestowed upon me by Su Tianxian. After our repast, satisfaction radiated from Ruo Hong's charming face as she extended her hand to gently pat her slightly rounded belly, subsequently letting out a contented burp. "I thoroughly enjoyed this meal. Thanks to your efforts." I smiled faintly, pleasantly surprised by her prompt consent. Perhaps Ruo Hong had no intention of declining my offer from the very beginning. This meal was merely a trivial excuse she had casually mentioned. We parted ways in front of the restaurant, and I returned to the Wu family's coffin shop, where Old Master Wu was preparing for the evening's funeral duties. It was clear that Old Master Wu would not accompany us on this journey. As he would say, he had grown too old to engage in such youthful escapades. Therefore, this evening, it would be Wu Shi and I who would set forth together. I called Xia Shi aside and produced a life-preserving talisman from my pocket. "Take this talisman. It will obscure your fate and fortune, ensuring your safety." Xia Shi accepted the talisman and expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. After a moment of hesitation, she inquired, "Lu Su, will we return alive?" I was taken aback by her question, but upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable for Xia Shi to harbor such thoughts. Just a few days ago, she was leading a normal life, and now she finds herself entangled in this predicament. I nodded earnestly at her and replied, "Indeed, as long as I am here, you shall not come to harm. Although my abilities are still in their infancy, I am willing to dedicate everything I have to safeguard Xia Shi." A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with trust as she said, "I believe in you." Chapter 147. The stars gather around the moon soon. Night descended. Ruo Hong had arrived at the coffin shop by evening. When Wu Shi opened the door for her, she was momentarily dazzled by his appearance. "Sister, would you be interested in learning to sing opera with me?" Wu Shi, caught off guard, exclaimed with his rather coarse voice, "I am a man, a true man." Upon hearing this, Ruo Hong's expression began to twist, as if her worldview had shattered. How could a man possess such beauty, comparable to that of a woman? Nevertheless, Ruo Hong was no stranger to grand spectacles. She quickly regained her composure and began discussing serious matters with us. We sat in the coffin shop, awaiting the arrival of the painted skin ghost. I had already informed Hong and the others about my plan to disguise the ghost as my second uncle. For this operation was imperative. I must eradicate the painted skin ghost. The moment it lost its value was the moment of its demise. Knock, knock, knock. A somber knocking echoed, 3 long, 2 short. The painted skin ghost had arrived. I opened the door, and the ghost stood before me. Good nephew, let us depart. I nodded, beckoning the others in the room to prepare for the funeral. As we required 2 coffins, the number of bearers increased to 8. Given the unique nature of the coffin bearers, they were never alone, but rather formed a small team. 4 individuals would carry a single coffin. These men were all disciples of the late Master Wu, and traditionally, the lineage of coffin bearers was passed down only among the direct descendants. However, in the lineage of Wu Shi, only Wu Shi himself possessed the qualifications to be a coffin bearer. Consequently, the elder Wu could only accept a few outer disciples. Given the considerable distance to our destination, we first procured 2 freight vehicles to transport the 2 coffins to a location closer to our final stop before proceeding with the bearing of the coffins. Under the cloak of night, the 2 funeral vehicles advanced slowly through the city. The urban landscape receded, the lights trailing behind, and soon our party had exited the city limits. The scenery outside the windows began to transform, shifting from towering skyscrapers and neon-lit streets to the desolate wilderness, solitary trees, and the mournful cries of cicadas. As the external landscape changed, my heart gradually sank in tandem. The funeral vehicles halted in a stretch of wilderness where several coffin bearers, under Wu Shi's command, carefully lowered the coffins. The vehicles then departed, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Approaching the painted skin ghost, I inquired, "Uncle, surely you will tell us our destination this time?" The painted skin ghost chuckled, pointing towards a distant mountain range, and said, "The place we are headed is right there." Following his gesture, I gazed in that direction. The moonlight cascaded down from the night sky, bathing the mountains and fields in a silvery glow. Had it been daytime, I might have discerned more, but under the veil of night, it was nearly impossible to perceive any subtleties. Yet, I noticed something peculiar. The scattered moonlight seemed to converge towards a singular direction. Looking up at the starry sky, I astutely observed that the scattered stars appeared to align neatly above the mountain range. This is the stars surrounding the moon. Indeed, there must be a grand tomb within this mountain. As Hong approached me, she whispered, "Have you discerned anything?" I nodded and replied, "There is indeed a grand tomb." I glanced at Wu Shi, who, at that moment, was directing the coffin bearers while donning a malevolent ghost mask. His appearance would certainly make any malevolent spirit feel at ease in taking advantage of him. Chapter 148. The soul's crossing wearing a mask of malevolent spirits can instill an intangible sense of dread in vengeful ghosts. Soon, Wu Shi prepared himself and handed me an oil lamp, saying, "Carry this lamp and lead the way for us." I accepted the lamp and nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Shi continued, "Remember, once the coffin is lifted, regardless of what occurs along the journey, we must not halt. Any pause may invite calamity." I understood this was a tradition among the coffin bearers. Thus, we had to forge ahead, clearing the path for the bearers and addressing any unforeseen circumstances that arose. "Very well, I comprehend," I replied. Wu Shi turned to the bearers and shouted, "Lift the coffin." 8 men exerted their strength, lifting 2 coffins simultaneously. Under the guidance of the painted skin ghost, we advanced toward the desolate mountains. Navigating this rugged terrain posed a formidable challenge for the coffin bearers, as the path was uneven and overgrown with weeds. I walked alongside the painted skin ghost, holding the lamp aloft. Xiaxi closely followed in my wake, her heart gripped by fear in the eerie silence, her beautiful eyes darting nervously around. Fortunately, Hong was there, grasping Xiaxi's hand tightly, offering her some solace. In Xiaxi's eyes, Hong truly resembled a gentle older sister. Yet, who could have imagined that Hong possessed a strong demeanor, coupled with a playful spirit? Our group trudged slowly through the desolate wilderness. As I walked, I suddenly noticed that the moonlight ahead had grown remarkably bright, as if a mirror were reflecting its luminescence. Quickening my pace, I gazed forward and beheld a modest river before me. The water was not turbulent, and its clarity was exquisite. This was the reason why the moonlight here outshone that of all previous places. Above the river, a small bridge arched gracefully. I estimated its width to be sufficient for the coffin trailing behind us to pass through. Both I and the spirit in disguise came to a halt, and he appeared to be lost in contemplation as he gazed at the water. After a moment, he turned to me and said, "Nephew, to cross the river safely, the path must be forged by you." I was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Isn't it just a river? Can't we simply walk across?" The spirit shook his head, his expression growing somber. "The solitary mountain river has claimed countless lives. These drowned souls cannot choose reincarnation. Should we attempt to cross the bridge, we would undoubtedly face their obstruction and might even be dragged into the depths." His words held a certain weight. Had I been unaware of his true nature, I might have believed him. However, my second uncle would never permit me to confront the drowned spirits. Only this spirit in disguise could propose such a request. I turned to glance at our small group, all eyes upon me. To ensure the successful passage of the coffin bearers, I felt compelled to comply. The only means to evade the disturbances of the water spirits was to guide the souls across the river. The act of guiding souls across the river involves carrying a lantern and traversing a bridge, drawing forth all spirits to follow in your wake, thereby causing them to disregard those behind. This method of guiding souls serves various purposes. It can summon spirits or extract them. Should one seek to extract a spirit, a long bench must be prepared as a bridge, with a basin of water placed beneath it to symbolize the river. Successfully crossing the bench signifies a successful guiding of souls. I turned around and addressed those behind me. "I shall cross the river first. Please maintain your distance and follow my footsteps." Chapter 149. Grandparents, parents were all home, and the others nodded in acknowledgement. I took a deep breath, holding the oil lamp, and stepped onto the wooden bridge. We're all home, and the others lingered behind me, waiting for the procession of the coffin to catch up before they ventured onto the bridge. As I set foot on the creaking planks, I couldn't help but question whether this dilapidated structure could support the weight of two coffins. Initially, nothing strange occurred, but as I reached the midpoint of the bridge, a thick white mist suddenly rose from the river's surface. The mist enveloped me like an advancing tide, transforming the scene into a swirling, white expanse that soon completely shrouded me. Could it be that water spirits truly reside beneath the river? I had no time to ponder this unsettling thought and chose instead to quicken my pace across the bridge. With each hurried step, the creaking of the planks grew louder, reminiscent of an old ox laboring to catch its breath. The only sounds accompanying me were the groaning of the wood beneath my feet and the splashing of water, a dissonance that sent shivers down my spine. Moreover, with every stride I took, a dull thudding sound echoed behind me. Was it Ruahome and the others? I instinctively turned to glimpse the source, yet I resisted the urge to look back. I pressed on, but the once muted footsteps behind me transformed into a cacophony, as if a multitude of people trailed in my wake. Mixed within the clamor were the sounds of water droplets hitting the ground. Such a racket could only signify one thing. Something from the depths of the river had emerged onto the shore. I took a deep breath, feigning ignorance to the cacophony behind me. Yet, the clamorous footsteps were akin to a nightmare, shadowing me relentlessly, step by step. I advanced another step forward, and with that very step, the surroundings morphed dramatically. The moonlight dissipated, the footsteps vanished, and I was engulfed in an abyss of darkness, save for the faint glow of the oil lamp in my hand. By the dim light, I discerned figures standing at the end of the wooden bridge. The foremost figure was clad in a cyan burial garment, bearing a visage of age, with hair as white as snow. As I recognized that face, my pupils dilated and contracted in an instant. An overwhelming dread washed over me once more. It was none other than my grandmother. Flanking her were my grandfather and my parents, their appearances mirroring her own. A shiver coursed through me, and my previously resolute steps faltered in hesitation. Just then, the shrill voice of Wu, she pierced through my reverie. "Lu Su, hurry up. The funeral procession cannot pause." His call jolted me back to reality. Grasping the oil lamp, I resumed my approach towards the end of the bridge. My grandparents and parents stood silently at the bridge's edge. At that moment, their lips curled into an eerie smile. "Little Sue, put down the oil lamp and walk with us." "Yes, little Sue, relinquish the lamp and reunite with us." "My dear son, Mother has missed you dearly." "Son, Father has been waiting for you all along." Their words seemed to possess an enchanting allure, compelling me to step forward, racing toward their embrace. Just as I was on the verge of reaching them, a sudden realization struck me. Before my eyes lay a tumultuous river, its depths obscured and unfathomable. My right foot dangled precariously in midair. With just one more step, I would plunge into the churning abyss below, descending into an endless void. Chapter 150. The inner demon. A veil of white mist enveloped the river surface, swirling and undulating as ghostly hands emerged from the depths like mushrooms sprouting after a rain. These spectral appendages, swollen and pallid from immersion, evoked a sense of revulsion and dread. I hastily withdrew my foot, a shiver of fear coursing through me. I had narrowly avoided a perilous plunge into the abyss. On the opposite bank, the expressions of my parents and grandparents grew increasingly sinister, their smiles widening grotesquely. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed as the corners of their mouths split open, revealing sinewy connections, crimson blood oozing slowly down their faces. The horrific sight of flesh and bone, so vividly entwined, was nothing short of chilling. What was most terrifying was the extent of their grotesque grins, stretching all the way to the base of their ears. They emitted low, guttural growls akin to wild beasts, as if the moment I dared to step forward, their ravenous maws would consume me whole. My steps faltered, utterly paralyzed by the ghastly spectacle before me. They resembled reanimated corpses, laboriously growling, like ferocious predators poised to rend me to pieces at any moment. Just as I hesitated, the commanding voice of Ruo Hong pierced through my trepidation. "Liu Su, do not be deceived by these water ghosts. Press onward." Her words instilled within me a surge of courage. Yes, they were merely illusions conjured by the water spirits to ensnare the unwary, not a reality. Before me, the wooden bridge had collapsed, and a single step forward would lead to an unfathomable chasm. Yet, a bridge cannot simply vanish into thin air. It must still exist. Resolving this in my mind, I took a bold step toward the four figures. Stepping forward, I found solid ground beneath my feet, undeterred by the myriad spectral hands below. Suddenly, a clammy, spectral hand seized my ankle. My expression hardened as I swiftly drew the jingxiao from my back. With a lantern in my left hand and the sword in my right, I severed the ghostly hand with a single stroke. Immediately, a multitude of spectral hands stretched forth, reaching for me, seeking to drag me into the water. I dared not delay, rapidly brandishing the jingxiao. Wherever the jingxiao passed, ghostly hands were severed, releasing plumes of dark mist. Soon, I arrived at the bridge's edge. The specters continued to roar, their mouths agape, and I gritted my teeth, forcing myself not to be deceived by the scene before me. Just as I was about to take another step, a pallid hand grasped my arm. I stared intently and saw that it was my mother. Her mouth had returned to normal, but her eyes were as cold and venomous as a viper's. Why won't you stay with me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have died. I wouldn't have died." These words pierced my heart like a blade. My mother's chilling words echoed in my ears once more. "It's all your fault. All your fault. You jinx. Jinx. Indeed, I am a jinx. What right do I have to exist in this world? Leave with us. You must atone for your sins. Atonement. Stay with us forever." Suddenly, an inexplicable sorrow enveloped me, as if all negative emotions had surged forth. In that moment, a thought crossed my mind. Perhaps only death could remedy the regrets I harbored for my departed loved ones. Slowly, I lifted the blade in my hand, preparing to plunge it into my chest. Just as the blade was about to pierce my heart, a familiar voice echoed in my ear. Chapter 151. No one will blame you, Liu Su. I was momentarily stunned. That voice belonged to Shu Tianshuang. No one will blame you. You have already done exceptionally well. If you are weary, if you have suffered, if you can no longer endure, just speak to me. I shall always stand by your side. I had never heard Su Tianshuang's voice so tender. Her words flowed like a gentle brook in the mountains, soothing the heart. They were akin to the warm sunlight of an ancient city, illuminating the soul, bringing comfort and evoking deep emotions. Suddenly, I realized I had almost fallen prey to these malevolent spirits. This was the most beguiling specter I had ever encountered, each utterance piercing straight to the core of my being. The anguished, venomous cries of my mother still echoed in my mind. This time, without a moment's hesitation, I raised the jingxiao in my hand and pierced my mother's heart directly. I could not allow myself to be ensnared by the same trick twice. The other 4 water ghosts, disguised as my relatives, lunged at me with menacing ferocity. My expression hardened as I lifted the jingxiao once more, driving it through their hearts. Their wretched howls reverberated through the night sky. My hand trembled slightly as I gripped the jingxiao. The moment my right foot touched the ground, the voices around me vanished, and the endless surroundings reverted to their previous state, moonlight hanging high above in the desolate mountains and wilderness. I turned to gaze at Ruo Hong and the others on the bridge. They were now only 7 or 8 meters away from me. Soon they approached, and the procession successfully crossed the bridge. Ruo Hong approached me, gently tapping my shoulder, and remarked, "Lu Su, you're quite something. Are you aware of how many water ghosts have been trailing you just now?" The cacophony of footsteps behind me sent a shiver of apprehension down my spine. Noticing my silence, Ruo Hong continued, "Goodness, there must be hundreds of them. They're clustered together like a swarm. It's terrifying. 100? This was likely Ruo Hong's rough estimate. The bridge was narrow. If they moved in close formation, it could indeed accommodate hundreds of water ghosts. The eerie river and the drowned spirits caused my heart to sink further. To encounter such a phenomenon upon my arrival here, what lay ahead? I glanced at Xiaxi, only to find her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. I stepped closer and inquired, "Are you all right?" Xiaxi nodded and replied, "I'm fine." I sighed. The earlier incident was undoubtedly overwhelming for someone as ordinary as her. The painted-skinned ghost, witnessing this scene, remarked, "Has the descendant of Xia Jingming fallen to such a state? Is she truly so fearful of a mere ghost?" I directed my gaze towards the painted-skinned ghost, narrowing my eyes as I asked, "Uncle, what do you mean by that?" The painted-skinned ghost was momentarily taken aback, quickly laughing to deflect the conversation. "What I mean is, Xia Jingming was a prominent figure in the business world. Surely his descendants shouldn't be reduced to such a state. We ought to move swiftly." With that, the painted-skinned ghost hastily strode ahead. I gazed at the silhouette of the painted-skinned demon, a cold smirk curling at the corners of my lips. The words just spoken by the demon weighed heavily on my mind. The nature of the relationship between the painted-skinned demon and Xia Jingming eludes my understanding. Yet one thing is certain. The bond between a human and a demon is undoubtedly extraordinary. What then? Does it signify that the descendants of Xia Jingming have fallen to such a state? Chapter 152. In the veil of mist, the procession bearing the coffin continued its arduous journey. Upon crossing the bridge, the path became increasingly rugged. The pace of the bearers slowed considerably, particularly when we encountered a brief ascent where their labored breaths resembled the wheezing of an antiquated engine struggling to function. We stumbled our way to the halfway point on the slope, where the painted-skinned ghost halted and pointed toward a specific location, declaring, "Our destination lies yonder." Following the direction of his gesture, I beheld a valley that appeared desolate and chilling in the nocturnal ambience, reminiscent of a barren wasteland. Flanking the valley, the mountains flourished with vibrant flora and verdant trees, yet a dense white mist coiled ominously above the valley, lending an air of enigma. I lifted my gaze to the sky, where a multitude of stars congregated and the moonlight converged, illuminating the very valley that the celestial bodies encircled. The painted-skinned ghost continued, "Within the valley resides a village, and the entrance to the ancient tomb is nestled within that village." A village? Could such a ghostly locale truly harbor inhabitants? After uttering these words, the painted-skinned ghost resumed his march, and we followed closely behind. The deeper we ventured, the more treacherous the mountain path became, ensnared with overgrown weeds, as the moonlight cascaded like water, casting the shadows of branches onto the ground, which resembled ghastly specters. With a gust of wind, these apparitions seemed to writhe and claw at the air. Soon, we began our descent, transitioning to level ground, and, after traversing a small copse, the ethereal white mist materialized before my eyes. The white mist enveloped us like a barrier, hindering our advance. Clutching the oil lamp, I ventured into the haze, calling out to those behind me, "Stay close. Do not fall behind." The mist was thick, and even the oil lamp in my grasp illuminated only a limited area. Fortunately, I could still discern the path ahead. An eerie silence enveloped us, broken only by the sound of our footsteps and the heavy breaths of the carpenter. At that moment, the white mist began to swirl like a flowing stream. My expression sharpened. Something was approaching. It was impossible for the mist to shift without cause. Rustling sounds emerged from the depths of the fog. I drew my weapon, remaining vigilant for any unusual occurrences around me. A series of high-pitched squeaks pierced the air, mice. And there were countless of them. Wuxi approached me, whispering, "Be cautious. Something feels amiss here." As if that needed stating. If everything were in order, there wouldn't be so many rats. Just then, a shadow darted past my vision. Before I could react, Wuxi had already intervened. He swiftly positioned himself in front of me, then reached out into the void, capturing the shadow in his grasp. I raised the oil lamp to reveal a snake. The creature writhed restlessly in Wuxi's hand, its long body twisting as it bared its fangs at me, mouth agape. Though Wuxi wore a mask of a malevolent spirit, obscuring his expression, I could gauge his emotions through the tone of his voice. Something is amiss. This snake is not right. His words were laden with profound suspicion. What seems to be the issue? I inquired. Wuxi replied, "The texture." With that, Wuxi placed the snake upon the oil lamp. With a hiss, the feeble flame of the lamp resembled a fiery dragon, swiftly engulfing the serpent. The snake was set ablaze. Chapter 153. The origin of the evil star. Upon witnessing the scene before us, both Wuxi and I exclaimed in unison, "It's made of paper." Indeed, this serpent was crafted from paper. Otherwise, it could not have been ignited by an oil lamp. My first instinct was that Mr. Pan was nearby. He had, as expected, intervened. Our startled cries swiftly attracted the attention of Ruo Hong and others. Ruo Hong approached, inquiring what has transpired. I gestured toward the remains of the charred paper serpent on the ground. A frosty pallor instantly swept across Ruo Hong's delicate features. "We should leave this place quickly," I urged. The two nodded in agreement, and we hastened our pace. As we quickened our steps, the rustling and squeaking sounds surrounding us grew increasingly pronounced. At that moment, a startled cry from Xia, she seized our collective attention. I halted, turning to face her, only to behold countless dark shadows swirling within the white mist. Densely packed and profoundly unsettling. Ruo Hong swiftly extended her hand, drawing Xia behind her, her beautiful eyes vigilantly fixed on the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, the white mist surged, and a colossal rat burst forth from the shadows. I swear, I had never encountered a creature of such magnitude in my lifetime. It was as large as an adult pig. Squeak! The gigantic rat opened its gaping maw, lunging toward Ruo Hong. Yet, Ruo Hong was no ordinary opponent. She deftly retrieved a long whip from her waist, and with a swift motion of her right hand, she bound the rat's ravenous jaws. With one hand freed, I grasped Xia, and departed from our original position. The enormous rat, propelled by inertia, surged forward. The bushes before it were ruthlessly flattened. Seizing this moment, I conjured the ninefold thunder technique, with lightning flickering at my fingertips, illuminating the darkness with a brilliant glow. I darted forward, confronting the colossal rodent, and struck down with a forceful palm. The thunder erupted, and the giant rat emitted a blood-curdling roar. It broke free from the binding of the crimson whip. Turning to face me, its beady eyes fixated upon my form. The ninefold thunder technique had instilled an immense psychological terror within this monstrous creature. Its eyes, filled with dread, were locked onto the seal of thunder I held in my right hand. As I stood in confrontation with the giant rat, swarms of smaller rodents burst forth from the surrounding woods. The sheer multitude of these diminutive creatures resembled a dark tide, overwhelming and relentless. Wuxi swiftly positioned herself before the two coffins, addressing those carrying them, urging, "Do not halt. Press onward." Drawing a dagger from her waist, she began to fend off the surging horde of rats. The gigantic rat remained fixated on me, its gaze brimming with malevolence. It merely stood its ground, refraining from attacking. In that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air, resonating in my ear. "At last, I have found you." The sound emanated from above. Raising the oil lamp in my hand, I was met with a sight that sent a shiver down my spine. Before me coiled a colossal python, entwined around the grand tree. Astonishingly, the serpent spoke in human language. No, upon closer inspection of this magnificent creature, as our gazes locked, I instantly recognized its identity. It was the primordial essence of the Capricorn demon star. This was the very essence that had escaped from the celestial coffin. I shall never forget its gaze, malicious, sinister, and venomous. The look directed at me was rife with insatiable greed. After such a prolonged wait, it had finally manifested. Chapter 154. A fiery confrontation between enemies. Su Tianxian had previously informed me that the essence of the malevolent stars is formless yet soulful when they exist independently. They manifest merely as a shadow. Once they infiltrate a human body, they can easily usurp the host form, thereby achieving a form of resurrection. However, to maintain a corporeal existence, the essence of the malevolent stars must find an individual whose fate aligns with its own. The essence of the Qinyang malevolent star corresponds specifically to those endowed with the Qinyang star's fate, though it could also inhabit a lifeless body. Su Tianxian further elucidated that while the current situation of the Qinyang star is known, the circumstances surrounding the other 8 malevolent stars remain unclear. I fixed my gaze upon the colossal python before me and coldly declared, "Today, I shall settle the score for that day." As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their animosity intensifies. My family perished because of him. It is time to reckon this account. Upon hearing my words, the giant python erupted into a ghastly laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Do you truly believe that after merely learning some skills from that little girl, you can contend with me? How naive you are! In my presence, you will forever remain an insignificant insect." His words rang true. I could not deny that I currently lacked the power to vanquish him. However, my intention today was not to kill him, but rather to reclaim the essence of the Qinyang star, ensuring his total obliteration. At that moment, as I engaged in dialogue with the giant python, countless small snakes surged forth from the shadows, launching an assault on the coffin bearers. Upon witnessing this, Ruohong swiftly shielded both coffins and Xiaxi. The target of the Qinyang malevolent star was the body of Xia Jingming within the coffin. Should it succeed in usurping the flesh, I would undoubtedly become its next prey. Only by possessing a body suitable for his own ascension can he transfer my fate onto himself. I have long been unaware of the true nature of my destiny. I previously inquired about it from Su Tianxian, but she merely stated that my fate was peculiar, refusing to divulge the truth. Since then, I have refrained from asking further. My indelible connection with the 9 evil stars manifests through the spiritual position crafted from my birth chart, which confounds the Qinyang evil star, leading him to believe that the figure lying within the coffin is none other than Xia Jingming. Once he opens the coffin and enters, he will be able to utilize the soul-suppressing coffin to subdue him. At that point, escape will be impossible. The enormous python leapt into the air, hurtling towards the soul-suppressing coffin. Its massive form soared through the sky, creating a gust that rustled the surrounding trees, dispersing the white mist. "Get out of the way!" Wu, she shouted urgently to his fellow disciples. A few of the coffin bearers, witnessing the scene, hastily dropped the coffin and fled the area. They were no innocents either. Unbound by the constraints of the coffin, they too began to retaliate against the rats and snakes. The python's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering me incapable of obstructing it. And even if I did react, it would only serve to hinder me further against this colossal rat. This rat, immense in size, scurried about like a moving tank. Fortunately, its size limited its speed, allowing me to manage the situation with relative ease. The python descended precisely upon the soul-suppressing coffin, its enormous body coiling around it. Wu Shi and Ruo Hong exchanged glances before turning their attention to me in the distance. I responded with a slight nod. The two instantly understood each other and sprang into action, feigning attempts to halt the situation. Prior to this moment, I had already disclosed the plan to both individuals. Just moments ago, their glances sought my confirmation, questioning whether this colossal python was indeed the source of the malevolent star we had anticipated. To the source of the malevolent star, their attacks appeared trivial, mere child's play. Consequently, the two were met with its derisive laughter. Chapter 155. The Infiltration of the Malevolent Star. Haha. You little ones, do you think you can touch me? Not just yet. The essence of the malevolent star laughed arrogantly. I surveyed my surroundings, searching for the figure of the painted skin ghost, who had long since vanished into hiding. I was aware of his intentions from the very beginning. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When we suppressed the Qiangyang malevolent star within the soul-settling coffin, he would undoubtedly strike at us unexpectedly. At that moment, if we remained vigilant, we would have a chance to thwart the painted skin ghost plan. Should our caution prove ineffectual, it mattered not. After all, Su Tianxian lurked in the shadows, ready to intervene if the situation turned dire. Feigning an intent to assist, I found my path obstructed by a colossal rat. Reluctantly, I brandished the Jingxiao and engaged in combat, battling my way closer to the soul-settling coffin. The Peachwood sword, imbued with the power of divine thunder, inflicted excruciating pain upon the giant rodent. The Qiangyang malevolent star observed our fierce struggle, its essence emitting a sinister chuckle once more. Just as it intended to pry open the coffin, it noticed Xia Shi behind Ruohong, its serpentine eyes fixated on her, as if contemplating something. Yet, moments later, the Qiangyang malevolent star shifted its focus. With its immense serpentine body, it pried open the lid of the soul-settling coffin and, using its tail, flung the cover aside. The heavy lid crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Upon witnessing the contents of the coffin, a look of astonishment flickered in its serpent-like eyes. At last, I have found it. The corporeal form I have long yearned for. No sooner had the words left my lips than the colossal python's body became limp, and a wisp of dark vapor emerged from its being. This was the essence of the Qiangyang star. If it could merge with the substitute prepared by Su Tianxian, then half the plan would be successfully accomplished. All present held their breath, riveted by the unfolding spectacle. Yet, just as the dark vapor was about to seep into the soul-restraining coffin, an unexpected event transpired. With a startled cry, Xia Shi exclaimed, and the dark vapor instantly erupted from the coffin. My brow furrowed in alarm. A small mouse had perched upon Xia Shi's shoulder, its tiny mouth clenching the fateful, life-evading talisman. Damn it! When had this rodent scurried into Xia Shi's pocket? Moreover, it had deliberately extracted the talisman. This must be the handiwork of Mr. Pan. The defenses were utterly inadequate. The dark vapor swiftly redirected its target, launching itself towards Xia Shi. Ruohong and Wu Shi reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to intervene, yet their assaults failed to inflict any harm upon the dark essence. I summoned the ninefold thunder technique, sending the enormous rodent flying with a single strike. In a few swift strides, I reached Xia Shi, but alas, by the time I arrived, the dark vapor had already infiltrated her body. This was disastrous. I was too late. Xia Shi's once downtrodden gaze gradually lifted, and her entire demeanor underwent a cataclysmic transformation. An ominous aura began to emanate from her being. She extended her delicate hands, gazing at her fair, slender fingers, and erupted into a frenzied laughter. It turned out that the true bearer of the Qiangyang star's fate was this little girl, a descendant of the painted skin. This body was indeed to my liking. The descendant of the painted skin. Xia Shi is the progeny of the painted skin. What could this possibly mean? Before I could ponder further, Xia Shi's enchanting gaze fell upon me, her eyes brimming with mockery. Lu Su, you truly are his reincarnation. Indeed, you are astute. I nearly fell for your ruse. The words of the Qiangyang star unveiled an abundance of mysteries. His descendant, but who is he? Chapter 156. The soul-stealing blood. My expression grew increasingly grave as the situation spiraled beyond my control. The malevolent star had successfully infiltrated my being, and extricating it would prove to be a formidable challenge. Xiaxi advanced upon me relentlessly, while the surrounding rats and serpents retreated in fear. He had us ensnared within the heavenly coffin, and although we had seized his limbs and 5 senses, he could never have anticipated that, years hence, we would break free. As Xiaxi approached, he spoke to me. His identity remained a mystery, yet I had discerned the identities of those he represented, the 9 malevolent stars. Xiaxi continued, asserting, "And I shall be the first to thoroughly seize your corporeal form. In due time, they shall bow before me, hailing me as their sovereign." The aura radiating from Xiaxi was formidable. With each step he took and every word he uttered, a palpable pressure weighed heavily upon my heart. I forced myself to remain composed, contemplating how to navigate this dire predicament. As Xiaxi pressed closer, he suddenly bellowed at Ruo Hong, commanding, "Ruo Hong, strike!" Momentarily taken aback, Ruo Hong sprang into action a second later, wielding her whip with precision. The whip sliced through the air, but Xiaxi moved with even greater swiftness, extending his hand to grasp Ruo Hong's whip firmly. Merely a trivial skill. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Wuxi appeared beside Xiaxi, delivering a powerful blow aimed at his head. Caught off guard by Ruo Hong's ambush, Xiaxi had neglected to guard his right side. As Wuxi's fist was about to strike Xiaxi's head, she swiftly sidestepped, causing Wuxi to miss her target. Seizing this fleeting moment, I activated my blood hand. Crimson blood surged along my right arm, quickly enveloping it entirely. I took a swift step forward, positioning myself directly before Xiaxi, who had yet to react to Wuxi's ambush. Without hesitation, I thrust my blood hand through her chest. Xiaxi's face registered shock as she turned to me. Disbelief etched across her features as she exclaimed, "No, this is impossible. How could you master the soul-snatching blood hand in such a short time?" A cold smirk crept across my lips as I replied, "There is nothing that cannot be mastered, including the manner of your impending demise." As the blood hand penetrated Xiaxi's body, that familiar sensation washed over me once more. I felt as though I had grasped something substantial. I could not determine whether I had seized the soul of the Ares fiend or Xiaxi's own essence. I had no choice but to gamble. If it were indeed the Ares fiend's soul I had captured, I could extract it and confine it within the soul-sealing coffin. That had been my initial plan. The Ares fiend, newly entered into this unfamiliar body, would undoubtedly require time to adapt. This adaptation period would serve as his moment of vulnerability. He believed victory was assured, yet he was unaware that I held the trump card of the blood hand. With a firm grip, Xiaxi emitted a piercing scream. A surge of joy coursed through me. It seemed my gamble had paid off. It was precisely this scream that reignited the assault of the rats and snakes that had previously retreated. As Hong Yin swiftly grasped the oil lamp from the ground, he hurled it towards the swarming rats and serpents. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted violently amidst the chaos of serpents and rodents. The inferno soared skyward, banishing the surrounding darkness. "No, you cannot do this," Xiaxi screamed at me. Summoning all my strength, I endeavored to withdraw the Qingshan evil star. Gradually extracting my bloodied hand from Xiaxi's body, a wisp of black mist trailing behind. Just as I devoted myself entirely to extricating the essence of the Qingshan evil star, a familiar pain surged through me once more. Damn it! The malevolent aura retaliated in such a brief span of time. Chapter 157. The ceiling of the coffin, my body trembled uncontrollably, my brows furrowed deeply, and I gasped for air as beads of cold sweat trickled down my forehead. The demon of the ram, sensing my distress, began to thrash violently. Misfortunes seldom come alone. Suddenly, Xiaxi extended her fair, delicate hand and seized my throat with a vice-like grip. The force was so immense that it rendered me incapable of breathing normally. The sensation of suffocation and pain spread throughout my entire being, penetrating my limbs and every cell within me. Despite this torment, I dared not release my right hand. To do so would plunge me into an abyss from which there would be no return. My vision began to fade, and a ringing filled my ears. I was merely clinging to life through sheer willpower. Just as I felt I could endure no longer, a warm current surged from the depths of my heart, coursing through my limbs and reaching every part of my body. The blood curse was taking effect. All discomfort vanished in an instant, and my expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. I clenched my teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to expel the demon of the ram from my soul. As I moved my hand, the dark mist gradually wrenched itself from Xiaxi's body, and her grip around my neck began to weaken. With a mighty shout, I leaned back, feeling the air rip apart with a tearing sound. My body became weightless, and due to inertia, I fell backward. With a thud, the dark malevolence struggled incessantly in my grasp, its tremendous force nearly causing me to lose my hold several times. I could only intensify the binding of my bloodied hand upon it. Even so, the power of this dark essence was not to be underestimated. Quickly, prepare to seal the coffin. I bellowed at the coffin bearers. In a state of disarray, the bearers hastened to the lid of the soul-restraining coffin, and with united effort, they lifted it. Approaching the coffin, I gazed at the swirling mass of dark malevolence in my hand. The black essence intertwined with crimson blood, yet they remained distinct. The black and red sharply defined. My expression hardened as I raised my bloodied hand and forcefully pressed it against my spirit tablet. No, the dark essence emitted a reluctant howl. As my bloodied hand made contact with the spirit tablet, it penetrated effortlessly. Simultaneously, the coffin bearers positioned the lid onto the end of the soul-restraining coffin. I withdrew my bloodied hand swiftly. The bearers, quick-witted and agile, pushed down the lid. A creaking sound filled the air as the lid sealed tightly against the coffin's edge, leaving not a sliver of a gap. Witnessing this, my legs weakened, and I collapsed on the ground, the soul-restraining coffin heaving heavily behind me. The crimson blood from my right arm gradually absorbed into my skin, and moments later, I was restored to my former state. It was at the instant the malevolent entity was sealed within the coffin that the surrounding rats and snakes vanished in an instant. An eerie silence enveloped the area, the black remnants scattering with the wind, swirling through the forest. As the air became thick with the acrid scent of burnt paper and ash, Ruo Hong and Wu Shi hurriedly approached my side, their voices laced with concern as they inquired, "Lu Su, are you all right?" I reassured them, "I'm fine, I want to perish." Ruo Hong knelt beside me, extending her hand to gently grasp my limp ones. She incessantly rubbed them, her touch tender, her expression brimming with compassion. I offered her a wry smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm all right." Ruo Hong remained silent, gazing at me with a heart full of empathy. At that moment, the ghostly figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Chapter 158, The Eerie, Abandoned Village. My dear nephew, you truly possess remarkable abilities. I gazed at the painted demon's face, its false smile igniting a blaze of fury within me. It was impossible to assert that the paper mouse, clutching the talisman of life, bore no connection to him. Clearly, both the painted demon and Mr. Pan were of sound intellect. Despite the tempest of anger surging within me, I sought to alleviate the painted demon's apprehensions towards me. Thus, I inquired with feigned concern, "Uncle, are you unhurt?" The painted demon shook his head, casting a glance at the surrounding devastation, and remarked, "Your current physical state is less than ideal. We should hasten our departure to the nearby abandoned village for some much-needed rest." I nodded in agreement, and Wu Shi stepped forward to lift me onto his back. As Xiaxi remained in a state of unconsciousness, it fell upon Ruo Hong to carry her. Thus, we set forth once more. My head felt heavy, and my limbs were devoid of strength, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness amidst the jarring journey. I compelled myself to remain awake. Succumbing to slumber could lead to unforeseen consequences. Wu Shi's voice resonated beside me. "Lu Su, if you can no longer endure, it would be wise to take a brief respite. In your condition, even if something were to transpire, you would be unable to alter the outcome." His words bore wisdom. No sooner had he finished speaking than I succumbed to the depths of sleep. Time slipped by, though I could not ascertain how long had passed before I gradually opened my eyes, struggling to sit up. I reached out to gently caress my swollen forehead. A brief moment of rest had alleviated some of my exhaustion, allowing me to regain a modicum of mobility. I surveyed my surroundings, taking stock of the environment. The weathered walls, The dilapidated wooden windows, the beams adorned with mottled mold, and the cold night wind howling through the crevices of the room, created an eerie ambience reminiscent of ghostly wails. Where am I? Filled with perplexity, I rose to my feet, pushed open the aged, weather-beaten wooden door, and stepped outside. The courtyard unfolded before me in a scene of desolation, with a full moon suspended in the sky, casting a pale light upon the solitude and ruin surrounding me. In the center of the yard rested two enormous coffins. Wuxi leaned against one, gathering his strength. The other coffin bearers squatted in the corner, puffing on their pipes. Upon noticing my awakening, Wuxi promptly stood and inquired, "How do you feel?" I nodded and replied, "I'm all right." Noticing the absence of Ruo Hong and Xiaxi, a sense of unease washed over me, prompting me to ask, "Where are Ruo Hong and Xiaxi?" Wuxi informed me that Xiaxi was resting in the adjacent room, while Ruo Hong had gone out to assess the situation. At that moment, the painted skin ghost emerged from another room, and upon seeing that I was unharmed, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed his gaze. "Nephew, you aren't scathed?" I nodded and asked, "Uncle, where is the entrance to the ancient tomb you mentioned?" The painted skin ghost grinned widely and replied, "Do not be anxious. I will take you there." Just then, the door of the ancient mansion in the desolate village creaked open, and Ruo Hong entered with a grave expression. I hurried forward to inquire, "Did you discover anything unusual?" Ruo Hong furrowed her brows and said, "It's strange. This village is peculiar, although it appears deserted. Every household is locked tight, and the doors cannot be pushed open." She pondered for a moment and then remarked, "It gives one a rather eerie sensation, as if this village has always been inhabited." Given that Ruo Hong expressed such sentiments, there must indeed be something peculiar about this village. Suddenly, a coffin bearer squatting in the corner, smoking, exclaimed in frustration. We all turned to him, inquiring, "What is happening?" The coffin bearer pointed at the wall, incredulously stating, "This wall has actually been scorched by a pipe, creating a hole." Chapter 159. The paper-made village had I burn a hole? I hastily crouched beside the wall to scrutinize it closely. Indeed, I found a small hole scorched into the mottled surface. The edges of the hole flickered with faint sparks. My gaze met Ruo Hong's, and we both discerned a look of terror reflected in each other's eyes. This scene before us inevitably evoked memories of the harrowing experience we had while riding in the paper cart. Could it be that everything here was constructed of paper? To confirm my suspicions, I requested a match from the coffin bearer who had just finished smoking. With a sharp strike, the match ignited, the delicate flame dancing in the air, filling it with the pungent scent of burning sulfur. I held the lit match beneath the edge of the hole to test its resilience. A curious occurrence transpired. The edge ignited momentarily, but within the next heartbeat, the flame extinguished, failing to spread like a serpent of fire throughout the structure. I rose and stepped back, surveying the house before me. It was an ancient edifice, a relic from the last century. The exterior walls were constructed of mud interspersed with stones, while the roof was fashioned from mud entwined with rice straw and other agricultural remnants. Had it not been for the recent discovery, this house would have appeared entirely genuine. Ruo Hong remarked, "Legend has it that the paper craftsmen once lived communally in a village where all the paper artisans resided together. However, I have never heard of a paper craftsman's village requiring paper for its construction." Wuxi nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, my grandfather once spoke of such a scenario, where the paper craftsman harbors a profound fear of fire. However, as we have just witnessed, the flames are utterly incapable of igniting the structure. Indeed, the fire cannot engulf the entire edifice. It may only inflict damage upon it." Having listened to the accounts of the two individuals, I nodded and addressed the group, stating, "Since we have journeyed this far, let us prepare and venture into the tomb." The others nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Xiaxi emerged from her unconscious state, pushing open the door and stepping into the courtyard. The first thing she did was approach me to offer her apologies. "Liu Su, I am sorry, I truly am." It appears that Xiaxi retained her consciousness even when the Qinyang demon had taken hold of her. I smiled gently at her and replied, "As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters." The painted skin ghost rose to his feet and approached the front door, addressing me, "Dear nephew, let us first locate the entrance to the tomb before we lift the coffin." I nodded, following closely behind the painted skin ghost, accompanied by Ruohong and Xiaxi. Wu Shi and his fellow disciples awaited us in the courtyard. Having learned from past experiences, I knew I could not afford to separate from Xiaxi. Should any strange occurrences arise, I would be ready to protect her at a moment's notice. Exiting the courtyard, my eyes fell upon a narrow country lane. After a brief hesitation, I drew Jingxiao and thrust it towards the adjacent wall. With a soft thud, Jingxiao embedded itself in the wall. Indeed, it was made of paper. As I withdrew Jingxiao, the paper wall began to heal slowly, much like a wound mending. The events unfolding before me had utterly shattered my previous understanding. The paper walls are impervious to flames and possess the remarkable ability to self-heal. This phenomenon transcends mere oddity and veers into the realm of the bizarre. Observing the silhouette of the painted skin ghost, I hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "Uncle, what precisely is the situation in this village? I believe you must have some insight into it." My intent was to extract information regarding the village from the lips of the painted skin ghost, so as not to remain utterly ignorant of this place. Chapter 160. The feeling of being watched. The painted skin ghost paused, turned a glance at me, and, after some hesitation, spoke. "This village is the dwelling of the gravekeepers. Gravekeepers hold the highest authority over tombs. Typically, they are solitary elders, distantly related by blood to their families. In my recollection, such individuals are clad in dark garments, silent and emaciated, perhaps having absorbed the morning mist and evening glow over many years in the cemetery, which imparts an aura of gloom around them. However, this is my first encounter with a village of gravekeepers. Could it be that the entire populace is engaged in guarding that grand tomb? I inquired further, but why is this village made of paper? This was the aspect I found most perplexing. After all, gravekeepers and paper craftsmen are inherently different professions. How could they possibly be intertwined? The painted skin ghost shook his head, indicating he was equally unaware. Since he was unwilling to elaborate, I refrained from pressing further. The entire village was enveloped in a deathly silence. Every household's door was firmly locked, yet curiously, they were secured from within. As Ruohong had mentioned, the entire village was peculiar, as if it were perpetually inhabited. As I walked, I absent-mindedly plucked a tuft of wild grass from the ground, holding it in my palm, and under the moonlight, I scrutinized it closely. To my astonishment, I confirmed that even this wild grass was made of paper. This implies that every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every tile in this village is crafted from paper. What manner of individuals possesses the skill to create such exquisite edifices with their hands? As I marveled inwardly, a profound sense of dread enveloped me, for everything around me appeared exceedingly strange. Upon emerging from the narrow alley, my perspective broadened, revealing small earthen houses with tightly shut doors flanking either side of the road, their mud walls entwined with unknown green vines. As I walked, my steps faltered, and an unusual sensation surged within me. In that very moment, the corner of my garment was tugged, and turning my head, I found Xiaxi beside me. She gently pulled at my sleeve and whispered in my ear, "Lu Su, do you feel as though someone is watching us?" At her words, I stood frozen in place. Reflecting on the peculiar sensation that had just arisen within me, I realized it was indeed the feeling of being observed. Ruohong's complexion also darkened, revealing her shared apprehension. The painted skin ghost observed our frozen demeanor and urged us, "Come on, why are you standing there like fools?" I nodded and quickly followed suit. The painted skin ghost led us into another narrow alley. This village was replete with such alleys, intricate and convoluted, making navigation cumbersome. Walking through them evoked the sensation of traversing a labyrinth. Those with a poor sense of direction might easily become lost. As we passed a large door, the feeling of being watched intensified. My steps hesitated slightly as I glanced toward a wooden door beside me. Though modest in size, it was exceedingly dilapidated and weathered, covered in moss and mildew. Logically speaking, if the entire village were indeed crafted from paper, it would not be long before it crumbled to the ground. The village not only remained standing, but seemed to have sprouted a layer of moss. The true nature of this village eludes my understanding. Just as I was about to withdraw my gaze, the sensation of being watched intensified. My brow furrowed as I turned my attention back to the wooden door. Moonlight filtered through the crack, and in that silvery glow, I beheld a ghastly, pale face. At that moment, my eyes locked with those of the visage before me. Chapter 161. The great locust tree. The visage I beheld was ghastly pale, devoid of any color, with eyes that were vacant and listless, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Upon locking gazes with this countenance, it swiftly retreated into the shadows, leaving behind a gaping void in the doorway. Summer she, noticing my daze as I stared at the wooden door, inquired, "What are you looking at?" I turned and shook my head, replying, "Nothing. Nothing at all." The painted-skinned ghost resumed the lead, while my attention remained fixated on the wooden doors flanking us. Each household had a door slightly ajar, and upon closer inspection, I could discern pale faces pressed against the cracks, their expressions cold and lifeless, fixed upon us with an eerie intensity. They displayed no immediate intent to attack, and in the absence of such a threat, I chose to ignore their presence. Continuing to follow the painted-skin ghost, we rounded a corner, and my sight was suddenly liberated. A magnificent locust tree loomed before us. The trunk was immensely thick, so robust that even a circle of 7 or 8 adults could scarcely encompass it. Countless large branches extended from the trunk, which in turn sprouted a profusion of smaller twigs, rendering the tree a verdant spectacle, its foliage casting a shadow that obscured the sky. The painted-skin ghost pointed towards the towering locust tree and declared, "The entrance to the ancient tomb lies yonder." The entrance to the ancient tomb within the locust tree? I approached the tree, extending my hand to caress the gnarled surface of its trunk, feeling the palpable aura of energy it emanated. I turned to inquire, "How shall we discover the entrance to the tomb?" The ghost grinned widely and said, "It is quite simple. Walk around the locust tree 3 times in a clockwise direction, then 2 times counterclockwise, and finally 5 times clockwise, and the entrance to the ancient tomb will naturally manifest." I nodded and addressed the others. "Let us return and summon Wu Shi and the others." Ruo Hong nodded in agreement, and we retraced our steps. My attention remained fixed on the wooden door, where the pale faces of the ghosts continued to gaze intently at us. Upon returning to the desolate courtyard, I informed everyone of the location of the tomb's entrance. Wu Shi stood up and called out, "It is time to get to work." The coffin bearers rose. Some brushed off the dirt from their clothes, while others tapped their smoking pipes, then approached the 2 coffins, ready to lift them. With a resounding shout, Wu Shi commanded, "Lift the coffin." The coffin was elevated once more. I led Wu Shi and the others to the base of the grand locust tree. Though the narrow alley of the village, Laughing Alley, was confined, it was just spacious enough for the coffin to pass through. We meandered along the winding country road. As I glanced at the wooden doors on either side, my brows furrowed in concern. Something seemed amiss compared to our earlier arrival. Cautiously, I approached the wooden door and extended my hand to tentatively push it open. Creak! The door slowly opened, and I stood frozen in place. These doors had been locked before. How could they now swing open? A sudden wave of foreboding washed over me. I urged everyone to quicken their pace. This place was no longer safe for lingering. Soon, we arrived before the towering locust tree. What I must do now is to unlock the gate of the tomb in the manner of the painted-skin ghost. I stealthily approached Wu Shi and whispered softly in her ear, "Be cautious. I have an unsettling feeling that something is about to transpire." Wu Shi appeared momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. I cast a glance at the painted-skin ghost and declared, "Well then, uncle, I shall commence." The painted-skin ghost nodded in response. Taking a deep breath, I stood before the grand mulberry tree, my gaze fixated upon its robust trunk, my expression growing increasingly grave. I circled the mulberry tree 3 times in a clockwise direction. Nothing occurred. Then I traversed 2 circles counterclockwise, yet still nothing transpired. However, as I began to walk clockwise once more, an extraordinary event unfolded. Chapter 162. The paper figures my shoulders felt as though they were burdened by an immense weight, akin to a mountain pressing down upon me. The once erect posture of my back succumbed to the overwhelming load, bending under the strain, while my legs trembled incessantly, quaking like sifted chaff. What could possibly be the cause of this? Just as I pondered in confusion, A cacophony of noise erupted from the direction of Ruo Hong and her companions. Turning my gaze towards them, I was struck with terror by the scene before me. The great locust tree stood at the heart of the village, with the myriad alleys of the settlement converging upon this very spot. Now, countless paper figures surged towards the locust tree, a sight both eerie and unsettling. These paper figures, pallid as marble, bore expressions of utter numbness, their eyes a lifeless gray, and their limbs rigid. Their movements resembled those of wind-up puppets, marked by disconcerting stiffness and lack of coordination. Ruo Hong turned to me in haste, her voice laced with urgency. "Lu Su, how much longer do you need?" I attempted to take a step forward, yet the weight upon my shoulders rendered me immobile. I do not know," I stammered. Ryung, growing increasingly anxious, stamped her foot in frustration, urging me, "Have faith and proceed. I will buy you the time you need." With that, Ruo Hong pivoted, her gaze fixed upon the innumerable paper figures. Drawing a deep breath, she addressed Wu Shi, saying, "You all retreat. I shall draw their attention." Wu Shi, adorned with a mask of malevolent spirits, nodded in agreement. Ruo Hong untied the flowing crimson satin from her waist, extending her right hand to delicately twist the fabric, while her left hand formed an elegant gesture reminiscent of an orchid's bloom. With her lips slightly parted, Ruo Hong began to emit a melodious and enchanting aria, captivating in its resonance. Accompanied by the melodious tones of her performance, Ruo Hong twirled gracefully in place, executing a myriad of traditional opera movements, particularly enchanting with her spirited and expressive phoenix eyes. The attention of the paper figure was successfully captivated by Ruo Hong. She once proclaimed, "The opera has commenced from all directions. They gather to listen. 1 for humanity, 7 for the spirits, 3 for the ghosts, and 4 for the deities." Naturally, the ghostly opera that Ruo Hong performed had the power to draw the attention of spirits and phantoms alike. This essence embodies the very soul of ghostly opera. As Ruo Hong waved her fiery red silk, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Observing that she had garnered the paper figure's attention, I hurriedly stepped forward. After merely 3 steps, I found myself drenched in perspiration. This was not a sustainable situation. Should Ruo Hong's performance conclude, I feared I would scarcely manage even 10 steps. The cause of this predicament eluded my understanding. Taking a deep breath, I summoned the power of the ghostly seal, a chill pervading my entire being. As the seal of the underworld within my palm began to warm slightly, to my delight, the burden upon my shoulders lessened considerably. Heartened, I resumed my steps, finding this journey significantly less arduous than before. If I could encircle the large locust tree 5 times, the ancient tomb's entrance would unlock, allowing me to escape these paper figures. The power of the ghostly seal is formidable, yet I struggle to wield it to its fullest potential. Nevertheless, it should suffice for the present circumstances. I continue my circuit around the large locust tree, each step still laborious. Soon, I had completed 4 circuits, with Ruo Hong's lilting voice echoing in my ears. I have discerned that the opera has reached its conclusion. I must hasten my steps, otherwise, I shall surely face the onslaught of the paper man. As I circumvented the front of the large locust tree and approached its side, a figure suddenly caught my eye. My pace faltered. The silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, as if I had encountered it somewhere before. The moonlight, high above, was shrouded by dark clouds, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of darkness. The sound of footsteps echoed, tap, tap, tap. My expression hardened as I clenched my right hand into the seal of the ninefold thunder technique, fully concentrating on discerning the direction of the footsteps. Suddenly, the sound ceased abruptly. In an instant, a fierce wind howled from behind me. I swiftly turned around, silently reciting the incantation of the ninefold thunder technique. As bolts of lightning flickered in my hand, and I struck backward with a powerful palm. Chapter 163. The mask is torn as lightning flickered in my hand. It dispersed the thick darkness around me. Illuminated by the electric glow, I beheld the figure behind me. Mr. Pan, my strike landed squarely on his shoulder. In an instant, the thunderous energy erupted from the point of impact, yet strangely, A burnt scent wafted from Mr. Pan's shoulder, not the charred smell of human flesh, but rather that of ignited paper. Concurrently, the dark clouds dissipated, and moonlight cascaded down once more, illuminating Mr. Pan without bias. His countenance darkened to an extreme, eyes brimming with malicious greed. The sight of Mr. Pan in that moment sent chills down my spine. The phrase neither human nor ghost aptly described him. The right side of Mr. Pan was flesh and blood, while the left was composed of paper. The seamless fusion of paper and flesh was uncanny, evoking the sensation that his corporeal form was transforming into blank sheets. Truly bizarre. Mr. Pan grinned menacingly and said, "Lu Su, I never imagined you would grow so swiftly in such a short time." I formed the ninefold thunder seal with my hand, a cold smirk playing on my lips as I retorted, "No one remains stagnant. Rather, it is you who has morphed into this ghastly figure in such a brief span." My words struck a nerve with Mr. Pan, his expression twisting into a venomous glare. Yet suddenly, a thought seemed to amuse him, and he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! You speak the truth. I am indeed neither human nor ghost at this moment, but after tonight, I shall be reborn in a glorious transformation. By your flesh, continue to survive." I cast a cold glance at Mr. Pan, remaining silent. Mr. Pan advanced with relentless determination, while I retreated step by step. At that moment, I needed to devise a method to unlock the ancient tomb's entrance, and then find a way to deal with Mr. Pan. However, just as I was retreating and contemplating my strategy, I suddenly heard a dull sound of footsteps behind me. The steps were very light. If one didn't listen closely, they would be imperceptible. I swiftly drew my sword, directing it towards my back. The individual behind me paused, momentarily stunned. When I discerned who it was, a cold smirk crept onto my lips. The newcomer was none other than the skin-wearing demon disguised as my second uncle. Upon realizing I had discovered him, the skin-wearing demon hastily exclaimed, "Dear nephew, your second uncle has come to assist you in dealing with him. Quickly, go and open the tomb's entrance." As soon as he finished speaking, the skin-wearing demon stepped in front of me, confronting Mr. Pan. "You have slain my kin, and now you seek to harm my nephew. Today, you shall pay the price." His voice brimmed with fury as he took a step forward, extending his ghostly claws to lash out. However, his movement faltered in midair, shifting to attack me instead. His speed was remarkable, yet mine surpassed it. With a swift thrust, I pierced the chest of the skin-wearing demon, who was caught off guard. He gazed at me in shock, and his disguise began to dissolve, revealing once more the grotesque visage of the skin-wearing demon, with its green face and sharp teeth. "Why you? How did you know?" I responded with a cold laugh. "How did I know? Blame your disguise for being so woefully inadequate." I dared not to be negligent. As I wielded the sword in my right hand, I simultaneously formed the seal of the ninefold thunder technique. A surge of lightning emanated from my hand, coursing up the blade of the sword of shocking skies, enveloping it in a brilliant radiance. A surge of joy filled my heart, for the ninefold thunder technique indeed harmonized with the sword of shocking skies. The full force of the first tier of the thunder technique coalesced within the sword. To my astonishment, the sword of shocking skies possessed the capacity to store the power of the thunder technique, preventing it from dissipating too swiftly. The painted skin demon writhed in agony as it endured the searing pain inflicted by the thunder technique. I gripped the hilt of my sword tightly, channeling all my strength into an upward thrust. Flesh and blood flew as I cleaved the painted skin demon in twain from its chest. Chapter 164. The entrance appears the tragic wail of the painted skin demon abruptly ceased. Its entire form collapsed onto the ground. The upper half cleaved in two, yet the lower half remained stubbornly connected. Vivid crimson blood stained the earth, creating a scene both shocking and grotesque. Its parted lips writhed in a frenzied dance, emitting eerie sounds, a hoarse voice resonating from its severed mouth. "It hurts! It hurts! Lu Su, you are indeed formidable." Seeing that the painted skin demon could still utter words, I stepped forward, intending to deliver another strike. However, to my astonishment, the demon rose, dragging its severed upper half as it desperately fled. How does one describe the demon's appearance at that moment? It resembled a banana stripped of its skin. The dismembered upper half of the painted skin demon dangled grotesquely at the sides of its lower body, swaying as it fled, a sight both sanguinary and terrifying. It was within my expectations that I could not vanquish the painted skin demon in a single blow. After all, during our first encounter, I had been unable to penetrate its skin. As the demon attempted to escape, I prepared to pursue it, only to be obstructed by Mr. Pan. You truly have defied my expectations, but even if you comprehend everything, what will it change? You cannot escape. Mr. Pan bore an air of unshakable confidence. I gazed at him and inquired, if I am not mistaken, everything here is your doing, isn't it? Mr. Pan pressed forward, and I retreated step by step, observing the peculiar manner in which he walked. The right side of the body was exceedingly agile, yet the left side, resembling a paper effigy, exhibited a certain rigidity, akin to the gait of a stroke victim. It was both true and not. The village itself existed. I merely sought to exploit it. I cast a furtive glance at the grand locust tree beside me. Just a few more steps, and I would complete the final circle. I continued to inquire, "Are you the gravekeeper?" Mr. Pan, taken aback, was visibly astonished and exclaimed, "How did you know?" Observing that I had captured Mr. Pan's attention, I hastily elaborated. "This village is the abode of gravekeepers, and everything here, be it human or object, is fashioned from paper. You too are in the process of transforming from a human into a paper figure." I laid out my analysis with unrestrained candor. Mr. Pan's astonishment deepened, and he gasped, "Young man, you are remarkably astute to deduce such matters." Seizing the opportunity, I interjected, "Because you're on the verge of becoming a paper figure, you are willing to divulge the ancient tomb that your lineage has guarded, aiming to summon the celestial sheep, seize souls, and continue your existence through my flesh." It must be said, Mr. Pan's machinations were extensive and intricate, with only one oversight, the painted skin specter. Upon hearing my words, Mr. Pan's expression turned icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You are a danger, young man. I must eliminate you here. If not, the consequences will be dire." Having spoken, Mr. Pan quickened his pace, his body entirely propelled by the strength of his right side. My expression hardened, and I swiftly turned, taking a step forward. The oppressive sensation lingered, yet it had diminished significantly under the influence of the ghostly seal. Gritting my teeth, I summoned all my strength to advance. Just one final step remained. One last lap until completion. As I took that last stride, a fierce gust of wind roared behind me. Mr. Pan had already closed in at my back. Upon finishing the final lap, the weighty feeling vanished completely. In a moment of dire urgency, I rolled to the side, narrowly evading Mr. Pan's attack as it grazed my form. The instant I landed, a tremendous sound erupted from within the large locust tree. Beneath the moonlight, the great locust trembled violently, its leaves cascading down like a flurry of snow. The trunk of the tree began to collapse slowly, revealing a vast square opening before my eyes. Chapter 165. Neither human nor ghost an entrance materialized out of thin air, and a chilling wind surged forth from the square opening, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet sharply. The commotion drew the attention of Wu Shi and the others, prompting Ruo Hong to cease her performance, her hand resting gently upon her chest as she gasped for breath. The paper villagers remained oblivious, still frozen in place as if savoring the recent opera. Wu Shi bellowed, "Brothers, let us depart." The pallbearers hastily lifted the two coffins and began to move in my direction. Mr. Pan regarded me with a cold stare, slowly extending his hand towards his pocket. When he withdrew his hand, I was momentarily taken aback to see a collection of intricately cut paper figures grasped within his grip. These diminutive figures, crafted from red paper, measured roughly 2 to 3 centimeters in height and were adorned with peculiar symbols. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast the paper figures into the air, muttering incantations under his breath. To my astonishment, countless paper figures began to float in the atmosphere. My expression hardened as I grasped the Jingshao sword, silently reciting the ninefold thunder technique. A surge of energy coalesced in my hand, radiating along the blade of the sword. I swung the Jingshao towards Mr. Pan, but just as the blade was about to make contact, a small paper figure unexpectedly interposed itself before him. the thunder erupted, and the paper figure was obliterated in an instant. It was this missed strike that afforded Mr. Pan the opportunity to act, as a multitude of paper figures surged toward the paper villagers. The crimson paper figure melded into the body of the paper villager, and a brilliant red light burst forth, instantly restoring the villagers' ability to move. The once sluggish paper villagers transformed into beings of remarkable swiftness, as if they had acquired their own sentience. This was problematic. Mr. Pan directed a sinister cackle at me, proclaiming, "Lu Su, you must cherish this grand gift." With that, he attempted to vanish into the shadows. How could I allow him to escape? I surged forward in a swift motion, raising my weapon, Jing Xiao, and struck down fiercely at Mr. Pan. The wind howled as he sensed the impending danger and hastily sidestepped. However, due to the fact that half of his body was crafted from paper, his movement was hindered, and I thrust my sword through him with great force. To my astonishment, as Jing Xiao pierced his left shoulder, crimson blood flowed forth. This indicated that Mr. Pan's body was actively transforming into a paper figure rather than passively so. With a piercing scream, Mr. Pan whipped around, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You madman!" His expression revealed that he had not anticipated my sudden attack. He launched a palm strike towards me, prompting me to retreat rapidly. In that very motion, Jing Xiao withdrew from his shoulder. I sought to attack again, but Mr. Pan pulled from his pocket a series of small red paper figures, gripping one tightly in his right hand while reciting incantations at a breakneck pace. The red paper figures soared into the air, expanding at a visible rate, emanating a faint sanguine glow. Mr. Pan let out a thunderous shout as the paper figure lunged towards me. The paper figure emanated an ominous aura, instilling an overwhelming sense of peril. Mr. Pan cast a fierce glance in my direction before turning to flee. I yearned to pursue him, yet was obstructed by the crimson paper figure. This sanguine apparition was merely a flat entity, standing at a height of 6 feet. It extended its arm, plunging its right hand deep into its mouth, before extracting a paper knife. The knife appeared soft and feeble, resembling a whip, as the paper figure brandished it menacingly towards me. I attempted to counter with my defensive technique, yet an inexplicable phenomenon ensued. Chapter 166. The Fire Departure Talisman. The once feeble paper knife suddenly straightened, becoming remarkably rigid in an instant. The clash between the startling sky and the paper blade unleashed an immense force, causing my hands to tingle painfully. The thunderous strike proved ineffective against the paper figure. What manner of being was this? The speed of the crimson paper figure was astonishing, and I found myself struggling in the confrontation. Just as I was locked in a stalemate with the paper entity, Wu Shi's shrill voice pierced the air. "Lu Su, think of a solution. If we don't devise a plan, we shall perish here." I glanced at Wu Shi and the others, only to realize they were encircled by the paper villagers, trapped within layers upon layers. I cursed under my breath. These paper figures were indestructible. Wu Shi continued to wail in desperation. Shortly thereafter, I heard Ruo Hong's dissatisfied voice. "Are you foolish? Use fire." Their exchange ignited a sense of urgency within me, and I yearned to assist them, yet I was unable to extricate myself from my predicament. Wu Shi's voice rang out again. "It's no use. Ordinary fire won't have any effect." I had to conjure a strategy. If this stalemate continued, the consequences would be dire. Fire. A glimmer of inspiration struck me. I retrieved the Fire Departure Talisman that Su Tianxian had entrusted to me earlier. This talisman was initially intended for dealing with the rats and snakes, but I had restrained myself, believing that the situation was not yet optimal, especially since Mr. Pan had yet to appear. However, the circumstances had now changed. In a swift motion, I dashed towards Wu Shi and the others. The blood-red paper figures were drawn to my presence, pursuing me relentlessly. Gripping the Li Hua Divine Talisman, I gestured towards the sky, wielding the Jing Xiao to pierce through the air. As I silently invoked the incantation of the Li Hua Divine Talisman, a whoosh echoed as it ignited instantaneously, its searing flames emanating an overwhelming aura that repelled the paper figures. The Jing Xiao, crafted from a century-old peach wood and tempered by celestial thunder, was a sacred artifact. The pure yang flames of Lihua could not harm it in any way. I swiftly reached the front of the group. Upon seeing the blazing Lihua divine talisman, the paper figures recoiled, akin to cats confronting a mouse. Yet, they did not retreat far. They maintained a watchful distance, their gazes fixed intently upon us. Their mouths slightly agape, they emitted a harsh, raspy chant. Those who enter the tomb shall perish. All shall perish. What began as a solitary paper figure uttering this dire proclamation soon escalated. A second, then a third joined in, creating a ripple effect akin to stones cast upon a tranquil surface, layer upon layer, wave upon wave. All shall perish. All shall perish. With a grave expression, I addressed Wu Shi and the others. The entrance to the tomb lies behind the large locust tree. You must go ahead. I will hold them off. Wu Shi and the others nodded in agreement, and I plunged into the throng of paper figures. With a swift swing of the Jing Shao, I struck one of the figures and then bellowed, "Ignite!" The divine talisman of Lihua, pierced by the awe-inspiring light, erupted into a blazing inferno that surged from the blade to the tip, ultimately resembling a fire dragon as it plunged into the throng of paper figures. Everywhere it passed, flames roared, engulfing all in their path. The searing heat enveloped me as if I were ensconced within a furnace, an unbearable intensity scorching my heart. The divine talisman of Lihua, meticulously crafted by Su Tianxian himself, exhibited power evident to the naked eye. Countless paper figures were consumed by the relentless fire, scarcely having time to emit a cry of despair. Yet, a most appalling spectacle lay before me. Chapter 167. Entering the passage, the power of the Li Huashun Fu was simply overwhelming. The paper villagers ran about like madmen, setting ablaze everything in their wake. As the village was constructed from paper, ordinary flames could not harm it. However, the Li Hua was an entirely different matter. The fire surged skyward, illuminating the night with a brilliant glow, and through the inferno, I spotted Wu Shi and others had already taken refuge behind the big locust tree. Upon witnessing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, another dilemma confronted me. How was I to escape? I surveyed my surroundings, engulfed in a sea of crimson flames. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and charged into the firestorm. The searing flames licked at my skin, igniting my clothes in an instant. I recalled the time of my childhood when I had suffered burns from fire. That memory remained vivid. This time, however, the Li Hua inflicted even greater agony. Though I held my breath, the acrid scent of burning paper invaded my nostrils relentlessly. The intense heat seared my eyes, causing dryness and pain, and tears streamed uncontrollably down my cheeks. With every ounce of strength, I propelled myself forward in a frenzied dash. Before long, I burst forth from the flames, a cool breeze brushing against me, alleviating some of the scorching sensation. However, the fire still raged on my clothes, and I collapsed to the ground, rolling desperately to extinguish the flames enveloping me. At that moment, I heard a sharp cry. In the next instant, I felt something whip against me forcefully. I raised my head and saw Ruo Hong wielding a long whip, striking me repeatedly. "Ruo, are you mad? How can you extinguish a fire with a whip?" Ruo Hong paused for a moment, instinctively stuck out her tongue, and replied, "I'm sorry, I was too anxious." She retracted the whip and extended her delicate hand to pat out the flames on my body. Furthermore, she scooped up some earth from the ground and tossed it over me. Just as we were struggling to douse the fire, Wu Shi's grating voice echoed in my ears. "Here comes your grandpa Wu." I turned to see Wu Shi swinging a wooden stick toward me. I quickly stood up, waving my hands. No. The fire is out." Wu Shi froze momentarily, retracting the stick and saying, "You put out quite fast." A slight twitch at the corner of my mouth ensued. How could these two be so reckless? Did I have some enmity with them? I turned back to glance at the inferno behind me and was instantly alarmed. The flames spread with alarming speed, quickly approaching my rear. "We must go." With that, the three of us dashed towards the large locust tree. Upon entering the dark entrance, the searing sensation vanished, replaced by a chilling, eerie wind. I leaned against the cave wall, gasping for breath. The crackling sound of the raging fire resonated from outside. My brow furrowed. Had the locust tree caught fire? Wu Shi lit an oil lamp, casting a faint glow in the pitch-black surroundings. This place is not safe. We should leave quickly, I urged the others. They nodded in agreement. The entrance passage is quite expansive, with walls constructed of stone bricks on either side. The corridor descends gently, making the journey manageable. The bearers are carrying 2 coffins, one after the other, leaving ample space along the sides. As we proceed downward, the temperature drops, growing increasingly frigid. Ruahong glanced at my tattered clothing, hesitated for a moment, and instructed Wu Shi, "You, take off your coat and give it to Lu Su." Wu Shi was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion behind the ghostly mask. "Why? I'm still cold." Ruahong raised her delicate fist, and Wu Shi sighed, reluctantly shedding her coat and handing it to me. I expressed my gratitude and donned a garment. Xiaxi, concerned, inquired, "Lu Su, are you all right?" I shook my head and replied, "I'm fine." Just as we were conversing, the passage unexpectedly opened into a vast space before my eyes. Wu Shi raised the oil lamp in her hand, illuminating the surroundings. In the dim glow, I suddenly noticed something above on the cavern wall. Wait, what is that? The 168th child's corpse in the depths of darkness. A humanoid silhouette came into view. Wu Shi, pass me the oil lamp. I took the lamp from Wu Shi's hands, stepped forward, and raised it above my head. The feeble light dispelled a portion of the gloom, and as I beheld the sight before me, I was instantly frozen in shock. I was not mistaken. It was indeed a person, a mere young boy. The child floated beside the cave wall, appearing to be around 4 or 5 years old, clad in a small red apron, with his hair styled in a topknot. Were it not for his pallid skin and ashen complexion, he might have been deemed adorable. Ryong inaled sharply, exclaiming, "Who could be so cruel as to hang a little boy here?" Hanging here? I raised the oil lamp higher once more, scrutinizing why this child was suspended in midair. Above the cave wall, countless tendrils spread out, some as thick as an arm, others as fine as a hair. The stout roots seemed to sprout directly from the boy's head, an exceedingly bizarre sight. I gradually shifted the oil lamp, illuminating other areas. Wherever the light reached, there lay the corpses of children, both boys and girls. The sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Hiss! Upon witnessing this ghastly scene, everyone involuntarily gasped in horror. Summer Shi, confronted with such a strange spectacle, clutched my arm tightly, her voice quavering as she inquired, "Lu Su, what on earth is happening?" I paused for a moment, then spoke. These children must have been nourished by that grand locust tree. As for the purpose behind this, I am at a loss. Wu Shi and the others share my bewilderment. I turned to the group and said, "Let us proceed, but with caution." Everyone nodded in agreement, and I took the lead, carrying the oil lamp. The cavernous walls loomed large, and the bodies of the children lay in succession before us. They were directly above, and I could clearly see their pallid little feet and the darkened nails upon their toes. To avoid contact with these lifeless forms, we had no choice but to stoop as we moved forward. As we walked, my steps faltered slightly. Sensing my hesitation, Xiaxi turned to me with a look of confusion and inquired, "What is it?" I furrowed my brow, peering into the darkness, and asked, "Do you hear anything?" Xiaxi paused, shaking her head as she replied. I hear nothing before her words could fully escape her lips. A child's voice resounded in every ear. "Do not enter, do not enter." The voice was faint yet resonated clearly in the stillness of the surroundings. Xiaxi trembled and instinctively leaped into my embrace. I extended my hand, gently patting her shoulder, remaining vigilant to the peculiar sensations around us. Wu Shi and Ruahong, too, appeared on high alert. "Do not enter." The child's voice now bore a hint of sobbing. It was a plea, imploring us not to venture forth. I took a deep breath and called into the darkness. Why should we not enter? The voices of the children abruptly ceased, only to resound again moments later. It is perilous within. As the saying goes, tales of ghosts are often exaggerated. I cannot place absolute trust in a malevolent spirit. The decision to trust a vengeful ghost necessitates careful judgment. I summoned the power of the ghostly seal, and in an instant, a chilling aura spread from my very being. The child in my arms, Xiaxi, instinctively shivered. The moment the power of the ghostly envoy manifested, the children suspended by the roots of the great locust tree began to writhe in terror. They were frightened. "What do you know? Speak it all." and I may grant you the chance for reincarnation." Upon uttering these words, sighs erupted, one wave after another. Chapter 169. The Festival of the 100 Children. Amidst the sighs filled with helplessness and sorrow, it is hard to fathom that such lamentations emanate from children. Alas, dear adults, we are unable to leave. At that moment, a tender voice of a little girl broke through the melancholy. Why can't we leave? Did not the general's wife say that as long as we remain here for 300 years, we can be reborn? 300 years? How many years have passed now? I do not know. Has the general already departed? I do not know. The cacophony of countless children's voices filled my ears. Their chatter, a chaotic symphony, was enough to induce a headache. I raised my hand to massage my throbbing temples and implored, "Wait. Speak one at a time." The oil lamp illuminated only the nearest child's lifeless form, while the rest of the surroundings lay cloaked in darkness. The boy closest to me said, "We cannot be reborn. Our souls have merged with the locust tree." I was taken aback and asked, "What if the locust tree were to be destroyed?" The boy replied, "Then we shall vanish along with the tree." My heart twisted painfully at his words. Fire can consume all. I am uncertain whether this mighty locust tree can endure. The boy sighed deeply and said, "We have already sensed that this grand locust tree is on the brink of vanishing, which, in a way, serves as a release for us." At this moment, my emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. Had it not been for my presence, they would still be able to exist in this world and would not have met such a tragic fate. However, what followed was beyond my anticipation. We are aware that it was you who orchestrated all of this. Indeed, we harbor no resentment towards you. On the contrary, we owe you our gratitude. We have lingered here for an indeterminate duration, long since weary of the interminable darkness. For us, the prospect of losing our souls is a form of liberation. My throat tightened, rendering me speechless. The boy continued, "Benefactor, return. Ahead lies peril." I shook my head gently, addressing the boy's lifeless form. "I cannot retreat. I possess compelling reasons to proceed." The boy fell silent, and after a moment's pause, sighed and said, "Then I wish you good fortune. Benefactor." I hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "What exactly is transpiring here, including the village above?" My curiosity about this place was profound, as understanding it would better equip me to face the unfolding events. The boy replied, "This tomb houses a general of the surname Hua." He gradually recounted everything about this locale. General Hua, a paragon of virtue, dedicated his life to his sovereign with unwavering loyalty. As for the dynasty to which General Hua belonged, they could not recall, for they had lingered here far too long. General Hua had a wife named Hua Xiao. After the general's demise, Hua Xiao was consumed by longing, devoting her life to seeking ways to resurrect her beloved husband. The young boy spoke halfway, lost in contemplation as he recalled the events of that time. After a moment, he continued, "The lady searched for a long time and finally learned of the method through a sorcerer." I nodded and listened intently to the boy's account. The sorcerer mentioned the need to seek a fabled location known as the 100 Children Heavenly Sacrifice. The 100 Children Heavenly Sacrifice. I had encountered this term in books before. Such a fabled site, the heavenly sacrifice of the 100 children, exists solely within legend. Its origins traced back to the ginseng fruit tree from the journey to the west. The ginseng fruit tree is deemed the spiritual root of heaven and earth, and its growth is said to occur in the sacred site of the 100 Children Heavenly Sacrifice. Historical records suggest that the ginseng fruit tree bears its fruit due to its roots, and it is said that beneath the tree lie the bones of children. Contemplating this, I glanced around. Did the scene before me not mirror precisely the accounts of those historical records? Chapter 170. The true 100 Children Heaven Sacrifice is an impossibility, for there exists no ginseng fruit tree in this world. Yet, such a geomantic treasure site can be artificially created. Beneath the locust tree, hundreds of child corpses nourish its roots. This is utterly deranged. The young boy seemed lost in reminiscence, speaking as if in a quiet soliloquy. "We are all orphans. It was the lady who took us in and raised us. She was truly gentle, and to us, she was our mother." The boy sighed deeply, continuing, "One day, that sorcerer prepared a feast for us. And after we ate, we fell into a stupor. I awoke in pain to find someone lacerating my wrist to let my blood flow. Once my blood had drained, they used a trocar to pierce our skulls and injected us with mercury. As he recounted this, his demeanor was unnervingly calm, devoid of significant emotional fluctuation. However, his words stirred a tempest within me. How could such cruelty exist? The boy went on. Afterward, we were suspended here, our souls merging with the great locust tree. Ruoyan interjected with indignation. How can there be such a vile woman in this world? Her words instantly ignited discontent among the other children. You must not speak of the lady in such a manner. Indeed, you shall not defame her. She knew nothing of this. It was all the sorcerer's doing. When the lady learns the truth, she will surely put an end to that sorcerer. As Ruohong parted her lips, seemingly poised to articulate her thoughts, I gently interjected, whispering in her ear, "Do not speak further. These children are far too kind." She nodded in silent agreement, refraining from uttering another word. I could, in truth, comprehend the sentiments harbored by these children. In ancient times, the fate of orphans was often dire. They either succumbed to starvation or were relegated to the status of slaves. Their existence was shrouded in darkness, yet the presence of that lady infused their bleak world with vibrant hues. In gratitude for her benevolence, they willingly accepted the transformation imposed by the sorcerer, with no regrets, for they understood that such a sacrifice would aid her. I had no intention of delving deeper into this topic, so I shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What is the situation with the village outside?" The young boy pondered for a moment before responding. "That village likely serves as the dwelling place for the gravekeepers summoned by the sorcerer. I am uncertain of the specifics." At that juncture, Wu Shi interjected, "I believe I possess some understanding." I gestured for Wu Shi to elaborate. "In my childhood, my grandfather imparted a saying to me. Not every paper effigy is a gravekeeper, but every gravekeeper is indeed a paper effigy. Each gravekeeper was once a living being, typically earning their livelihood as paper craftsmen, until one fateful day when they transformed into paper effigies, existing in a state that transcends the earthly realm, a liminal being caught between light and shadow. In this manner, they could ensure the eternal preservation of their souls, guarding the graves for eternity." Wu Shi's explanation held a semblance of reason. This, it seemed, encapsulated the essence of the truth in this matter. We had gleaned a considerable understanding of the situation at hand. I addressed the innocent children before me, inquiring, "Do you have any wishes left unfulfilled?" They fell silent for a moment, until a voice finally broke the stillness. "We wish to see the lady once more." Upon hearing this, I sighed deeply, filled with regret as I replied, "I am truly sorry, but I cannot fulfill that wish." The young boy who had spoken hastily interjected, "You can? You can help us." Taken aback, I asked him why he believed so. The boy explained, "Although the lady has never come to see us, we know she resides in the main tomb chamber." The general's lady is still in the main tomb chamber. How could this be? Could it be that the general's lady was still alive? Gazing upon these pitiful children, I felt a profound reluctance to refuse their plea. "Very well," I promised them, "should I encounter her, I shall ensure she comes to see you." Instantly, the children erupted in laughter, a sound as melodious as silver bells, and I could discern that their joy was genuine and heartfelt. Subsequently, the boy pointed us in the direction of the main tomb chamber, warning us of potential traps we might encounter along the way. "Sir, please do be cautious." I waved my hand reassuringly, saying understood. With that, I led the group toward the main tomb chamber. Chapter 171. The General's Wife. As we made our way to the main tomb chamber, we passed by the ear room but did not enter, for our destination was the main tomb, and there was no need to squander time elsewhere. The entire tomb complex bore the marks of antiquity, and with my limited knowledge, I could not ascertain its era. Soon, we arrived before a stone door. Thanks to the admonitions of the Mercury boy, our journey had been relatively uneventful thus far. He had also informed me of the method to open this stone door. Approaching it, I followed the instructions given by the boy and initiated the opening. With a resounding boom, the stone door trembled violently and began to rise slowly. Dust, long settled, cascaded down in a tumultuous cloud, filling the main tomb passage with swirling earth and debris. A chill emanated from the main chamber, causing the temperature around us to plummet several degrees. We exchanged cautious glances, and once the dust began to settle, we stepped forward into the main tomb chamber. I whispered a warning to be careful, as we could not know what awaited us ahead. The others nodded in agreement. I took the lead, stepping into the main chamber. At the very moment all of us entered, the torches within the chamber ignited suddenly, casting an eerie green glow akin to the eyes of specters fixated on us. This chamber was indeed ominous. It was the ghastly green light that allowed me to discern the interior of the tomb. A stone coffin lay quietly at the center of the chamber. I took a few steps forward to inspect the coffin closely. This sight was alarming, instantly sending a chill down my spine. The stone sarcophagus had been opened. Its lid vanished without a trace, leaving the interior desolate and empty. The corpse within had escaped. Ruahong and Wu Shi also approached to inspect the scene, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. They scanned the surroundings warily, and for reasons unknown. A shiver crept into my heart as the environment took on an increasingly sinister air. Wu Shi discovered the shattered lid of the sarcophagus not far away. The three of us gathered around the remnants of the lid. I crouched down to pick up the fragments strewn across the ground, then glanced back at the sarcophagus. A thought surged into my mind. I exclaimed, "This sarcophagus was not open from the outside, but from within." It was evident that the broken lid before us had been forcefully shattered from the inside. Otherwise, it could not have been propelled so far. I surveyed the area, finding nothing unusual. Addressing Wu Shi, I said, "Let us lift the sarcophagus out. We must seize this opportunity." Utilizing the auspicious energies of the Beitong Tianji to summon the return of the Qinyang star. Wu Shi nodded, directing his disciples to commence the task of hoisting the sarcophagus. Just as their hands made contact with it, an unsettling phenomenon occurred. The green flames on the walls danced wildly, flickering ominously like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy footfall resonated from the darkness. Instinctively, I gripped my weapon tightly, fixating my gaze on the source of the sound. Emerging from the shadows was a delicate and fair foot, soon followed by long, elegant legs. Draped over those legs was a pleated skirt of misty green adorned with floral patterns, and above it, a blouse of azure hue. Thus, the figure of the person in darkness was completely revealed. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her shoulders were gracefully slender, her waist exquisitely trim, her skin as smooth as fine jade, and her aura as enchanting as the elusive orchid. A delicately carved golden hairpin, adorned with specks of purple jade, was casually nestled in her flowing locks, resembling cascading tassels. Upon beholding her, I instantly deduced her true identity. This was the general's wife, as spoken of by the innocent youth. What a marvel! Chapter 172. Absolute suppression. To my astonishment, she truly exists here. I felt as if facing a formidable adversary, promptly shielding Xia behind me. Huaxiu's pallid visage bore no trace of color, yet her crimson lips were as vibrant as blood. Her delicate face was shrouded in a frost-like demeanor, and her beautiful eyes brimmed with an intense aura of malevolence. She advanced towards us step by step, and with each stride, I could distinctly sense the chilling and sinister energy emanating from her. The striking woman before me was immensely powerful, far more daunting than any spirit I had previously encountered. Huaxiu parted her ruby lips and slowly articulated 4 words. "You shall perish." Before we could react, her figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to be swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of dark energy rushing towards me. By the time I regained my senses, Huaxiu had already appeared directly before me. She abruptly extended her slender arm, delivering a swift strike. My expression hardened as I hastily employed the Jingxiao technique to defend myself. Bang! The clash between Jingxiao and Huaxiu's palm produced a thunderous sound. I was forced to retreat repeatedly, my hand gripping Jingxiao, trembling uncontrollably. The sound that followed resembled raw flesh sizzling on a searing iron plate. I created distance between us, fixating my gaze on her, wary of any sudden aggression. At that moment, I noticed Huaxiu's palm, You are all deserving of demise." As the pronouncement echoed, Hua Xiao vanished from her position once more. Her velocity was such that it eluded visual perception, and I momentarily found myself devoid of a target. "Lu Su, to your right." Wu Shi bellowed in my direction. I promptly raised Jing Xiao, positioning it laterally on my right, whereupon another deafening clang resonated, and I was propelled backward with considerable force. I felt my body cartwheeling through the air before impacting the ground with a resounding thud. Before I could gather my wits, an intense wave of frigidity washed over me. Raising my gaze, I was met with the sight of a petite alabaster foot. In the subsequent instant, I felt a severe blow to my abdomen, followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Tumbling several times, I collided forcefully with the wall. A saccharine taste filled my throat, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Ruo Hong hastened to my side, assisting me to my feet, and inquired with solicitude, "Lu Su, are you all right?" I shook my head, expectorated the blood, and replied, "I'm fine, not mortally wounded." I directed my gaze toward Hua Xiao, who was now embroiled in combat with Wu Shi. Wu Shi's assault was fierce, each maneuver potentially lethal. Yet Hua Xiao dominated with sheer power. However, Wu Shi retreated strategically, displaying prudence, which prevented Hua Xiao from instantly vanquishing him. Ruo Hong gasped, exclaiming with incredulity, "It's astonishing that Wu Shi, that effeminate fellow, possesses such capabilities." I brandished Jing Xiao in my right hand, positioning it defensively before me, while my left hand formed the mudra of the ninefold thunder incantation. Silently, I recited the incantation, channeling the power of the ninefold thunder. In an instant, a flash of lightning flickered from my left hand as I transformed the seal into a sword technique, directing it towards the heavens. The full force of the ninefold thunder art converged within the blade, aimed at the sky. Grasping the weapon, I joined the fray, while Ruo Hong, not daring to lag behind, swiftly followed in my wake. I raised the blade high and struck down toward Hua Xiao, yet she seemed to possess a sixth sense, deftly evading my attack. It was precisely this misstrike that allowed Ruo Hong's long whip to whistle through the air. Hua Xiao extended her delicate arm, grasping Ruo Hong's whip firmly in her grip. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a punch aimed at Hua Xiao's head. Remarkably, Hua Xiao did not flinch, allowing Wu Shi's fist to collide with her exquisite face. With a resounding thud, Wu Shi let out a fierce roar as she distanced herself from Hua Xiao. Simultaneously, Ruo Hong and I took a step back, maintaining our distance from her. Chapter 173. Corpse Control Talisman. Wu Shi clenched his fists, exclaiming loudly, "This fellow's body is as solid as steel." Wait, a thought suddenly struck me. At that precise moment, Hua Xiao's icy gaze swept across each of us, sending a chill coursing through my heart. "You dare to disturb my husband's cultivation. You shall pay dearly." Seizing the moment while Hua Xiao spoke, I stealthily approached Wu Shi and discreetly placed an object into his hand. Wu Shi was momentarily taken aback, looking at me as I nodded affirmatively. He was about to inquire further, but Hua Xiao did not grant us that opportunity. She charged towards us once more, reaching my side in an instant. Instinctively, I raised Jing Xiao to defend myself. At that very moment, Hua Xiao leapt into the air. Upon closer inspection, I realized that Ruo Hong had used her whip to strike at Hua Xiao's legs. As Hua Xiao regained her footing, I launched a piercing attack aimed at her chest. Strangely, Hua Xiao did not evade. With a resounding clang, Jing Xiao struck her chest firmly. Yet, to my astonishment, despite the enhancement of the ninefold thunder decision, Jing Xiao failed to pierce Hua Xiao's attire. What was happening? Hua Xiao extended her delicate hand and grasped Jing Xiao, applying slight pressure. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the air. My expression turned grave. If this continued, Jing Xiao would surely be shattered. In that critical moment, Wu Shi sprang into action. With astonishing speed, he appeared before Hua Xiao, waved his right hand, and swiftly created distance between them. The moment Wu Shi departed from my sight, I distinctly observed a talisman materializing upon Hua Xiao's forehead. It was a black talisman, the very control talisman bestowed upon me by Su Tianxian. I released my hold on Jing Xiao, forming intricate hand seals while reciting incantations, culminating in a powerful declaration. Control. Hua Xiao's body stiffened, and she relinquished her grip on Jing Xiao. A wave of relief washed over me. I had succeeded. The talisman I had just entrusted to Wu, she was indeed the control talisman. For Hua Xiao before me was neither a fierce ghost nor a vengeful spirit, but rather a zombie. She feared the peach wood, her form rigid as iron. Such rigidity would have been impossible for a malevolent spirit. Though I remained puzzled as to why Hua Xiao had seized Jing Xiao with her bare hands moments before. The icy glint of murderous intent intertwined within her beautiful eyes filled me with an ineffable dread, as if a mere glance could envelop me in boundless terror. I maneuvered Hua Xiao to stand before the stone coffin and spoke. Behold, your husband has departed, and the matter you have long clung to has found its resolution. I had anticipated a reaction of shock or confusion from Hua Xiao, yet she continued to fixate on me, her murderous intent unwavering. This response instilled within me a foreboding sense of unease. Could it be? Just then, a heavy footfall echoed from the direction of the tomb passage. Alarm surged within me. This was dire. The sound of footsteps was both oppressive and foreboding, each thud causing my heart to quiver. Accompanying the footsteps were the ominous sounds of armor clattering. Both Ruo Hong and Wu Shi were equally taken aback. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly nearer, and a cold sweat began to trickle down my spine. Moments later, a man clad in armor and wielding a long sword appeared before me. His expression was stern, with piercing eyes and elegantly arched brows. Tall and robust, he possessed a commanding presence that was both rugged and imposing. He resembled an eagle in the night, aloof and solitary, yet exuding an overwhelming authority that demanded respect. As he halted, he surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon me. In that instant, my body stiffened, palms grew clammy, and a tingling sensation coursed through my scalp. His gaze instilled a profound sense of dread within me, as if he could consume me at any moment. Chapter 174. An overwhelming terror, the most feared event has indeed transpired. A mere flower break has already driven us into a corner, and now, another general, even more formidable than the previous one, has emerged. What are we to do? General Hua's piercing gaze fixated upon me, his eyes shifting from an initial chill to confusion, then shock, and ultimately to respect. This transformation in his expression perplexed me. You have indeed appeared. This address left everyone present momentarily stunned. Wu Shi nudged me with his elbow and inquired, "Do you know him?" I shook my head in response. As General Hua approached me, I felt as though I were facing a formidable adversary, tightly gripping my weapon, Jing Xiao. His momentary pause at my expression was followed by a fervent shake of his head, muttering to himself, "Not enough. Still not enough. There's a long way to go." With a swift motion, General Hua unsheathed his sword and struck at me. Alarmed, I hurriedly raised Jing Xiao to defend myself. The clash of the long sword against the wooden one sent me reeling backward from the tremendous force. Before I could catch my breath, a glint of cold light caught my eye, and I instinctively raised Jing Xiao once more. With a resounding clang, I was pushed back several steps again. Not enough. Still not enough. You are too weak now. General Hua continued to mutter to himself. I sensed no intent to kill from him, indicating that he did not wish to end my life. He was merely testing my abilities. However, his next words plunged me into a frigid abyss. If this is all you have, then you might as well perish. With that, his sword lunged at me once more. In a moment of haste, I confronted the formidable General Hua, whereupon I was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Merely the presence of this ferocity sent chills coursing through my limbs, rendering me unable to lift my sword. I gripped my weapon, Jing Xiao, tightly, as beads of sweat trickled down my fingers. The malevolence radiating from General Hua intensified, and the terror I felt reached an apex. I yearned to raise my sword and engage once more, yet I discovered that my hands lay paralyzed by fear, incapable of any movement. How is this? Am I to falter here? General Hua's tone dripped with mockery. As he advanced towards me, my heart raced, my body trembled, and my mind spiraled into chaos, with large droplets of sweat cascading from my brow. Move! Lu Su! Move now! Otherwise, you shall perish. Internally, I wrestled with my dread, and in this moment, I truly comprehended the essence of overpowering strength. Before General Hua, I felt like an insignificant ant, easily crushed beneath the weight of his finger. Gasping for breath under the pressure of his menacing aura, I let out a primal scream, simultaneously channeling the powers of the ghost seal and soul-seizing blood hand. Vivid crimson blood surged down my arm, swiftly enveloping my entire right limb, with even Jingxiao succumbing to the crimson tide. I charged at General Hua, sword raised high. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as I thrust the blood-soaked Jingxiao towards him. Remarkably, General Hua did not evade. He braced himself against my assault. With a swift thrust, the tip of Jingxiao's sword pierced through General Hua's armor, embedding itself within his chest, but only penetrating a few centimeters. I let out a resounding roar, exerting every ounce of strength to push Jingxiao forward. Yet I found myself unable to advance an inch. General Hua's voice echoed in my ears. I did not expect you to reclaim Blood Hand from Qinyang's star so swiftly. Impressive. No sooner had he spoken than the familiar sensation of pain surged through me once more. My body convulsed, and I collapsed to the ground. The backlash of malevolence. The admiration that had once shone in General Hua's gaze vanished, replaced by an overwhelming intent to kill. It seems I was mistaken. Thus, you shall meet your end. I lifted my gaze towards General Hua, only to see him raise his longsword, poised to strike me down with ferocity. In that critical moment, a familiar figure stepped protectively in front of me. Chapter 175. The appearance of Su Tianxian. Enough. The cold voice of Su Tianxian echoed in my ears. Master, I managed to call out with great difficulty. Su Tianxian turned around, her beautiful eyes filled with compassion. I'm sorry, I have arrived late. With just these few words, I was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. After uttering this statement, Su Tianxian confronted General Hua. General Hua squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Su Tianxian. In her gaze towards him, Su Tianxian exhibited an air of indifference. Little girl, do you intend to stand up for him? Su Tianxian nodded, remaining silent. General Hua tightened his grip on the long sword, pointing